001 Awakening System. Bonuses and benefits are available. The more children you have, the more benefits you receive. The birth of every young life is a continuation of the great will of the sacred alliance of humankind. Large banners can be seen everywhere in the senior year study area. The classroom in Class 5 of Senior 4, which could easily hold 200 students, was packed to capacity. The balding, elderly teacher spoke eloquently. You only have 6 months left before you enter the workforce. Job opportunities will be prioritized for students who are getting married. Don't blame me for urging you to get married. I won't receive a single bonus for your wedding, and I might not even get a share of the banquet. Lu Chiwu was lurking in an inconspicuous corner, propping his head up with his hand, looking drowsy. This world, similar to my previous one, is called Blue Star. The difference is that Blue Star has awakened martial artists. Martial artists at a high level can unleash destructive power comparable to a nuclear explosion. After martial artists appeared in the public eye, the Martial Arts Alliance to which they belonged used ruthless methods to integrate hundreds of countries on Earth into the Sacred Human Alliance in just 10 years. After that, the Sacred Human Alliance went beyond Earth and has been fighting against alien races for hundreds of years. Lu Chiwu had also fantasized about becoming one of them, even if it was just simple things like flying over rooftops and scaling walls. Unfortunately, he failed to test his genetic potential at two crucial junctures in his first and third years of high school, which meant that he was destined to be unrelated to martial arts. People like him, who lack the potential to become martial artists, cannot attend university. They can only complete social studies courses in their senior year of high school and then enter society to contribute to the economy of the Human Alliance. Lu Chiwu, do you want to fill out the Alliance's spouse allocation application form? The student in the seat in front of him asked, turning his head. If I can't become a martial artist, then I can only honestly get married and have children. Lu Chiwu laughed. I can't afford the fine for refusing to marry. In the Holy Alliance of Humanity, if someone without martial artist gene potential gets married within a year of graduating from high school, the Alliance will provide a cash bonus. After that, the Alliance will cover up to 60% of the cost of raising their first 3 children. All humans have the potential to become martial artists, and the parent status does not affect the probability of a newborn becoming a martial artist. This is why the Human Alliance invests heavily in early birth, multiple births, and eugenics benefits. For human citizens who lack the potential of martial arts genes and refuse to marry, a single tax will be levied starting in the second year after graduating from high school, and will increase year by year, with the upper limit even reaching 70% of their salary. Lu Chiwu had no objection to marriage. Since there was no possibility of him becoming a martial artist, he would just go along with the policy. Alright, students, we have a little time left. Please fill out the Alliance's spouse assignment questionnaire according to your choices, the Mediterranean teacher said. Upon hearing this, Lu Chiwu clicked the button on the desktop, and a cartoon-style virtual character immediately appeared. The Alliance encourages having many children. Every newborn is a treasure to the Alliance. The virtual character spoke, and then the voice of the auxiliary computer rang out through the disk behind Lu Chiwu's ear, so that only Lu Chiwu could hear it. On his desktop, light screens intertwined, revealing a form that he needed to fill out. The content is very simple. It simply asks whether you plan to get married and have children within a year of graduation. If so, you need to fill in your information and upload an unedited photo. If you select none in the marriage intention section, a notice in bold red will appear, reminding unmarried individuals of the political and economic penalties they will face within the Holy Alliance. Lu Chiwu naturally selected the willing to marry option, and the form content changed, showing the option to choose a spouse. What are your requirements for your partner's personality? Multiple choice 1, optimistic 2, cheerful 3, melancholy 4, Yandere. What are your requirements for your partner's appearance? Multiple choice 1, long hair 2, short hair 3, a cup 4, D cup. Are you aware that spouse matching is random? The auxiliary computer cannot match a spouse who meets 100% of your needs, and each person only has one matching opportunity? Some benefits are tied to the spouse matched this time? Single choice 1, yes 2, no. Hopefully, this will match a suitable object. Lu Chiwu quickly filled out a form with more than 300 questions and uploaded it to the auxiliary computer. The virtual character generated by the auxiliary optical computer bowed slightly and then disappeared. For 300 years, human warriors have waged war against foreign powers, and everything within society has made way for them. However, in recent years, they have plundered a great deal of technology from other races, and human society's technology has also experienced several explosive growth periods. This auxiliary optical brain is even more powerful than the AI of the previous life. It was developed by integrating the technologies of several alien races. A small optical brain, with 2 maintenance personnel, can replace many positions and manage the food, clothing, housing and transportation of 100,000 people without any mistakes, as well as long-term planning. As the bell rang, Lu Qiwu got up and left the classroom. Without textbooks and paper, paperless teaching has now been fully realized. The campus auxiliary computer will intelligently generate virtual books that can be flipped through on the desk. Taking the maglev train, it only takes about 20 minutes to reach the mid-range residential area where I live. This community consists of 5 parks and 6 zones, covering an area of 8 square kilometers. It includes 6 underground train stations and 3 maglev train stations, with a permanent population of 500,000. Lu Qiwu got off at the stop closest to his home and then walked for half an hour to reach the bottom of his building. In this life, neither of Lu's parents possessed the genetic potential to become martial artists. However, they were both highly capable, had respectable jobs, supported 2 children, and were able to purchase property in this mid-range neighborhood. When Lu Qiwu opened the door, both his parents were home, and the aroma of food wafted from the living room. Lu's mother, Cui Gulan, got up, served herself a bowl of rice, and asked with concern, "You're back. Did you sign up for the matchmaking?" "I've signed up." Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. "Our family can't afford to let you slowly find true love, but your mother and I met through a matchmaking process," Lu Hongkai, Lu's father, said in a deep voice. Then, looking at the table full of vegetarian dishes, he sighed again. "You've suffered these past few days." "It tastes delicious this way too," Lu Qiwu chuckled. Looking at her sensible son, Cui Gulan said, "When your sister becomes a martial artist, she might be able to find a skilled healer to cure your congenital condition." Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. Lu Wangshu, who was 3 years younger than him, had a genetic potential test result of 30% when she started high school. Usually, if the potential reaches 10%, there is a high probability of becoming a martial artist. Lu Wangshu's genetic potential result means that she is definitely going to become a martial artist. However, the nutritional solutions and other supplies that help one become a martial artist are quite expensive, often costing tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Mr. and Mrs. Lu had spent all their savings and even took part-time jobs to barely afford them. The amount of food we eat at home has naturally decreased significantly. Lu Qiwu didn't care about this. Firstly, she was his own sister, and now that she had the potential to become a martial artist, he was willing to help her along the way. Secondly, perhaps the awakening of past life memories damaged the body's essence, and Lu Qiwu has always been weak and sickly, getting sick every 3 days and hospitalized every 5 days when he was a child. At that time, Lu's parents spent a lot of time and money on him, and his younger sister Lu Wangshu inevitably felt neglected at times, but she was also very concerned about his condition. Lu Qiwu pondered. Generally speaking, the spouse allocation results will be available within a week. I will then discuss with the other party to see if we can use a portion of the alliance incentive funds. Although it's almost certain that Lu Wangshu will become a martial artist, if he can accumulate more experience during this period, he might be able to advance to several more realms in the future. Lu Qiwu participated in the matchmaking because he was eyeing the cash reward for a successful match. Soon, the meal, devoid of any oil or fat, was finished. Without even taking a lunch break, Mr. and Mrs. Lu rushed off to work overtime to earn extra money. Lu Qiwu returned to his room, which was a very small room, or rather, half of a normal-sized room, while the other half was Lu Wangshu's living quarters. Fortunately, it was furnished with a bed, wardrobe, table, and other necessities. Lu Qiwu was physically weak and could not even do as much heavy work as his younger sister, so he needed to get plenty of rest every day. As he drifted into a dream, in a state between sleep and wakefulness, a voice suddenly rang out. System activation in progress. The daily power-up system is happy to serve you. 002, deep breathing can also strengthen you. The moment Lu Qiwu heard the sound, he sat up abruptly, and because of the speed, he immediately felt dizzy. Intake of energy strengthens the body by 0.0001. Intake of energy strengthens the body by 0.0001. What is that? Lu Qiwu was filled with doubt and surprise. The 2 consecutive prompts made him very certain that the voice he had just heard was not from a dream, but from some unknown voice in reality. Dear Master, the daily power-up system is happy to serve you. Lu Qiwu had a thought and indeed summoned a light screen in front of him. Even when standing in front of the mirror, all that is reflected is a surprised look on one's face. There is no trace of the system's light screen. System. In some online novels from my previous life, this thing was a common treasure. Even the most exceptional geniuses must remember the adage fortune changes every 30 years, never underestimate a young man's potential, but those who possess a system are different. 3 days east of the river, 3 days west, 3 days to wipe out an entire enemy family. If it exceeds 3 days, it's considered a poor result. Lu Qiwu asked in his mind, "System, what is your purpose?" This system has only one function: to help its master become stronger. Any energy ingested can be converted without loss to enhance the master's body. After a brief inquiry, Lu Qiwu learned about the source of energy for the 2 recent enhancements and felt somewhat helpless. The first time I gained energy was when I suddenly sat up, which made me dizzy, and then I took a deep breath. The second time I gained energy was because I heard a system notification. Startled and overjoyed, I gasped, and then I strengthened myself again. So I can become stronger even by drinking the northwest wind? Lu Qiwu was somewhat surprised. Yes. Lu Qiwu's gaze was intense. To what extent should the enhancement be applied to improve my health? He is a normal person, but he can't do normal strenuous exercise, and he can't even run a little faster. What's the difference between this and a disabled person? Especially since Lu Qiwu awakened his memories of his past life, he clearly knew what a gentle breeze felt like while running, and what a majestic snow-capped mountain was like. But he couldn't run, let alone engage in high-intensity exercise like mountain climbing. Previously, Lu Qiwu had pinned his hopes on genetic testing. Those martial artists could withstand bullets with their bare hands, scale walls and roofs, and even break mountains and rivers with a single punch, possessing the power of a nuclear explosion. Lu Qiwu didn't expect to reach such a terrifying level. He only hoped to regain his physical fitness through martial arts practice. However, his genetic testing results were not ideal. Lu Qiwu had already given up, but at this moment, he finally saw hope again. The system has compiled the numerical levels of humans in this world. Master is currently 70% below the level of males of the same age. You need to strengthen by 10 points to reach the level of males of the same age. We're actually 70% behind others, Lu Qiwu sighed, then a surge of motivation rose within him. 10 o'clock. With just 10 points of enhancement, he can be restored to the level of a normal person. He took deep breaths. Intake of energy strengthens the body by 0.0001. Intake of energy strengthens the body by 0.0001. Call. Lu Qiwu stopped and looked closely. After working for 10 minutes, he had only increased the enhancement by 0.0031, which was far from 10 points. Relying solely on the northwest wind, who knows when we'll finally see the monkey in the horse's moon? Lu Qiwu got up and walked to the refrigerator. He took out an egg from the refrigerator, rinsed it with water, and swallowed it without waiting. Intake of energy strengthens the body by 0.001. Once the egg was completely swallowed, the total enhancement provided reached 0.012. Compared to the 100,000-fold difference of starving, the energy provided by consuming food can reduce the gap to 10,000. More importantly, eggs do not provide a constant amount of energy. If they are fried, one bite can enhance the energy value by 0.004. However, if they are cooked in other ways, the energy value will fluctuate to some extent. After some testing, Lu Qiwu gained a certain understanding of what the system could provide. With the alarm clock for his scheduled class ringing, he composed himself, quickly tidied up, and boarded the levitation train toward school. The courses in the 4th year of high school are no longer Chinese, mathematics, and other subjects, but rather focus on socialization, with many related to workplace skills. Although Lu Qiwu had mastered the system, he did not slack off in his studies. Within the school, the auxiliary computer will intelligently record students' learning attitudes, academic performance, etc., which will be related to job assignments upon graduation, and even spouse matching, and will be affected by these factors. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, his younger sister Lu Wangshu left early and returned late every day, and Lu Qiwu even went 2 days without seeing her at all. As a potential martial artist with 30% genetic potential, Lu Wangshu has attracted many companies and enterprises willing to invest, but the accompanying requirements are too demanding and unacceptable to the Lu family. There was no other way, so Lu Wangshu could only make up for his lack of talent with hard work, spending all his time developing his martial arts potential. As usual, Lu Qiwu went to his usual seat in the classroom. As he walked, he could hear some students excitedly discussing something. He sat down and listened for a while, and immediately understood what the students were excited about. Some well-informed students have learned from their homeroom teacher that the pairing results will be announced today. It's no wonder so many classmates were excited. This was practically an officially arranged relationship, and everyone was a young man or woman full of vigor, so naturally they couldn't suppress their excitement. Sure enough, not long after, as the Mediterranean-looking homeroom teacher stepped into the classroom, before the class even started, a chorus of shouts could be heard. The homeroom teacher didn't spoil the fun and simply distributed the pairing list to the corresponding people through the auxiliary computer. Lu Qiwu looked down at the document that had appeared on the desktop in front of him, resembling a physical paper. Congratulations, Lu Qiwu, student ID 448-6360. You have been successfully paired with Yunxia, student ID 448-6730. The following is information that student Yunxia, student ID 448-6730 is authorized to publish. Please review it carefully. All information has been approved. Lu Qiwu had no doubt about the last sentence. Just like filling in the height column, if someone was 175 centimeters tall with shoes and a hairstyle, and they wrote 180 centimeters, it would definitely fail the auxiliary computer's review. Citizens' basic data must not be falsified. The fact that their student IDs both start with 4486 means that Yunxia and he are from the same area. This is one of the benefits of the senior year spouse allocation program, which assigns partners to those who are nearby. He carefully examined the information in the document. Yunxia in the photo looks a bit reserved. She has long hair, an oval face, and an outstanding appearance. If such a face were in her previous life, she would definitely have no shortage of suitors. If she were more outgoing, she might have gone through several ex-boyfriends. In this world, dating before the 4th year of high school is strictly prohibited, let alone engaging in premarital sex. Such behavior is even classified as a serious crime. Because in this world, some martial arts training methods require the cultivation of a virgin body and the assistance of primordial yang and primordial yin. Within the human alliance, there is even a crime of premature childbirth. Lu Qiwu quickly read to the end, where there were several time and location options at the end of the document. These were comprehensive choices given by the auxiliary computer after calculating suitable times for the two of them to meet. He selected a suitable time and place, and then clicked on the option in the document. Should this message be forwarded to Yunxia, student ID 448-6730? Lu Qiwu nodded slightly, yes. 003, first encounter with the assigned partner, Fox Clan Bloodline. Dark Swamp Highlands Beverage Shop. This is the agreed meeting place with my partner, Yunxia. Lu Qiwu arrived more than 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. This beverage shop with its exotic decor is a recently popular affordable internet celebrity shop. Its recently launched products are linked to the Dark Swamp Highlands, which is being developed in other star regions. It is said that the ingredients for the beverages are all taken from the Dark Swamp Highlands. Seeing the long queue, Lu Qiwu ordered 2 drinks in advance and reserved a spot to wait. Less than 10 minutes later, a girl wearing a hat rushed in. She raised her head slightly, revealing a slightly rounded jawline, and her eyes, hidden by the hat, seemed to be searching for something. Here. Lu Qiwu recognized the person and quickly greeted, Yunxia, there are too many people here. I didn't know what kind of drink you like, so I just ordered both the hot and cold ones from the signs. Thank you. I'm fine with either of them. Do you have anything you like to drink? Yunxia said a little shyly, you came so early. You're here early too, there are still 5 minutes until the agreed time. Lu Qiwu said softly. Both of them were a little reserved, after all, it was their first time meeting. But both of them knew that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would spend their lives together in the future. As a popular spot for taking photos, the Dark Swamp Heights beverage shop attracts many visitors. Lu Qiwu, certain that Yunxia had no intention of taking photos, promptly suggested a walk, to which she quickly agreed. Clearly, neither of them intended to be a mere background figure for others. Walking down the street, Lu Qiwu observed the girl beside him out of the corner of his eye. She was 168 centimeters tall, and with shoes on, she was about 170 centimeters, reaching almost to his shoulder. Her skin was fair and much more delicate than in the photos. If we were to rate her, she would definitely be a beauty with a score of 90 or higher. Qiwu, there's something I can't hide from you. Yunxia suddenly stopped, paused for a moment, and then said, actually. I have some foreign blood in my genes, but it's not showing up. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu frowned slightly. The human alliance has been conquering space and has seen many monsters with 7 legs and 8 arms. Among the intelligent beings, there are also humanoid ones. 200 years ago, a winged humanoid creature was discovered by humans, just like the angels recorded in previous lives. Or perhaps they have elven ears, resembling elves, much like the elves in novels. However, in the novel, this race is depicted as having outstanding physical appearances, with none being ugly, while in reality, there are quite a few people who are unattractive. Most of these races were defeated by the human armies led by martial artists, losing planetary resources and every individual of each race, who were forcibly assimilated into human society in exchange for their property. I'm already 18. If it were obvious, it would have been obvious by now, but I can't hide it from you, Yunxia whispered. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this, without showing the disdain or aversion that Yunxia had expected. 100 years ago, these foreign races were very popular in human society. However, as time went by, some people discovered that the offspring who carried foreign genes at a certain concentration were all unable to learn martial arts. Even after several generations, only a small number of people can cultivate, which is far slower than the cultivation speed of pure-blooded humans in martial arts. The Holy Alliance of Humanity reveres martial arts, and in human society, it admires pure humanity, not those mixed with foreign bloodlines. Sometimes, even if you pay someone to take them, no one will want them. However, Lu Qiwu is different. He now has a system in his hands, and he can become stronger even by taking a deep breath. He is destined to be invincible in the future and does not care whether his descendants will become ordinary people because of bloodline issues. Moreover, the girl in front of him did not show any foreign characteristics. After Yunxia finished speaking, she stared intently at Lu Qiwu, but she didn't see any particular change in him, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt a surge of affection for the boy in front of her. Let alone strangers she met by chance, even the Yun family's blood relatives had given her countless disdainful looks since she was a child. What foreign blood do you have? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. Yunxia hesitated for a moment, looking at his seemingly harmless expression, then took off her hat. In the sunlight, a faint purple light flashed in her eyes. My mother is from the Tanuki clan. Fox clan. These are alien races with advanced intelligence, almost indistinguishable from humans, except that they have animal ears on their heads, and some members of the advanced Fox clan even have tails. Hundreds of years ago, this was a creature that frequently appeared in anime and manga culture. So, as soon as it was discovered in reality, the members of the Tanuki tribe were captured in large numbers and openly sold in society. Lu Qiwu examined her carefully, but since the girl in front of him did not have the dominant genes of foreign races, she naturally would not have the characteristics of foreign races either. It's fine. Lu Qiwu noticed the girl's unease and gently comforted her. You don't mind me? Yunxia whispered. Marriage is not a one-time event. If you have children, it will have a lasting impact. At least 3 generations may awaken foreign genes again. If you can accept me. I've saved up some money over the years, about 1 million yuan in total, which can be used as marital property after we get married. Yunxia added. Lu Qiwu's eyes widened slightly. How many? 1 million? The Holy Alliance of Humanity controls the economic market, and current prices are similar to those in his previous life's country. While $1 million might not be enough to buy a house outright in a bustling city, it would be enough in a less developed area. More importantly, this girl was about the same age as him, yet she was able to produce such a large sum of money. My father is the head of the Yun family. You must have drunk Yunshan milk before, right? That's our family's business, Yunxia explained. Lu Qiwu composed himself, and at this moment he did not rush to agree. With the Yun family's wealth, even if Yunxia never gets married, they can easily afford the fine. Moreover, given the Yun family's status, this marriage should also serve a political purpose. The ideal spouse pairing for a senior high school student is more suited to middle class or even poorer families. Yunxia noticed the wavering and hesitation in the boy's eyes. She was surprised that the boy would have concerns. Based on the documents she had seen of the boy, he should not have been aware of the dirty dealings of the powerful family. She thought about it for a while, and finally told him everything. Because her mother was a fox spirit, she didn't have a good life in the Yun family, and her father didn't value her. If she did nothing, she would probably only be destined for an arranged marriage. However, because she has the blood of the Fox clan, her marriage will never be a good choice, and she might not even be able to become a wife. Yunxia's only chance to save herself is through this pairing up in her senior year of high school. Within the Holy Human Alliance, the legitimate reproduction of humanity must not be hindered in any way. The spouse allocation results were absolutely supported by the Human Alliance. Not to mention a mere business family, even a Star Lord who controls a planet could not interfere with the outcome, otherwise they would be attacked by the Alliance's forbidden army. Some people in my family have already made suggestions, but they haven't chosen a marriage partner for me yet. After all, I am the daughter of the family head, so this willful act won't have any consequences. It's just that the Yun family will disown me. Yunxia explained the predicament in a few words, while also taking precautions to prevent the young man in front of her from trying to use him to curry favor with the Yun family. Lu Qiwu now understood that the young rich woman in front of him had a good family background, and he wouldn't encounter any other problems because of marrying her. If you'd like, we can register our marriage anytime. Lu Qiwu pondered for a moment and said softly. He felt that the girl in front of him was quite honest. The fact that she had foreign blood could be completely hidden. Since it hadn't become obvious, it was likely that there would be no trouble later. More importantly, the alliance's pairing of spouses is only done once, and the chosen partners cannot be changed. This applies to both him and the girl in front of him. Yunxia's eyes lit up instantly, then she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Don't you want to discuss it with your family?" "They respect my choice," Lu Qiwu replied. 004, getting married, applying for a job. The two touched wrists together and added each other as friends on the microcomputer interface. This is similar to an auxiliary optical computer, a secondary personal auxiliary optical computer, which includes functions such as communication, video, and browsing. In Lu Qiwu's view, this is actually an upgraded version of a mobile phone. The micro-optical brain can even achieve real-time interplanetary communication, but it is somewhat stripped down in terms of gaming. For hundreds of years, the Holy Alliance of Humanity has been constantly exploring and conquering new worlds and new races. Its internal society is like a constantly running machine, and the humans it cultivates are naturally trained to be qualified parts. Therefore, there are great restrictions on games and other frivolous pursuits. Lu Qiwu looked at the girl so close to him. "Before we get married, there are some things I want to tell you, related to the Alliance's wedding bonus." If he were to choose a different spouse, he would openly say that he wants to borrow his wedding bonus to give to his sister. After all, Lu Wangshu's genetic potential is as high as 30%, making him a surefire mid-level martial artist in the future. In the Alliance, a martial artist's status is not low. If he is cultivated, it will be no less effective than Fan Jin passing the imperial examination. But Yun Xia comes from the Yun family, a large and wealthy family. Would they be willing to invest in a martial artist? It's like this: my younger sister has high genetic potential, she's sure to become a martial artist. Lu Qiwu briefly explained the situation at home. Lu Wangshu's parents have poured their life savings into her, so getting help from her two elders will definitely take a long time. There's no way to hide that. His reasons for participating in the spouse allocation were twofold. Firstly, he didn't want to miss out on the various benefits of the alliance, and secondly, he was attracted by the amount of the rewards. Yun Xia blinked, somewhat surprised by the young man's composure, but still said with a hint of displeasure, "You participated in the spouse allocation so that you could use the money to raise your sister?" "Of course not. My original plan was to respond to the League S work assignment after my senior year of high school," Lu Qiwu explained. "It's just that my sister is quite talented, and we have a good relationship. If possible, I would naturally like to help her." Lu Qiwu had long considered the various situations that might arise during the spouse allocation, and he had made some contingency plans in advance. However, he really hadn't expected to be assigned to Miss Yun, a wealthy woman who casually had millions in her pocket. Although there is only one chance for spouse allocation in the fourth year of high school, Yunxia can only choose to marry him if she wants to avoid the fate of an arranged marriage. However, Lu Qiwu does not want to use this to coerce her, and he does not want his bedmate to become estranged from him. "How about we split the bonus from a successful marriage equally?" Lu Qiwu suggested. Many people actually did what he suggested, which is essentially a way to exploit the alliance. However, Lu Qiwu promised to comply with the work assignment, which is to ensure that the two of them will still live together in the future and will not involve their families excessively. Yunxia didn't answer, but instead asked, "With a gene potential of up to 30%, shouldn't many companies be willing to fund it?" "There's no such thing as a free lunch. The condition for investing is arranging my sister's marriage." Lu Qiwu shook his head. "The best condition is that my sister has to marry into the family. Martial artists enjoy numerous privileges. Even attending university is only open to those with the potential of martial artist genes. If Lu Wangshu becomes a martial artist, she will have complete freedom in choosing her future marriage partner, and she can remain unmarried for life without any problem. The alliance will not restrict her. However, if she signs an agreement with those companies, she will naturally be subject to their constraints in the future." "So your family refused?" Yun Xia nodded slightly, a strange light flashing in her eyes, and pondered, "The alliance bonus can all be given to your sister. After all, she will be my sister after marriage. I can give her another 500,000 from my savings to buy potions." Lu Qiwu abruptly stopped. 500,000, that's enough to buy 3 of the latest gene stimulants, which is already the ceiling that ordinary people can afford. There is an upper limit to the amount of gene stimulants that the human body can tolerate. It is said that wealthy families use gene stimulants that cost tens of millions of dollars per dose in order to achieve the best results. However, such gene stimulants are unavailable to anyone without power or influence, even if they have money. Lu Qiwu did some mental calculations. Lu Wanshu had already used gene stimulants several times before, and these drugs that stimulate gene potential can only be used before embarking on the path of martial arts. All in all, these 3 doses would be enough for Lu Wanshu to use until he embarks on the path of martial arts. With this injection of money, Mr. and Mrs. Lu no longer need to sleep only 4 or 5 hours a day and can return to a normal life. Yunxia's cheeks flushed red. She only just realized what she had just said. She's already assumed the role of a wife, even saying things like, "Your sister is my sister." But they haven't even applied for marriage with the AI yet. What are your requirements for marriage? For example, a wedding or something? Lu Qiwu asked. Yunxia suddenly looked up, a little shy, but seeing the boy's serious expression, her mood gradually calmed down. "You know my situation, I won't ask my family to come, so you can just watch over your side." Lu Qiwu smiled and said, "Why don't we just apply for marriage?" Yunxia, after all, carries the bloodline of the Fox clan. In my previous life, marrying Yunxia would have meant marrying someone who had been to prison, and 3 generations of his family would be barred from taking the civil service exam. Lu Qiwu knew without a second thought that if his parents knew about Yunxia's situation, they would likely refuse the marriage arrangement. After all, getting married within a year of graduation would exempt him from the punishment for being single. It would just mean losing some of the alliance's benefits. Lu Qiwu didn't want to hide it from his family, nor could he explain that he now had control of the system and didn't need to worry about his future descendants. After weighing the options, it might be better to just act first and inform them later. Now. Yunxia was taken aback. Yes, Lu Qiwu nodded. Do you still want to finish your 4th year of high school? If not, we can even apply for job placement directly. The Alliance strongly supports the implementation of the Senior Year Spouse Allocation Program. If couples meet and get married directly, they can even go through the process of leaving the school and directly participate in the workforce. The 4th semester of high school consisted of social studies courses, which Lu Qiwu considered meaningless and a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Yunxia pondered for a moment. If the Yun family found out that she had secretly participated in the application for spouse allocation, it would probably cause a huge uproar and disturb her peace. She nodded in agreement. "Let's get married and then apply for jobs." Both of them were planning to get married, so they simply opened the microcomputer on their wrists and submitted their marriage application to the planet's terminal computer. Instantly, an electronic marriage agreement appeared, and after their identities were verified, they each signed their names on it. Citizen 10125-421 Lu Qiwu and Citizen 10129-521 Yunxia have established their marital relationship and will remain faithful to each other until the end of their lives, thanks to both of them for their strong support of the Human Sacred Alliance's spouse allocation. Lu Qiwu stared blankly at the messages on his microcomputer. He opened his personal information and saw that the marital status had changed from unmarried to married. Shortly after, the results of the job application were also released. Work location, Production Zone 8 Food Workshop, post number 78. Resettlement Housing, Production Zone 8 Resettlement Housing Zone 16, Sunshine Garden Building 3 Unit 301 Free occupancy for the first 3 months, half-price rent and interest-free housing loan for 1 year. The 2 new employees are requested to arrive at their work positions within 3 days. The 2 stood on the street and discussed it for a while. They decided to go home separately tonight, pack their clothes, and then go to work together tomorrow. "See you tomorrow, my wife." 005, "You're already very capable. Brother, you're already married." Lu Wanshu's clothes clung to her body from the sweat of training, outlining her curves. She didn't even bother to shower or take off her shoes before asking, "Isn't this too sudden?" Lu Qiwu said calmly, "It's not sudden, I had planned it all along." After several unsatisfactory genetic test results, he did indeed plan everything. Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged a glance. Cui Gulan said, "We can't rush into marriage. We should at least let both sets of elders meet and have a meal together, right? If you marry someone's daughter without saying a word, how can you expect to make a good impression on the in-laws?" Lu Hongkai, standing to the side, said earnestly, "You've always been opinionated since you were little. Can you explain why this happened so suddenly?" Lu Qiwu remained silent. "How do you explain that? He was after the alliance rewards and Yunxia's 500,000. As for Yunxia's participation in the senior year's spouse allocation, she was already prepared to break with the Yun family. How could she possibly inform the Yun family about her marriage? Mom and Dad, please don't interfere in this matter. I have my reasons for doing this, Lu Qiwu said. Besides, the marriage certificate from the alliance has already been generated and cannot be changed. So you're going to work tomorrow and moving into the staff housing. Aren't you going to let Yunxia meet us? Lu Hongzai's voice rose a few decibels, his tone exasperated. Won't the young lady be unhappy with this arrangement? They won't even see the elders. Anyone who didn't know better would think that the two of them don't like Yunxia. Other people's opinions are one thing, but what if Yunxia misunderstands? Wouldn't that cause chaos in the young couple's lives? I will make arrangements once our jobs are stable, Lu Qiwu replied. Although Yunxia assured him that there would be no further developments with the Yun family, he decided to postpone the meeting for safety reasons. This interrogation thus ended in a rather anticlimactic manner. The marriage certificate has already been obtained, and the die is cast. All Lu's parents can do is offer their blessings. After the family finished eating, Cui Gulan and Lu Wangshu helped pack some household items into their suitcases. Lu Hongkai pulled Lu Qiwu aside and said earnestly, "Do your job well in the work assigned by the alliance. It would be best to take advantage of the golden age of childbearing and have more children. With maternity allowances, there will be no pressure to raise children, and you will have someone to rely on when you get old. For both men and women, the golden age for childbearing is before the age of 28. Children conceived during this period have far greater potential for martial arts genes than those conceived after the age of 28. The Holy Alliance of Humanity highly values newborns conceived during the golden reproductive period, and the maternity allowance is very high. For people like Lu Qiwu who participate in the allocation of spouses for the fourth-year high school students, if they have more children during the golden reproductive period, they can even make money by having children." I know, Lu Qiwu nodded. As night deepened, he sat alone in the small room. Energy intake for this session, 0.094. Total enhancement calculation, 0.964. I'm going to work tomorrow, so dinner tonight was quite plentiful, and Lu Qiwu ate a lot of energy. We've now passed nearly 1/10 of the 10 enhancement points needed to restore our bodies to normal levels. In the next 2 months, we should be able to restore our physical condition to normal. Lu Qiwu lay down on the bed and sent a message to Yunxia via his microcomputer. How are things on your end? Not bad. Yunxia knelt on the carpet, her knees already bleeding, but she remained calm and spoke lightly to the microcomputer. A moment later, her ears twitched as if she had heard something, and she said, I need to tidy my clothes, so I'll talk to you later. See you at the platform tomorrow. Click. The door was opened, and a man and a woman walked in. The young woman, who was half a step behind, had delicate skin, and more importantly, small, palm-sized fox ears swayed slightly in her silky hair. You child, how can you not listen to your father's arrangements for such an important matter in your life? As soon as the young woman entered the room, she angrily grabbed Yunxia's ear and twisted it with such force that it looked like she was going to lift her up. The girl turned to the side to ease the pain in her knee. Before she even got home, the Yun family found out about her marriage, and she was forced to kneel as punishment as soon as she stepped into their house. The young woman looked at the bruises on her daughter's knees with heartache. She let go of her daughter's hand, walked a few steps behind the man who had sat down, and said in a sweet voice, Master, the child has been punished, but don't upset yourself. If it weren't for your pampering, how could she be so rebellious? Yunlong glanced at the young woman, but ultimately didn't let Yunxia continue kneeling. Although his daughter was disobedient, the woman behind her was intelligent and capable, otherwise, he wouldn't have favored her for so many years. Enjoying the massage from the young woman with his eyes closed, Yunlong, the head of the Yun family, said indifferently, I've known about your little schemes for a long time, but I never expected you to be so useless. You've met the 6th young master of the Qi family, the 9th young master of the Hong family, and the 2 young masters of the Li family quite a few times. I thought that even if you didn't want to be forced into an arranged marriage, you would try to exert your influence among them. I never expected that you would make such a foolish move as choosing a spouse. Yinlong opened his eyes, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Since you are unwilling to contribute to the family and willingly degenerate with those lowly people, then go and live a life of hardship tomorrow. Your daughter is unfilial. Yunxia lowered her head, and only when she felt the 2 footsteps beside her recede into the distance did she slowly raise her head. Super suspended train station. Today, Earth is divided into regions with different functions, and levitation trains operate within these regions, somewhat like sky subways. Meanwhile, super levitation trains travel even higher in the sky, transporting passengers between different regions. Lu Qiwu was waiting at the station in advance. When he saw the girl walking slowly towards him, his eyes lit up. Wearing a white dress, Yunxia's full figure was outlined in a shapely way, and her hair was simply draped down, adding to her pure and innocent look. You only have one piece of luggage? Lu Qiwu was a little surprised and quickly stepped forward to take the luggage. Yunxia didn't refuse. She smiled and said, "We can buy the missing items when we get there." The two took the super levitation train to their work area, and then transferred to the resettlement housing area 16 via the levitation train. The key to apartment 301 in building 3 of Sunshine Garden had already been sent to their microcomputers, and they opened the door by swiping their wrists near the lock. Nowadays, there are almost no key locks, especially in resettlement housing. They are all managed by a regional optical computer, and the doors are fingerprint-like access doors that are opened by linking key permissions to the micro-optical computer. The room was spotless, clearly cleaned by a cleaning robot beforehand, but the two still put down their luggage and cleaned the room together. It has a living room, a bedroom, and a kitchen. The room also has a bathroom with a shower. It has all the necessary living facilities and is enough for a young couple. While tidying up the house, the two also put the items from their luggage inside. As dusk fell, the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. After a while, the door opened, and Yunxia, wearing a nightgown, with her half-dry hair draped to one side and a blush on her cheeks, appeared. Yunxia took a deep breath, her face showing obvious shyness. "We should go to sleep. The Holy Alliance of Humanity prohibits dating before the age of 18, and even relevant educational institutions explicitly forbid it." Last night, her mother shared a lot of experience with her. Lu Qiwu sat on the edge of the bed, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. At 18, her body was just reaching maturity, a time when she was in the prime of her life. But the flower in front of her was truly a hidden gem, with slender branches bearing abundant fruit, and surprisingly, she had so much flesh beneath her clothes. Yunxia turned off the room lights, leaving only the faint light from the desk lamp. "Wait, be gentle." She sat down close to the edge of the bed, her small hands slightly cold, clearly indicating that she was extremely nervous. Lu Qiwu could no longer restrain himself and flipped Yunxia over, pinning her to the bed. Almost instantly, a voice rang out. "Intake energy to strengthen your body 3 times. The system voice came so suddenly that it startled Lu Qiwu. A voice echoed faintly in the darkness. "It's okay, you've already done a great job. 006, it's not a good time right now. I'll show you what it means to have trouble coming from your mouth." Lu Qiwu rode up on his back. He just had his body enhanced by a whole number 3 points, and he's incredibly hot right now. Yunxia bit her lip lightly. In the dim light, her eyes sparkled with a charming allure. Her bright, watery eyes seemed to bewitch one's soul. Her pair of fair and slender hands took the initiative to wrap around the young man's waist. "Intake energy to strengthen the body 1. Intake energy to strengthen the body 1. Intake energy to strengthen your body by 10. With a huge amount of enhancement points coming in, Lu Qiwu could no longer hold on. However, this time he also dampened Yunxia's spirit, since the other party had surrendered once. Lu Qiwu proved himself before checking the details of the energy intake from the system. He leaned back on the bed and let out a long sigh. "I never expected you to be such an unconventional system." The idea that men are yang and women are yin is not only true for past lives, but also holds true for this life on Earth. What Lu Qiwu didn't expect was that the system also agreed with this point. In the system's view, the two of them had just consummated their marriage by absorbing yin energy to replenish yang energy, which is why there was a prompt to absorb energy. As for the fluctuations in the body enhancement values, they are related to the feelings of both parties. Looking at it this way, this is how the system should be used. Lu Qiwu seemed to be deep in thought. Even though he ate 5 dishes in a soup for dinner when he left home yesterday, his enhancement value was only 0.094 even though he ate until his stomach was full. But in less than 10 minutes, his total enhancement value reached 26 foot. If that's the case. Lu Qiwu looked down at Yunxia, whose face was flushed. The latter was covered with a thin layer of sweat and seemed to have noticed his gaze. Yunxia slowly raised her head. "You wouldn't be, still." Hey. Lu Qiwu turned over. After messing around until late at night, the two got up to shower, and Lu Qiwu cooked some instant noodles. Yunxia sat at the dining table, wrapped in a bath towel that only reached her thighs, clearly showing the redness and swelling on her knees. Yunxia made no attempt to hide it from Lu Qiwu. Her marriage was punished by the Yun family, which meant it was over and there would be no further developments. Red marks were visible on her exposed skin. Yunxia bit her lip and watched the busy figures in the kitchen. "Didn't my mother say that it's normal to be fast at first?" Despite not looking particularly muscular, she was surprisingly energetic, and the first time alone took so long. What will happen next? Production Zone 8. It covers an area of 10 kilometers in length and width, and reaches a height of over 800 meters. It has a natural circulation system inside that can accelerate the ripening of giant rice grains within half a month, and can be planted 24 times a year. These 8 districts alone produce enough food each year to feed more than 100 million people. Guided by the auxiliary machine, Lu Qiwu and Yunxia spent half a day touring the interior of Zone 8 before arriving at the workshop required for their work positions. Located on the 9th floor, the food workshop has a glass window on one side, and work partitions and chairs similar to those in an office building divide the workshop into hundreds of workstations. Lu Qiwu and Yunxia's workstations are connected, and positions 7 and 8 are located within a partition. The job is simple: just watch the various numerical displays on the wall, and click the corresponding button once the value falls below the safety threshold in the manual. This job is very easy, you hardly need to do anything for 10 days or half a month. The young man sitting at workstation number 6 peeked out and said. Lu Qiwu nodded upon hearing this. The production area has long been fully automated, with corresponding auxiliary optical computers to handle everything. In fact, the positions of these people can be handled by only 1 or 2 people. The reason for creating so many positions is simply to give people something to do. Although it was the first day of the job, the young couple got the hang of it in just half a day. Naturally, the rest of the time was for them to slack off. The micro-light brain on Yunxia's wrist created a light screen. Lu Qiwu glanced at the scene and saw a rather complicated picture. A man stabbed a woman, then another man stabbed the first man in an attempt to save her, and then, for some unknown reason, the woman stabbed the man who had saved her. The 3 of them literally poked each other into a triangle. He couldn't hear, but the sight made his silence deafening. Lu Qiwu simply immersed himself in his own system. Total enhancement calculation, 37.9651. Tests have shown that the owner now possesses the same health indicators as a male of the same age. The numerical differences between people are huge. Even people with the same height and weight can have different strengths due to differences in arm length. 10 points is merely the lower limit for the value of men of the same age. I gained over 30 points last night alone. If this happened every day. Lu Qiwu supported his waist with his hand, his brows furrowing. Yesterday's stock lasted for 18 years, and now there's absolutely no drop left. According to the original plan, it would take him at least 2 months to achieve 1/3 of the current results. The road to success is already in front of him, so should he back down? Lu Qiwu opened his microcomputer and soon placed an order for some supplements. What did you buy? Yunxia asked, turning her head as she saw the notification appear on her microcomputer. After the couple got married, a joint account was automatically generated in their microcomputer accounts, and basic shopping information was synchronized between them. Lu Qiwu then noticed that he hadn't turned off the notifications, and he frankly said, I didn't buy anything. Yunxia glanced at it, and her face immediately turned red. What kind of rabid and dangerous things did they buy, like chicken-enhancing pills and Lu Wei Diwan pills? Yunxia pinched Lu Qiwu's soft waist hard with her fair little hand and whispered, What are you doing? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lu Qiwu asked, somewhat embarrassed. Yunxia turned her head away and remained silent. Lu Qiwu glanced at her and noticed that Yunxia's ears were bright red. He smiled and continued shopping with his head down. The couple had 2 hours for lunch break, and since the items he ordered had been delivered to their doorstep, they decided to go home for lunch. Looking at the bag full of items, Yunxia saw the young man rush to untie the bag as soon as the door closed. She bit her lip lightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She didn't want a marriage alliance because she knew she had the blood of the Fox clan, and no matter which family she married, she wouldn't have a proper place in the family. The best outcome would be for her to become a plaything like a canary in a gilded cage. But if the person she's assigned to treat her the same way, she might as well marry into a powerful family. At least then she'll be free from worries about food and clothing and live a wealthy and carefree life. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Qiwu pulled Yunxia to sit down on the sofa. Yunxia's red lips trembled as she felt a pair of hands moving up her calves. Just as she was about to speak, she felt the young man stop. The next moment, a cool sensation came from my knees. I looked it up, and this medicine is the most effective at promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. You were kneeling for so long, it must have hurt a lot. Lu Qiwu opened the medicine bottle, which was no bigger than a thumb, and carefully applied the medicine to the wound. Yunxia lowered her head in astonishment. Her purple eyes became watery, and she pulled the young man up, holding him tightly. Wait, let me catch my breath. At least let me eat something first. Lu Qiwu's voice carried a hint of fear. 007, an unexpected encounter with the Yun sisters. Lu Qiwu walked into the food processing workshop, supporting his back, and sighed that work really makes people age faster. He was usually cheerful and carefree, but once he started working, he felt like he was dying. When he arrived at his post, he remained expressionless and waved the bag in his hand. Thanks, Zhuang Bo said with a smile as he took the bag. It was no trouble at all. Lu Qiwu waved his hand and pulled Yun Xia back to her workstation. Zhuang Bo is the young man working at workstation number 6. After working together for a few days, the two became acquainted because they were neighbors and added each other as friends on the microcomputer. Sometimes, when the young man woke up late, he would send a message asking someone to bring him some food. With the intelligent adjustment of the auxiliary optical brain, this fully automated food cultivation and processing base will hardly encounter any problems as time goes by repeatedly. Nothing happened. I went home after get off work. The young couple, deeply in love, ate their meal and then snuggled into bed to be completely intimate. Speaking of which, how come you're in such good health? I don't see you exercising at all. Yun Xiaoying drew circles on Lu Qiwu's chest with her smooth fingers, her face full of satisfaction. Those days of those initial few seconds are gone forever. She even spent 2 days mentally preparing herself, thinking that the most important thing between husband and wife is spiritual compatibility. Looking back now, I realized that her expectations were too low. Some things are better in greater quantities. How can you say I don't exercise? I exercise every day, okay? Lu Qiwu said with a mischievous grin as he reached up to the top of his head. His gaze swept over the system that only he could see. Total enhancement calculation, 86.3711. 10 points is the lower limit of the standard for boys of the same age. His current level of enhancement is probably comparable to that of athletes in his previous life. Tomorrow is the weekend, would you like to go shopping? Lu Qiwu asked, looking down. There are almost no places to shop within the production area. Only a few small vendors will come early to set up stalls. If you want to buy clothes or something, you definitely have to leave the production area. Lu Qiwu had no requirements regarding clothing, but Yunxia had graduated from her senior year of high school and was at an age where she cared about her appearance. Let's go browsing, Yunxia said, her face flushing. Those stockings are all worn out, let's pick out some new ones. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu looked down and saw a pair of plump thighs stretched out outside the blanket. He mounted it. Are you blaming me? Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. The doors of the super levitation train slowly opened, and a stream of people poured out. Lu Qiwu held Yun Xia's small hand and walked out with the flow of people. Then the two took a maglev train and soon arrived at a shopping mall. The sacred alliance of humanity unites the entire planet Earth. Internally, just like in the previous life, important resources are under the unified management of the alliance. In terms of people's livelihood, the alliance provides a minimum guarantee, while some high-end consumption is privately operated. The mall has a prominent sign outside that reads, 18+, which means that teenagers under the age of 18 are not allowed to enter, and also means that there are shops inside the mall that sell adult products. The two ordered drinks in advance through the Microlight app and then strolled around the mall. Before long, Lu Qiwu had 4 or 5 bags on his arm. The two stood in front of a shop, where small pieces of fabric, no bigger than the palm of a hand, were displayed. There were also some family planning supplies in one corner. When Lu Qiwu saw Yun Xia looking in his direction, he immediately guessed what the girl was thinking. Let's go take a look, Lu Qiwu said. Aside from the first day, the two did not fully merge in the following days due to Yun Xia's insistence, which is why their enhancement value did not increase much over the next few days. Lu Qiwu did not insist on making it a problem. Yun Xia has just graduated from high school and is in the process of transitioning from a child to an adult. Moreover, she comes from a wealthy family and was not instilled with the idea of raising newborns from a young age, so it is normal that she does not want to have children. Respecting Yun Xia's wishes was one thing, but Lu Qiwu himself didn't actually want children. He can still weigh the pros and cons of a slow and steady relationship versus a period of fleeting pleasure. The two entered the shop, which was so exciting that it made one's blood boil. Soon, Yun Xia's face turned red. She hurriedly bought a few clothes with fabric that was only the size of a palm, and then left with 2 boxes of deluxe apartments. Yun Xia pulled Lu Qiwu back. She put away the bag with the shop's logo, sifted the clothes inside into other bags, and then stopped. What are you doing sneaking around like that? Lu Qiwu laughed. After spending time together, he developed a strong liking for the girl in front of him. She doesn't have the aristocratic airs of a rich heiress. Although she burns the kitchen when she cooks, she is improving. More importantly, she is extremely proactive when the two of them are alone at home, but she is like an ostrich in public, burying her feelings deep inside. Keep your voice down. Yoon Xia rolled her eyes. It's nothing to be proud of. All right. Lu Qiwu raised his hand slightly, begging for mercy. Only after Yoon Xia had hidden everything did he take the girl's hand. Yoon Xia. A sweet, coquettish voice rang out from behind. The two turned around and saw a man and a woman standing side by side not far away. The woman was waving her hand, clearly the one who had just called out to them. Yoon and I. Yoon Xia responded, but her attitude wasn't particularly enthusiastic. Yoon and I pulled the young man beside her over. She looked Lu Qiwu, who was standing next to Yoon Xia, up and down, and raised an eyebrow as a feeling of jealousy rose in her heart. Lu Qiwu is a little over 1.8 meters tall with a slender figure. His exposed muscles are visible, but they are not the kind of muscles that are overly bulging and attract the attention of other men. Instead, they are the kind of thin muscles that women prefer. Not to mention his incredibly handsome face. Her male companion was only slightly over 1.7 meters tall, had an awkward physique, and his face was covered in acne. When she was studying at the Yun family, Yoon Xia was superior to her. She knew that Yoon Xia had the bloodline of the Fox clan and originally wanted to cultivate martial arts to surpass Yoon Xia. However, fate played a trick on her, and she also did not have the potential for martial arts genes. The only option for Yoon and I is also an arranged marriage, but because of her appearance, the marriage partners she can choose are much worse than those for Yoon Xia. These differences made Yoon Ni's attitude towards Yoon Xia not very good. She rolled her eyes and said, "You are Yoon Xia's assigned partner. Do you know that Yoon Xia has foreign blood?" She deliberately drew out her voice, trying to see the panic in Yoon Xia's eyes. Oh. Lu Qiwu stopped because she thought they were both Yoon's sisters and wanted to catch up. Based on Yoon Ni's words, he immediately understood why Yoon Xia had sounded so indifferent just now. He smiled and pulled Yoon Xia away. "You're worrying about things that don't concern you." Lu Qiwu's voice was quite loud. Yoon Xia smiled and replied, "Who knows?" Yoon and I stomped her foot in anger, turned her head, and saw her male companion staring intently at Yoon Xia's back. She was instantly furious. Are men all driven by their lower instincts? Seeing the young man's reaction, Yoon and I understood perfectly well that Yoon Xia had already told her everything. That's foreign blood, and Yoon Xia's mother is from the Fox clan. It would take at least 3 generations before she could have the potential to become a martial artist. But the young man applied for marriage on the very first day he met Yoon Xia. Was he really that impatient? Young Master Lu of the Qi family previously announced his intention to form a marriage alliance with Yoon Xia. It said he was verbally abused a couple of days ago and almost lost his temper. Perhaps I could. As Yunni watched the two figures approach, a glint of light flashed in her eyes. 008, a martial artist's casual punch. Alright, you don't look good when you're frowning. Lu Qiwu reached out and wiped Yoon Xia's brow. Yoon Xia sighed, I really didn't expect to run into Yoon and I here. It's really ruined my good mood. Having been Yoon Ni's half-sister for over 10 years, she knew exactly what this person was thinking. The reason she came to the shopping mall next to the production area was to avoid her. And yet, this happened too. I didn't check the almanac before I went out today. Yoon Xia said, annoyed. How to describe Yoon and I? She doesn't usually have much drive, but whenever exam results come out, or there are other comparisons to be made, she'll definitely cause trouble for a few days. I'm here. Lu Qiwu smiled. She can't possibly eat you. Yoon Xia blinked, thinking of how Lu Qiwu had just pulled her away without hesitation, and how he had given her such unreserved support. In a moment of impulse, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. Seeing Lu Qiwu's stunned expression, Yoon Xia blushed and quickly walked forward. After walking all the way to the 5th floor, Yoon Xia felt a bit tired, so the two of them simply found a place to sit down. Next to the rest area, there was a sandbag. Lu Qiwu's gaze fell on the display screen on the side of the sandbag. The red numbers were divided into 2 lines. The upper line showed 816 kilograms, and the lower line had 3 question marks. At that moment, a young man seemed to want to show off in front of his female companion, and pulled her to the sandbag. Let me tell you, I used to practice boxing for 5 or 6 years. The young man cracked his knuckles in front of the sandbag with practiced ease, then got into a stance and threw a punch at the sandbag. Bang! As the sandbag swayed, the question mark on the display screen turned into numbers and began to jump, eventually settling on 167 kilograms. The young man, smug and about to boast to his female companion, was nudged by someone. He immediately became displeased. "You're so blind." Boom! The sandbag was sent flying by a punch. The numbers on the display jumped rapidly, almost instantly breaking into 4 digits, and finally the number on the display settled at 9,999. "So you are a martial artist, sir." "I didn't know, and that's why I spoke nonsense. Please forgive my rudeness." The young man's expression changed, and he bowed his head to apologize. "See that, sis? Do you still dare to ask me to pick up your packages in the future?" The person who threw the punch withdrew their hand and said lazily. A girl who looked somewhat like him rolled her eyes and walked forward. The person who threw the punch quickly chased after her, calling out, "Sis, wait for me." From beginning to end, the siblings didn't glance at the young man once, and just walked straight away. The young man, bent over, waited until the siblings had disappeared from sight before daring to look up. With a look of relief, he grabbed his female companion and ran in the opposite direction. This is what a martial artist is. Martial artists can be placed in a crowd and are indistinguishable from ordinary people in appearance, but inside, the difference between martial artists and ordinary people is almost like that of 2 different species. The same applies to status. In the Holy Alliance of Humanity, where martial arts are revered, martial artists hold an extremely high status. Although there are sacred laws that restrain martial artists from acting arrogantly in society, ordinary people who offend a vengeful martial artist will never have a good ending. This is why the young man broke out in a cold sweat immediately after saying something that was a bit harsh, knowing it was directed at a martial artist. Lu Qiwu turned his gaze away from the siblings and onto the display screen. The number 816 in the previous line has changed to 9,999. Martial artists may look like humans, but they are actually humanoid beasts in human skin. "I want to try it too," Lu Qiwu said to Yun Xia. The latter nodded obediently. The punch from that martial artist was extremely loud. The sandbag was actually sent flying and then crashed back down. The commotion attracted the attention of many people, and even after the martial artist had walked away, some were still discussing the sandbag. The two waited for a while, and when they saw that no one was paying attention, they walked together to the sandbag. Lu Qiwu loosened his wrists, then suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The sandbag swayed, the numbers on the display fluctuated, and finally stopped at 201. "Wow! You're so strong!" Yun Xia exclaimed dramatically, her voice filled with genuine emotion. "That guy just said that even boxers can't beat you." Lu Qiwu nodded, his gaze falling on the number 9999 at the top of 201. He hadn't learned any power generation techniques, nor was he familiar with his own strengths, but even with everything else, the maximum value he could achieve was 300. The martial artist's punch, delivered while yawning, likely used no force whatsoever, and besides, the machine's maximum capacity was only 9,999. I wonder what the true power of that martial artist's punch was? And what level of martial artist is he? Lu Qiwu thought to himself. He turned to look at Yun Xia, who was staring at him with eyes full of admiration, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. So what if you don't have the potential of a martial artist's genes? With Yun Xia in the system, as long as he perseveres, he will eventually reach the level of a martial artist. Yun Xia's heart skipped a beat, and she had an inexplicable bad feeling. But looking at Lu Qiwu, who clearly seemed calm and collected, a thought suddenly occurred to her. Could it be that Yun and I is up to something behind the scenes? Yun Xia wasn't afraid of what Yun and I might do. Although she had displeased her father, her mother could always whisper in her ear. Besides, she had already punished Yun and I, and all the necessary punishments had been given. So, this matter wouldn't cause any trouble. Moreover, the father tolerated the minor mischief. In his view, small-scale pranks were better for training the Yun family members in how to handle affairs, but really big actions were not allowed. Family unity was more important than anything else. Yunny can only do disgusting things at most. "I'm a little tired, let's go home," Yun Xia said. Lu Qiwu nodded, not refusing this suggestion was exactly what he wanted to hear. The two took a maglev train, and after a transfer of more than 40 minutes, they returned to the Sunshine Garden community. Bang! The moment he entered, Lu Qiwu hugged Yun Xia, and amidst the girl's gasp, he hooked his foot and closed the door. "No, I'm not going to the room. I just came back from outside," Yun Xia said softly, her purple eyes sparkling. Lu Qiwu paused, picked up Yun Xia in his arms, and turned to walk towards the sofa. Soon, seductive sounds began to emanate from inside the house. Fortunately, the resettlement house was not built with shoddy workmanship, locking all the disturbing sounds inside. A fierce battle raged, turning the world upside down. They defeated them so badly they were routed. Although Yunxia was caught off guard by the battle, she had been through many battles in recent days and quickly recovered, even attempting a counterattack. Yun and I lost all interest in continuing her shopping trip with her male companion. Just from the scene where he had been staring at Yunxia's back, she had already crossed him off her list of potential marriage partners. She was traveling alone on the maglev train when her microcomputer suddenly notified her that a message from a friend had arrived. She opened the message and saw it was from a friend, saying that someone was organizing a party at a bar that night and asking if she wanted to go. Go, why wouldn't you go? Yunni agreed. There were quite a few people at this banquet who were originally arranged to marry Yunxia. 009, I'm working extra hard today. You seem to be working extra hard today, Yunxia said as she came out of the bathroom. Lu Qiwu took the hair dryer from her and helped her dry her wet hair. He was taken aback when he heard the girl's words. Immediately, the image of that unassuming martial artist and the red numbered 9999 flashed through his mind. Lu Qiwu said with a double meaning, people are always greedy. That's how people are when they don't have something, they want to have it, and once they actually have it, they want something even better. He initially wanted to learn martial arts only to improve his body, which was damaged by the awakening of his innate wisdom. But now that he has a healthy body, he wants more and stronger. Yunxia blushed upon hearing this. She looked at the full-length mirror in the living room, where she saw herself with long, flowing hair and the exquisite features she inherited from her mother. Even without makeup, her skin was smooth and poreless, her features were three-dimensional, and she had plenty of curves in all the right places. Yunxia is quite confident in her appearance. The Yin family treats all their younger generations the same way, they vigorously cultivate those with the potential to become martial artists, and for those without, they pursue marriage alliances. Marriage partners were also divided into different classes. The men Yunxia could marry were all of equal social standing and family background to the Yin family, far better than her other sisters. Speaking of which, do you think I've grown taller? Yunxia looked at herself in the mirror. Her legs, which were together, were slightly angled, round and straight. Really? Lu Qiwu's heart stirred. When the two were performing a martial arts action movie, the system determined that he absorbed the other's energy. Since yin and yang complement each other, could it be that Yunxia also gained something from it? Seeing that Yunxia's hair was about 80–90% dry, he put down the hairdryer and stretched out his hand. Let me measure it for you. Use a ruler to measure it. Can you be accurate by using your hands? Lu Qiwu's head rested on Yunxia's perfectly straight shoulders, and she could clearly feel his warm breath. Especially those hands. Stop touching it, just measure properly. After making the cream puffs, Yunxia looked completely satisfied and curled up in the blankets like a kitten. The micro-optical display on her wrist reflected images of movies and television shows. It's getting cold, Kingpa. Butler, pass on the word, I want to acquire those 3 planets within 3 days. The butler smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've seen the young master so decisive and ruthless. After starting work, Yunxia's microcomputer was unlocked with 18+ content. Recently, Yunxia has been obsessed with TV dramas, lingering between chasing her wife in a crematorium and soft and innocent little rabbit ex-refined scoundrel hunter. Actually, she initially watched The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me in some of the genres, but she insisted on watching it with Lu Qiwu, and they ended up watching The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me during menopause together. A 28-year-old CEO falls in love with his 48-year-old menopausal assistant. To make her happy, he generously gifts her a habitable planet. Yunxia never looked at the content in that section again after that. Lu Qiwu, shirtless, was doing push-ups by the bed. Although he hadn't trained, with the system constantly strengthening his body, he could now easily complete 100 standard push-ups in one go. Compared to martial artists, his abilities are insignificant, but compared to ordinary people, his physical abilities are outstanding. Lu Qiwu did 3 sets in one go before sitting up. What is your potential as a martial artist? Yunxia had somehow gotten up and was now lying on the edge of the bed, propping her head up with her hands as she watched him exercise. Lu Qiwu said, my martial arts gene potential is 3%. Only those with 10% martial arts gene potential have a chance of becoming a martial artist. With only 3% genetic potential, there's no point in even trying your luck at a private martial arts school or in the military. Lu Qiwu had long accepted his fate, and now that he had the system, he spoke of his genetic potential with remarkable calmness. Instead, he asked curiously, speaking of which, the Yun family should have quite a few martial artists, right? What level do you think that martial artist from earlier today was? If even the martial artists of the Yun family can achieve that level. Yun Xia frowned and said, I can't determine their level based on just that punch. It's like how anyone who has received basic education can calculate 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, but there's absolutely no way to deduce the educational background of someone who can solve this problem. However, that martial artist must have been cultivating for quite some time. Yun Xia said. He has definitely unlocked his genetic potential and broken through the limits of the human body. Judging from his relaxed appearance, he must have been cultivating his qi and blood for some time. The so-called gene lock is the first hurdle in a martial artist's cultivation, and only those whose genetic potential reaches more than 10% can break through the gene lock. In Lu Qiwu's previous life, this gene lock was called foundation building and self-cultivation, internal strength training. Opening the gene lock meant that humans could feel their own blood and energy and could utilize it. Compared to an elephant weighing several tons, a human martial artist weighs only about 100 pounds, yet he can unleash power far exceeding that of an elephant. This is naturally not something that can be accomplished by physical strength alone, but rather by utilizing one's qi and blood. Genetic potential is the key to unlocking qi and blood, and a martial artist's cultivation revolves around qi and blood. Those who lack sufficient genetic potential cannot unlock the door to martial arts. For an ordinary martial artist to unleash such terrifying power, imagine what it would be like if they were equipped with armor and firearms. No wonder the Alliance was able to conquer interstellar space. Lu Qiwu sighed. Since getting married, he has further opened up his viewing permissions on his microcomputer. Sometimes when Yunxia and he were flirting, they would watch porn and imitate the actions in it. In his spare time, he would watch videos of the Holy Alliance of Humanity waging war against other races. In some of the Alliance's public footage, warriors were like superheroes, wearing heavy armor and fighting deep into foreign lands on their own. Some planets have different gravity and climate, which can interfere with the use of thermal weapons. In some cases, the rules of the planets are different, and some weapons will become useless as fire sticks within a certain range. Only when a martial artist's internal energy and blood are sufficient to maintain combat power and adapt to various extreme environments can they descend into battle. This is one of the reasons why martial artists hold such a high position in the Holy Alliance of Humanity. Most of the territory that humanity now occupies in the starry sky was conquered by martial artists. Martial artists are indeed powerful, and peace reigns throughout the Alliance's territory. Yun Xia nodded with admiration. The Dark Forest theory has been proposed before. In the vast expanse of space, no one knows if there are even more advanced civilizations, so exploration requires careful concealment. The Holy Alliance of Humanity, however, is different. With its starships crisscrossing the land, it once fought against thousands of alien civilizations single-handedly and emerged victorious. Within the Alliance, martial arts are a source of pride. Who wouldn't want to be a martial artist? Yun Xia had also dreamed of becoming a martial artist when she was a child, but the day she learned that she had foreign blood, she knew that she could not become a martial artist. In fact, what she learned in the Yun family's internal education had nothing to do with martial arts. Perhaps your sister will also become a very powerful martial artist. Yun Xia said with a smile. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this. On the day he came to work, he left 3 gene stimulants on the table when he left home. It is said that Lu Wanshu had already taken one of them and the effect was remarkable. Once she makes it big, let her earn a whole planet for us. Lu Qiwu smiled. Within the Holy Alliance of Humanity, citizens are legally entitled to own private planets. 010, System-wide phased rewards, provocation. Intake energy to strengthen the body 0.3. Intake energy to strengthen the body 0.3. Lu Qiwu looked down at the limp girl and exhaled a long breath. The two were originally talking about martial arts, but as they talked, his gaze fell on Yun Xia. The girl, who was lying down, felt hot and kicked off the air conditioning blanket, revealing her curvaceous figure. Looking in that direction, one feels a surge of warmth in their heart. How can you tolerate this? There was no need to hold back. They were husband and wife now, so Lu Qiwu naturally pounced on her directly. Yun Xia didn't refuse either, but simply let them use the fully furnished apartment. Lu Qiwu exclaimed, the Alliance's move was truly brilliant. Before turning 18, there is a martial arts gene test in the first and third years of high school. In addition, many martial arts training methods require martial artists to remain chaste. Therefore, before the age of 18, everything related to adults is strictly prohibited, and the laws are extremely strict. If anyone circulates this information privately, resulting in more than 3 people losing their virginity, the person involved will be sentenced to death. Unfortunately, after the age of 18, those without martial arts gene potential will need to enter society after participating in the 4th year of high school. During the 4th year, the league will also arrange a spouse allocation. These are all hot-blooded young men who have been holding back for 18 years. How can they control themselves after getting married? The birth rate in the first 2 years after graduation is alarmingly high. If you don't mess around, everything will be fine. Yun Xia rolled her eyes. She propped herself up, her long hair cascading down her chest, covering a large portion of her exposed skin. Over the past few days, they'd been completely naked while sleeping, and she had no reservations. She got up naked, carrying a luxury apartment in her fair hands, and walked into the bathroom. Soon after, the sound of running water could be heard. Lu Qiwu looked in front of him. Energy intake for this period, 4.3. Total enhancement calculation, 95.3. After using a fully furnished apartment, the initial return on investment decreased significantly. Lu Qiwu frowned slightly. He had never felt this way before. So what if the strengthening was slow? At least he was steadily improving. But after witnessing a martial artist's abilities up close in real life, he suddenly felt a sense of longing. No, that's not right. I always feel like something is attracting me, and this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Qiwu suddenly had a feeling. Dear Master, the daily growth system kindly reminds you that you will receive a stage reward when your force value reaches 100. Lu Qiwu communicated with the system and received an answer almost instantly. The source of his sudden urge to be strengthened during this period was himself. It's like a starving person who, while still able to endure hunger, will naturally quicken their pace upon suddenly smelling the aroma of food ahead. As Lu Qiwu's body continued to strengthen, it was about to reach a certain critical point, which is why he had this inexplicable feeling. I always said I wasn't a lecherous person, but it turns out I'd been influenced by this, filming double-act movies day and night. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. He has lived 2 lives, how could he be so lacking in self-control? He was just influenced by the outside world. The sound of water running in the toilet gradually subsided, and a moment later Yunxia came out wearing a bath towel. The young couple was currently deeply in love, so Yunxia noticed but didn't pay attention that her bath towel was a bit small, not covering her upper and lower body at all, revealing quite a bit. What is vaguely visible is more attractive than what is directly exposed. Lu Qiwu's eyes immediately widened, staring intently. Yunxia felt burned by the gaze. Realizing something, she quickly rushed into the bed, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her head sticking out. Ceasefire, I want a ceasefire. Lu Qiwu's blanket covering his belly button was pulled away, so he simply got up and went to the steamy bathroom to calm down. He turned the water temperature down a bit, and water sprayed out from the showerhead. Lu Qiwu took a shower, letting the slightly cool water flow over his body. The burning sensation in his lower abdomen was greatly extinguished. Lu Qiwu exhaled. Although he is not a perpetual motion machine, each movement strengthens him, and strengthening means the body recovers, so his endurance is extraordinary. But Yunxia is just an ordinary person after all. Although everyone jokes that there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not land that is overplowed, the reality is that Yunxia is often the first to surrender, especially given that Lu Qiwu's physical enhancement level keeps increasing. Call. Lu Qiwu shook his head, flicking away the water droplets from his hair. Only 4.7 points away from breaking 100 enhancement points. Even if it's a little late, I should reach it by tomorrow. Lu Qiwu looked down and could only console himself with this thought. Haste makes waste. Perhaps Yunxia wouldn't refuse if he insisted, but Yunxia had already surrendered, and he didn't want to force her this time. Commercial District 65. This is a privately managed area under the Alliance's jurisdiction. Simply put, it is not related to people's livelihood, nor does it provide housing. Its only purpose is for companies and enterprises to operate. Here you'll find bars, shops, restaurants. The main purpose of this place is to consume. Led by her best friend, Yunni walked through the crowded and jostling stage area and soon arrived at a booth. Inside the nightclub, neon lights flashed and music was deafening. The first thing Yunni did after taking her seat was to subtly scan the room. The 6th young master of the Qi family and the 2 young masters of the Li family, these 3 were all familiar faces. Previously, these people were all on Yunxia's shortlist of potential marriage partners. Yunlong, the head of the Yun family, had good relations with the elders of these families, or perhaps they had business dealings with them. In fact, these younger generations had met him at some banquets. In addition, there were some unfamiliar male faces. Yunni's best friend exclaimed loudly, "Let me introduce you, this is my good friend, Yun and I from the Yun family." Yunni greeted her with a smile. Some people glanced up and then looked away, continuing to talk to their original target or the person next to them. Others had shifty eyes and looked the person up and down. A moment later, a young man raised his glass and clinked it with Yunni's. "Miss Yun, I am from the Hong family. My family owns several shops. Your Yun family's milk is very popular in my area, and many people buy it." Yun and I was initially interested in the young man because of his good looks, but she lost interest after hearing that his family was just a small business. However, she still added him as a friend on the microcomputer and then took the opportunity to get close to the two young masters of the Li family. "Young Master Li, it's been a month since we last met," Yun and I said, holding up her glass with a slight smile on her lips. Young Master Li glanced at it, then raised his cup and took a sip. Yun and I said, "We thought you would be with my sister, since you've met so many times. We never expected her to participate in the spouse allocation program and now she's a worker in the production area. Speaking of which, Mr. Li, what are your requirements for a spouse?" Yunni's gaze fell upon Li Wu Xiaoya's hand, which was gripping the cup, and she noticed that the grip tightened slightly. A smile played at the corners of her lips. Let that lowly commoner publicly rebuke her. This fifth young Master Li cares most about his reputation. She deliberately pointed out that many people knew this, reminding young Master Li of his previous remarks. Even if it was just a joke, it could now put people on a pedestal. She also pointed out Yun Xia's current position. "This is going to be interesting. 011, the human furnace accumulating divine skills." Yun and I exchanged a few words with young Master Li, during which many girls gathered around. The Li family was large and powerful, and even a young master without martial arts genes was still a hot commodity in the eyes of many. Objective achieved. Yun and I didn't linger and left immediately. At a previous drinking party, Li Wu got drunk and insisted on hugging Yun Xia, which she naturally refused. However, her pleading appearance was recorded, and after Li Wu sobered up, he received several videos and was furious. After that, Li Wu set his sights on Yun Xia. Once at a dinner party, someone brought up the video again to tease him, and Li Wu directly declared that Yun Xia was his marriage target. Later, he indeed never attended a matchmaking event without Yun Xia present. As long as Li Wu knows that Yun Xia is in the production area, he can find out her exact location if he wants to. Yun and I looked at the absent-minded Li Wu and smiled sinisterly. When Lu Qiwu got up, the girl in his arms was gone. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and a moment later, Yunxia, with an apron around her waist, came out carrying 2 plates of breakfast. "You're up." Lu Qiwu brushed his teeth and leaned over to the table to take a look. On the table were 2 plates of noodles and fried eggs. Yunxia's cooking skills were even better than Lu Qiwu's. After all, she knew early on that she did not have the potential to be a martial artist, so she learned how to be a good wife in advance. "I also made 2 bowls of soup," Yunxia said as she went back into the kitchen. A moment later, she brought out 2 bowls of soup on a tray. Lu Qiwu's gaze fell. Yunxia bent down to place the soup bowl, her upper body slightly tilted, the apron tied around her waist, and below that, her rounded buttocks. It seems Yunxia has really grown taller? A thought flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. In fact, you can measure your height changes with just a measuring tape. However, for both men and women, height is fixed after the age of 18, so few people bother to measure it. Lu Qiwu didn't pay any more attention to this point. Even if there were changes, they were extremely subtle. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yunxia's voice, tinged with a hint of coquettishness, rang out. Lu Qiwu's thoughts were pulled back. He looked down and noticed that one of his hands was on the round object, unconsciously groping around. Fine, I'll take your advice." With a little effort, Lu Qiwu pulled off the trousers that were in the way. "No, is that what I meant?" Yun Xia gritted her teeth, then shut her mouth and silently endured it. Intake energy to strengthen the body 1. Intake energy to strengthen the body 1. As Lu Qiwu watched the enhancement value rise continuously, he felt satisfied and naturally worked even harder. "The noodles are going to clump together," Yun Xia muttered. "You eat first, I'm not in a hurry," Lu Qiwu said, burying his head in his food. The table is shaking. On the maglev train, Lu Qiwu looked at the message from Zhuang Bo asking for help with breakfast. He said that he had gotten up a little late today and could not help with bringing him breakfast. Yunxia rolled her eyes silently from the side. "What do you mean by a little late getting up? If it weren't for the fact that it had to be during the day, I would have had plenty of time to go to the workshop today." I won't do it again next time, don't glare at me. Lu Qiwu couldn't stand that resentful look and quickly begged for forgiveness. At worst I'll pay you back next time. Then you still benefited. Yunxia pouted. Then tell me your request, and I'll accept it all. Unconditionally. Lu Qiwu quickly pleaded. This morning's events were supposed to happen at noon, but who could resist a stunningly beautiful back view? Not to mention the daily strengthening system, where a phase of change is about to occur. Who could resist shuddering like that? Fortunately, Yunxia wasn't really angry, otherwise she wouldn't have been willing to bend down and catch him at the last moment. Now that she sees his good attitude, she's moved on from this matter. The two quickly arrived at Production Zone 8. After being disinfected at the entrance, they entered the production workshop on the 9th floor. Lu Qiwu glanced around and saw that the trash can next to Zhuangbo was empty. He then looked at Zhuangbo, who looked pale and sickly, and exclaimed, "Weren't you trying to conceive? You haven't eaten a single bite of food in the past 2 days?" "Because I'm trying to conceive, I haven't even had time to eat." Zhuangbo's voice was weak and listless. "Even this morning, my wife insisted on having sex. I'm really completely drained." Lu Qiwu glanced at him with some sympathy. Zhuangbo also got together with his partner through the spouse allocation in his senior year of high school. There is a prerequisite for participating in the spouse allocation, that one's fertility is healthy. Pregnancy is something that can't be predicted. In their past lives, many people could live a carefree life before marriage, indulging in whatever they wanted, and weren't prepared to take on responsibilities so quickly after marriage, only to end up getting pregnant. In this era, the Holy Alliance of Humanity is technologically advanced, incorporating the wisdom of many other races, including groundbreaking advancements in areas such as assisted conception drugs. However, experiments have shown that newborns conceived using these external materials have almost zero potential to awaken martial arts genes. Therefore, once it is detected that these external substances have been used, the newborn will not enjoy the relevant benefits of the alliance. Only babies born naturally will be recognized by the alliance. Keep it up. Lu Qiwu patted Zhuangbo on the shoulder. There's still plenty of time. Relax, maybe you'll succeed tomorrow. This young man, with 3 years of work experience, still has 7 years of prime childbearing years, so there's really no need to rush. Lu Qiwu sat back down at his workstation, checked the employee handbook to make sure there were no problems in the area he was responsible for, and then sank into his own world of consciousness. Once your enhancement value exceeds 100, you will receive phased rewards. Although the system had given him a notification after that shiver in the morning, he couldn't let Yunxia down, so he rushed to catch the hover train. Only now did he have time to check. Dear Master, your physical enhancement value has reached 100, your physical strength meets the evolution requirements, and you are evolving. Lu Qiwu glanced at the system's historical notification from that morning, then continued reading downwards. Upon testing, it was found that the Master currently requires too many functions. The essential target has been selected: the body furnace. Body Forge. After consuming energy, the enhancement value will receive an additional random boost of 50% to 1000% as it is refined in the forge. Lu Qiwu's pupils contracted slightly. A furnace of the body. In the words of my past life, this is a terrifying critical hit mechanism, and it even has a minimum of 50% additional enhancement, which is a terrifying minimum. Not to mention, the highest enhancement can even reach 1000%, a tenfold increase. Looking at it this way, eating to enhance my character isn't so useless after all. It actually increases my ways of gaining enhancement points. Lu Qiwu was extremely excited. It was out of sheer desperation that I kept pestering Yunxia every day. After all, a person's appetite is limited. Sometimes, a single bite only yields 0.001 enhancement points. Spending half an hour stuffing myself would only have the same effect as moving around a little. He can do more than one exercise session with Yunxia. This phase of reinforcement has come at just the right time. Lu Qiwu sighed. Just when it was time to accumulate knowledge and skills, a miraculous technique for doing so arrived. 012, the furnace effect, something people are eager to see. When they returned home at noon, Lu Qiwu excitedly started cooking, with Yunxia helping him out. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Lu Qiwu ate and drank heartily, trying to ascertain the results of the body furnace enhancement, completely ignoring Yunxia's unusual behavior sitting to the side. By the time he realized it, Yunxia's purple eyes were already shrouded in mist. What's wrong? Lu Qiwu quickly wiped away the tears in his eyes and asked gently, why did you suddenly become like this? You weren't like this before. Yunxia's voice trembled slightly. Lu Qiwu frowned slightly upon hearing this. I wasn't too mean to you this morning, was I? I just thought that if you really wanted to, we could finish the noodles first. Yunxia's voice was tinged with grievance. I wasn't even angry, so why are you angry? As she said this, she glared fiercely. But now she has a wronged look on her face, and this fierce look makes her seem more like she's being coquettish. Lu Qiwu immediately understood why Yunxia was acting this way. Normally, even if nothing happened, he would still make a move. But since he had just obtained the enhanced ability of the body furnace, he was only interested in seeing the effect, which is why he ignored everything else. But Yunxia didn't know that. So in her mind, it was because she was angry that she didn't want to touch her. My goodness. Lu Qiwu quickly pulled the person into his arms and said, I just wanted to cook for you to calm you down, I'm not angry at all. You're really not angry? Yunxia pouted, clearly not quite believing her. How can I prove that? Lu Qiwu pretended to ponder, and slowly climbed the mountain peak with the hand around his waist. Yunxia trembled slightly, but instead of slapping him away, she looked up at the young man. But she only had time to see the outline before she felt her mouth being covered. The kiss lasted for several minutes before Yunxia finally broke free and breathed in the fresh air. Then she sensed something, looked down, and noticed that the hand that had been climbing the mountain had changed course and was now completely covering the mountain. I'll prove it with my actions. Lu Qiwu clasped his hands together and then pressed the girl next to him to one side. A moment later, a soft, whimpering sound began to be heard. Intake energy to strengthen the body. 1. Energy intake. After a long while, Yunxia covered the unsightly marks on her body under her clothes before getting up and walking towards the toilet. Lu Qiwu called out, I'll go wash the dishes. Yunxia, with something in her mouth, did not reply. Lu Qiwu tidied up the dishes and headed towards the kitchen. Water cascaded down the sink as his hands continued to move, but his mind was focused on the system, opening the historical prompts he had gained from the enhancement points. Energy intake for this session, 0.073. This was the enhancement gained from the meal, not as lavish as the one on the night he left home, but Lu Qiwu did indeed intend to make it up to Yunxia, so the food he bought was of high quality. Total enhancement calculation, 0.4015 furnace enhancement 450%. Lu Qiwu looked at the data and nodded with satisfaction. Without this furnace, the enhancement values from eating all day wouldn't even be half of what this furnace provides. One reason is that there's a limit to how much he can eat each day, and another is that the amount of enhancement he can get from eating these foods is not much. Even if he's stuffed, that's all he'll get. I can't change the upper limit for what I can eat right now, but the upper limit for eating the same amount has changed. Although it's still not as good as having intimate moments with Yunxia, after a while Yunxia's body couldn't handle it, and this body furnace has significantly improved my predicament. Lu Qiwu was quite satisfied with this stage of evolution. He happened to be washing a pot, and after thinking for a moment, he simply opened his microcomputer and placed a few orders. When Yunxia came out of the shower, she saw Lu Qiwu carrying several bags from the doorway. She asked curiously, What did you buy? Sometimes I get hungry at work, so I buy some snacks to eat later, Lu Qiwu replied. Yunxia didn't think much of it. She peeked out and saw that some of the cookies and potato chips contained some highly compressed food from the wild, but she didn't say anything. Lu Qiwu sorted through the highly compressed foods and categorized them. In his previous life, he had some military rations, a small amount of which could meet the body's energy needs for a day. In this life, the Alliance naturally has similar things, and among the things he bought, there are even some that can meet the needs of martial artists. Those martial artists have such strong blood and energy that their daily energy consumption exceeds that of an elephant. These compressed foods can meet the needs of martial artists, so they must contain a lot of energy. Of course, the price is that these foods become much more expensive. I've never had an independent source of income before, and the profits from food are too meager, so I haven't even considered those options. Now that I have the critical strike bonus from the body forge, I might as well give it a try. Lu Qiwu didn't buy much. He only bought trial versions of the food items for martial artists, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford them. He took a nap with Yunxia, and was a little restless for a while. When it was time to leave in the afternoon, he put 2 pieces of the food he had ordered into Yunxia's bag. Yunxia. Seeing the bag bulging out of her hand, she didn't say much, but silently hung it on Lu Qiwu's shoulder. Lu Qiwu. He didn't say much, but instead took Yunxia's hand and walked out. Yunxia's eyes curved into a smile, and she linked arms with Yunxia's, the two of them walking side by side down the street. The place is brightly lit and bustling with activity, and one of the floor-to-ceiling windows offers a view of the mountains. What a mountain! This is a rare sight on Earth, where a population of 30 billion now lives, a terrifyingly high density that has even encroached on many ocean areas for development. Although most areas have standard facilities such as walking and running tracks to take care of citizens' physical and mental health, these are almost all indoors, and the scenery that can be seen is generated on the screen by the computer. Li Wu, what brings you to a matchmaking party like this? A young man raised his glass and smiled at Li Wu. Didn't you already have someone you wanted to marry? The Li family has 2 sons in their final year of high school who lack martial arts talent, Li Wu and Li Ba. Therefore, the Li family always sends the 2 of them to these kinds of business matchmaking events. Hongfen, are you that free? Li Wu asked in a low voice, holding the wine glass in his hand. The young man, Hongfen, smiled. His Hong family and the Li family were roughly the same size, so he wasn't afraid of Li Wu's threats. Besides, the 2 had a history of enmity. He smiled, but said sarcastically, I'm just concerned about you. Marriage is a major life event. Hasn't young Master Li already decided on someone? What are you doing here? Li Wu shook the wine cup, spilling the wine, but he seemed oblivious. Yunxia's participation in the senior year's spouse allocation was no small matter. It had already spread throughout their circle. Many who knew about Li Wu and Yunxia's relationship had tacitly stopped mentioning it. Li Wu's mood had calmed down, otherwise he wouldn't have been so eager to participate in various drinking parties. He ran into Hongfen here, and she brought up the matter again. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he simply turned and left. Damn it, if it weren't for Yunxia, I wouldn't have suffered these humiliations. You'd rather have your own life of luxury and wealth than hang out with a lowly commoner. Damn it, your mother's a vixen, and you're a brainless idiot. Li Wu activated his microcomputer and yelled at his men, damn it, is it that hard to find someone? I'm giving you 3 more days, or don't blame me for turning on you. 013, let's go to the room. Intake energy to strengthen the body 0.23. Energy intake, body strengthening 0.34. Lu Qi ate the dense food, no bigger than a thumb, in small bites, chewing like a hamster, as if afraid that if he swallowed it all at once, his stomach would swell up as if it were about to burst. A mere thumb-sized portion of food costs a whopping 300 yuan. That price would be enough to feed a family of 3 for 4 or 5 days if they bought fresh vegetables at the market. Indeed, food quality is linked to energy intake. Better, higher density foods do exist, but unfortunately, I can't accept them yet. Lu Qiwu felt somewhat regretful. If he had eaten this food before his enhancement level reached 100, even if he only broke off a piece the size of a fingernail, he would have been so full that he couldn't move, and might have had to be sent to the hospital immediately. In the world of spiritual cultivation, this kind of high-density food would be equivalent to a fasting elixir. If his enhancement value hadn't reached 100, Lu Qiwu wouldn't have tried this food. When the value reaches 100, it has a qualitative effect on Lu Qiwu's body. And that is indeed the case. Lu Qiwu got hungry much faster and his appetite increased significantly. The fact that the same body size can have such a change suggests that Lu Qiwu's physical body has become stronger, which would increase his energy consumption and energy intake. A tiger of the same weight eats far more than a cat. Lu Qiwu glanced at the time on his microcomputer. 2 hours had passed since his last meal, and by the time the food in his stomach was digested, it would be almost time to get off work. Aren't you full? Yunxia asked in a low voice. The 2 worked in the same cubicle, so she naturally saw everything Lu Qiwu did. No, I just haven't tried this before and wanted to give it a go. Lu Qiwu mumbled. Unlike my previous life, in many novels, once civilizations reached the point where they could travel between stars, ordinary people at the bottom of society would have their food transformed into various nutrient solutions in solid density foods due to their advanced development. Fresh fruits and vegetables have become food that only the wealthy and powerful can enjoy. But the situation on Earth is the opposite. Over the past few hundred years, it has fought against tens of thousands of alien races, some of which are plant-like. From these races, humans have acquired the technology to cultivate and mature plants at high speeds, and ordinary vegetables can even mature in 2 days. On the contrary, high-density foods require a lot of refined energy, which presents technical difficulties in production, making them foods that only the wealthy, powerful, and martial artists can afford. A few bites can meet a day's energy needs, which is why people who value time more than money would choose it without hesitation. This can easily cause bloating. Let's eat dinner after get off work. Yunxia reminded her. Yes. Lu Qiwu nodded. Energy intake for this session, 1.7. Total enhancement calculation, 6.8 furnace enhancement 300%. Lu Qiwu's consciousness landed on the daily getting stronger system page. This one thumb-sized high-density food, with even a small portion left, gave him a base enhancement of over 1. Combined with the furnace critical hit, the enhancement he received was equivalent to a workout in a fully furnished apartment. I was wrong, the stimulating effect of eating is probably higher than that of exercise. Lu Qiwu pondered. Keep in mind that he can eat once every 2 hours. But if you engage in sexual activity every 2 hours, even the best kidneys will dry up. Moreover, last-minute cramming only makes them softer and softer, and in the long run, even the best assets can't withstand it. However, eating also has disadvantages. Partner sports are tiring but not very physically demanding, while eating this kind of high-density food requires at least 4 figures of energy expenditure per day. He would eat up a month's salary in just 1 week. Lu Qiwu frowned slightly. After getting off work, the two returned together to their resettlement house in the community. Lu Qiwu, shirtless, was doing push-ups in the living room amidst the sounds of stir-frying in the kitchen. 298, 299, 300. Yunxia's voice came through the transducer behind my ear. This is Yunxia's voice. After being collected by the micro-light brain, all subsequent announcements were broadcast in this voice. 398, 399, 400. Lu Qiwu stood up and gently exhaled a breath of stale air. To do 400 push-ups in one go, without any professional training, and even with the same rhythm and standard posture. Lu Qiwu actually felt he still had energy left, but he only finished when Yunxia started serving the dishes. If I were to test my strength again, I'm afraid I could reach 400 kilograms. If I learned techniques for generating power, I could at least reach 500 kilograms. Lu Qiwu clenched his fist. This is only the first stage of rewards. Will there be a second or third stage of rewards? Each reward not only symbolizes a new height in his physique, but also gives him practical abilities to help him become stronger faster. Lu Qiwu's mind raced with thoughts, and after a long pause, he spoke, Yunxia, I feel some changes in my body lately. Yunxia looked up. Shall I buy you some tonics? Lu Qiwu's lips twitched, and he pinched his breasts before explaining, I feel like my physical condition has been getting stronger lately, and I get hungry more easily. Yunxia's purple eyes lowered slightly. These days, the two of them have watched a lot of adult films together using the microcomputer. They've seen quite a few films. Many people, if they were to engage in close combat, would only last about 5 minutes, but Lu Qiwu could last more than 20 minutes, and the time was even trending towards longer. That's really impressive physical fitness. Upon hearing the latter part of her words, Yunxia nodded slightly and parted her red lips. No wonder you were eating high-density foods at work today. Are you trying to stock up on more? I'm thinking of switching my main dish to that, but I've calculated it, and the energy expenditure would probably be quite high, which might affect my salary. Then let us change it. Yunxia said without the slightest hesitation. I want the kind suitable for martial artists, and the price is quite. As long as it's useful to you, that's fine. Yunxia didn't even frown. Lu Qiwu felt a surge of emotion. He didn't reveal his system, and Yunxia didn't know that he could become stronger by eating food, but she agreed without asking any questions. If it were someone else, knowing that their partner was refusing to eat regular meals and instead insisting on eating the dense food of martial artists, they would probably think he had gone mad. Even if he could agree, he should have asked him for his reasons. But Yunxia didn't ask for anything, she just kept agreeing. You're so sweet. Lu Qiwu hugged him. Wait, why are you rewarding yourself? Yunxia exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the face so close to hers, she hugged him against her will. Lips and tongues intertwined. After a long while. Let's go to the room. 014, 600 kilograms, constantly getting stronger. A large bag of high-density food was delivered to my door. It was in a square box that was only a dozen centimeters in size, and the price was 10,000. After starting work, the microcomputer will pay wages daily, which is equivalent to daily wages. Even so, Lu Qiwu still can't afford this box. This was all sponsored to him by the wealthy woman Yunxia. Lu Qiwu simply picked her up and spun her around. With his current physical strength, carrying Yunxia, who weighed less than 100 pounds, was incredibly easy. You served me well today, here's a reward for you. Yunxia coughed lightly and patted Lu Qiwu's shoulder on tiptoe. We'll definitely work even harder next time. Lu Qiwu nodded and bowed. After playfully bickering for a while, the two finally got ready and went to work together. The doors of the maglev train opened, and the young couple followed the flow of people inside. Each carriage is 50 meters long and 10 meters wide. Except for the first-class seats at the very front, all other carriages are standing room only, making its capacity astonishing. These maglev trains, which are close to work hours and go to the work area, carry almost 100 people on each train. Make way, everyone. Someone in the back carriage called out and pushed through the crowd, while also looking around. A moment later, the man walked into the carriage. His gaze quickly fell on Lu Qiwu and Yun Xia, but he only paused for a moment before looking away and continuing to walk forward. At the junction of the carriages, this person met up with someone who had come from ahead. Lu Qiwu glanced at her and then looked away. As for Yun Xia, she didn't even notice his lingering gaze. Inheriting the bloodline of her mother, a member of the Fox clan, she grew into a graceful and elegant woman. Her exquisite face, even without makeup, made her stand out in a crowd. She's become immune to even the most intense gazes, let alone those that seem ready to devour her whole. After quickly getting off the maglev train, Lu Qiwu and Yun Xia walked hand in hand toward their work area. Click. A faint click of a shutter sounded in the crowd, and some passers-by looked curiously at the camera in the man's hand. This kind of antique has been obsolete for more than 100 years. The microcomputer on the wrist comes with better photography equipment. In addition, there is not much street scenery to photograph on Earth, so it is almost impossible to see cameras anymore. The muscular man ignored the stares of others and instead looked at the man beside him. Found it. Have the brothers in the other areas withdraw. Then you talk to young Master Li about it. We found a good one. Another man stroked his goatee and watched the target walk into production zone 8. He said, the Yun family probably gave us instructions that we can only use this kind of old-fashioned method. Such alliance job positions can be easily found on the internal network of the quantum computer, but the Yun family has given instructions that an alert will be triggered if anyone investigates Yun Xia. Unless you want to expose yourself, you can't go through the internal network. It's strange, if it was Yun Long, the head of the Yun family, who gave the order, why didn't he just send the young couple to a relatively isolated alliance planet? The muscular man was puzzled. Sending a message to someone to set up a system where, if anyone investigates Yun Xia on the alliance's intranet, a notification to the Yun family will be triggered. With so many intermediary steps, it would be better to just send the person to an alliance-owned planet. These planets are basically responsible for a portion of the alliance's material production. They are not open to the outside world, are managed in a more militarized manner, and are difficult to enter and exit, which effectively prevents others from spying on them. Who knows? Maybe they'll be reluctant to part with it, the man with the goatee said, taking the camera's memory card out. I'll go report to young Master Li Wu, so he won't say we're inefficient. You continue with me. While micro-optical brains offer higher resolution and greater convenience in capturing images, the integration of intelligent thinking makes tracking and capturing images virtually impossible. Such behavior violates the Alliance's laws and is strictly prohibited. Even if it's just a street scene photo, the AI will intelligently remove the people in the photos. Only a simple machine like a camera can circumvent this. Work. Get off work. It contains some sauces and fermented ingredients. However, after acquiring the body furnace, a skill that allows him to consume energy, Lu Qiwu would eat high-density foods that martial artists typically consume as their staple food whenever he felt his stomach was no longer bloated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, with the unchanging routine of daily life. Lu Qiwu's microcomputer beeped with an arrival notification. He carried the package from outside the door into the room, opened the cardboard box, and revealed a machine about half his height inside. The circular base has a baseball bat-like shape in the middle, and a small display screen at the top of the baseball bat. This is a simplified version of the force measuring machine, used by quasi-martial artists. It can withstand the impact of a force of 30,000 Jin, but its accuracy is insufficient and can only be rounded to the nearest whole number. It's been enough for me for a long time. I bought it secondhand, and when I resell it, I won't lose more than $100 or $2. Lu Qiwu operated the force measuring machine for a while, and the sound of gears turning came from the circular base before it was firmly fixed to the ground. Boom! Lu Qiwu slightly assumed a horse stance and threw a punch. The numbers on the display jumped rapidly until they reached the beginning of 6, then gradually slowed down and finally stopped at 632. How did your strength increase so much? Yun Xia looked away from the movies and TV shows woven together by the micro-light brain. She was bare-chested, only using her hands to protect her body, and ran over barefoot to examine her. Red marks were still visible on her neck and rounded face, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she stared at the screen in surprise. A few days ago at the mall, my strength was only a little over 200, and in just a few days it has tripled. I didn't exert myself properly that day, but my strength has indeed increased a lot in the past few days, Lu Qiwu said vaguely, his expression unchanged. This wasn't just a fluctuation of a few kilograms or a dozen kilograms, it was a doubling. Although he trusted Yunxia, this change was simply too astonishing. Could there be a problem with your martial arts gene potential? How could it only be 3%? Yunxia asked in surprise. Why don't we go and get it retested? Lu Qiwu had a thought, then he shook his head slightly. His changes came from the enhancement of his physical stats, not from a mistake in the martial artist gene potential test. He himself had also learned that this physical enhancement was like piling up flesh and blood, only increasing in quantity, while the martial artist's genes were not related to physical strength, and there was no quantity causing quality change between the two. These are two completely different things. It's like piling up gold, you can't expect silver to grow from it. It's not expensive to get tested, let's go try it. Yunxia said excitedly. Maybe you have some kind of special constitution? Lu Qiwu initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought that testing it once wouldn't make any difference, so he simply agreed. The two had booked a martial arts gene potential test for Saturday. After the test is over, we can go shopping at the mall. Yunxia said. Lu Qiwu nodded in agreement. Saturday arrived quickly, and the two packed up and headed to the super levitation train station. Behind the two, 3 men quietly followed. 015, I'm going to start self-defense. The train carriages were packed with people, but none of them seemed indifferent. The happiness index of citizens under the rule of the Holy Alliance of Humanity is quite high. Firstly, the continuous development of technology has made the ability to resist natural disasters extraordinary. Secondly, technological advancements have enabled the basic needs of humanity to be met. This world also has financial giants, and even interstellar companies that occupy an entire planet. The wealthy can enjoy services that are unimaginable to ordinary people. For ordinary people, everything related to their lives is covered by the Alliance, so there won't be any situation where they can't afford to buy or use it. There were many people heading to the super suspended train station. Lu Qiwu held onto the pole with one hand and pulled Yunxia into his arms with the other, separating the crowd. Lu Qiwu hummed softly. What's wrong? Yunxia asked curiously. Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly, shifting his gaze from the two familiar faces. It's nothing. A muscular man, a man with a goatee. They've been frequently in my field of vision lately. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even notice them. After all, people come and go every day who would pay attention to two passers-by? As Lu Qiwu's physical attributes continued to improve, his memory also became much stronger, which enabled him to remember the people he met. In fact, you see many of the same passers-by every day. After all, everyone goes to work, and if the travel time is similar, the probability of bumping into each other is quite high. What made Lu Qiwu remember these two people so vividly was that they sometimes appeared together, and sometimes only one of them. Strangely, they sometimes acted like ordinary passers-by. Although you're fine, don't move around too much. Lu Qiwu said, bowing his head slightly. Yunxia was stunned when she heard this. Then she vaguely felt Lu Qiwu staring at her, and her face immediately turned red and she froze. There were too many people around at this time, and she wasn't used to being in contact with others, which is why she was close to Lu Qiwu. She was just attracted by Lu Qiwu's soft exclamation, so she moved her body and felt the friction between her bodies. You rascal! Yunxia blushed, looked around, and carefully moved her body to the side. Lu Qiwu groaned. He grabbed Yunxia's slender waist with his free hand and said through gritted teeth, you better stop now. To deliberately rub against someone in public like that is playing with fire. Yunxia sensed the constant changes in Lu Qiwu's body and immediately realized what a stupid thing she had done. She quickly froze, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. The two soon arrived at the area where they had scheduled their test. After getting off the car, they took a maglev train to transfer to the testing area. Take a number here, and we'll call your number when it's your turn, the staff member in the service hall said expressionlessly. Neither of them paid any attention, as they had both researched the area before coming. For those who fail 2 tests in their first and third years of high school, 99.99999% of people will not change their minds. However, there are always some who are not satisfied and want to pay for another test. Every day, thousands upon thousands of people come in full of hope, only to leave disappointed with a result that doesn't meet their expectations. Almost no 2 people can walk out of a paid testing facility with a smile in a year. The two didn't have to wait long before Lu Qiwu's wrist vibrated to remind him that the number had arrived. Preliminary inspection number 194. The two entered the corresponding numbered room. Following the room's instructions, Lu Qiwu rolled up his sleeves, sat down, and placed his right forearm on the table. Verifying identity, Citizen 10125-421, name Lu Qiwu, verification successful. The preliminary inspection will not specifically show data below 10%, but only classify the final result as pass-fail, with 10% or higher considered pass. Mechanical sounds rang out in the room. During the process, a mechanical arm appeared on one side of the table, and a needle at the top was inserted into Lu Qiwu's forearm. After 3 seconds, a hemostatic spray was sprayed onto the wound the moment the needle was withdrawn. Citizen 10125-421, name, Lu Qiwu, failed the martial artist gene potential test. Please leave preliminary inspection unit 194 within 10 seconds. Lu Qiwu was not surprised and lowered his sleeves. Yunxia was somewhat skeptical. She said, could it be that the genetic potential has increased, but hasn't reached 10% yet? Let's have a closer examination. Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly. Actually, this result is just as I expected. Let's not waste any more time and go shopping. Lu Qiwu said. We won't be able to get a detailed checkup for several days. A detailed examination will pinpoint the warrior's genetic potential to 2 decimal places. This test is mainly for people whose genetic potential reaches 9%. If some people are found to have a genetic potential that is very close to 10% after a detailed test, they may be able to join the military to receive martial arts training and have a chance to break through. Yunxia didn't insist and nodded in agreement. The two left along the corridor, and as they passed through the lobby on the first floor, the staff member who had greeted them happened to be nearby. Facing the 2 children accompanied by their parents, she remained expressionless, like a robot, saying, "Take a number here, we'll call your number when it's your turn." Lu Qiwu and Yunxia walked out of the hall hand in hand, heading towards the levitation train platform. Wait! Lu Qiwu suddenly stopped. Yunxia was a little confused, but she still stopped. On the street ahead, a muscular man and a man with a goatee stood by the roadside, as if waiting for someone. Lu Qiwu could clearly see that the 2 people had been observing him. Their appearance here was not a coincidence, they were probably their targets. A member of the Yun family? That can't be right. The knee marks on Yunxia's knees aren't faked. So who's deliberately trying to make things difficult for us? As Lu Qiwu's thoughts raced, someone bumped into his shoulder from behind. He turned his head and saw that the person who bumped into him was a man, a little over 1.7 meters tall, with an ordinary face. Just as Lu Qiwu was about to speak, a fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, and he suddenly swung his fist, cursing, "A good dog doesn't block the way, why are you blocking the road?" As if by coincidence, the iron decoration on the man's cuff got caught between his fingers, forming a weapon resembling a brass knuckle. Lu Qiwu glanced at the 2 men on the roadside in front of him and saw that the 2 men were staring intently at him, clearly waiting for this moment. They're trying to exploit loopholes in the Alliance's laws. Lu Qiwu immediately understood. This isn't road rage, but rather, compared to disorderly conduct, the penalties for fighting caused by such road disputes are much lower. The iron decoration on the cuffs is a genuine brass knuckle duster. They came prepared. Lu Qiwu pulled Yunxia aside, dodging the punch. He shouted, "What's wrong with you? You bumped into me and then tried to hit me?" The man with the tiger-shaped hairpin ignored him and threw another punch. Lu Qiwu still avoided the topic, continuing to offer admonitions. After doing this 3 times, he pushed Yunxia back slightly, cracked his wrist, and said coldly, "I'm going to start self-defense." 016, I was forced to retaliate in self-defense. When the man with the knuckle duster launched his second attack, his microcomputer beeped, warning him that he was doing something illegal. In fact, Lu Qiwu could have made his move when the buzzer sounded, but just in case, he waited a little longer. After shielding Yunxia to a safe position, Lu Qiwu cracked his knuckles before grinning maliciously at the man with the brass knuckles in front of him. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" "What?" The man with the tiger-shaped braid frowned. However, he did not stop moving and continued to rush towards Lu Qiwu. The mission is to teach this young man a lesson. He deliberately created the conflict in order to weaken the Alliance's punishment afterward. Passionate conflict and premeditated attack have completely different sentencing standards. Hurry, hurry, hurry. If a conflict breaks out on Earth, law enforcement officers will arrive within 5 minutes. The man with the knuckle duster gripped the weapon tightly and aimed it at Lu Qiwu's head. "You really think I'm made of noodles?" Lu Qiwu tilted his head and dodged the punch. Unlike the previous times, this time he suddenly attacked. With lightning speed, his right hand firmly grasped the brass-wielding man's wrist. Click! In an instant, the sound of bones cracking rang out. Lu Qiwu's clenched fingers were like iron hoops, firmly gripping the knuckle duster man's arm, while his free hand grabbed the man's other outstretched arm. Who sent you? Lu Qiwu asked. The man brandishing the tiger didn't answer, but instead cursed, What? Who sent you? You can't even see where you're going. I just want to hit you. Ah! Lu Qiwu tightened his grip, exerting all his strength, and immediately made the man with the knuckle duster bend over. The latter's leg, which had originally intended to sweep out, also went limp. A crowd had gathered by the roadside, but most of them were just onlookers, standing at a safe distance. Some, however, were raising their wrists, clearly filming the scene. What are you doing? Harmony brings wealth. Someone pushed through the crowd and came over. They looked like a helpful passerby. Lu Qiwu's heart sank slightly. The two men who spoke were a muscular man and a man with a goatee, who had been appearing frequently recently and were the ones who had just witnessed the incident on the roadside. They've come over now probably because they think the brass knuckle man's operation failed, and they're ready to join the fray. Yunxia, get away from those two! Lu Qiwu shouted. Yunxia stood not far away. She knew that Lu Qiwu was very strong, so she wasn't worried. After hearing her husband's warning, she didn't hesitate at all and ran away. Lu Qiwu could lift her up with one hand, leaving her completely unable to resist. Yunxia knew perfectly well that her role was that of a burden, so she naturally wouldn't hold anyone back. She rushed straight towards the crowd not far away. The man with the goatee's expression changed. He originally planned to pretend to get close and capture Yunxia to coerce Lu Qiwu into giving up resistance, but he didn't expect his plan to be exposed. He exchanged a glance with the muscular man, then without hesitation, pulled out a weapon from his hiding place and pounced directly at Lu Qiwu. Be careful, this guy is incredibly strong. The man with the brass knuckles said through gritted teeth, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. Damn it, he can't even handle a simple task, the burly man cursed under his breath. There's only one chance to make a move. Yunlong specifically handled Yunxia's information with the internal network. If the matter of making a move gets out, they might just bring her back to the Yun family. The Li family's $1 million sum wasn't so easy to collect, so this was the only opportunity they couldn't miss. Even if the strong man didn't want to, he had no choice but to work with the man with the goatee. He and the man with the goatee attacked from both sides, forcing Lu Qiwu to release the man's arm. Hiss! The moment the man with the knuckle duster was freed from his restraints, he collapsed, and the instant his arm touched the ground, he immediately trembled with pain. What are you doing? Lu Qiwu stepped back. I was just acting in self-defense. Even knowing that these two people came with ill intentions, he couldn't take the initiative to make a move. It would be a reasonable counterattack against the man with the knuckle duster, but if he rashly attacked these two people, and they insisted that they came to help, he would be in the wrong. The Alliance's laws are very fair. The Eye of Surveillance, in conjunction with the quantum computer, covers all public areas of the planet, intelligently identifying all behaviors and making corresponding records. You hit me way too hard, kid, the burly man exclaimed. Although he still had to do the outsourced work himself, he devised every possible way to reduce his sentence and exonerate himself. He suddenly attacked, even using brass knuckles. It must be an act of revenge against society. I understand now that you two attacked without even asking what happened. You're in cahoots with him, and you've even brought weapons. Lu Qiwu retorted sharply. He dodged twice, and the microcomputers on both of them also beeped with warning sounds, indicating that their behavior had crossed the line. Lu Qiwu copied the model from the gourd, waiting a few seconds before starting. Bang! He, who had been dodging, suddenly moved with lightning speed and agility, his clenched fist easily avoiding the strong man's crossed arms and striking the latter's chin. Put! The muscular man's face twitched instantly, his lips trembled, and two teeth were mixed in with the spurting blood. So it wasn't that we outsourced to the wrong person, but rather that we had the wrong opponent. In the midst of the dizzying spin, a thought flashed through the muscular man's mind. Be careful, this kid's tough. The muscular man, his body limp and his consciousness fading, murmured, Don't ruin our reputation. Old Fong. The man with the goatee never expected that the young man with the youthful face in front of him would fight back and knock his companion to the ground. There's no need to remind yourself that it's prickly anymore. This target is practically a hedgehog. If you make a move, you'll end up bleeding profusely no matter what. He no longer bothered to hide them with a flick of his fingers. Two dagger-like weapons, as thin as cicada shavings, slid out of his sleeve. Die! The man with the goatee attacked with increasing ferocity. Under the simulated sunlight on both sides of the street, bizarre weapons gleamed with a cold light. Lu Qiwu, however, was completely at ease. He stepped back slightly, avoiding the blade of the weapon, and then struck the elbow of the man with the goatee with his palm. Click! The force of 600 kilograms, more than 1,000 kilograms, instantly deformed the goatee's movements. Upon closer inspection, the goatee's arm was deformed from the blow. Lu Qiwu had a good understanding of his own physical data, but he was unclear about the power that this strength could be transformed into. 600 kilograms of static pressure is equivalent to a car running over you in your past life, enough to crush your bones. In his previous life, this power would have been the limit that the world's top strongman could achieve, but in his case, it was just everyday power. Lu Qiwu had no special skills. He completely overwhelmed the three people who attacked him based solely on his physical attributes. After breaking Goatee's other arm, he stood still. After a short wait, a small hovercraft approached from low altitude, from which 6 people dressed in Alliance security uniforms disembarked. These 3 people committed violence in the street, and I was forced to defend myself. Lu Qiwu raised his hands to indicate that he posed no threat. 017, Twists and Turns. The police are handling an emergency. Please do not gather around and proceed through other streets in an orderly manner. The low-altitude hovering vehicle continuously broadcasts mechanical sounds. At the same time, if someone is using a microcomputer to plan a route, a no-passage sign will appear, and the vehicle will intelligently switch to another route. The 6 security personnel looked at the scene and then at the seemingly harmless Lu Qiwu, and were all speechless. That is indeed the case, but the problem is that the 3 people who deliberately attacked him are lying on the ground. 2 of them look bloody and seriously injured, and 1 of them is unconscious. The person who was attacked, however, had clothes that weren't dirty at all. We have seen the footage from the surveillance eye, and you were indeed acting in self-defense. A security officer responded. We demand a thorough investigation into who is behind these people. Yunxia stood beside Lu Qiwu, her anger palpable. This is premeditated murder. Her gaze fell on the ground. The goatee's weapon was over there. Although it had an odd shape, it was clearly a controlled item that was explicitly prohibited from being carried. With just these 2 bizarre weapons, these 3 people's sentences will be extended by at least 3 years. From the perspective of the surveillance team, it's highly likely that this was a premeditated operation. The security squad leader arranged for his men to deal with the 3 murderers. Leaning against Lu Qiwu, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Are you a quasi-martial artist? Your methods for dealing with these 3 are quite efficient." "I'm not," Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly. "Impersonating a martial artist is a serious crime within the Holy Alliance of Humanity." "No?" The security squad leader was somewhat surprised, but his expression immediately turned cold. He thought he was a martial artist, which made befriending him somewhat worthwhile. Since it wasn't him, and yet he was subjected to public humiliation, it's clear that the young man's enemy was powerful, and he no longer had any intention of trying to get closer to them. Just then, a team member approached. "Captain, that weapon is something special. It's a melee weapon exclusive to the Blood Cicada army." Lu Qiwu was standing not far away, and he clearly heard those words. His gaze shifted and landed on Yunxia, who also looked up and met his eyes. The Lu family has no one who can hold a grudge against retired soldiers, but the Yin family is different. Yun family milk is popular and sells well on several planets, and the family is large and powerful. It must be because of me. Yunxia had obviously thought of this as well. She had a premonition that these 3 people's target was probably her, and Lu Qiwu was completely implicated because of her. However, before she could finish speaking, her small, soft hand was taken by Lu Qiwu. Lu Qiwu's expression remained unchanged, and his gentle demeanor prevented Yunxia from finishing her somewhat guilty words. "It's nothing." As the 2 spent more time together, their feelings for each other deepened, and he didn't hold a grudge at all about the incident caused by Yunxia. While the 2 were talking, several security personnel were also talking. The matter was actually quite obvious. Lu Qiwu's testimony that the strong man and the goatee had been keeping watch for several days was enough to indicate that the attack was premeditated, not to mention that the conflict occurred in public. With the combined power of the surveillance eye and the intelligent judgment of the light brain, it is now fully able to conclude that Lu Qiwu did not act beyond self-defense. Just as the security captain was about to say a few polite words and dismiss the person, a message suddenly came through his wrist. He glanced down a few times, his expression suddenly changing, and he said abruptly, "Citizen Luchiwu, your testimony doesn't prove that these three are together. On the contrary, while the first gentleman's actions might have been somewhat out of line, the latter two were most likely there to help. In other words, you took action against two well-meaning citizens, one of whom was a retired soldier. This is no small matter." Yunxia's face instantly changed color. She said with dissatisfaction, "This retired soldier used a knife, and you still think his behavior wasn't out of line? Perhaps it's because your husband is too ruthless that this retired soldier had no choice but to use a weapon?" The security captain smiled. "If you have any problems, come back to the station. If you continue to cause trouble, then you'll be obstructing official business." Yunxia wanted to say something, but Lu Qiwu stopped her. "In broad daylight, with the entire process fully recorded by surveillance cameras, we have nothing to fear," Lu Qiwu said calmly. The first guy with knuckle dusters was already extraordinary. He thought of retaliating even after being hit. Unexpectedly, the strong man and the goatee behind him were actually retired soldiers. Since someone managed to get these three people involved, the change in the security captain's behavior is to be expected. "You go back first. This matter will take me at most 12 hours, Lu Qiwu said calmly. Over the past few days, the two have had occasional close physical contact, and their feelings for each other have become somewhat more aligned. Yunxia immediately understood what Lu Qiwu meant. This whole thing was conducted under surveillance, so even if someone behind it wanted to sabotage it, they couldn't possibly do anything about it. At worst, she could go to the Yun family and beg her father. Given Yunlong's profit-driven nature, he would never allow anyone to lay a hand on a member of the Yun family. That's a slap in the face to the Yun family. Let's go. Lu Qiwu looked at the security captain. The security captain waved his hand, and although his men were somewhat puzzled, they decided to do as their captain said. One of them, wanting to impress the security captain, ran up to Lu Qiwu and tried to pull his arm, but failed. His expression immediately changed. Before he could do anything, Lu Qiwu had already raised his hands. The man quickly took the device off his waist and roughly slapped it onto Lu Qiwu's hand. The device, about the thickness of 2 fingers and the size of a palm, immediately changed shape, and chains appeared on both sides to handcuff Lu Qiwu's hands. A young man in the distance shook his head slightly, having lost interest from observing from the shadows. But just as he turned to leave, his amazing hearing allowed him to hear a sound coming from afar. "According to the Alliance's laws, I haven't done anything illegal. This is a violation of the law. What's your police number? I'm going to file a complaint against you." The young man slowly turned his head, a smile playing on his lips. He was also fooled by Lu Qiwu's actions. He thought Lu Qiwu was weak-willed, which was why he surrendered, but in fact, according to the management regulations, Lu Qiwu should at most be summoned. The security guard, unable to move Lu Qiwu, was in a fit of rage. Without hesitation, he put the handcuffs on Lu Qiwu's raised hands. This is clearly not in accordance with the Public Security Administration law regarding the use of summons. With sufficient qi and blood, and without any cultivation, even if the potential of their martial arts genes is less than 10%, it should be close enough. The young man pondered this in his mind, then strode over. Snap! He slapped the security guard on the head with such force that the handcuffed guard was sent flying 3 meters away. He then stood in front of Lu Qiwu, his nostrils flared. "What do you people mean by attacking my junior brother?" 018, I don't know him, we're not close. Sorry, I don't know him, we're not acquainted. Lu Qiwu's gaze was strange. He moved from the security guards on the ground to the young man in front of him, who was protecting his chicks like a mother hen. He took a few steps without making a sound, increasing the distance between them. What? Han Lixing turned his head in disbelief. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. His entrance isn't a hero's arrival. According to his plan, Lu Qiwu should have pounced on him and fawned over him at this moment, but this half-step back action, was he serious? Lu Qiwu smiled. The young man slapped someone 3 meters away, demonstrating his immense strength. Of course, assaulting a law enforcement officer in the street shows that this young man's intelligence is definitely declining. Most importantly, who knows where this guy came from? What if this stupid young man is also a backup plan arranged by someone behind the scenes? If he agrees to the relationship now, wouldn't he also have to bear the consequences of the young man's actions? He can't even recite the details of attacking security personnel in the street. Junior brother, it's me. Hong Lixing had no idea what Lu Qiwu was thinking. He said sincerely, don't be afraid of what these people did to you. I will get justice for you. I don't know you, you've mistaken me for someone else. Lu Qiwu said to the young man, but he remained calm. At least 2 minutes have passed since the young man started making his move, and the security personnel have still not taken any action. This isn't an anime. The security personnel insisted on waiting until their dialogue ended before taking action, and he clearly saw the security captain pulling other people away. He absolutely refused to believe there wasn't something fishy going on. Lu Qiwu glanced at Yun Xia out of the corner of his eye, but the latter shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not know the background of this suddenly appearing young man. Hong Lixing's expression changed for a moment, then he waved his hand and shouted, get out, all of you get out. The security guard who had been slapped away was helped up by others. Half of his face was red and swollen. Upon hearing the young man's words, he didn't say a word and got into the vehicle directly under the leadership of the security captain. Lu Qiwu's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this scene. He underestimated this young man who suddenly appeared. He didn't expect that attacking the security personnel in the street would go unpunished. Shall we find a place to have a drink? Hong Lixing said. Lu Qiwu did not refuse. Although this young man seemed a bit eccentric, his actions just now ruled out the possibility that he was the person behind it all. If the people who arranged for the Tiger Knuckle Man were related to this young man, they could have easily crushed him without bothering with all that effort. Lu Qiwu held Yun Xia's hand and followed behind the young man. Soon they arrived at a tavern not far away. On this precious planet, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable, this tavern has only 3 tables and chairs for guests, with 80% of the space used for decoration. Lu Qiwu looked around and once again elevated the status of the young man Hong Lixing to a higher level. The 3 took their seats. Hong Lixing crossed his arms and said to Lu Qiwu, "You've come here to re-examine your martial arts gene potential, right?" Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. "You've come here for a re-examination with less than 10% of your martial arts gene potential. You probably still want to learn martial arts." Hong Lixing looked down at the microcomputer. "You have a younger sister whose martial arts gene potential reaches 34%, a pretty good number." Lu Qiwu's gaze fell on the slightly different microcomputer. The screen on the back of his hand was larger compared to the microcomputers on their wrists, which were about the size of a fingernail. Hong Lixing's microcomputer on his wrist was 4 fingernails in size. A larger size means more advanced features. Moreover, the 4 corners of this micro-light brain are matte, as if some special protective coating was used. Lu Qiwu recognized at a glance that this was a micro-light brain logo exclusive to martial artists. Because martial artists may need to go to extreme environments, the protection level of the microcomputers they are equipped with is much more sophisticated. Yes, Lu Qiwu came back to his senses. He thought of the young man in front of him on the street who kept calling him junior brother, and he decisively replied, "Who wouldn't he want to learn martial arts?" Hong Lixing stared at the data retrieved from his microcomputer, noting that Lu Qiwu's data showed him as unqualified in the martial artist gene potential column. However, considering that Lu Qiwu had just undergone a paid detailed examination at the testing agency, he did not inquire about the details. Instead, he said, "I happened to be there just now. You didn't have any special skills, yet you were able to easily handle 3 people. Your physique must be extraordinary, right?" Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. His physical abnormality could not be hidden after all. It was impossible for someone of the same size to unleash similar power. Unless a martial artist uses their body as a foundation and draws upon the power of qi and blood. "I see you've already graduated early from your 4th year of high school," Hong Lixing frowned. Although his school does not require virginity, it is best to lock in one's primordial young essence before entering the school. Looking at Yun Xia sitting next to Lu Qiwu, with her face and figure, he absolutely did not believe that Lu Qiwu was still a virgin. However, it is not easy to find someone with such an extraordinary physique. Hong Lixing had been searching for a year before this, and this was the only one who might meet the requirements. Hong Lixing was unwilling to miss this opportunity, so he said, "I have a sect with unique martial arts. If you want to learn martial arts, I recommend you join it. It's like a pie falling from the sky." Yun Xia looked delighted and held Lu Qiwu's hand, but the latter did not rush to agree. "Brother Hong, my martial artist gene potential is less than 10%, can I still enter the sect?" Lu Qiwu asked. Hong Lixing smiled and said, "Although 10% is the foundation for entering martial arts, nothing is absolute. Every year, millions of people join the military, isn't it to hone their skills with blood and break through their limitations?" Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. Those who undergo thorough examinations and are found to have a martial arts gene potential close to 10% will most likely join the military, not only because the military will provide training methods, but more importantly because some people do indeed become martial artists. Of course, wealthy people may also attend private martial arts schools to obtain cultivation methods, but the cost is terrifying. With this in mind, Lu Qiwu asked, "Brother Hong, may I ask which martial arts school and lineage you recommended? How much is the tuition fee per month?" Hong Lixing thought of the information that had been transferred out. This young man in front of me started working after graduating from high school. His family must be poor. No money is needed. My sect is a bit special. Hong Lixing paused, then said, "If you can join the sect, they might even give you money every month, and I will also receive a generous reward." He gave a vague explanation. His sect was facing a shortage of new talent due to its strict entry requirements, and was in dire need of fresh blood, which is why it didn't have as many requirements. As for what a sect is or what lineage is, Hong Lixing didn't say any of that. If Lu Qiwu couldn't join, it wouldn't matter how much he said. "If you want to learn, I'll recommend you right now," Hong Lixing said. Lu Qiwu pondered for a long time before finally making up his mind. "Brother Hong, I will never forget your kindness in recommending me." Lu Qiwu raised his wine glass, his expression sincere and heartfelt. 019, why don't you say so? "Master, you can learn martial arts now." Yun Xia clung to Lu Qiwu's arm, her face flushed with excitement. Although she wasn't the one who qualified to learn martial arts, she still felt uneasy and somewhat incredulous at the moment. Lu Qiwu was also somewhat dazed. At this point, he didn't know whether he should thank the three men with the knuckle duster. If it weren't for these three, he wouldn't have made a move in the street, and Hong Lixing wouldn't have noticed. As for that sect whose name we don't even know, Lu Qiwu wasn't afraid of being deceived. Hong Lixing's wrist microcomputer could prove his identity as a martial artist, not to mention that this person could beat up security personnel at will and access his information. This person's status and position are definitely not simple. In the past, this would be equivalent to the mayor asking you if you wanted to be hired. At that point, you would be considering what position you wanted to be in, not whether the mayor was lying to you. "I'm sorry." Yun Xia suddenly stopped, and said apologetically, "Those three people must have come because of me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to learn martial arts." Lu Qiwu chuckled as he ruffled her hair until it was completely messed up. "And besides, nothing happened at all, did it?" Yun Xia pouted and smoothed her hair with some dissatisfaction. "It's possible that Yun and I provoked someone to come. I need to investigate." Yun Xia frowned and began to analyze the matter. The only conflict during this period was with Yun and I, but the Yun family would never allow infighting. Moreover, even if Yun and I had the guts to arrange for someone to commit violence in the street, she would be powerless to do so. After all, this person also lacks the potential of a martial artist and was being cultivated as a pretty face. However, this incident was definitely instigated by Yun and I behind the scenes. Yun Xia quickly identified the suspect and then said, "If all else fails, I'll go back to the Yun family. My father wouldn't do something like this." "No rush," Lu Qiwu said softly. "Hong Lixing will arrange for me to go to my sect in the next few days. If I can successfully enter the sect, I will be a quasi-martial artist, and the people behind me will not dare to make a move." Martial artists and ordinary citizens have completely different statuses within the alliance. For the same crime, if the victim is a martial artist, the punishment will be increased by at least 3 levels. There have been cases where a martial artist was fighting on the front lines while his pregnant wife was harassed in the street, causing her to miscarry. In such cases, the 3 harassers were executed. They weren't even assigned to hard labor like mining. Instead, they were executed by the death penalty. Yun Xia nodded slightly. The two quickly returned to their accommodation and searched for information together in bed. We couldn't find the sect that Hong Lixing mentioned, or even the one that might be related. However, both of them found out a lot about the physical requirements for practicing martial arts. The simplest is to have both primordial yang and primordial yin. Most martial arts are about 30% more efficient when practiced by a virgin. This is also the reason why the League classifies all information and prohibits those under 18 from accessing texts or images that might arouse romantic feelings. Even taking off alone is not allowed, as it will be monitored and controlled by the micro-light brain. In addition, some martial arts have special requirements. For example, some martial arts require people with a pure heart to practice them, some martial arts require people with extraordinary physical constitutions, and there are even requirements based on gender. If we can't find it, then so be it. Lu Qiwu stopped guessing what kind of sect this was. We'll see what he's really made of once Han Lixing tells him to come over. As he turned around, he deliberately brushed his palm against the mountain peak, and then began to climb it. However, just as he was about to turn over, he was stopped by Yun Xia, whose face was flushed. No. Just bear with it for the next couple of days. Yun Xia's eyes were misty with tears, clearly indicating that she was also somewhat tempted, but at this moment she bit her lip and firmly called for a halt. What's wrong? Lu Qiwu asked, puzzled. Let's save some vital energy, just in case the sect we recommend has certain requirements, Yun Xia said earnestly. We don't want to be short of it later. A slight difference can lead to a huge discrepancy. Lu Qiwu also slowed down. He understood what Yun Xia was worried about and asked, then what should I do? Go take a cold shower. Yun Xia said. Lu Qiwu resigned himself to his fate and got up. Although he guessed that Han Lixing valued his enhanced physique, it was still just his conjecture. Although he could easily lift Yun Xia with one hand if he insisted on coming, and she really couldn't refuse, what if she failed to enter the sect? Would Yun Xia think it was her own fault? I can only endure it for a few days anyway. Lu Qiwu waited for 5 days. He used to eat soy sauce and fermented sauce several times a day, but suddenly his diet became bland and watery. He felt that he was very irritable. Finally, he received a call from Han Lixing. Although it was during working hours, Han Lixing had done something to give him the day off. He didn't even have to wait for the maglev train, someone drove up to pick him up. With the population of Earth exploding, 99% of the vehicles used are hover trains, making room on the ground. Although tracks were still built, they are almost never used. I've only seen it used a few times, and those times it was always by vehicles driven by security personnel. This was the first time in Lu Qiwu's life that he had ever ridden in a car. The interior was no different from the cars in his previous life, except that this car also had a hovering function, making it more like an aircraft. Soon, the car arrived at the super-suspended train station. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Qiwu got out of the car and met Han Lixing, who was waiting there. Let us go, I've already applied for the dedicated line, Han Lixing said. A small hyper-levitation train, which was not in operation, slowly pulled out of the station. The hyper-levitation train, which only carried 3 carriages, shot out at its maximum speed and streaked across the sky in the blink of an eye. There aren't many people in the sect. We have a base on Blue Star. Of course, if you join the sect, you might be able to cultivate on the sect's exclusive planet. Han Lixing explained the situation simply. Lu Qiwu sat opposite them, and a mechanical servant brought drinks to the two of them. Brother Hong recommended me to go there. What will the process be like? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. I'll test your martial arts gene potential, and then I'll give you a basic introductory training method. If you pass, you can join. If not, you'll go back to where you came from, Han Lixing said casually. Your martial arts gene potential is a bit lacking, but your physique is special, so there is still a certain possibility. So that is how it is. My martial arts gene potential is indeed a bit low. Lu Qiwu nodded and said, Brother Hong, my martial arts gene potential is only 3%. Can I make up for it much with my physique? Click. Han Lixing flicked his wrist, crushing the cup into powder. Your genetic potential is only 3%. Han Lixing asked incredulously. Yes, Lu Qiwu said, somewhat puzzled. He genuinely didn't know why there was such a strong reaction. With Han Lixing's abilities, didn't he already know about his martial arts gene potential when he checked his information that day? Little did he know that Han Lixing could only see unqualified. The reason he didn't ask was because he thought that Han Lixing's examination of martial arts gene potential was a detailed examination, and given that his sister Lu Wanshu's gene potential was good, he had a preconceived notion. I think his martial arts gene potential is not far from 10%. Why don't you say anything? Han Lixing asked through gritted teeth. You didn't ask either. Lu Qiwu's voice lowered a few decibels. Looking at his sect, which was already within reach, Han Lixing felt utterly hopeless. 020, sect headquarters, preparing for testing. Han Lixing forced a smile as he got out of the car. He had already submitted his application, and the car had arrived at its destination. There was no turning back now. Now he could only pray that Lu Qiwu was physically fit enough. At the very least, don't mess things up at the beginning, or you won't get any benefits and will be criticized for it. Lu Qiwu remained calm as he looked around at his surroundings. There are dozens of courtyards and buildings of all sizes surrounding this mountain. The small courtyard in front of us is nestled against the mountain and by the water. A huge platform has been built in front of the courtyard gate. The super levitation train just now stopped on one side to let the two of us get off. This small courtyard looks ordinary, and its decoration style even has the flavor of hundreds of years ago, but its value is unimaginable. The fact that there's a dedicated platform in front of the gate for the maglev train to stop says it all. Not to mention that dozens of small courtyards occupy an entire mountain. Such a large area could accommodate at least 200,000 people if used for housing. In the incredibly valuable world of Alliance Blue Star, this place is only used for building courtyards. Let us go, Hong Lixing said through gritted teeth. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly and followed Hong Lixing toward the courtyard. Big oaf, you finally found a promising talent for your master this year. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. A man and a woman got off a newly pulled down super levitation train, and it was the woman who spoke. Hong Lixing turned his head and sneered, "You can't even beat a golden thread rhinoceros clan member. You've disgraced your master. Li Lian, mind your own business." The girl frowned, then her gaze fell on Lu Qiwu. She sneered, "You didn't do your best to find a suitable apprentice for your master, and after 2 years of vacancies, you just brought in a pretty boy to make up the numbers, did you?" "Heh, I searched for this person for 3 years before finding someone with a truly extraordinary physique." "Don't worry about it," Hong Lixing scoffed. "I keep the teacher's matter in mind and will put it into action." Lu Qiwu stood to the side with an innocent look on his face, listening to what was clearly a dispute between fellow disciples, without interrupting. However, it was the boy brought by the girl Li Lian who caught his attention. He was tall and muscular, probably around 2.3 meters tall, with well-developed muscles, dark skin, and a head of brilliant fiery red hair. They don't look like citizens of Blue Star. The thought flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. Buildings large enough to accommodate 100,000 people have sprung up, and countless hover trains travel through the sky. Nowadays, most people on Earth have never seen the real sun, but are bathed in artificial sunlight that is intelligently adjusted by the quantum brain. Most people on Earth have fair skin, not to mention their fiery red hair that subtly shines through something that can't be achieved by dyeing. I wonder which star system the young man behind Li Lian comes from. As one super levitation train after another brought people in, the number of people on the platform increased, and the confrontation between Hong Lixing and Li Lian came to an end. Lu Qiwu observed that most of the people who came were in pairs, with only a small number coming alone. Those who come in pairs can be easily identified by looking at the micro-light brain on their wrists. Almost all of these pairs consist of a martial artist accompanied by an ordinary person. They're all here to find martial arts talents for their sect. What kind of sect is this anyway? Lu Qiwu couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. The Holy Alliance of Humanity reveres martial prowess, and many of its armies are even established based on martial artists, such as the Blood Cicada Army, which is backed by the Blood Cicada sect. Therefore, the recruitment of each sect is an unprecedented event. The Alliance actively screens the martial arts gene potential of first-year and third-year high school students, and then sends qualified people to the sect after simple training. Under these circumstances, this sect still needs its disciples to cast a wide net to find more disciples. Once no more people were added to the platform, the tightly closed gate opened automatically, and people filed in. Lu Qiwu, led by Hong Lixing, walked towards the courtyard. Snap! As soon as a man stepped into the courtyard, he fell to the ground. He struggled to get up, and the person who brought him there instantly changed his expression. Then, with a livid face, he picked up the man and carried him out against the current, leaving the courtyard. From a distance, Lu Qiwu could even see the anger in the man's eyes. Lu Qiwu seemed to be deep in thought. A moment before stepping into the courtyard, he tensed up and tentatively stuck one leg in. Seeing that there was no problem, he then walked in completely. Boom! The moment Lu Qiwu stepped into the courtyard, he felt an immense pressure on his back, as if a mountain had crashed down on him, about to knock him to the ground. The bones creaked and cracked under the pressure. Lu Qiwu gritted his teeth, straightened his body, and walked into the courtyard without making himself appear normal. Strangely, the pressure disappeared quietly just over 10 seconds after I entered the courtyard. Well done. Hong Lixing patted him on the back with satisfaction. He clearly knew what would happen once he entered the courtyard, but he didn't tell Lu Qiwu. Lu Qiwu didn't pay any attention. The situation of others must have been similar, otherwise no one would have been lying on all fours like a toad, pinned to the ground. Besides the person we just saw, 3 other people were knocked down, and without exception, these people, along with the people who brought them there, silently left the courtyard. Squeak! The fence gate closed automatically. After 8 people left the courtyard, there were still more than 60 people left. If you exclude those who were already martial artists, there were only 20-odd people left. As Lu Qiwu was thinking about his next arrangements, a door in the courtyard opened, and an old man walked out. He was only a little over 1.6 meters tall, with wrinkled skin on his face, sparse hair on his head that was less than the beard on his chin, and exposed skin that clung tightly to his bones. He was practically skinless. "Tomorrow is the sect's ancestral worship ceremony," the old man said in a hoarse, even harsh voice, as if his vocal cords had been injured. "If you perform well, you may be promoted to the second rank." Lu Qiwu didn't understand what the so-called second column was, but he could clearly feel that Hong Lixing's breathing had become much heavier. Not only him, but also Li Lian, with whom he had a verbal altercation, and many others who were clearly martial artists, showed signs of surprise and rapid breathing. The fact that these martial artists lost their composure shows that this two columns must be an extremely important matter. "Kid, keep it up," Hong Lixing said in a low voice. "If you join our sect, I'll personally give you another reward." Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. He will naturally give it his all. After all, martial arts is his dream. Moreover, within the alliance, the difference in social status between martial artists and non-martial artists is enormous. If the person behind the three men with the knuckle duster knew that he had become a quasi-martial artist, he would most likely give up on taking action. 5 million. In cash. Hong Lixing said, "Kid, give it your all." Not only him, but other martial artists who brought people also used various incentive methods. Many of those who came alone looked regretful, as if they had missed out. "Don't worry, brother Hong," Lu Qiwu assured him. "All right, you can all go and rest now," the old man said in a hoarse voice. "As for you little ones who haven't even started yet, come with me." The old man, with his hands behind his back, walked towards the house that had come from. Lu Qiwu quickly followed. 021, Crimson Faction, Horrific Death Rate. The room was not large, only about 20 square meters. After the old man operated it, a passage leading to the underground appeared. The old man stepped inside. Lu Qiwu followed the crowd into the crowd. Passing through the downward passage, you arrive at a spacious area where soft light shines from all sides and the ceiling. In the center of the space, you can see a number of exercise machines. At the end, you can see a huge portrait painting. "My sect is called the Crimson Blood Sect. Our martial arts are simple: to injure others, you must first injure yourself." The old man coughed a few times and continued, "The human body has yin and yang energies, and the 5 elements and 5 organs of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. My 7 fiends' martial arts will injure all 7 elements when practiced." Lu Qiwu frowned slightly. This martial art sounds so much like the 7-injury fist, the signature technique of the Kongtong sect from my previous life. He didn't think much of it and continued listening to the old man's story. Soon he understood why such a sect with a clearly powerful background had such a dwindling number of members. No one from the new generation is choosing to join a sect. Most of those who chose this path died. People with genuine genetic talent can choose their own sect. Among so many easy-to-enter options, who would choose the Crimson Blood Sect, a sect where cultivation inevitably leads to self-harm? Those whose martial artist genetic potential barely reached the standard line, after joining the Crimson Blood Sect, some died from forced cultivation, while others were crippled without ever mastering the basics. The Crimson Blood Sect possesses its own planet, with an independent base on Blue Star, and enjoys privileges such as the ability to dispatch trains, demonstrating the Crimson Blood Sect's glory. But too many disciples were dying. However, the difficulty of getting in is evident in the fact that the Crimson Blood Sect initially required applicants to have over 90% martial arts gene potential. This requirement was lowered to only 50%, and now even those with less than 10% martial arts gene potential can try to join. Lu Qiwu's expression remained unchanged. "That's good. It's not a fallen sect having a complete lineage is already a huge surprise. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that it was so difficult to even get started, he would never have had the chance to even step into the Crimson Blood Sect. The Crimson Blood Sect's entrance trial has now been streamlined to just one step." The old man clapped his hands. "Test your physical fitness." As the hoarse, slightly shrill voice fell, dents appeared in the ground. A depression appeared next to Lu Qiwu. In his eyes, he could see that before the wall in the depression was closed, there were countless intricate structures inside. This space is not only a space hollowed out of the mountain, but also a sophisticated space full of technology. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qiwu jumped directly into the depression. Click. The top was quickly sealed off by the moved-out boards, but the old man's voice could still be heard clearly, which made Lu Qiwu less panicked. He stood upright in the depression and soon felt a surge of pressure coming from him, much like the feeling when he stepped into the courtyard. The difference was that this time the pressure came from his entire body. Simulated stress test assesses physical strength by testing resistance to stress. Lu Qiwu understood the purpose of this test, and he began to resist silently. There was no time, no warning, and all I could feel was the increasing pressure on me. At first, it felt like being pressed down by a big fat man, but gradually, it turned into several big fat men, giving the feeling of being entangled by a giant python. With each breath, the chest is compressed and cannot rebound, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Qiwu put his hands in front of his chest to protect himself, but it had no effect. He felt as if he were in the deep sea, his whole body enveloped by seawater, the pressure penetrating into his body from every pore. 30 seconds has passed, and it looks perfectly fine. Its physique is almost like a leopard's. The old man stopped and looked at the figure through the one-way horizontal bar with great interest. He was staring at Lu Qiwu. The old man slowly moved his feet and came to another place, where he found a young man who was over 2 meters tall, brought by Li Lian. Little fellow from Yingxing, a planet with high temperatures and strong gravity year-round, living in such a harsh environment, his physique is indeed much stronger. The old man nodded slowly. He walked around, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head. In 2 of the depressions, the trial participants had already fallen unconscious, meaning that they had lost control of their bodies. Under the increasing pressure, there was only one outcome for these 2. He died from massive internal bleeding. The old man had no intention of releasing the 2. If it were hundreds of years ago, when technology was not so efficient, this test would have been conducted directly in the deep sea. Those who could not resist would have been buried in the sea. After walking around, the old man closed his eyes to rest. After 1 minute, all the recessed panels opened automatically. The base of the depression began to rise, lifting the person undergoing the trial. Lu Qiwu felt his body trembling slightly, but thankfully, he managed to hold on. Looking around, some people were slumped on the ground, panting heavily, while 9 others lay motionless on the ground, one of whom happened to be facing Lu Qiwu. He was immediately confronted with the gruesome face of someone bleeding from all 7 orifices, which made Lu Qiwu's heart beat faster. Of those who were able to stand, only 4, including myself, remained. Your physical strength is extraordinary, capable of withstanding this pressure. It's more than enough for beginners in cultivation. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Lu Qiwu was still shaken. This wasn't even the start of cultivation, it was just a test of physical strength, and half of the people were already dead. However, there is absolutely no possibility of cheating in such a test, it is entirely a test of physical strength. In the last 10 seconds or so, the pressure penetrated through the skin and into his internal organs. It felt as if his internal organs were being held in someone's hand, being played with and kneaded without any tenderness. No wonder Hong Lixing, despite clearly craving the reward, made no attempt to reveal the details of the trial. It was completely pointless. However, this is only to meet the basic requirements for cultivation. Whether you can actually enter the path depends on your own destiny. The old man waved his hand. Suddenly, a virtual image appeared in front of everyone who could still stand. One also appeared in front of Lu Qiwu. He glanced around out of the corner of his eye and saw that only 6 of these virtual figures appeared. Of those who collapsed to the ground, panting, only 2 managed to stand up, the rest slowly collapsed while still gasping for breath. Clearly, these people had suffered internal bleeding during the trial. Their gasping for breath was a desperate struggle as their lives ticked away. Lu Qiwu's brow twitched slightly, then his attention was completely focused on the virtual figure on his body. On the blurry face, he could see the mouth opening and closing, and a series of cultivation techniques were being taught. Your martial artist gene potential is only 3.2%. The old man's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lu Qiwu turned his head to look. The old man slightly raised one hand, clearly looking at the personal terminal, and given his status, he could obviously see more detailed information. For example, Hong Lixing can only see unqualified, but the elderly can see specific numerical values. With your genetic potential, why would Hong Lixing recommend you? Does he think I'm too old and my eyesight is failing? The old man's voice was calm. Lu Qiwu was instantly drenched in sweat. The old man, who usually had to look down, suddenly appeared incredibly tall and imposing, his powerful aura like that of a ferocious beast, making it hard for him to breathe. At least I'm standing here. Surrounded by inexplicable pressure, even speaking was difficult for Lu Qiwu. He managed to say, "Please give me a chance." Ha 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 ha. You actually dared to reply. The old man's imposing manner softened, showing no anger whatsoever. You've got guts. Let me see what you can do. 022. Learning martial arts through technology. Lu Qiwu was drenched in sweat, but dared not wipe the sweat from his forehead. Instead, he stared intently at the virtual figure in front of him. A series of not-so-mysterious incantations were taught, and corresponding directions appeared on the virtual figure. This was telling Lu Qiwu the correct process of cultivation. Upon closer inspection, one can see that these 6 virtual figures are not the same height or size as the real people, but rather they were all cut from the same mold. Inside the depression, the pressure not only tested their physical strength but also revealed the detailed condition of their bodies. The length of each bone, the spacing between them, the location of any hidden injuries, and so on, are all analyzed within 1 minute within the depression, and an identical human silhouette is generated. I can't miss this opportunity. Lu Qiwu desperately tried to remember. It wasn't just the old man's imposing aura that was so intimidating, but also because this was his only chance to learn martial arts. Please follow me, the virtual figure in front of me said, and then the figure slowly took a step. Lu Qiwu was puzzled, but he still quickly followed. Soon, the virtual figure stopped in an empty corner. Now, please completely replicate my movements and carefully observe the changes in my body. Try to imitate everything about me. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. He has memorized the formula, now it's time to put it to use. In this technological age, although the saying "the master leads you through the door, but the practice depends on yourself" still holds true, with today's technology, learning martial arts is much easier than it was hundreds of years ago. Is it even possible to get started? The answer lies in the potential of martial artist genes. Could the lack of clear verbal instruction during the practice lead to going astray, or could misunderstanding cause incorrect practice? There is no possibility of error when working with this customized human figure. None of these 3 should be enough to get started. The old man looked around the room and couldn't help but shake his head. The 3 he mentioned included the 2 who had emerged from the crater and collapsed on the ground, recovering for a long time. Although these 2 managed to stand up, they were at their last gasp. The difference between them and those who collapsed and could not get up again was only 50 paces and 100 paces. Is my Crimson Blood sect really doomed to decline? The old man clenched his fist, a hint of resentment in his voice. With explosive population growth and ever-improving technological screening capabilities, all sects should be thriving, and that is indeed the case, except for the Crimson Blood sect. The path to martial arts requires basic physical training. For example, the first step, the tendon refining realm, strengthens the tendons and ligaments throughout the body, while the bone forging realm refines the bones. These steps are a gradual process of becoming stronger. The Crimson Blood sect's motto is 1 training, 7 injuries, all 7 are injured. While others are becoming stronger, the sect's martial artists must also undergo a process of constant injury. When they reached the refining organs realm, the Crimson Blood sect warriors, due to their constant injuries, had a much weaker starting point than other sects. While others only needed to improve the fragile internal organs of mortals, the internal organs of Crimson Blood sect warriors were constantly in a state of injury. The same cultivation method is used, but the Crimson Blood sect suffers more than other sects and does not provide any additional benefits. Who would be willing to come to such a sect to cultivate? Over time, fewer and fewer people joined voluntarily, and the sect lacked the ability to attract new blood, leading to its decline. This one from Mingxing is quite good, his martial arts gene potential is actually 20%. The old man looked at the young man who was over 2 meters tall and his eyes lit up. There was a time when he wouldn't even glance at anyone whose martial arts gene potential wasn't at least 90%. But now, I can't be picky. There are very few people with naturally strong physiques, and these people can achieve twice the results with half the effort when practicing other martial arts. So who would come to the Crimson Blood sect to learn a martial art that is twice the result with half the effort? Snap! A sudden sound came from the empty space. The old man glanced at it indifferently. The noise came from one of the people who had just collapsed. When this person was practicing according to the method of the human figure, his blood and chi rushed back, which caused him to lose his strength and fall to the ground. I'm not practicing anymore. I'm not practicing anymore. Another person who had slumped over to his feet realized something and shook his head, shouting, "You'll die." Even though he was following the figure's movements, he felt a terrible pain in his heart. No, it was a terrible pain in all the organs in his body, but it was especially noticeable in his heart. He had a vague feeling that if he continued to follow the figure's movements, he would also die here. Call out. A barely perceptible sound rang out, and the person who was shouting had their head explode like a watermelon that had been smashed open. Lu Qiwu was completely absorbed in the figure in front of him, and his whole body was trembling. At this moment, he was in a strange position with his hands and feet, somewhat like a yoga pose, as if he was about to fold his whole body in half. Under this pose, the tendons and bones on the inside of his thighs and the two sides of his arms seemed to be stretched and were painful. Lu Qiwu even had a feeling that he was a rubber band stretched to its limit, and that it might break at any moment. "I can hold on, it's nothing to me." Lu Qiwu gritted his teeth. His physical enhancement value is about 180, which seems like a low value, but for ordinary people of the same age, the value is only 10. His physical abilities are 18 times better than those of an ordinary person. If he couldn't persevere, he couldn't imagine what kind of person could. "Please follow me to complete the next standing posture." The virtual figure also maintained this strange posture, and now it slowly straightened its body. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu also straightened up and rested with the virtual figure for a few minutes before the virtual figure began to complete the next action. This move is even more difficult, requiring even the fingers of both hands to make special movements. Lu Qiwu's expression changed. This finger movement will affect the tendons in the wrist. This movement alone made him feel his forearm tense up. As a result, this movement had to be combined with other movements. This time it's not like a taut rubber band anymore, it's like a rubber band that's about to snap. Lu Qiwu gritted his teeth, ignoring the sweat pouring down his body, and followed the virtual figure to complete the actions. After maintaining this position for several tens of seconds, the virtual figure stood up again, giving him a few minutes to rest. One after another. Each stance movement involves pulling on the tendons in a specific area. Lu Qiwu was completely absorbed in the activity and had no energy left to observe his surroundings. So he didn't see that, as time passed, the remaining three were unable to continue the standing posture and lay on the ground panting like dead dogs. He didn't see that the old man had quietly appeared behind him at some point. After he completed each standing posture, surprise and delight kept appearing in the old man's bright eyes. Lu Qiwu ignored everything around him and stared intently at the virtual figure, trying his best to simulate its movements. "If you're going to do it, you have to be the best. We must erase the shortcomings in his martial arts potential." 023, medicated bath, return trip. "Please follow me to the next standing posture. Please follow me to the next standing posture." Every time the virtual figure speaks, it means that the meridians in a certain area of the body are about to suffer. There is no actual damage, but the pain is like torture. Lu Qiwu, however, was completely absorbed in it. "You have completed all the stance training movements." Lu Qiwu stared at the standing virtual figure. He stood up numbly, wanting to seize the time to recover, but he was stunned after hearing the completely different voice of the virtual figure. "Finished?" Lu Qiwu opened his dry lips. "Good, you've done it." The old man appeared quietly to the side, nodding with satisfaction. "You've completed all the standing meditation movements in your very first session." "I'm done." Lu Qiwu licked his lips. Looking down, there was a puddle of water on the ground, almost merging into one. These are his sweat, flowing out of his body like a spring during each standing meditation posture. The old man waved his hand, and a roller machine slowly came over. In the middle of the machine was a large basin that emitted an indescribable strange smell. Before Lu Qiwu could even speak, he was lifted up by an unknown force and thrown into the pool. "This is a medicinal bath. You need to take a bath after each standing meditation session. It can help restore and strengthen your tendons and ligaments," the old man explained. Lu Qiwu nodded. He glanced around and noticed two more such machines in the distance, each with a head popping out. "What a pity, it would have been better if your martial arts gene potential were stronger." The old man shook his head with some regret. In the history of the Crimson Blood sect, there have been several predecessors who were able to complete all the standing posture movements on their first practice, and each of these people was famous. The Crimson Blood sect's martial arts are not weak, their destructive power is astonishing. Those who can complete all the stance exercises on their first try mean that their bodies are perfectly suited to martial arts, and their progress in cultivation will be rapid after they enter the field, far surpassing others. The old man recalled that when he joined the Crimson Blood sect 200 years ago, he practiced the standing meditation posture for the first time, but he failed to complete the last posture. "Senior, I have confidence in myself." Lu Qiwu smiled. This basin must have contained many precious herbs. As he soaked in it, he could feel warm currents flowing into his body, replenishing the energy he had exhausted through sweat. Not only that, but the tendons in my wrists and the inner thighs, which used to be sore from the standing meditation movements, are now itchy. It's normal for it to hurt. The pain means your muscles are building up. A sentence flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. What he didn't know was that these stance exercises were designed to strengthen tendons and ligaments, with the aim of increasing explosive power. It's similar to building muscle. Perhaps. The old man hummed softly. He perfectly matches the standing meditation posture and endures the damage to his internal organs during the process. If we only consider his physique, he is indeed a good prospect for the Crimson Blood sect. It's a pity that his martial arts gene potential is too low, otherwise. After the three of them had stayed in the wooden tub for 10 minutes, the old man walked back in the direction he had come from, and Lu Qiwu and the other two quickly got up and followed him. More than 20 people arrived. There were only 3 people when they went out. Lu Qiwu pursed his lips. Those who remained were definitely dead, but judging from the old man's appearance, the death of so many people was not a problem at all. I doubt the alliance would bother the old man with those who died. This is the privilege of martial artists. A burning desire flashed in Lu Qiwu's eyes. This is how life should be lived, not a 9-to-5 existence where you can see the end from the beginning. In his previous life, Lu Qiwu had skied on snow-capped mountains and parachuted high in the sky. He had an adventurous spirit in his bones. In this life, he was physically exhausted due to the awakening of his innate wisdom. During those days when he was out of breath even when jogging, Lu Qiwu was not happy, and even had thoughts of ending it all. You've taken a medicinal bath. Hong Lixing was waiting in the courtyard. When he saw Lu Qiwu's wet body, he sniffed and smelled a strange medicinal scent. His eyes lit up immediately. He had just been praying to God that the young man in front of him would come out alive. He didn't even dare to hope that he would get to the step of standing meditation. Lu Qiwu nodded. He didn't know what kind of medicinal herbs were added to the wooden tub. Just 10 minutes ago, he felt his whole body trembling and he was so exhausted that he was about to collapse. But after bathing for 10 minutes, he was now full of energy. The two whispered to each other, but the old man spoke slowly. You 3 get ready, you'll be moving into the second column tomorrow. The old man raised his extremely thin fingers, which looked like skin and bones, and pointed out 3 people. Hong Lixing was one of them. Thank you, master. Hong Lixing bowed respectfully to the old man. Li Lian, who had performed oral sex with him, and another man, who were also chosen, reacted indifferently, but seemed extremely excited. All right, don't disturb the old man's peace and quiet, everyone go, the old man said, walking towards the central room with his hands behind his back. The 3 little ones who barely passed, they can come back again once they have some results. The martial artists in the courtyard all respectfully bid farewell to the old man. Lu Qiwu, mixed in with them, also called out before leaving with Hong Lixing. Those who entered but never came out were ignored, and even those who brought them there simply turned and left. Those people were as if they had been completely abandoned. You're lucky, you managed to get approved even though you found a pretty boy. Li Lian scoffed as she stood in front of the platform. Hong Lixing had no time to retort, he simply pulled the person onto the super levitation train. Lu Qiwu had many thoughts on his mind, but he suppressed them all and boarded the car for the return trip. Hong Lixing's voice was much rougher, and even after he had taken his seat, it hadn't calmed down. He seemed to still be in shock. He said, "What's your bank account number? I'll transfer the 5 million to you in a bit." Brother Hong, I wouldn't be able to learn martial arts without you. This Lu Qiwu was a little shy, but when he met Hong Lixing's gaze, he readily agreed, my bank account number is. Second row, that's a position that can't be bought for 100 million, you don't understand its value. Hong Lixing lowered his head and operated the equipment for a moment, then asked, how many stance movements did you complete? It's all done, Lu Qiwu said truthfully without hiding anything. Holy crap! Hong Lixing exclaimed. Lu Qiwu frowned. He only knew that this stance was a posture practiced by beginners of the Crimson Blood sect, but he didn't know the specific meaning of the stance. However, judging from Hong Lixing's appearance, there seems to be some special story behind this? Brother Hong, I'm a complete novice and don't understand many things. Could you explain them to me? Lu Qiwu asked earnestly. Hong Lixing waved his hand, since you're calling me big brother, I'll have a good talk with you. Their attitude was completely different from when they arrived. Hong Lixing seemed much more enthusiastic, from now on, we're like brothers. If you have any questions, just ask. 024, Martial Artist Privileges, New Stage Rewards. Standing meditation is the foundation for martial artists, and it is the first step in developing their physique. Having practiced for several years, Hong Lixing was very familiar with the first step of a martial artist, and because of the joy of stepping into the second rank, he was explaining it in exceptional detail. The stance training movements are not fixed. Even if some stance training movements are similar in different martial arts, they will have different strengthening and tempering effects due to the different secret medicines used. The first step for a martial artist is stance training. When you can stand firmly in all the stances, you can be considered a quasi-martial artist. Hong Lixing said confidently. Then what about me? Lu Chiwo's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the old man thought his martial arts gene potential was only 3%, and then the transformation after he practiced standing meditation. That's why. To be able to complete all the stance exercises in one go, in a sense, means that the person is in perfect harmony with martial arts. However, completing the standing meditation is only the first step. The subsequent bone forging and organ refining stages are still barely considered to be the mortal stage. Reaching the level of blood transfusion marks the beginning of a true inhuman transformation, where the gene's potential truly comes into play. I'm not trying to discourage you, but reaching the refining organs realm, coupled with the Crimson Blood Sect's reputation, is enough for you to make a name for yourself within the alliance. Hong Lixing laughed. Lu Chiwu fell silent upon hearing this. Some secrets are known only to those in the industry. For example, the potential of martial arts genes actually manifests in the level of blood exchange. In the realm of blood exchange, only those with 10% martial arts gene potential have a chance to successfully break through. As for the previous martial arts realms, whether it's the bone-breaking realm where bones are hard and cannot be cut by a knife, or the internal organ refining realm where one can hold their breath for half a day, these can all be solved with technology. Lu Chiwu nodded silently. I understand. According to Hong Lixing, standing meditation not only tightens tendons and ligaments, but also stimulates the special features of the Crimson Blood School's Kung Fu, causing an impact on the 5 internal organs. But he didn't. Perhaps this is because his physical enhancement is comprehensive, and his internal organs are much stronger than those of ordinary people, so he didn't feel the impact of cultivation at all. The effect of raindrops hitting ants is completely different from that of raindrops hitting tigers. So what if I don't have martial arts gene potential? As long as my body keeps getting stronger, I'll definitely get through the blood transformation realm. Lu Chiwu's heart was burning with passion. The two chatted for a while on the train. Hong Lixing seemed to remember something, took a plaque of unknown material from his waist and handed it over. Although you haven't yet reached the tendon refining realm, you are still considered half a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. You should carry this with you from now on. The tag, about the size of a baby's fist, is like a pendant. It looks great whether clipped to your waist or hung on your bag. Lu Chiwu sized him up. One side of the sign is engraved with the character Wu, while the other side is inscribed with the characters Qi Shui. This is the mark of a quasi-martial artist, used to distinguish them from ordinary people. It is also a transitional product exclusive to the Crimson Blood Sect. If the holder can become a formal martial artist, the micro-light brain on the wrist will be replaced with a martial artist exclusive model. The medicinal bath materials needed for the tendon refining realm will be delivered to your door daily, and you must complete at least 3 times a day. Hong Lixing instructed. So, my current job. Neither you nor your wife will need to work anymore. Starting tomorrow, auxiliary robots will fill your positions. If you successfully reach the tendon refining realm within a year, you won't need to work anymore. Hong Lixing smiled. This is the privilege of martial artists. Once you reach the tendon refining realm, contact me through the micro-light brain, and then your senior brother will take you to find master. Hong Lixing said. Okay, Lu Chiwu nodded slightly. At this moment, the super levitation train arrived at the station. Lu Chiwu and Hong Lixing greeted each other before getting off the train. He turned his head and glanced at it. The small, super floating train started up and streaked across the sky into the distance. I wonder who that old man is. A thought flashed through Lu Chiwu's mind. A single second-tier spot was enough to make Hong Lixing, who wouldn't even blink an eye at transferring 5 million, unable to hide his excitement, even boasting that it was a fortune that hundreds of millions couldn't buy. Not to mention the old man's own strength. Just releasing a little bit of his aura gave him a terrifying feeling of absolute suppression. That old man probably doesn't even need to lift a finger to kill ordinary people. He can do it just by using his aura. Lu Chiwu composed himself, swiped the small badge engraved with crimson blood through the security gate, and walked onto the spacious passage that only martial artists could use. It was more spacious and comfortable than the passage for ordinary people, but the flow of people was less than 1/10 of that of ordinary people. There was no crowd at all. The crowd was sparse, making it more like a walking path for an after-dinner stroll. Then, you can log into the maglev train by scanning your badge. No payment is required, and you can directly enter a first-class carriage with a seat. These are all privileges reserved for martial artists. After getting off the bus in front of Sunshine Garden, Lu Qiwu used his microcomputer to enter his resettlement house. He immediately lay down on the carpet laid out on the floor, feeling as if his mind had finally settled down. The world of martial arts may seem magnificent to ordinary people, but only by stepping into it, or even just tiptoeing over the threshold, can one discover its cruelty. 4 people were eliminated before they even entered the courtyard. Later, in the underground space, only 3 out of more than 20 people survived. Only 3 out of nearly 30 people stood out. This success rate is definitely low, considering that these people were recruited by martial artists like Han Lixing on a yearly basis. This is already a result of screening, and yet the success rate is still this low. If it were a league open selection, the success rate would probably be less than 1 in 1,000. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Lu Qiwu struggled to get up. He carefully recalled the stance training movements he had learned in the underground space and began to perform them one by one. Sha! Every movement sent a tingling sensation straight to the top of my head. Lu Qiwu gritted his teeth and endured the pain to complete each standing posture. Martial artists at the tendon refining realm are not much different from ordinary people, except that they are stronger and have greater explosive power. At this stage, they can only fight a few strong men, and they may even be taken down by a burly person. Putting aside the strengthening effects of the secret medicine, the cultivation of martial artists in the tendon refining realm is somewhat similar to their fitness training. Both involve tearing muscles and then healing them. According to Han Lixing, stance training is not only a foundation for martial arts, but also a selection method. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. Just as you can't write if you can't pick up a pen, if you can't even complete the stance training, it means you can't even begin to learn this martial art. After completing the last movement, Lu Qiwu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, but when I practiced, I only felt the tendons and ligaments being stretched and tightened, without any tearing pain. A strange feeling suddenly arose in my heart. According to Han Lixing, only by being more in tune with martial arts can one find it easier to perform stance training. But his situation is somewhat different. His physique far surpasses that of ordinary people. Just like asking a cat to perform a difficult strength exercise, you naturally have to be very selective, weeding out the best from among special breeds. To make a tiger replicate a cat's movements is a complete game changer. Lu Qiwu composed himself and suddenly noticed the messages that had been folded up on the system screen. Dear Master, your physical enhancement value has reached 200, your physical strength meets the evolution requirements, and you are evolving. Analysis shows that the owner currently requires too many functions. The essential features have been selected. When did we meet the evolution requirements again? Lu Qiwu's heart stirred slightly, and he opened the system notification that had been folded away. 025, Flesh and Blood Enhancement, Intimate Cloud Summer. Flesh and blood enhancement, energy intake can be actively used to enhance specific parts. Active enhancement involves some enhancement loss. Lu Qiwu carefully examined the detailed text annotations and quickly understood the use of this ability. Previously, regardless of the source of energy, the effect was to evenly strengthen the whole body, without being able to improve any specific part. This so-called flesh and blood enhancement provides a new option. Instead of distributing enhancement points evenly, you can use them to target specific enhancement areas. The energy loss in the designated area fluctuates randomly between 1% and 30%. Even at the maximum loss of 30%, this capability is still very strong. Lu Qiwu made a mental estimate and nodded in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on the system notification that had been folded up. Energy intake for this session, 30. Lu Qiwu glanced at the system records and immediately knew the source of these enhancement points: a medicinal bath. In the underground space, the extremely strange-smelling medicinal bath provided a terrifying amount of enhancement points, but because it was for external use, it did not trigger the amplification of the body furnace. Even so, with a total of 30 enhancement points settled, he broke through to over 200 enhancement points in one fell swoop, and once again received a stage reward. Since the medicinal bath is meant to enhance the benefits of standing meditation, does that mean that if I choose a specific area to focus on after each standing meditation session, it's equivalent to taking a secret elixir? I wonder if this would speed up my standing meditation benefits. A thought suddenly flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this idea had a lot of potential. Standing meditation has a great effect. It can be said to be the first step into the threshold of martial arts. However, without the help of secret medicine, this step will take years to complete. The secret medicine acts like fertilizer, enhancing the effects of stance training. If that's the case, then he can completely increase the benefits of stance training by specifying energy to enhance it. Give it a try. Lu Chiwu was a man of action, and since he had only finished his standing meditation less than 5 minutes ago, it was the perfect time to use the medicinal bath. If targeted enhancement can replace medicinal baths, then now is the perfect time to experiment. He took a piece of high-density food from the coffee table, the kind of food that only martial artists eat regularly. He swallowed the thumb-sized food in a few bites, and a feeling of fullness immediately filled his body. Energy intake for this session, 2.5. Total enhancement calculation, 22.5. Furnace enhancement 800%. This time I was lucky my body's furnace received an 8-fold boost. Lu Chiwu felt as if the east wind was blessing him. With a thought, he directed the energy to strengthen the tendons and ligaments involved in the standing meditation. In an instant, the soreness from standing meditation seemed to be washed away and disappeared without a trace. Moreover, Lu Chiwu could clearly feel the change. Those taut tendons and ligaments become thicker and stronger. Lu Chiwu clenched his fist and punched the simple force measuring machine in the living room with a force that carried the wind of his fist. Boom! The numbers on the display screen kept climbing, eventually stopping at 800 kilograms. It has increased its strength by 100 kilograms compared to before. Lu Chiwu clenched his fist, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Before he started learning martial arts, if he kept adjusting his posture, his strength could reach up to 700 kilograms. The difference of 100 kilograms between 700 and 800 kilograms is the extra growth brought about by the standing meditation exercise, and the explosive power brought about by the strengthening of tendons and ligaments. Muscles as taut as strings, and punches that carry the wind. These are the hallmarks of the tendon refining realm. I can now achieve punches that carry the wind. Lu Chiwu slowly calmed down. When an elephant reaches adulthood, its trunk can topple trees. That's a terrifying force of at least several tons. Even if an ordinary person keeps pushing their limits, they can only generate less than 1,000 kilograms of explosive power. Lu Chiwu knew that his enhanced body couldn't reach the level of an elephant, but it was far stronger than that of an ordinary person. In other words, he felt that there was still room for improvement in achieving his own unique, taut muscles. I can keep practicing. Lu Chiwu felt that he was in a fantastic state right now. He placed the box of high-density food that Yunxia had bought next to the coffee table, and then began his standing meditation practice again. This exercise consumes a lot of energy, and the feeling of fullness in his stomach quickly disappeared. When the standing posture ended, Lu Chiwu was drenched in sweat and suddenly felt so hungry that he could eat a whole cow. After swallowing most of the high-density food in a few bites, the targeted reinforcement was applied to the stretched tendons and ligaments, and the soreness and swelling in those areas instantly disappeared. It seems like some incredible cycle has been achieved. Lu Chiwu murmured something, and without hesitation, he continued. The carpet, soaked with sweat, bore witness to the hardships he had endured. Click. The door opened, and Yunxia walked in after work. She immediately saw Lu Chiwu sitting on the floor, his hair looking like it had been pulled out of the water. She said, "What happened to you? Be careful not to catch a cold." She took a few steps to the bathroom and grabbed a clean towel, then squatted down to gently wipe her sweaty hair. Yunxia tried to keep her voice calm as she said, "Actually, it's fine as it is. Making our lives good is more important than anything else." Lu Chiwu immediately understood upon hearing this. No wonder she dried her hair and then pressed her head against the soft surface. She was trying to comfort him in this clumsy way because she thought he had failed to join the sect. He rubbed his head against hers, instantly wetting Yunxia's clothes. The fabric against her skin was somewhat see-through, revealing the lace trim. Lu Chiwu buried his head, greedily inhaling the aroma for a few moments before mumbling, "Yes, making the most of our lives is the most important thing." Yunxia nodded, then looked down and realized that Lu Chiwu couldn't see her, so she gently responded. Lu Chiwu shook his head, ate some tofu for a while, and then looked up. "Since we're going to live a good life, why don't we go shopping tomorrow?" Yunxia was taken aback. "But I have to go to work tomorrow." "Should we go tomorrow night?" "Let's do it tomorrow during the day. You haven't bought any clothes lately, and you've used up all the ones you had before." Lu Chiwu said with a mischievous smile, then opened his palm to reveal a small tag hidden inside. "Look what this is?" Yunxia's family had several martial artists, so they naturally recognized what the sign meant at a glance. Her voice held a hint of surprise. "You've successfully become an apprentice?" "That's not all. Look at this." Lu Chiwu shook his wrist. Yunxia felt a notification from the microcomputer. She opened it and immediately found that it was a message from her partner's shared account. Upon closer inspection, she only saw a string of zeros indicating the amount transferred. 5 million. Lu Qiwu swept Yunxia up in his arms. You can go on a shopping spree tomorrow. Where did you get the money? Yunxia was suddenly lifted into the air and was so frightened that she clung tightly to Lu Qiwu. She felt like she had a million questions. However, all my words were blocked. Wait, you're all sweaty, let me wash up first. Wait and just buy a new one. 026, Yunxia's keen insight, Lu Qiwu's inner conflict. Intake energy to strengthen the body 1. Intake energy to strengthen the body 1. Intake energy to strengthen your body 10. Her fair fingers gripped her back tightly, her round, translucent nails pressing down only slightly against her skin. After a long while, Yunxia finally withdrew her hand. You seem a bit off today. Did something happen? Yunxia asked softly, her delicate hand brushing across her chest. Lu Qiwu was stunned. But when he looked down at the concern in Yunxia's purple eyes, he immediately understood. No wonder she hadn't let him use the fully furnished apartment earlier. She had sensed something was wrong and was trying to ease his emotions. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Qiwu grasped the fair, jade-like wrist and said, the sect we joined today is the Crimson Blood sect. There were more than 20 people, including myself, who participated in the entrance trial. In the end, only 3 of us came out alive. In his previous life, he was born in a safe country. Although he loved adventure, those adrenaline-pumping sports and actually getting close to death were completely different concepts. The blue star I live on is even more powerful, directly venturing into outer space. Although it has been constantly waging war, it has been actively expanding outwards. As the birthplace of mankind and one of the core areas of the Holy Alliance of Mankind, the blue star is naturally extremely stable, and petty theft is not common. It can be said that the deaths of those around him today deeply impacted Lu Qiwu's mind, but he had suppressed his emotions or wanted to escape them. Yunxia keenly noticed this anomaly. Actually, we can just work peacefully like this. Yunxia said gently, planning for the future, and after a while, we'll have a few children. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to defeat. Lu Qiwu grinned. I've already mastered half of the Crimson Blood sect stance training, so I can be considered a half-master of the tendon refining realm. You're amazing. Yunxia kept spouting rainbow-colored words. Lu Qiwu relieved a lot of pressure during the conversation. He held Yunxia in his arms and casually climbed the mountain with one hand. It's impossible for him to give up martial arts. Private car service, spacious passageways accessible only to martial artists, social welfare benefits available without payment, especially the super floating train specially requisitioned for the Crimson Blood sect trip, and that tiny courtyard where every inch of land is precious. After witnessing these things, any ambitious person will feel the urge to strive for improvement. Lu Qiwu's mind raced, and then he suddenly lifted Yunxia up. With his current arm strength, lifting Yunxia was like lifting a little white rabbit. Don't waste it, one dose lasts a whole day. Yunxia exclaimed in surprise, but after hearing Lu Qiwu's words, she did not refuse. They continued like this until midnight, when Yunxia couldn't take it anymore and surrendered, and the two parted ways reluctantly. This enhancement settlement, 27. Total enhancement calculation, 246.21. Lu Qiwu's gaze fell on the system's prompt, then he looked at the sleeping girl beside him, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Each time the two engage in action scenes, the enhancement values gained will decrease over time, with each instance decreasing in value. It feels like the harder I try, the more I fail. Lu Qiwu observed that if the harvest was slow or resistant when Yunxia was tired, or if it had been going on for a long time, the yield per unit would be greatly reduced. I hadn't really noticed this before, since the fusion of yin and yang was the main source of income, and even though the returns fluctuated greatly, it still accounted for the absolute majority of the enhancement value gains. However, with the extra critical hit gains from combining martial arts food with the body furnace, the enhancement value obtained by consuming it has now surpassed the gains from the fusion of yin and yang. Compared to the exercise of the two, the benefits of consuming energy are remarkable. The stronger the physical fitness, the faster the food is digested, and the faster the digestion, the more energy Lu Qiwu consumes. Ultimately, it's because Yunxia's physical strength isn't enough. Lu Qiwu's thoughts flashed through his mind, and his heart sank slightly. With the continuous strengthening of his body, he could already sense that Yunxia was starting to struggle. Now that she had begun practicing martial arts, the gap between them would only widen further. If we don't plan ahead, the path to gaining enhancement points through the fusion of yin and yang will probably be cut off before long. If one person can't handle it, then add another. The number will definitely be enough to offset the speed at which my body is being strengthened. Lu Qiwu watched as Yunxia turned around, one hand resting on her chest, her eyelashes fluttering, clearly having fallen into a deep sleep. Or perhaps I could find a way to improve Yunxia's physical abilities as well. He pondered for a moment and then turned off the bedside lamp. In the darkness, he could feel a leg being placed on top of him. Yunxia's sleeping posture is not very well behaved. It's not the kind of restless sleeping that involves kicking off or grabbing the blanket, but rather that she tends to wrap herself up like an octopus while she's sleeping. It was past 9 in the morning when Yunxia got up to wash up. That means I don't need to go to work now, otherwise I would have been at least 2 hours late. Get up! Yunxia put a toothbrush with toothpaste squeezed into Lu Qiwu's mouth and said, "A package arrived this morning, and I brought it in for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu went to check and discovered that it was a secret medicine used by the Crimson Blood sect for the tendon refining realm. The secret medicine has been prepared. It is a molten solid about the size of a wash basin. To use it, simply pour it into water. There is also a foldable basin in one corner of the package. If you don't have a bathtub at home, you can use this basin in an emergency. This is the secret medicine? Yunxia looked at the medicine in the package from all sides, her eyes full of curiosity. Within the Holy Alliance of Humanity, perhaps not everyone can become a martial artist, but everyone must have dreamed of becoming one. Yunxia was the same way, but she knew long ago that she had the blood of the Fox clan and could not succeed in learning martial arts, so she suppressed the thought. That's right, this is the secret medicine. When combined with the corresponding standing posture exercises, it can strengthen the areas that have been cultivated. Lu Qiwu nodded. Urged on by the girl, he simply practiced the standing meditation posture in the living room. These moves are so difficult. I can barely do a single one. Yunxia exclaimed. She tried to do these movements, but she couldn't even complete a single movement, let alone do them all at once. Just like some people have flexible fingers that can bend backward onto their forearms, while others have fingers as stiff as steel bars that cannot bend backward at all, this kind of physical difference cannot be changed by effort. The stance training postures in martial arts are the most direct test of whether one can enter the field. If one cannot complete these postures, there is no way to practice this martial art. Lu Qiwu learned a lot from Han Lixing yesterday, and now he is showing off his knowledge to Yunxia. Moreover, simply performing the movements won't have any effect. You must use the secret medicine to achieve the desired cultivation results. Lu Qiwu pointed to the secret medicine. I see, Yunxia nodded. An expression of admiration appeared on her small face. This made Lu Qiwu's movements much more upright. After completing a full set of standing meditation movements, the soreness and discomfort were greatly reduced. It must be because I've trained properly, Lu Qiwu thought to himself. This standing meditation is like stretching your ligaments. As you become more proficient in the movements, the pain in your ligaments will decrease until you can easily do the splits. As one becomes more proficient in standing meditation, the tendons and ligaments are continuously strengthened, and the discomfort naturally decreases. Until finally, the practitioner's tendons and ligaments are tempered to the limit, and even if the practitioner is shirtless, a punch can still generate a powerful force. Lu Qiwu lay down in the bucket of water where the secret medicine had dissolved, feeling the medicine permeate his body. He was extremely satisfied and let out a soft breath. 027, Breakthrough, Muscles Like Strings. Yunxia squatted and watched for a while before getting up to prepare breakfast. After the two had some breakfast, Lu Qiwu felt the secret medicine taking effect, and the tendons and ligaments that had been tense from the standing meditation were much more relaxed. He didn't waste any time and started practicing standing meditation again. Yesterday, although the two said they were going shopping, it was more like they were saying they wanted to buy a house after making some money. Especially after Lu Qiwu made it clear that he did not want to give up the path of martial arts, Yunxia took the initiative to say that she did not plan to go out today, and it was she who had just treated the secret medicine with water. Lu Qiwu didn't stand on ceremony either. He understood even more clearly that time waits for no one. Although Han Lixing said that it would be enough to reach the tendon refining realm within a year, Lu Qiwu knew his own situation and that his martial arts gene potential was only 3%. According to common sense, he would not be able to survive the blood exchange process of the blood exchange realm, and would be stuck at the organ refining realm for the rest of his life. Although Han Lixing said that reaching this level would be enough to get by in the alliance, the Crimson Blood sect would absolutely look down on a martial artist at the internal organ refinement level. If Lu Qiwu wants to compete and has a chance to stand out in the Crimson Blood sect, he has to break the rules and make everyone treat him differently. At the very least, he needs to make the old man think that he might have broken through the blood-changing realm, only then can he be taken seriously. Therefore, it's best to break through to the tendon refining realm as early as possible. Lu Qiwu completed another round of standing meditation, opened his mouth, and Yunxia, who was waiting, put the peeled, high-density food into his mouth. He chewed it casually a few times and then swallowed it. Energy intake grants 2.5 enhancement points. Total enhancement calculation, 5 furnace enhancement 100%. The energy provided by these high-density foods is almost unwavering. Swallowing a whole strip the size of a thumb provides a stable enhancement value of 2.5. However, the drop rate of the body furnace skill fluctuates frequently, sometimes yielding 6 or 7 times the extra reward, and sometimes only a 50% extra drop rate. Lu Qiwu sat on the ground and slowly recovered. The furnace's drop rate was poor this time, and he also lost 30% of the designated enhancement area, so he had to suspend his cultivation and wait for the secret medicine to slowly nourish these areas. He glanced at Yunxia, who was sitting not far away, her hands supporting her head, sitting quietly there. "What's wrong?" Yunxia noticed the gaze and asked. Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through his mind: virtuous wife and loving mother. Although the two were paired up through the alliance's spouse system and registered their marriage without even getting to know each other well, it has to be said that marrying Yunxia was a wonderful surprise. She's equally at home in the living room and the kitchen. She's aloof and foxy to outsiders, practically unapproachable, but at home she's as affectionate as a kitten. More importantly, she is perceptive and can detect changes in emotions, and is willing to provide emotional support in a timely manner. Lu Qiwu suddenly said, as an intelligent race, the Fox clan is still one of the most influential external races within the alliance. They must have special methods for becoming stronger. Although the Tanuki tribe was defeated, the war with humans did not collapse overnight. It lasted for more than 10 years. Furthermore, the fact that the Tanuki clan still enjoys a certain influence within the alliance is certainly not due to their beauty. The Holy Alliance of Humans reveres pure-blooded humans, and isn't the Tanuki Fox clan no different? People like Yunxia, who possess the bloodline of the Fox clan but whose traits are not manifest, are ostracized among humans and are also disliked among the Fox clan, let alone learn the abilities of the Fox clan. If I have the chance, I will find a way for you. Lu Qiwu solemnly promised. Then you'll have to become really amazing. Yunxia clasped her hands together and swayed them from side to side as if praying. Go for it, honey. I'm waiting for you to achieve enlightenment, then all my relatives and friends will be lifted up. Lu Qiwu smiled and, seeing that his body had almost recovered, simply stood up and practiced standing meditation again. Throughout the day, Lu Qiwu repeated the same routine of eating, resting, and standing meditation, like a robot with no extra movements. Yunxia initially sat on the sofa to watch, then leaned back on the sofa to watch the show, and finally simply lay down on the sofa to watch. The micro-light brain can intelligently identify the environment. If it is in a private place, it can play sound outwards. However, Yunxia did not want to disturb Lu Qiwu's cultivation, so the sound was played through the guide plate behind her ear. Lu Qiwu continued his cultivation until dusk before finally catching his breath. After nearly 10 hours, the effects of the secret medicine began to wear off, and each training session required Lu Qiwu to designate specific areas for strengthening to compensate for the medicine's effects. During those 10 hours, Lu Qiwu ate 15 high-density foods. This is the amount a typical martial artist needs for 10 days. Even though these foods are marketed as highly nutritious and low emission, Lu Qiwu now feels like he's about to pass out. He simply went to the toilet to relieve himself and took a shower in the bathroom to wash away the sweat all over his body. Some of the sweat appeared in the morning and has dried up by now, forming white salt crystals on my body. Although it doesn't bother me much, it does make me feel a bit uncomfortable. When he came out after taking a shower, Yunxia didn't even look up, clearly having seen the climax of the plot and been completely captivated. Lu Qiwu quietly walked to the side and looked at the virtual screen formed by the interwoven micro-light brains. He had watched part of this short drama before. It was an urban drama about a master's son-in-law. After watching for a while, he saw that the male lead, who had been a son-in-law for 10 years, finally didn't have to hide his identity anymore. When his mother-in-law was about to slap him again, disregarding the presence of outsiders, the son-in-law grabbed her wrist. I've endured 10 years of marriage, and today the sex ban is lifted. The son-in-law's domineering words came to an abrupt end, and the screen displayed a message indicating that payment was required. Before Yunxia could pay, she suddenly felt a weight on her body as someone pressed down on her. A soft, warm breeze brushed against her ear. She turned her head and saw Lu Qiwu's face close to hers. Just as she was about to say something, her open lips were silenced by his. Are you trying to seduce me with that pose? Lu Qiwu asked softly. Yunxia then noticed that a small pillow on the sofa had been placed under her stomach at some point. She turned her head and looked at the full-length mirror in the living room, and immediately saw that a certain part of her body was bulging out from under the pillow. No, Yunxia blushed and wanted to explain, but then she felt a chill beneath her. Stop watching short dramas, let's find an action choreography piece instead? Lu Qiwu said softly. Before long, a sweet voice rang out. Stop looking at the instructions, look in the mirror. After a round of fun, Lu Qiwu gained enhancement points, making up for the lack of critical hit rate in the last furnace, and then he started standing still again. Despite witnessing the cruelty of martial arts training, Lu Qiwu did not have any thoughts of giving up. To shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch, that's the dream of so many. Moreover, he has already survived the first hurdle, which is equivalent to passing the most difficult part of a life or death situation. Asking him to stop now would be risky. Now that he is safe, he would be afraid to continue. Call. Lu Qiwu finished the last standing posture and glanced out the window. The sunlight was almost dim and was already past 6 in the afternoon. Yunxia was wearing an apron and preparing food in the kitchen. She was only human and didn't have a system like Lu Qiwu's that could constantly strengthen her body, so she couldn't eat the high-density food that martial artists eat. Would you like to come and have some food? Yunxia asked. Her delicate face was flushed with satisfaction. Just as Lu Qiwu was about to respond, a sudden feeling arose within him. He didn't have time to reply and started practicing standing meditation again. As he completed each movement, Lu Qiwu's movements became faster and faster. As he completed the last movement, he suddenly opened his eyes and punched the force measuring machine. Clang! His muscles were taut like a bowstring, and when he threw a punch, it was like an arrow being released from a bow. Bang! The readings on the force measuring machine kept fluctuating, eventually surpassing 4 digits. 1,500. 028, Crimson Blood Sect Bloodmaster returns to the courtyard. Lu Qiwu withdrew his hand and stared intently at the readings on the force measuring machine. From 700 kilograms to 1,500 kilograms, his strength exploded twice in just 2 days. This is the charm of martial arts. Lu Qiwu regained his composure. Muscles as taut as a bowstring, and punches that carry the wind, these are the hallmarks of a martial artist at the tendon refining realm. He sat down to eat at Yunxia's gentle call, his fingers operating on the microcomputer. War District is mainly composed of a mountain peak. Among the dozens of small courtyards built around the mountain, the Crimson Blood Sect's courtyard is also located. Hong Lixing, his face beaming with excitement, followed the crowd out of the main house in the courtyard. Today, at the Crimson Blood Sect's ancestral worship ceremony, he successfully entered the second row thanks to his achievement of finding a disciple, and gained unimaginable benefits from it. Someone with only 3% martial arts gene potential, even if they enter the sect, they'll never pass the blood transformation realm in their lifetime. Li Lian scoffed. You actually recommended him to a blood master? So what if his stance is perfect? With his potential, it'll probably take him several years to even reach the tendon refining realm. Hong Lixing's expression turned cold. Before the ancestral worship ceremony began, he had already given the blood master a sign. If that thin and small old man really got angry, he would be more terrifying and timid than holding a time bomb. He did not do this properly. The person he found had less than 10% martial arts gene potential. Fortunately, the blood master was a person who valued rules. To some extent, Lu Qiwu had indeed successfully entered the sect, so the blood master did not give him a harsh punishment and even allowed him to enter the second rank. Now that Li Lian brought it up, he was naturally displeased and retorted, mind your own business. So what if your martial arts gene potential is qualified? Your partner is getting on in years. It's better than your pretty boy. Li Lian retorted sarcastically. There were other people in the courtyard, all fellow disciples of the Crimson Blood Sect. They watched the two bickering, but no one offered to intervene. Despite their constant bickering, if someone were to try and mediate between these two without considering the consequences, they would find that they are united against a common enemy. Hong Lixing turned and got into the car, and then saw Li Lian, who had been standing 10 meters away, quietly float onto the car. What are you doing up here? Hong Lixing asked, frowning. This is the Crimson Blood Sect's special train. As a disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect, why can't I get on? Li Lian snorted, then found a seat and sat down. As for someone, after 3 years, they only found this one person, whose martial arts gene potential is only 3%. If there is a next time, I'm afraid the Crimson Blood Sect will have to be expelled. Li Lian's voice was cold and clear, with a hint of unforgiving arrogance. Hong Lixing casually sat down in a spot not far away. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly noticed 2 new messages on his microcomputer. He sets family members and important figures as first-level contacts, and messages from these people will be notified immediately and fully displayed. Second-level contacts are mostly people who can be added to his friend list, but who are not related to him or have no ability to do so. Every time this kind of person sends a message, it's either to invite someone to a gathering or to shamelessly ask for help. Hong Lixing simply made a setting so that messages from second-level friends in the microcomputer interface would only show a red dot and wouldn't provide detailed notifications. Hong Lixing didn't want to argue with Li Lian, so he simply clicked to read it. Upon seeing Lu Qiwu's profile picture, he was immediately displeased. He hadn't expected this person to contact him so quickly. Did he want his help with something? The moment he saw the words, he sat up abruptly. Lu Qiwu's message was simple. The first sentence was, "Brother Hong, I've achieved the 2 characteristics of muscles as taut as a bowstring and punches that carry the wind," and the second sentence was, "This should be the sign of entering the tendon refining realm, right? When will you have time to take me to learn the next part of martial arts?" Hong Lixing was somewhat surprised, but the signs of the tendon refining realm were very obvious, and even beginners would find it difficult to mistake them. "I'm free right now, wait for me, I'm coming to find you." Hong Lixing replied to the message quickly, then laughed heartily and left the special train. Li Lian sat on the stool, watching Hong Lixing leave, a smirk playing on her lips. Anyone who knows her well would know that she is very unhappy right now. Lu Qiwu did not expect that Hong Lixing would rush over so urgently after he sent out the message. Seeing Hong Lixing's reaction, he realized that his arrangement to cultivate to the tendon refining realm as soon as possible was correct. He stepped aside slightly to let Hong Lixing enter the resettlement house. "You've reached the tendon refining realm in just 1 day." Hong Lixing looked Lu Qiwu up and down and said, "Show me how you do it?" He calmed down a lot on the way here. Just like Li Lian joked with him, if he made another big mistake, the Crimson Blood sect might really expel him. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to test it himself first. Good. Lu Qiwu didn't care. He slowly got into a fighting stance and then threw a punch. Whoosh! As the bare arms lashed out, a faint whistling sound arose, like fabric fluttering in a strong wind, creating a rustling, flapping sound. Indeed, your punches carry the wind. Hong Lixing nodded in satisfaction. I noticed that when you got into position, the muscles under your skin were taut, like a bowstring being drawn. This is also a standard characteristic of the tendon refining realm. Brother Hong, have I really entered the tendon refining realm? Lu Qiwu asked, even though he already knew the result. Not bad. Hong Lixing nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand, signaling Yunxia to put the tea he had brought aside. 1 day is enough to reach the muscle refining realm. Before Hong Lixing could finish speaking with a touch of emotion, Lu Qiwu said quietly from the side, "Brother Hong, I broke through this evening, without even taking a day." Hong Lixing coughed a few times, and finally said seriously, looking back over the hundreds of years of the Crimson Blood sect, "You are the fastest to enter the tendon refining realm. I will take you to meet the Blood Master." He grabbed Lu Qiwu and rushed out, explaining along the way that the so-called Blood Master was the old man from yesterday. The Crimson Blood sect, Blood Masters, this old man must be incredibly powerful, right? Lu Qiwu asked indirectly. The Blood Master's strength is unfathomable. 100 years ago, he single-handedly defeated an entire army and hunted down its marshal. Hong Lixing's words were full of respect. After decades of self-cultivation, I was finally able to return to Blue Star. 1 man against an entire army. What incredible power this is. Lu Qiwu recalled the old man's appearance yesterday. He was a little over 1.6 meters tall and very thin, like skin and bones. It's hard to imagine that such a person could have done something so earth-shattering 100 years ago. What is the status of a Blood Master in the Crimson Blood sect? Lu Qiwu asked curiously, then paused and added, "The Blood Master presides over the initiation ceremony, so will I be training under a Blood Master for the next stage? Perhaps, or we might send you to cultivate on a planet under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Blood sect." Hong Lixing said. "These are not things for you to worry about, just wait for the arrangements." He skipped over the topic of the Blood Master's status, and Lu Qiwu didn't bring it up again. If he wanted to talk about it, he would have finished in a moment. However, the planets under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Blood faction. The Holy Alliance of Humanity governs countless planets. In order to stimulate expansion, apart from some special and important planets, ordinary planets can be managed and operated independently by private individuals or forces. It's not surprising that the Crimson Blood faction possesses its own planets, but I wonder how many planets the Crimson Blood faction owns? The two quickly boarded the super levitation train and headed towards War District. The train continued straight towards the Crimson Blood sect's courtyard without stopping. When the train finally stopped, the two people who were about to get off noticed a lone figure standing on the platform. It was none other than the Blood Master. "You've come," the Blood Master's voice was hoarse, with a sharp, grating quality to it. 029, Bone Forging Cultivation, nourishing bones with blood. His physique is much stronger than yesterday. He has indeed entered the tendon refining realm, the Blood Master said. Unlike the other parts of his face that looked aged, his eyes were incredibly bright, clearer and brighter than the eyes of a young person. He only glanced at them a few times before drawing a conclusion. He stroked his beard with his fingers and asked, "How many sets of standing meditation exercises did you complete today?" Looking at the Blood Master's expression, which remained unchanged, Lu Qiwu felt a slight tremor in his heart despite the lack of any imposing aura. He opened his mouth and involuntarily blurted out the truth: a total of 26 sets were completed. Hong Lixing raised an eyebrow on one side. He still remembered that he had instructed them to complete it at least 3 times a day. In fact, this number is the upper limit of most people's daily practice. After all, each standing posture is aimed at tearing tendons and ligaments. Even if a normal person grits their teeth and perseveres, they still have to consider the time for rest and recovery in between. If it weren't for the presence of the Blood Master, he would have wanted to ask how this was done. The secret medicine can only work up to 6 times, 26 times. How did you manage to do that? The Blood Master walked towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back and asked casually. Lu Qiwu quickly followed behind him and said, "I don't know either. I just felt more and more comfortable practicing, and then I broke through." He couldn't reveal the existence of the system, and he simply claimed ignorance of the role of the enhancement points. "It seems you are particularly suited to my school." The Blood Master did not press for details. The 3 of them had already walked through the courtyard and, led by him, arrived at the side room from yesterday. Hong Lixing wanted to continue following, but seeing the Blood Master's gaze sweeping over him, he smiled sheepishly and decisively stopped. The Blood Master remained silent, leading Lu Qiwu through the same passage from yesterday and into a spacious underground space. "Now that you've entered the tendon refining realm, you are an initiation disciple of my Crimson Blood sect." The Blood Master walked to the end of the space, pointed to the portrait on the wall, and said, "Bow 3 times, and I'll have the Alliance personnel register you tomorrow." Lu Qiwu bowed respectfully 3 times. This is the starting point for his identity transformation. Once he completes the registration with the Alliance, he can discard the small badge and replace his microcomputer with a microcomputer exclusive to martial artists. No need to work, enjoy benefits. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a leap forward. Lu Qiwu looked at the old man and asked, "Master, what should we do next?" "There's no need to call me Master. I'm just imparting knowledge and answering your questions." "You can just call me teacher." The Blood Master waved his hand, slightly regretfully saying, "With your level of compatibility, if you possessed the genetic potential of your sister, I might be able to take you as my disciple." Disappointment flashed across Lu Qiwu's eyes. He deliberately addressed him as Master, as these titles carry significant meaning for martial artists. Unfortunately, the old man made it clear from the start. "Teacher, can my sister enter the Crimson Blood sect?" Lu Qiwu asked. He may not know the exact extent of the Crimson Blood sect's influence, but he does know the influence of the Martial Second District. The Alliance is so large that after each region is divided into detailed functions, they will use the same name as a prefix in different serial numbers to distinguish their status. The smaller the serial number, the earlier the Alliance was established, and the higher its value. The Crimson Blood faction's ability to enter Zone 2 indicates that their power is extraordinary. Her physique is ordinary, just average, and she can't withstand the backlash from the standing meditation. The Blood Master slowly shook his head. If she gets injured, she won't have the chance to transfer to another sect. He investigated the relatives of everyone selected, regardless of whether they had any connections or not, just to get a piece of the action. After Lu Qiwu came into view, he thoroughly investigated the young man's family relationships. Among them, Lu Wanshu's martial artist gene potential reached 30%, and he naturally read through all the registered records in detail. Unfortunately, his martial arts gene potential is barely enough, with a 30% chance of breaking through to the blood exchange realm, but his physique is too poor, with no outstanding features whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu said no more. The Blood Master continued, "Now that you've reached the tendon refining realm, the next step is to begin bone forging exercises. This step of cultivation is quite simple, as it still falls within the realm of human beings. It only requires increasing bone density. The sign of entering the bone forging realm is that one's fists and feet can shatter bluestone without harming oneself, and at the same time, one's resistance to blows is greatly increased, and one's bones can withstand blunt weapons. If a martial artist at the tendon refining realm can only face a few people at the same time and may be taken down by ordinary people, then after reaching the bone forging realm, they can face a group of people alone and win the battle. If a martial artist at the bone forging realm were in ancient times, he would be a great general capable of defeating 10,000 men, possessing the ability to hold off 10,000 men. After all, the human body has more than 200 bones, and most of the most fatal points are protected by the bones. Once the bone forging realm is achieved, the bones are not afraid of being cut by knives and axes, and are invincible from the start. As Lu Chiwu listened to the Blood Master's description, a look of longing appeared in his eyes. He asked, "Teacher, how should one practice this step?" If an ordinary person suffers a bone fracture, it takes 100 days to recover. But martial arts practitioners defy the heavens and actively work their bones. The Blood Master spoke slowly as he walked step by step to the center of the space. When you reach the tendon refining realm, your muscles become as taut as strings. This not only increases your explosive power but also helps hold your bones in place, making them less prone to injury. Lu Chiwu didn't see what he operated, but he saw changes appear on the flat ground. Amidst the intersecting gears, a robot with a cylindrical body and 4 mechanical arms on the left and right rose up. My Crimson Blood Sect's bone forging cultivation is a bit different from others, emphasizing nourishing the bones with blood. The Blood Master's voice was hoarse yet sharp, sounding like a demon's eerie voice to Lu Chiwu's ears. Just stand in front of the machine and do your best to withstand the attack. Lu Chiwu looked at the robot's 4 mechanical arms. Just like humans have upper and lower arms, each of these robot arms has 2 segments, but at the top, instead of a human-like hand, it has a hammer. Recalling the Blood Master's words, Lu Chiwu looked at the iron hammers on the robot's 4 arms and couldn't help but swallow. So what if I get beaten up? I can't have the Blood Master standing right there watching me get beaten to death. Lu Chiwu gritted his teeth and walked towards the 4-armed robot. When he was within a meter of the robot, 2 red eyes lit up on the robot's cylindrical body. It was as if a program had been triggered. Its 4 slightly bent arms began to move, and the gears turned with a clicking sound. Whoosh! An arm suddenly swung down. Snap! The hammer struck Lu Chiwu's outstretched arm with a dull thud, and Lu Chiwu was knocked back a few steps by the force of the blow. Hiss! Even though Lu Chiwu had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a chill run down his spine at this moment, feeling that he hadn't prepared enough. There was no transition whatsoever. It was a critical hit right from the start. He was in so much pain he was practically rolling on the ground in agony. Lu Chiwu looked down at the spot on his arm where he had been hit. Almost instantly, a bruise appeared, dark red under his skin. This is definitely internal bleeding. Lu Chiwu turned his head to look at the Blood Master, who hadn't reacted at all. Thinking of what he had just said, he didn't hesitate for a moment and took another step towards the 4-armed robot. Once inside a 1-meter attack range, the robot will swing its arm and smash down the large hammer at its top. The force was so great that even Lu Chiwu, whose physical enhancement level exceeded 200 points, found it difficult to withstand. However, perhaps because he had reached the tendon refining realm, the iron hammer did not break his bones. The closer you are to the machine, the better the tempering effect. The Blood Master's voice echoed softly. Lu Chiwu gritted his teeth and mustered all his strength to get closer. The robot seemed to be enraged, and its 4 hammer arms flashed instantly, smashing 4 hammers into his body in a flash. Lu Chiwu was sent flying backwards in an instant, as he struggled to get up. The Blood Master's voice rang out again. During cultivation, you can use the standing meditation posture to enhance the effects of blood refining. Teacher, you could have said this sooner. Lu Chiwu looked at the several bruises on his body and at first glance thought he had undergone cupping. 030, Superior Blood. Pain. It hurts so much. This 4-armed robot is programmed with a complete program. Once it detects that Lu Chiwu has adopted a standing posture, the hammers on its 4 arms will strike the designated area instead of striking randomly. However, the hammer's force did not diminish in the slightest. Each strike was so powerful that Lu Chiwu's body swayed. Hiss! Lu Chiwu's arms and torso were covered in bruises, with some areas of the bruises merging together. At first glance, it looked like his skin had turned blood red. Is this what it means to temper bones with blood? Lu Chiwu gritted his teeth and persisted. The pain hadn't lessened, but after being beaten for so long, he seemed to be able to endure it, or perhaps he had become somewhat numb. He had already completed half of the standing meditation exercise when he keenly noticed something amiss. Each movement of this four-armed robot is powerful and forceful, yet methodical. If its movements are slightly distorted, the hammer will be carefully adjusted to ensure that the landing point is where the robot wants it to land. Clearly, stance training is also one of the core practices in the bone tempering realm. The difference is that in the tendon refining realm, stance training is used to build the foundation of martial arts and improve the physical fitness of the learner. Once you reach the level of bone tempering, the standing meditation posture will utilize the string-like nature of your muscles to protect the bones in the corresponding areas from serious damage. Every time this robot drops its hammer, it ensures that there's bleeding but no broken skin. Is this to avoid wasting blood? Lu Qiwu still had time to think, and it hurts so much. Is this what they mean by suffering in private if you want to be a saint in front of others? He didn't know much about martial arts training, but the Holy Alliance of Humanity revered martial arts, and various martial arts schools were springing up everywhere under its sects. Some martial arts schools shoot videos online to recruit students. Lu Qiwu had seen many of them, most of which featured elegant movements, and their cultivation was as pleasing to the eye as dancing. It's hard to imagine that behind the scenes, he had to be beaten like a masochist. The Blood Master stood not far away, carefully observing Lu Qiwu. His bright eyes seemed to see through things, allowing him to perceive the changes within Lu Qiwu's body. His physical attributes are incredibly strong. His muscle strength is probably comparable to that of a leopard. Therefore, during the stance training at the tendon refining stage, he can withstand the pain of internal organ vibrations. He might not even be aware of the pain. Blood Master thought to himself. Everyone's physical condition is different. What some people can do, others may not be able to do. There are many people in the world who look alike, but their inner selves can be completely different. The Blood Master could tell at a glance that Lu Qiwu had not taken any prohibited drugs or similar substances. The young man's body was very clean, but he also couldn't see anything unusual. But the absence of any abnormality is the biggest abnormality. After all, the effects of the secret medicine can only be applied a maximum of 6 times. But the young man who was constantly being beaten had actually trained 20 times in addition to the effects of the secret medicine. This is not something that can be sustained by willpower alone. Every practice session consumes energy within the body. It's like someone working for 20 days in one day but only eating for one day. Such energy consumption is impossible. There's been no change whatsoever. Is it simply a matter of a special physique, applicable only to the muscle refining stage? The Blood Master stared intently at Lu Qiwu being beaten, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes. With his abilities, if he wanted power or status, he could get it as long as he showed his interest. A disciple who truly meets all the requirements is indeed very difficult to find. The Crimson Blood sect's cultivation methods were truly torturous. Although he didn't want to admit it, he understood that compared to the cultivation methods of other sects, the Crimson Blood sect's cultivation methods were not particularly outstanding. Why would people with real potential choose the Crimson Blood faction? The Blood Master saw some hope in Lu Qiwu, which is why he personally gave him guidance. Unfortunately, after watching for so long, that hope became increasingly elusive. He saw Lu Qiwu complete the standing posture in front of the four-armed robot, and his fingers twitched slightly. Whoosh! Lu Qiwu was pulled away by an inexplicable force and instantly escaped the robot's attack range. Teacher! Lu Qiwu raised his head slightly, looked at the old man looking down at him, and said, I can still hold on. Too much of a good thing is bad. After one complete standing meditation exercise, the bone areas that you need to temper have already contained your own blood. Next, you should nourish your bones with blood, the Blood Master said calmly. The young man's unwavering determination earned him a higher opinion of him. He waved his hand, and there was a wooden bucket that the auxiliary robot had prepared beforehand. Inside, there were many small pieces of medicinal herbs whose appearance was not clearly visible, and a fragrance wafted from the water. Lu Qiwu struggled to get up. He looked down at his exposed skin, which was almost entirely stained red. At the Blood Master's signal, he climbed into the wooden barrel. Snap! Before Lu Qiwu could speak, a skin and bones hand pressed down on his head. The claw-like fingers unleashed a power more terrifying than a bear's, instantly shoving him into the water. The liquid in the barrel had an incredibly stimulating force, making all the skin that came into contact with it feel like it was being burned. Lu Qiwu was startled when he was pushed into the water, but he suppressed the urge to struggle, so the first thing he felt was that his whole body was being bitten by ants. It was very uncomfortable at first. It's like sprinkling chili powder into a wound. But gradually, the pain was replaced by an itchy sensation, and a tingling, numb feeling came from the bones inside my body. Lu Qiwu understood that the secret medicine was taking effect. Just like an itch that appears when a wound is healing, it's itching inside the bones. This means the training you just completed has been successful, and your bones are becoming stronger. Lu Qiwu didn't climb out of the water until he couldn't hold his breath any longer. He looked down and saw that the red bruises on his exposed skin had disappeared, and his skin had returned to its former fair color. The effect is good. At this level, the higher the quality of your blood, the better the effect of nourishing your bones with blood. The blood master stood to the side and said, "Your physique far surpasses that of ordinary people, so the effect of your blood nourishing your bones is top-notch." Lu Qiwu then realized that the itchy feeling in his bones was because the bruises that had been knocked out were drilling into his bones. Is the highest grade the best? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. There is an even higher level above the highest, but that is not common. Only 2 people have been able to reach that level in the last few hundred years. The blood master said. He was generous in offering his advice, which showed he valued a certain quality in the person. If an ordinary person were pushed into the water, they would definitely struggle wildly, but the young man in front of him quietly sank into the water. Even when he moved his hand away, the young man did not struggle to rise to the surface. Instead, it deliberately sinks to the bottom, allowing the secret medicine to work continuously. Having just endured a severe beating, the blood master's attitude towards the young man before him improved considerably. "Teacher, can I continue to cultivate here?" Lu Qiwu asked. The blood master was slightly taken aback. 031, a 3-day training period, with appropriate exposure of abilities. Aren't you curious about the levels above the highest? The blood master felt a surge of interest. Lu Qiwu shook his head. If the quality of blood could be improved, you just mentioned it. Since it wasn't mentioned, it means that the blood level cannot be changed. It's meaningless for him to be curious about the level or its effects. What good will asking do? At most, it will broaden your horizons a bit. The blood master grinned. He has a good character, but it's a pity that his talent is too poor. If his genetic potential could reach 20%, he might really be willing to take him as his apprentice. Unfortunately, fate is cruel. His genetic potential is less than 10%, so he will never have the chance to break through to the level of blood transfusion in this lifetime. Teacher, can I continue my cultivation here? Seeing that the old man was in a good mood, Lu Qiwu asked again. The blood master shook his head. You've only just completed 1 round of cultivation, and your bones still need a recovery period. In my opinion, come back in 3 days. Strengthening bones with blood doesn't mean that blood just needs to be absorbed into the bones also need a period of time to become stronger. If it is top quality blood, it only takes 1.5 days for the bones to recover and the density enhancement to be completed, while if it is medium quality blood, it takes 3 days for the bones to recover. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this. He began to ponder this in his heart. During the tendon refining stage, he strengthens the tendons and ligaments involved in the standing posture by designating specific areas for reinforcement, while the purpose of the bone forging stage is to increase bone density. Could he then follow suit and repeat this process to shorten the intervals between training sessions? Unfortunately, the blood master didn't mention that this robot could be taken home. Cultivating here would be troublesome due to the constant back and forth, and it might also expose some of the system's abilities. Teacher Lu Qiwu opened his mouth. The blood master glanced at him. Your heart is beating faster, your breathing is quickening, and your mind is much more active. What do you want to confess? Lu Qiwu was instantly startled. But if a martial artist with a higher level of skill could hear the sound of a mosquito's wings vibrating from 100 meters away, and could see the veins of a leaf from 1,000 meters away, then he would think it was normal. Everyone has their own subtle tricks, and none of them can escape the notice of these martial artists. With a martial artist's keen insight, it's almost as if it were a miniature lie detector. I wouldn't dare lie to you, teacher. Lu Qiwu said softly, my body becomes stronger after every meal, which is why I can stand in the stance 26 times. The blood master's gaze sharpened instantly. Lu Qiwu, however, remained completely unchanged, looking utterly calm. Send down some food, high-density solid food for martial artists. The blood master waved his hand and slowly spoke into the micro-light brain on his arm. A moment later, a figure came running over. It was Han Lixing, who was waiting outside, and he was carrying food in his hands. Upon receiving the message from the blood master, he did not hesitate at all. He instantly unleashed his speed, retrieved the food, and rushed into the underground space. The entire process of taking and giving away took only 10 seconds. Seeing the scene, Lu Qiwu's gaze towards Han Lixing changed. This young man may seem loud and boisterous, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Killing yourself would be as easy as killing an ant. Eat. The Blood Master raised his chin. Although Han Lixing didn't know what had happened, he was perceptive enough to hand the food in his hand to Lu Qiwu. Okay. Lu Qiwu did not hesitate at all. Now that he's spoken, he's prepared. Moreover, seeing Han Lixing's speed and the anticipated difference in strength, he had more thoughts in his mind and was certain that his exposure was not a problem at all. The high-density food that Han Lixing brought was larger, square in shape, about the size of 2 fingers put together. Lu Qiwu didn't dare to eat it in big bites. This is clearly food for a high-level martial artist. If he were to swallow it whole, he would probably die from overeating. After taking a couple of small bites, Lu Qiwu felt he should stop. Intake energy to strengthen the body 8. Total enhancement calculation, 16 body forge 100%. With a thought, Lu Qiwu directed the energy to strengthen the bone structure. After emerging from the wooden tub, his bones remained slightly itchy, a sensation that was expected to last for 3 days before subsiding. This should be the cultivation cycle that the Blood Master mentioned. However, after the damage subsided, with approximately 15 points of enhancement applied to the bones, Lu Qiwu immediately felt that the itchy sensation had been largely depleted. Lu Qiwu took another bite of the high-density food, and then focused the enhancement value on the bones again. This time, the itching sensation disappeared, and he slowly raised his eyes. You're not lying, I felt it all. The Blood Master met his gaze, his bright eyes flashing with excitement. He had been watching very closely, and he could feel a noticeable change in Lu Qiwu's bones before and after he ate. Although he couldn't see exactly how the changes occurred, he could feel that the other person's bones had hardened slightly. What? Han Lixing was completely confused. After delivering the food, he didn't leave. Instead, he quietly lowered his presence and squatted to the side. Then he saw Lu Qiwu eat a few bites of food, and then the Blood Master spoke. What did you feel? How come he doesn't understand anything? Han Lixing really wanted to speak, but he didn't dare to actually make a sound, lest the Blood Master notice and kick him out. You may stay here and cultivate here from now on. The Blood Master pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Special physical condition. The Blood Master looked at the young man before him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Some people have special physiques, and many of the disciples of the Crimson Blood sect who went out earlier like this. But in addition to physique, there are some people who have special constitutions. In his view, Lu Qiwu possessed a special physique, and it was because of this physique that his body became stronger, which caught Han Lixing's attention. If I remember correctly, Lu Qiwu's family has been pure-blooded humans for 10 generations. The Blood Master thought to himself. Some people have foreign blood, which can make them stronger and have other physical changes. However, because of the foreign blood, their progress in martial arts training is greatly slowed down. What? Han Lixing was immediately surprised when he heard about the Blood Master's arrangement. This is the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters, of great significance. Normally, only the Blood Master stays here, but now, the Blood Master has allowed Lu Qiwu to stay here as well. Thank you, teacher. Lu Qiwu readily agreed. He made the right bet. Revealing this ability won't get you dissected, but it will make you more valued and nurtured. Why are you still here? The Blood Master turned to look at Han Lixing and said, What are you doing here? Do you want me to see you out? Han Lixing. 032, Ding Dang Micro-Optical Brain. Let me see where your limits are. The Blood Master's voice was hoarse. He waved his hand, and the robot's tray was piled high with pieces of high-density food. Lu Qiwu didn't hold back and picked it up to eat. Everyone knows that food contains energy, but others need a process of digestion and conversion. He is different. As soon as he swallows it, the system extracts the energy from it. However, this process is difficult to observe, and it is not a process of creating something out of nothing, which is why Lu Qiwu dared to expose part of his enhanced abilities. Then I'll continue. Lu Qiwu replied, and then walked towards the four-armed robot again. Click. Once it gets close to the four-armed robot's attack range, the robot's arms will extend, assuming an attack stance. Lu Qiwu had already practiced once, so he naturally assumed the stance with ease. Come on. Lu Qiwu's eyes were full of determination. Bang! The hammer slammed down, striking his arm. In an instant, Lu Qiwu's arm trembled, and blood spots quickly spread under his skin, then rapidly merged into a large bruise the size of a hammer on his arm. My strength has increased. Lu Qiwu gritted his teeth and persevered. He thought that as his bones strengthened, the pain would gradually decrease. He never expected that the four-armed robot would increase its force on the second occasion. This four-armed robot does not exert a fixed force, but its power changes according to the cultivator's physical condition. In the blink of an eye, the four-armed robot's attacks rained down, severely striking the limbs used for standing. The dull sound echoed through the underground space, like someone pounding pork with a rolling pin. The Blood Master stroked his beard with one hand, his bright eyes scrutinizing him intently, ordinary, like someone with only a strong physique, but the bone recovery just now definitely accelerated. A person with well-developed muscles can unleash greater power and recover faster than an average person. This is a sign of a strong physique, which is a normal phenomenon, just exceptional. Just like some people eat 2 bowls of rice at a meal, while others eat 5 bowls, the latter will naturally have more strength. The so-called physical constitution, simply put, is something that cannot be achieved through exercise and cannot be explained by normal. Just like Lu Qiwu can speed up his body's recovery simply by swallowing food, this is not a normal phenomenon. The Blood Master paced back and forth, taking in every detail of the young man's cultivation. He was now 7 or 8 parts certain about Lu Qiwu's physique. Throughout history, all those with special physical constitutions who haven't perished have made a name for themselves. But I've never heard of someone with a special physique having such low martial arts gene potential. Blood Master thought to himself. He connected to the Alliance's intranet, and with his privileges, he had already retrieved the information and biographical details of Lu Qiwu's ancestors for 10 generations. According to intelligence, the Lu family has been pure-blooded humans for 10 generations. It was only when Lu Qiwu married a wife with the bloodline of the Fox clan that the family came to be. However, Lu Qiwu has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, but his health has always been poor. Could it be that his constitution is too special, and the Lu family, being just an ordinary family, failed to make up for the deficiencies in time, thus dragging down his health? A thought flashed through the Blood Master's mind. This is actually quite likely, since Lu Qiwu's sister has 30% martial arts gene potential, so there's no reason why Lu Qiwu, who has a special physique, would only have 3% gene potential. He remained silent, simply watching Lu Qiwu practice his cultivation over and over again. Aside from eating and resting, Lu Qiwu practiced in front of the four-armed robot a full 12 times that night. Generally, practitioners with superior blood can only practice once every 3 days, because it takes such a long period for blood to nourish the bones. However, on Lu Qiwu's side, he cultivated 12 times in less than 12 hours, and the strengthening of his bones did not decrease in effect despite the shortened time. The Blood Master said with satisfaction, "Not bad. The effect of your cultivation this night would take an ordinary bone-forging realm martial artist more than a month to achieve." The effects of cultivation are one aspect, but more important is the spirit of cultivation itself. The four-armed robot can intelligently adjust its force, which means that the pain of each strike during training is not reduced. However, Lu Qiwu does not back down at all, but faces the challenge head-on. "Teacher, I can try even harder," Lu Qiwu said softly. "My body can handle it, but my mind still needs rest," the Blood Master said. "Besides, when the Alliance people come, they'll need to register you for a martial artist certificate." Lu Qiwu was taken aback upon hearing this. Having stayed in the underground space the whole time, he hadn't even noticed the passage of time, completely absorbed in becoming stronger. He hadn't expected that everyone who had registered with the Alliance would arrive. "That means it's already 8 or 9 in the morning. I'm sorry to have troubled you to rest," Lu Qiwu quickly said. The Blood Master waved his hand, tossed over a set of clothes, and then turned and headed back towards the passage he had come from. Seeing this, Lu Qiwu took the clothes, quickly changed into them, and hurried after him. The two entered the courtyard one after the other. Outside the fence gate, 2 people in Alliance uniforms were already waiting. When they saw the old man, they immediately greeted him respectfully before walking in through the automatically opening fence gate. "Is this your sect's newly recruited disciple?" The older Alliance staff member looked Lu Qiwu up and down. He was wearing a coat with a pattern of a drop of bright red blood on his left chest, a distinctive symbol of the Crimson Blood faction. Upon closer inspection, one can see that the clothes under the coat are tattered, as if training had just ended. "It's only 8 in the morning. Could it be that they stayed here to cultivate last night?" The staff member who spoke had a thought in his mind, and his tone became even more respectful. Seeing the old man nod slightly, he said to Lu Qiwu, "Young brother, what realm are you at now? Would you mind showing me something?" Lu Qiwu did not refuse and casually threw a punch. Muscles as taut as strings, punches that fly with the wind. The signs of reaching the tendon refining realm are particularly obvious. The older staff member nodded, turned on the machine he carried with him, and scanned Lu Qiwu's upper body. Then he registered and updated his fingerprints and iris scans, which took more than 10 minutes to finish. This is a Class D microcomputer exclusively for martial artists, which can be used up to the blood exchange realm. Another staff member stepped forward and said in a sweet voice. He opened the box he had brought with him, revealing a microcomputer that was larger than a regular microcomputer and had a special coating. "Let me change it for you." The staff member, with her neat high ponytail, took a few steps forward and took Lu Qiwu's hanging arm. My fingers slipped unintentionally across my palm before landing on my wrist. Lu Qiwu frowned slightly but did not speak. This woman with the high ponytail is quite professional. In a flash, she removed the original microcomputer and then, with a slight clicking sound, fixed the new Class D microcomputer onto her wrist. Lu Qiwu looked at the page that was activating, thought for a moment, and asked, "What does Ding Dang Micro Light Brain mean?" 033, Martial Arts Privileges. A martial artist's microcomputer is divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, with grade A being the highest and grade D the lowest, the staff member with the high ponytail said sweetly. A grade D microcomputer can basically withstand the combat fluctuations before reaching the blood exchange realm. Of course, each level of microcomputer also has a hierarchy of information access authority. The higher the level, the more information can be viewed. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this. The difference in materials used in a martial artist's microbrain is easy for him to understand, and this should be based on the upper limit of the combat fluctuations they can withstand. Being able to withstand the combat fluctuations of the blood exchange realm means that this tiny Class D microcomputer could be dropped on the ground and stepped on or run over by a car without any problem. This is a sophisticated machine, not a crude tool. Achieving this is no easy feat, as the more sophisticated the machine, the more delicate it is. The more advanced micro-optical brains, capable of ensuring safety in non-human combat, use incredibly precious materials and craftsmanship, and are therefore destined to be impossible to fully promote. Of course, a broken micro-light brain can be replaced. The real function of these different levels of micro-light brains is information retrieval. Both Hong Lixing and the Blood Master had seen Lu Qiwu's information, but the information the former could see was definitely not as detailed as the latter's. That was the difference. Lu Qiwu didn't ask much about the micro-light brain, figuring he could figure it out gradually later. Seeing that the young man in front of her had no intention of speaking after a few words, the staff member with the high ponytail licked her lips and said, "Sir, after becoming a martial artist, you can change wives." Lu Qiwu glanced at her sideways, but his calm gaze made her heart skip a beat. The woman's intuition told her that her words had displeased the young man in front of her, or even angered him. "Excuse me, we still have some work to do." The older staff member noticed something was wrong, and after respectfully apologizing to the Blood Master, he pulled his high ponytail and headed outside. The two walked out and boarded the train on the platform. Only after the courtyard was completely out of sight did the older staff member dare to speak. "You shouldn't have said that." "Uncle, I know I was wrong." The girl with the high ponytail lowered her head. "I know what you're thinking. We've both seen the young man as information. He must have something special to be valued by that person, who sent a request to do something in the middle of the night." But the older staff member paused, then said earnestly, "You've made a mistake by being too hasty. He's already changed wives after just becoming rich? If that young man agrees, will he make a good impression on that important person? Besides, if they apply for marriage on the very first day they meet, their assigned spouse must be exceptionally good looking. It's only been a short time, and they're still deeply in love. Do you think they would possibly get a divorce?" The older staff members, having worked for many years and met many people, could pinpoint the problem in just a few words. Lu Qiwu looked at the micro-light brain in his hand. This was not as simple as just replacing equipment, it meant a change of identity. "Teacher, should we return this plaque?" Lu Qiwu thought of something and took out a plaque with the words "Crimson Blood" on it. "You decide which relative you want to use it for." The Blood Master glanced at it. "A Class D martial artist can grant this privilege to one person. You can handle this token as you see fit." Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. "However, that person was right about one thing: your wife has foreign blood. You should think more about the future." The Blood Master rarely gave such a word of advice. Whether or not one is a martial artist, as long as one is purely human, it will not affect the probability of their offspring becoming martial artists. However, if one's spouse has foreign blood, even just a trace of it, it will definitely reduce the probability of their offspring becoming martial artists. Lu Qiwu responded. The blood master didn't say anything more. He had lived for over 200 years and had seen countless people and events. Judging from the young man's performance, he knew what the answer would be if he continued. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. If the young man continued his cultivation, it was very likely that his body would still be at its peak while his spouse would already be old and gray. Teacher, shall I continue my cultivation? Lu Qiwu asked. No rush, take a day off and come over tomorrow morning, the blood master said after thinking for a moment. Go and take care of things at home. With your physique, you might be able to cultivate to the blood exchange realm in one go. Strengthening tendons, tempering bones, refining internal organs, and changing blood, these are the first 4 realms of a martial artist, which also represent the realm of an ordinary person. One of the core aspects of these 4 realms of cultivation is the importance of physical recovery. The blood master estimated that Lu Qiwu's physique should be able to play a role in all 4 realms, but it was uncertain whether he could withstand the blood exchange realm. After all, no one had ever made a breakthrough with less than 10% of their genetic potential before. The blood master looked at the young man before him, curious about just how far he could go. Okay, teacher. Lu Qiwu agreed. If I were to continue my spiritual practice here, it would probably take a lot of time, and I would need to take care of things back home. I've called a car for you. Once you've finished dealing with this and are ready to come back, just apply for your return time on the microcomputer. Blood master waved his hand. Lu Qiwu obediently agreed, and he took the opportunity to add the blood master as a friend on the micro light brain. He boarded a short, super suspension train specially arranged to pick him up, which did not stop along the way until it reached production zone 8. The super suspended train can only stop at designated stations. If Lu Qiwu wants to get to Resettlement Housing Area 16, he can only transfer there, since there are no specially built stations for him to stop at. Lu Qiwu quickly boarded the train bound for Resettlement Housing Area 16 through the passage reserved for martial artists traveling together. He was in a first-class carriage with a seat, a privilege granted to martial artists who could ride for free. He figured he might as well take the seat. Inside the carriage, he found some ordinary passengers. Please give up your seat to the martial artist who needs it. The moment Lu Qiwu stepped into the carriage, a special announcement began. All the passengers now knew Lu Qiwu's identity as a martial artist, and envious glances immediately swept over him. Yunxia was leaning back on the sofa watching a short drama. She didn't have to work and didn't want to go out shopping, so she simply stayed home and watched the show. When she heard the door open, she excitedly got up and jumped into Lu Qiwu's arms. Why are you back so early? Yunxia asked. Yesterday, an hour or 2 after Lu Qiwu left with Han Lixing, news came that they might have to stay for a while. Yunxia felt a little down. This was the first time they had to be separated for such a long time since they got married. I'm going to be cultivating at the Crimson Blood Sect base for a while, Lu Qiwu said, holding Yunxia firmly with one hand. I was thinking of letting you meet my parents, and then you can stay with them, okay? The resettlement housing is available, but it's a bit inconvenient for Yunxia to live alone. She's all alone. Of course, if you want to live alone, that is fine too, you can stay here. Lu Qiwu said. You're going to meet your parents? Yunxia's face flushed, and her voice became even more coquettish. Of course, even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually. Lu Qiwu smiled. Yunxia pouted, saying with a hint of dissatisfaction, Where am I ugly? Then be confident, what could possibly happen when you meet an elder? Lu Qiwu spun the person around twice in his arms. The speed was too fast, and Yunxia was afraid of being thrown off, so she quickly grabbed the person and held on tight. She was already being held around the waist, and this hug pressed Lu Qiwu's head directly into her soft embrace. 034, the ugly daughter-in-law meets her in-laws. Sister Lan, why did you buy so many nice things today? It's all because of my rascal, he became a formal martial artist without saying a word, Cui Gulan said with a smile. Since I'm back, I definitely need to prepare properly. My god, you're already a formal martial artist? I always thought that kid was good-looking and talented. Now you can enjoy your life. Here, just take this bunch of scallions, it's free. Lu Hongkai stood to one side, carrying 5 or 6 bags in his hands. With the development of food delivery services, each region has a supply warehouse set up by the Alliance. With the help of dedicated delivery robots and quantum computers, orders can be delivered and shipped out within 3 minutes of being placed. But cold, impersonal robots can't compare to the shopkeepers in the neighborhood who have been around for years. Plus, some dishes are cheaper to buy in shops, so most neighborhoods have people doing some kind of business. However, Chui Gulan clearly didn't come to buy this time just for a cheaper price. Each bag represented a different shop. The two visited 5 or 6 more shops. Lu Hongkai had 7 or 8 bags in his hands. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, "It's almost noon. If we don't go back soon, we won't have time to prepare the food." Chui Gulan was still eager to hear more. She thought to herself that she had visited all the shops she frequented and knew more or less about some of her neighbors. Those who don't know about her family will probably find out from others in the next few days. Then let's go back. That brat finally decided to bring his wife. Chui Gulan said. Lu Hongkai nodded upon hearing this. The two went straight into the kitchen as soon as they got home. Around noon, the door was opened, and Lu Wangshu came back from her lunch break. She peeked in and, not seeing her brother, was pulled into the kitchen to help prepare the vegetables. More than 10 minutes later, the door was opened again. Lu Qiwu was somewhat helpless, his hands were full of bags, but fortunately, martial artists have strong physiques, so he could still free up 2 fingers to hold Yunxia's hand and step into the gate. According to his plan, even if making cream puffs took some time, he could still return home with ease. He never expected that Yunxia would say she wanted to buy something on the way. It's about buying a tiny bit of stuff. You're here, why did you buy so much stuff? Chui Gulan washed her hands and came out of the kitchen. She didn't look at the bags on the ground, but instead looked the girl following behind her child up and down. That delicate and charming appearance, no wonder my child was so captivated by her that he applied for marriage on the very first day they met. Uncle and aunt. Yunxia's voice was a little low. Lu Qiwu chimed in from the side, they're still calling them uncle and auntie? Dad and mom. Yunxia quickly changed her address. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongkai, who was standing next to Chui Gulan, chuckled and then burst into laughter, grabbing Chui Gulan and taking out the red envelope he had prepared in advance to change her address. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Lu Wangshu popped up from the side, her eyes shining. She's been attracted to good looks since she was a child, both for men and women. Yunxia has access to the best marriage resources within the Yun family. For a junior with foreign blood to possess such resources is enough to show how outstanding her appearance is. Come on, let's eat first. Chui Gulan invited everyone to sit down. There were only 5 people in the room. Ordinary people on Earth would be relocated to other planets once they reached the age of 60. However, even an ordinary person's microcomputer can ensure stable communication and low latency within the galaxy, so during the meal, he was talking to the 4 elders who were still alive. Yunxia was a little reserved at first, but seeing the attitude of the 3 members of the Lu family, her nervousness eased a lot. Moreover, as a socialite, how could Yunxia, who was groomed for a future marriage alliance with another family, possibly be timid and hesitant? Towards the end of the meal, Lu Qiwu found it harder to join in and could only eat his meal with his head down, listening to Yunxia and his parents chat. I will be cultivating within my sect from now on. Lu Qiwu said slowly after everyone had finished eating and drinking. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be put to the test. The Blood Master will probably have to see if his physique can break through the blood exchange realm. If not, then that's about it. But if he can, then he might receive a lot of training from the Blood Master. So when Lu Qiwu arrives at the Crimson Blood Sect's headquarters in Wu'er District tomorrow, he estimates he will be staying there for a long time. He patted Yunxia's little hand and said, I plan to let Xiaxia stay here for now. It's good to stay here. Your room can be moved in after a little tidying up. Chui Gulan turned her head and asked, does Xiaxia have any dietary restrictions? I'll keep that in mind when I cook for her. There were no objections, and it was decided immediately. Yunxia has no dietary restrictions except for not eating anything too spicy. After dinner, Chui Gulan pulled her to sit on the sofa and chat. When are you two planning to have a child? Chui Gulan asked. This question will automatically arise for any parent, regardless of their age, once their child gets married. Yunxia bit her lip and hadn't spoken yet when Lu Qiwu said from the side, what's the rush, Mom? I've only just become a formal martial artist. Cultivation is more important. That's right. You should start a family and build a career. Now that you're married and have the opportunity to achieve something, you should give it a try. Lu Hongkai said to Lu Qiwu, then looked at Yunxia, it's just tough on Xiaxia, you've only been married a short time, and you already have to be separated for a while. Dad, I support Qiwu's decision. Yunxia said firmly. Cui Gulan held Yunxia's hand and sighed, she's a sensible girl. If this brat ever bullies you, tell mom, and mom will help you. Seeing his mother and father firmly stating that they were on the same side as Yunxia and chatting enthusiastically, Lu Qiwu simply got up and walked towards Lu Wangshu. Her younger sister, who is 3 years younger than her, has a 30% potential in martial arts genes. After the test results came out, her academic courses were significantly reduced and replaced with martial arts-related courses. Lu Qiwu previously had only 3% potential in martial arts genes and had no chance to pursue martial arts, so he didn't ask much about these courses. But now he's quite interested in asking about them. Currently, it's mainly physical training, along with some sword and weapon training, Lu Wangshu said, counting on his fingers. Aside from 1 or 2 academic classes each day, it's just this kind of training. Haven't you started formal cultivation yet? Lu Qiwu asked. It won't be that fast. Lu Wangshu said. We are currently in the testing phase, seeing which weapons and limbs are compatible with us before we move on to the selection phase. Our school has direct connections with 15 sects and 89 martial arts schools. These schools will be the first to screen us. If we are successfully selected, we won't need to consider university. If we don't pass, that's when we should start thinking about university. The Holy Alliance of Humanity has a vast territory and a large population, so it often takes the principle of proximity into consideration. Once a high school student awakens the potential of martial arts genes, the Alliance and a designated sect will jointly send people to train them. These students will be given priority in training by these sects and will be selected to directly enroll in the universities guided by the corresponding sects. Speaking of which, how did you become a martial artist without saying a word, brother? Lu Wangshu asked. Can I join the same sect as you? 035, the 3 methods of martial arts: fighting method, nourishing method, and training method. Lu Wangshu's martial arts potential is quite good, and he can participate in a sect through the internal recommendation process, just like how Han Lixing brought Lu Qiwu into the Crimson Blood sect, which was achieved through this method. This method is not admission without examination, but rather more like a qualification for entrance examination for transferring schools. For students referred internally, the participation time, test content, and so on are entirely determined by the sect. The advantage of doing this is that it completely bypasses the rules related to the alliance and allows direct contact with the sect. Of course, to enjoy the privileges of a martial artist, one still needs to be certified by the alliance, just like what Lu Qiwu experienced this morning at the Crimson Blood sect's base. The process is quite strict. Brother, how is it? Lu Wangshu blinked her eyes expectantly. You don't meet the entry requirements for the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Qiwu refused directly. The fact that the Crimson Blood sect was able to establish itself in the second martial district shows how influential this martial arts sect was, and Lu Wangshu was the first person he considered. Unfortunately, the Blood Master refused. Later, Lu Qiwu also realized that the Crimson Blood sect was really not suitable for Lu Wangshu. Although his younger sister had the potential of martial arts genes, her physique was not strong and was similar to that of an ordinary person. He was able to practice the Crimson Blood sect stance training because his body had been strengthened by the system, so he was able to completely resist the damage to his internal organs caused by the Crimson Blood sect stance training. For the average person, the Crimson Blood sect's trials are extremely difficult, with a very low pass rate. You should know that out of the more than 20 people who were carefully selected, only 2 people besides him survived and completed the standing meditation. Okay, Lu Wangshu lowered her head, then asked, Crimson Blood sect? What kind of sect is that, and what are they good at? Swords, spears, clubs, and fists. Each martial art has its own emphasis. She is currently practicing these weapons at school, which is also a rough way to check her compatibility with these weapons, so as to facilitate the subsequent selection of sects. Lu Qiwu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Martial arts are divided into fighting techniques, nurturing techniques, and training techniques. Fighting techniques involve putting what you've learned into action and unleashing its power. Nurturing techniques emphasize long-term, steady progress. In simple terms, it's about extending a martial artist's flowering period and maintaining peak combat power over a long time. Lu Qiwu has only been exposed to the training methods of the Crimson Blood sect so far, and what he has learned is the accumulation and breakthrough of realms. He really doesn't know what the Crimson Blood sect's martial arts are good at, or what weapons they are suitable for. However, upon further reflection, he realized that just the day before yesterday, under Han Lixing's guidance, he had gone to the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters in the 2nd Martial District for a trial. He had reached the tendon refining realm yesterday evening and had been cultivating bone tempering from last night until this morning. My schedule is packed, there's no spare time to learn how to play. I haven't learned it yet. I only joined the Crimson Blood sect 3 days ago, and I just registered today to become a formal martial artist. Lu Qiwu said with a smile, shaking his arm. This is a martial artist's microcomputer, let me see it. Lu Wangshu grabbed Lu Qiwu's wrist and leaned in to examine it closely. Be careful, don't let your saliva drip on it. Lu Qiwu didn't move his wrist, letting Lu Wangshu examine him. Lu Wangshu had to go to school in the afternoon, so she left home after a short while. Lu Hongkai also went to work, but Cui Gulan took a whole day off and stayed home. It wouldn't be right to leave Yunxia alone on her very first day at home. In the afternoon, Cui Gulan held Yunxia's little hand, preparing to go shopping for a new 4-piece bedding set. She argued confidently that brat Lu Qiwu's room is so dark, the blankets are dark, the pillows are dark too. A little girl definitely needs something pink. Lu Qiwu, who was scolded for no reason. Fortunately, Yunxia suggested that the three of them just stroll around the neighborhood to familiarize themselves with the area, and then order the things they really needed to buy through the microcomputer and have them delivered directly. The three of them didn't stay outside for long. The 4-piece bedding set was delivered, so they went home. Honey, my family sent me a message. Yunxia shook her microcomputer and said to Lu Qiwu with a blush on her face. She not only changed how she addressed Lu Qiwu's parents, but also how she addressed Lu Qiwu in general over the past few days. What news? Lu Qiwu asked, glancing at Cui Gulan who was putting on a quilt in the room. Yunxia bit her lower lip lightly. My father asked me to bring you home for a family dinner tonight. The Yun family still wields considerable influence. Although they have no throne to inherit, their vast corporation affects the interests of countless individuals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dedicated marriage alliances to cultivate their members. However, Lu Qiwu was certified as a formal martial artist at 8 o'clock in the morning, and unexpectedly, the Yun family sent him a banquet invitation in the afternoon. Their information network is really good. What's your opinion? Lu Qiwu asked. I want to go back, Yunxia said. Then let's go back. Lu Qiwu grasped her small hand, not intending to listen to her reasons at all, but only to hear her decision. My mother is very good to me. I am her only child. Besides, even if we can't find out who did it, once we get back to the Yun family, the person behind it will probably not dare to make a move. Yunxia said. They came to our door to offer their support. Her tantrum about participating in the alliance's spouse allocation will surely cause a stir at home, but if her son-in-law is a martial artist, then this willfulness will have a new explanation. It also serves as a deterrent. The Yun family is considered a wealthy and powerful family, so getting involved isn't a bad thing. At least it provides an extra layer of protection, making the person behind the scenes who dared to hire people to attack in the street wary. Good. Lu Qiwu responded, but before he could speak, he saw Yunxia quickly pull her hand back, her face turning even redder. He turned his head and saw Cui Gulan standing not far away, with a smile on her face. Lu Qiwu coughed a few times and said, Mom, Xiaoxia and I have somewhere to eat dinner, so you don't need to prepare food for us. Who knows what might happen at the Yun family banquet? Moreover, Yunxia is known for her headstrong ways, so her foxwoman mother might not have an easy time in the Yun family. Lu Qiwu didn't waste any time and pulled Yunxia to prepare some things to bring for the visit. The Yun family is large and wealthy, so they certainly don't lack anything. However, this is a matter of attitude. Besides, one of the purposes of their visit is to support Yun Mu. Since we're going to back up them, it can't be a complete falling out. We need to maintain appearances. Yunxia had over 400,000 yuan in her own purse, which was cash. Combined with the 5 million yuan that Lu Qiwu had transferred to their account earlier, this was enough for the couple to withdraw at will, so the things they bought were not shabby. The two estimated the time before heading to the Yun family's residence. The destination was a villa located on the top floor of a building, accessible only by an elevator equipped with identity verification. Once up there, it was impossible to tell that it was on the rooftop, as the open space was covered with lush green grass and trees. The villa is nestled amidst the vibrant spring scenery, making it feel more like a building in the mountains and fields. Yunxia called out to the middle-aged man by the gate, Uncle Li. Miss Yunxia, it's been a long time. A servant took the gifts the two brought, while the butler, known as Uncle Li, led the way. Soon the three of them passed through the carpeted living room and arrived at the dining table. And there, two people were waiting. Lu Qiwu glanced over and noticed the young woman's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Yunxia's, as well as her tiny, palm-sized fox ears that swayed slightly. He immediately guessed her identity. The middle-aged man sitting in the head seat was naturally Yunxia's father, Yunlong, the head of the Yun family. Sit down, Yunlong waved his hand. He appeared calm, but from the moment he saw Lu Qiwu, he had taken in every single one of the latter's movements. 036, Yun family dinner. A look of surprise flashed in Yunlong's eyes. A commoner who unexpectedly gains some opportunity can only eat and drink enough to fill his stomach and ensure that he doesn't starve to death. Arriving at this villa is no less than an ancient commoner stepping into a grand and majestic royal palace. But the boy's eyes did not reveal any desire or greed. In fact, his attention was focused on himself. This behavior did not resemble that of someone who had never seen the world. If one disregarded his rough clothing, he seemed more like a well-traveled young master from a wealthy family. I didn't know what your dietary restrictions were, so I prepared a variety of flavors. Come and eat, Yunlong said first. Lu Qiwu pulled Yun Xia to her seat. The table was covered with dishes, just as Yunlong had said, covering most flavors: sweet, spicy, sour. The large table, big enough to accommodate more than 20 people, was set with dishes that were not as big as in the previous life, so the quantity and variety of dishes were astonishing. A glint flashed in Lu Qiwu's eyes. Just like how Lu's parents specially bought ingredients and prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome Yunxia, this can be interpreted as showing their high regard for her. At the same time, having a huge variety of dishes can also be seen as a showcase. You've never seen so many dishes before, right? This shows how big and powerful the Yun family is. There's someone you need to curry favor with. Eat like you're at home, don't be shy. Yunlong took the initiative to turn the table and bring a small pot of green dragon fruit in front of the young couple. Thank you, father-in-law. Lu Qiwu naturally didn't stand on ceremony, first putting a piece on Yunxia's plate before putting one on his own. He had eaten a lot of this kind of food in his previous life, but now the earth is overpopulated and many residential facilities have been built in the oceans, so this is neither a luxury nor a cheap thing. But Lu Qiwu didn't take many bites. In his opinion, you could tell a person's character just by how they eat. For example, if someone only picks out the expensive dishes from a table full of food, it suggests they've never had a taste for good food before. Being picky about food also indicates a lack of proper upbringing. Of course, if an elder asks you to eat something, it is called a gift from an elder and you should not refuse. Being timid and hesitant would also show that you have poor upbringing. Yunlong nodded slightly. He didn't overeat or drink excessively, and he didn't fixate on any particular dish. I didn't expect this young man to behave so well. It was their first meeting, but they shared the same opinion on food, so Yunlong's attitude towards Lu Qiwu improved considerably. Now that you're married, my Yun family doesn't believe in the saying that a married daughter is like water spilled from a cup. You're welcome to come and sit here sometime, Yunlong said. Yes, father-in-law, Lu Qiwu said, feigning modesty, but it might not be possible for a while. My sect's teacher wants me to stay by his side to cultivate, and I might not have any free time for a while. The Yun family is a large and powerful family, with not only flagship products, but also a planet dedicated to their production. Such a large family naturally has many martial artists. Lu Qiwu did not think that becoming a minor formal martial artist would make the Yun family head become arrogant and then obsequious. So the one who could change such a big figure must be another, even bigger figure. Sure enough, Lu Qiwu keenly noticed that when he mentioned Bloodmaster, the Yun family patriarch sitting in the main seat had a slight change in expression. Bloodmaster, he's quite the big shot. Yunlong laughed. 100 years ago, it said that his junior sister was trapped by the Snow Spirit clan and her life was in imminent danger. It was Bloodmaster who single-handedly fought his way through the Snow Spirit clan's army and even killed the Blood Spirit clan's commanding prince. Snow Spirit clan. Lu Qiwu's expression shifted slightly. He had only known that the Bloodmaster had a legend of single-handedly defeating an entire army. Now he understood who his opponent was and what caused the incident. Moreover, the title of prince implies that the Snow Spirit clan is not a race that has just begun to develop intelligence, but rather one that has a class system. To some extent, such a race implies that it possesses order and the ability to create. They're definitely much more difficult to fight than ordinary races. It's a pity the junior sister wasn't rescued, and not long after, the Blood Master returned to Blue Star. Yunlong paused. It's your blessing to be able to cultivate alongside this great figure. You must seize this opportunity and cultivate diligently. Lu Qiwu obediently agreed. The Yun family still has some wealth, Yunlong said. If you start your cultivation journey and need to buy some medicine, don't be shy with me. In fact, besides daily necessities, the Yun family has also developed several highly effective medicines for martial artists, including those for restoring energy and stamina, treating serious injuries, and detoxifying and curing diseases. The Yun family has some very good products. It's like an anesthetic that would knock out an adult, but much less than an elephant's dose, and it takes effect much faster. Although martial artists look similar to ordinary people, they can unleash terrifying power at any time. Their muscle density and blood strength are much more terrifying than those of normal people. In essence, martial artists are more like ferocious monsters wearing human skin. Therefore, items designed for martial artists contain more power and are more expensive. If they are used by martial artists above the blood exchange realm, a complete set of potions could cost over 100 million. Scholars are poor, warriors are rich. This has been the principle since ancient times. We're all family. If I need anything, I one tea stand on ceremony with my father-in-law. Lu Qiwu nodded. That's what they said, but Yunlong didn't offer to give the medicine now, and Lu Qiwu didn't ask for it either. Adult conversations require understanding the true meaning behind the words. Just as Yunlong said, going out to cultivate means cultivating after achieving something. If you have no achievements and come to ask for martial arts medicine, isn't that just a poor relative coming to beg for money? After dinner, Hu Yulio, Yunxia's birth mother who was shaking her fox ears, pulled Lu Qiwu aside to chat. I don't ask too much of you, just treat Xiaxia well. Hu Yulio said earnestly. My daughter has experienced a lot since she was young and has her own opinions. If you encounter any problems, you can discuss them together. I will. Lu Qiwu nodded solemnly. Now that you're married, you should have children as soon as possible and keep them firmly in your grasp. The father and daughter were alone in the study. Yunlong's voice was no longer gentle, but rather cold and stern. If you achieve something in the future, you can also claim the title of the eldest son's wife. Yunxia remained expressionless, merely nodding perfunctorily. Although the Human God Alliance advocates monogamy and early marriage and childbirth, that applies to ordinary people. For a martial artist, getting a divorce is a piece of cake, and finding a mistress is just a matter of snapping their fingers. Fines that apply to ordinary people are no problem at all in the eyes of a martial artist. Just like her mother, Hu Yulio, who wasn't Yunlong's legally registered spouse in the alliance. If he really succeeds, even if you have foreign blood, with the Yun family backing you up, Yunlong Henti finished speaking. Yunxia spoke up decisively, Father, not everyone is like you. Not long after dinner, the two said goodbye. What's wrong? Lu Qiwu noticed that Yunxia wasn't in a good mood, so he smiled and asked, Are you reluctant to see me leave for an extended period starting tomorrow? No. Yunxia shook her head. I'm so sad about this. We haven't seen each other for a while, and you haven't reacted at all. Lu Qiwu held Yunxia's small hand and covered it with his chest, looking extremely heartbroken. Yunxia opened her mouth slightly. Lu Qiwu became serious and sat up straight, saying, All right, put everything that's bothering you behind you. You'll look like an old lady if you keep frowning. 037, the qualification to compete. Lu Qiwu was going to the Red Blood Sect's headquarters in the 2nd Martial District, so he got up early in the morning. He wanted to get out of bed quietly, but Yunxia, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten, woke up. Let me get you something to eat. Yunxia sat up in her pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes. It's okay, you should get some more sleep. Lu Qiwu wanted to refuse, but Yunxia had already gotten up, so he simply stopped talking. Watching Yunxia's retreating figure, he let out a soft sigh. Yesterday, when Hu Yulio pulled him aside to talk, Yunxia was also pulled aside by Yunlong to talk. Although he didn't know what the father and daughter would talk about, it was nothing more than the same old things. After all, Yunlong is first and foremost the head of the Yun family, and secondly a businessman. As for the father-daughter relationship, it can only be said that it is almost non-existent, otherwise he would not have groomed Yunxia to be a marriage partner. However, yesterday's meal was actually quite fruitful. Firstly, given Yunlong's repeated mentions of the Blood Master and Crimson Blood sect at the dinner table, it's easy to guess that Yunlong values the sect itself, rather than Lu Qiwu's status as a formal martial artist. But it's still just a tiger skin, and since Lu Qiwu will be cultivating by the Blood Master's side for a while, Hu Yulio's treatment in the Yun family will be much better. Secondly, reconnecting with the Yun family is another way to leverage their strengths, just like the martial arts potion Yunlong mentioned, which might actually come in handy later. There was some noise coming from Mr. and Mrs. Lu's room, but the two of them did not come out, obviously intending to give the young couple some space alone. After Lu Qiwu and Yunxia finished eating, Lu Qiwu gently told her to go back to sleep. Although Yunxia was still somewhat down, she was much better than yesterday, and with Lu's parents by her side, Lu Qiwu believed they would take good care of her. He had to go to the Crimson Blood Sect's headquarters today, and he couldn't be late. Lu Qiwu quickly tidied up and hurried out. The time of the super levitation train was confirmed on his microcomputer. He didn't need to board the train according to the timetable. Instead, a private car would take him there. He quickly arrived at the small courtyard of the Crimson Blood Sect's headquarters. It was just past 7 o'clock. The fence gate opened automatically. The Blood Master, brushing his teeth with one hand and holding a cup in the other, squatted in a corner of the courtyard. After rinsing his mouth a few times, he put the cup and toothbrush away. Lu Qiwu stood to the side and watched for a while. It was hard to imagine that someone who looked like an old man next door could be so powerful as to wipe out an entire army. "You've arrived so early," the Blood Master asked slowly. "I dare not delay the matter of learning martial arts," Lu Qiwu said respectfully. "Then let's begin our cultivation." The Blood Master, with his hands behind his back, led the group into the underground space. The four-armed robot stood quietly in place, like a sculpture, and its cylindrical body gave it a comical appearance, looking like a piece of wood with branches stuck in it. Yet this very machine is an auxiliary tool for the Crimson Blood Sect to cultivate the bone-forging realm. Lu Qiwu took off his shirt and walked towards the four-armed robot. After entering the attack range, the four-armed robot suddenly unfolded its two mechanical arms. "Call." Lu Qiwu assumed the stance of the Crimson Blood Sect. Bang! The hammer slammed down suddenly, instantly drawing blood from the fair skin. The blood quickly merged into a bruise the size of the hammer. Bang! As Lu Qiwu made each movement, the four iron hammers fell either in turn or at the same time, making a series of muffled thuds, like pounding fluffy pork. Generally, one dose of the secret medicine can assist your cultivation for 3 days, helping your blood to integrate into your bones. However, your constitution is special, so you need to bathe in the secret medicine every 2 days. The Blood Master stood aside and watched for a while before speaking. "Okay, teacher." Lu Qiwu finished a round of standing meditation and slowly walked into the water, immediately experiencing waves of stimulating sensations. With his head submerged in the water, Lu Qiwu emerged only after the stimulating sensation subsided. He took a piece of high-density solid food from the robot's tray and swallowed it. Energy intake, strengthens the body 15. Total enhancement calculation, 33.75 Forge enhancement 125%. With a thought, Lu Qiwu applied the enhancement points he had gained from consuming the food to his bones. Click click. The bones were constantly itching and rubbing, as if they were being pulled. Lu Qiwu could clearly feel a significant change in the hardness of the bones. As for the energy obtained from soaking in the secret medicine, Lu Qiwu did not use it, but let the system evenly strengthen his body with this energy. Firstly, he had always thought that once he reached 100 enhancement points, he would receive a stage reward. However, over the past few days, he realized that he was wrong. The system's definition of 100 is that the body is enhanced evenly to reach this value. Upon closer examination, this makes sense. Before learning martial arts, all enhancement points are automatically allocated to the whole body, rather than being specifically targeted at a particular area. Flesh and blood amplification is an ability that the system intelligently selected when Lu Qiwu started learning martial arts. It is clear that this ability was designed to help Lu Qiwu cultivate better. Secondly, Lu Qiwu was also intentionally controlling the speed of his cultivation. Too slow was not good, and too fast was not good either. Call. Lu Qiwu walked towards the four-armed robot again. Every 2 meditation sessions, he would bathe in a secret medicine, and after each meditation session, he would never miss eating. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. The bone density has increased by at least 2 times. The Blood Master's fingers, which were almost visible through the outline of the bones, pinched Lu Qiwu's hand bones up and down. He didn't seem to exert any force at all, he just rubbed it from side to side. Lu Qiwu's expression changed drastically. He felt as if his hand bones were being crushed in a hydraulic machine, but he endured it and did not make any movement. The Blood Master slowly moved his fingers, pressing them against the leg bone. After a minute or two, he said in a hoarse voice, "The bones all over the body are strengthened to the same degree." "Not bad, the foundation is very solid." Lu Qiwu nodded. "However, your body seems to have become stronger as well," the Blood Master said. Lu Qiwu used the energy he absorbed from soaking in the secret medicine several times today to strengthen his body, but he never expected that the Blood Master would be so keen to notice these changes. "Yes, teacher, it seems that my health improves after I get married, but I don't know why," Lu Qiwu replied. He acquired the system a few days before the wedding, but the actual changes occurred after the wedding. He had taken advantage of the time difference. Even if the Blood Master becomes interested in investigating, the result will only be the same as his description. A martial artist at the bone forging realm generally has a bone density 5 times that of an ordinary person. Blood Master's eyes shone brightly as he said, "Originally, I thought you could try cultivating at the organ refining realm after these 2 days, but now that I think about it, that would be too wasteful of your physical foundation. Perhaps you really have a chance to compete." "What are we arguing about?" Lu Qiwu had a sudden thought. "Does the Blood Master think he's qualified to be a true disciple?" 038. Striving for excellence and excellence, the path of accumulation in martial arts training. The Blood Master, with his hands behind his back, said, "Do you know how martial arts realms like tendon refining, bone forging, and organ refining are attained?" Lu Qiwu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then shook his head. He lacks the genetic potential for martial arts, so the vast majority of martial arts related knowledge will not be taught to him. In fact, all ordinary people under the rule of the Holy Alliance of Humanity are like this. Once no martial arts gene potential is detected, their greatest role is to marry and get pregnant early, and give birth to newborns with martial arts gene potential for the Alliance. The territory conquered by the Holy Alliance of Humanity serves as the best propaganda for martial artists, and what the Alliance promotes most among martial artists, besides their achievements, is the various measures that facilitate their lives. Actually, martial artists existed thousands of years ago, but back then they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. After the advent of firearms, the inheritance of martial arts even gradually declined. Blood Master said. It wasn't until the shackles on the human body were broken and martial arts unleashed astonishing power that the situation was reversed. Human shackles? Lu Qiwu asked curiously, does it refer to breaking through the limits of power? He doesn't know much about these things. Even though he has become a formal martial artist, it has only been a few days. How could he have had time to learn about these things? However, the Blood Master seemed interested and wanted to discuss it, so he took the opportunity to ask more questions. Pretty much. Strictly speaking, it should be breaking the shackles and realizing the transformation of power from the inside out. The Blood Master narrowed his eyes. Tendon refining, bone forging, and organ refining are the 3 steps that run through all martial arts and are the starting point for all martial artists. In fact, these 3 steps are what build the foundation, while the blood transformation realm is the beginning of breaking the shackles of the human body. The Blood Master said quietly, the Alliance sets the minimum potential of martial arts genes at 10%, and the selection is based on whether one can break through to the blood transformation realm. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. Low-level martial artists are simply much stronger physically, able to fight more than 10 people with their bare hands. If combined with technology, a single low-level martial artist is equivalent to a special forces team, or even stronger. However, none of these can withstand the damage from firepower. If ordinary people insist on fighting back, they can rely on technology and numbers to close the gap. In fact, low-level martial artists are far less cost-effective than firearms. After all, once the production line is up and bullets are flowing like water, it takes at least several years to train a martial artist, and the martial artist's personality, execution ability, and so on must also be considered. What the Alliance really needs are warriors at the blood transformation realm. Your martial arts gene potential is only 3%, and I was originally thinking of seeing if you could break through the blood exchange realm. The Blood Master changed the subject, saying, but your physique is special, and I have a feeling that you might be able to compete for the top spot, but there will inevitably be some risks involved. Lu Qiwu also became serious, and he listened attentively to the Blood Master's explanation. The 3 realms of refining tendons, tempering bones, and refining internal organs are the foundation, while the realm of blood exchange is the building upon this foundation. Therefore, the larger the foundation, the better. But things are not absolute. Just like how pregnant women need nutrition to make the developing baby stronger, but if there is too much nutrition, childbirth will be like stepping into the gates of hell. The better one is in the 3 basic realms, the more difficult it is to enter the blood transformation realm. Teacher, I want to compete. Lu Qiwu said earnestly. In this second life, the word mediocrity should never exist in the dictionary. The principle that the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish is not hard to understand. Moreover, according to what the Blood Master said, almost all ambitious martial artists will accumulate strength in the basic realm. People like Hong Lixing and Li Lian are the ones who make this choice. Excellent. Your choice hasn't wasted your potential. I've seen countless martial artists, but your unique physique gives you a distinct advantage during the accumulation phase. The Blood Master was very satisfied with his answer and said, the current secret medicine is enough for you. I will concoct even more effective secret medicine for you, reducing your obstacles. Thank you, teacher. Lu Qiwu nodded quickly. You've rested enough, so continue your cultivation. The Blood Master waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu also walked towards the four-armed robot. Soon, knocking sounds rang out in the underground space. Friday. Lu Qiwu squatted in the corner of the courtyard. In front of him were densely packed people, all familiar faces. He had seen them all the day before the ancestral worship ceremony, but many people were missing. After all, last time they came, many people brought along promising talents they had selected. In the end, only 3 people survived, while the other 2 who passed the trial were still in the tendon refining stage and did not have the qualifications to come here. Hong Lixing and Li Lian exchanged a few words. He glanced over and caught sight of Lu Qiwu. He raised an eyebrow and said, "You've been looking for so long, and you're still in the tendon refining stage. The talents I've found are all training alongside the Blood Masters." Li Lian followed the gaze and saw Lu Qiwu squatting in the corner, which surprised her. This young man was a promising talent that Hong Lixing had found a few days ago before the ancestral worship ceremony. She had checked the internal network and found that his martial arts gene potential was only 3%. She never expected to see him here today. Moreover, judging from Hong Lixing's words, this young man is able to cultivate alongside a Blood Master. How is this possible? Li Lian said in disbelief. What's impossible? Hong Lixing scoffed, then, too lazy to say anything more to the woman in front of him, he quickly pushed through the crowd and came to Lu Qiwu's side. "Brother Hong." Lu Qiwu had noticed the newcomer long ago, but seeing the two arguing so heatedly, he didn't approach them. "How's your cultivation going here lately?" Hong Lixing asked in a low voice. "I've already reached the bone forging realm, and I'm currently consolidating my cultivation," Lu Qiwu said with a smile. "Still in the bone forging stage? You should be about to start refining your internal organs, right?" Hong Lixing asked with some surprise. He thought he was about to reach the refining muscles realm in a single day, and after all these days, he was still cultivating the refining organs realm. "It's still early. The Blood Master told me to delve deeper into this realm of cultivation and not rush to breakthrough," Lu Qiwu explained. He didn't mean anything by Versailles, he just wanted to see Hong Lixing's reaction. "What?" Hong Lixing's mouth dropped open. With only 3% martial arts gene potential, whether he can break through to the blood transformation realm is still unknown. The Blood Master actually allowed Lu Qiwu to accumulate it. Is he trying to hasten his death? But then I thought, why would a Blood Master send someone to their death for no reason? Given the Blood Master's abilities, making such a choice must mean he is confident. In other words, the Blood Master believes that someone with only 3% martial arts gene potential still has the possibility of surviving and breaking through to the blood exchange realm after accumulating experience. My goodness! Hong Lixing wanted to ask more questions, but then he saw the Blood Master come out of the room in the center. The gaunt old man was only wearing a robe, like loose clothes hanging on a wooden clothes rack. As soon as the Blood Master appeared, the courtyard fell silent, with only the old man's hoarse yet sharp voice ringing out. As usual, 1 question per person, let's begin. 039, QA session, Hong Lixing's almost. Master, I've been feeling unwell every time I take the secret medicine lately, but I can still bear it. Can I continue taking the secret medicine? A burly man asked respectfully. How many times have you taken the secret medicine? The Blood Master asked, walking over to the burly man and tapping his withered fingers several times. I've taken the secret medicine 7 times already. The burly man's voice softened slightly. He seemed to have endured indescribable pain from those acupuncture points, and he was instantly drenched in sweat. The poison has accumulated to the point of nearing its limit. You must have used a special secret medicine once, which reduced the poison, which is why you felt you could still endure it. The Blood Master withdrew his finger. If you want to live, prepare to break through. Master, I've recently been practicing a new martial art, but when I try to circulate it, it feels incredibly awkward, like I'm only using 3/10 of my strength. Why is that? Another person asked as they stepped forward. Show me how you do it. The Blood Master nodded slightly. After the person before him finished, he said, accumulated hidden injuries. This area of yours was previously injured but didn't receive immediate treatment, which affected your performance. In the courtyard, everyone raised their own questions, even Hong Lixing had one. Lu Qiwu listened for only a moment before understanding why there were so many people in the courtyard today. This must be a martial arts version of a QA session, where the Blood Master would provide solutions and personal insights for each disciple's questions. This is the answer from a top-tier expert who single-handedly defeated an entire army. Its value is self-evident. Lu Qiwu listened quietly from the side. Most of the questions these people asked were related to their own predicaments. He couldn't even understand what the questions were or what the answers were, but he could understand many of them by analogy. For example, the disciple who encountered problems in performing martial arts did so because he was injured in a fight years ago and did not receive timely treatment, which affected the intensity of his martial arts performance. Hidden injuries may seem insignificant, but they can accumulate and eventually become a major obstacle, requiring a great deal of effort to resolve. However, some people asked questions unrelated to martial arts. For example, Li Lian, who often argued with Hong Lixing, asked, "How do I deal with the Golden Thread Rhinoceros clan?" Listening to their conversation, Lu Qiwu learned that the Golden Thread Rhinoceros clan was a race with strong bodies but low intelligence. They usually appeared in groups in the starry sky and fed on the mineral veins in the planets. The reason Li Lian asked how to deal with it was because a planet controlled by the Li family had been targeted by the Golden Thread Rhinoceros clan, and a planetary defense war had been raging for some time. Soon, the Blood Master answered the last person's question. "If there's nothing else, then go about your business." The Blood Master waved his hand. "Ask any further questions next Friday." Lu Qiwu keenly noticed that some people opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to ask more questions, but dared not speak because of the Blood Master's words. Others left in groups, whispering among themselves, seemingly asking each other to ask a question for them next week. Some people have problems with their martial arts training, personal issues that need to be addressed, while others' problems are related to powerful forces behind them. Lu Qiwu pondered. The former would naturally not give up this valuable right to ask questions, but the latter was different. He had just seen someone offer benefits to others to help ask questions next week. The reason for this is quite simple: the Blood Master represents the Crimson Blood faction. When answering the question, he not only provided a solution but also offered a solution. A solution to help resolve this issue. For example, the predicament of the Golden Thread Rhinoceros clan that Li Lian's family is facing can be resolved by paying 1 billion, and the Crimson Blood sect will send people to solve the problem and leave the Golden Thread Rhinoceros clan's body behind. If only 300 million is paid, the Golden Thread Rhinoceros clan will be taken back by the Crimson Blood sect. It's not just a small QA session, it's also a platform for solving problems. As Lu Qiwu was about to get up and prepare to cultivate, he noticed that Hong Lixing had not yet left. "Brother Hong?" Lu Qiwu sensed that the young man was waiting for him. Sure enough, Hong Lixing strode over and said, "Have you had enough cultivation elixirs lately? Would you like me to prepare some for you? Invest." The difference between an ordinary martial artist at the Blood Exchange realm and a martial artist at the Blood Exchange realm who has accumulated experience and broken through is completely different. The difference is like the difference between a regular class and a key class in a school. Both are students, but the latter are basically students the school uses to prepare students for Tsinghua and Peking universities. Hong Lixing didn't know what the survival rate of Lu Qiwu's accumulated blood would be, but since the Blood Master would let Lu Qiwu accumulate blood, there must be a chance of success. It was based on this point that he proposed the idea of preparing the secret medicine. "My Hong family has 2 secret pharmacists who can formulate special medicines based on your condition." Hong Lixing was interrupted before he could finish stating his offer. "Brother Hong, the Blood Master has already prepared a special medicine for me," Lu Qiwu said. "The Blood Master has prepared a secret medicine especially for you." Hong Lixing's voice changed slightly. Since the Blood Master specializes in concocting secret medicines, it was not appropriate for him to interfere. However, he unexpectedly encountered the young man he had found on the road. He had only intended to deal with him, but the young man ended up shining brightly in the Blood Master's eyes and even managed to get the Blood Master to concoct secret medicines for him. This is of great significance. It is no longer the treatment of an ordinary disciple, but a specially trained direct descendant, which would be similar to the status of a legitimate son in ancient times. Hong Lixing changed the subject. As the Grandmaster of the Crimson Blood sect, the secret medicine he provides is definitely more in line with the martial arts of the Crimson Blood sect. So I won't show off my skills in front of an expert. You should focus on your cultivation. If you need anything else, just tell me. With our relationship, I'll definitely prepare it for you." Lu Qiwu naturally agreed. Without Hong Lixing, he really wouldn't have had the chance to join the Crimson Blood sect, and there wouldn't have been any other incident. "I've already had people questioning those 3 people who attacked you a few days ago, and I expect there will be updates in the next few days," Hong Lixing said softly. When Lu Qiwu thought of the 3 people who had attacked him that day, his expression also turned serious. The security captain and the 3 men did not collude. When Hong Lixing led him back to the Crimson Blood sect late at night after he broke through to the tendon refining realm, he explained that he wanted to play the hero and save the beauty that day, which is why he arranged for the security captain to take action. The reason for speaking out was also to prevent Lu Qiwu from gaining power later, as it would be difficult to explain after the investigation. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Hong. Lu Qiwu said softly. There is still no conclusion as to who arranged the three people. The reason he is not in a hurry is because he has become a martial artist, which has greatly elevated his social status. In addition, he is backed by the Crimson Blood sect, so it is unlikely that the person behind him will make a move. However, it's best to find out who did it as soon as possible, lest the person behind it cleans up their mess. Since Hong Lixing wanted to help, Lu Qiwu was not stingy with a favor. You're being too formal. Hong Lixing laughed. 040, Marrow Cleansing Realm, Luo Moxing. The four-armed robot's hammer swung, leaving after images, and landed heavily on Lu Qiwu. Such force, if it had been used last week, would probably have broken his bones and sent him flying, but now it only made Lu Qiwu's arm tremble slightly, without his body swaying. This is the result of nearly 10 days of training. With Lu Qiwu's efficiency, it would take an ordinary person at least 5 years. Teacher. Lu Qiwu looked at the Blood Master not far away and called out respectfully. The old man, with a fried dough stick still dangling from his mouth, glanced at him from head to toe and said in a hoarse voice, "At your current pace, the assistive machine may not be able to help you for another 3 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu glanced at the four-armed robot, a robot with a round body that he both loved and hated. After each beating, he could clearly feel his bones getting stronger, but the beating was so painful that he couldn't dodge it and could only endure it. However, with the advancement of technology, this kind of cultivation is now controllable. 200 years ago, when blood masters were cultivating, they had to stand under waterfalls and be impacted by the water flow. Sometimes the water flow was strong, and sometimes it was weak, so the effectiveness of their cultivation was affected by external factors. Sometimes the water carries wood and stones, and many unlucky people are crushed to death or paralyzed. Teacher, what should we do about our cultivation after that? Lu Qiwu asked. I have already sent a message to Crimson Blood, and they should be sending the new auxiliary robot over in the next couple of days, along with the equipment for the Marrow Cleansing Realm, the Blood Master said calmly. The Marrow Cleansing Realm. Lu Qiwu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After the first 3 realms, doesn't the blood transfusion begin? What's this Marrow Cleansing Realm all about? The bone marrow is where blood is produced, but if you don't have enough accumulated, you'll almost certainly die if you try to cleanse your marrow, the Blood Master explained. The 3 stages of refining tendons, tempering bones, and refining internal organs progress step by step, each linked to the next. For example, the stage of refining tendons not only increases strength and explosive power but also better protects the bones, facilitating the cultivation of the stage of tempering bones. If you are an ordinary person, after completing the 3 realms, you can try to enter the blood exchange realm. The marrow cleansing realm lies between the organ refining realm and the blood exchange realm. It is a realm that can be cultivated, or not. Lu Qiwu quickly understood the function of this realm. The 3 realms are like basic education. Skipping the marrow cleansing realm and directly cultivating the blood transformation realm is like a direct doctoral program, while not skipping the marrow cleansing realm is like a combined master's and doctoral program. Both can reach the blood transformation realm, but compared to the direct path which skips the marrow cleansing realm, martial artists who do not skip the marrow cleansing realm take more time, but once they break through, it is equivalent to passing certain tests. Lu Qiwu didn't know the specific benefits of this kind of accumulated cultivation, as the Blood Master had never mentioned it, but this kind of accumulated cultivation would definitely have a lasting impact on his future martial arts path. Otherwise, Hong Lixing wouldn't have known that after accumulating experience, his attitude would suddenly change. Teacher, I will work even harder in my cultivation. Lu Qiwu said solemnly. The Blood Master nodded in satisfaction. A person who is neither arrogant nor impatient, nor fearful nor retreating during cultivation, and who acts with propriety in daily life, can shine brightly in any other industry, even without martial arts talent. He provided guidance on the practice for a while longer before slowly leaving. Inside the underground space, a muffled sound rang out again. After finishing a new round of cultivation, Lu Qiwu exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly lay down in the wooden tub filled with floating secret medicine. Brother Hong mentioned yesterday that a secret medicine master concocts secret medicines. It seems there are quite a few tricks involved in making these medicines. Lu Qiwu suddenly thought to himself. Before this, he had always known that the secret medicine was expensive, but from Hong Lixing's words yesterday, it seemed that the secret medicine could also be specially prepared for personal use. If you include the labor costs, the amount of the secret medicine he's used these past few days is probably astronomical. The Blood Master is willing to do all this because of my talent. If I were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't even be worthy of being noticed. No, I wouldn't even be worthy of stepping into the martial arts 2nd District. Lu Qiwu is no longer the novice he was just over 10 days ago. Although Warby is only a fraction of the size of other areas, it has no passage connecting it to other areas. The only way in and out of this area is the super suspended train, which is a small special train with only 3 carriages. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to get into this area at all. Therefore, I must constantly practice and push the limits of my talent and potential. Lu Qiwu made up his mind. Seize the opportunity and soar to new heights. According to the Blood Master, the auxiliary robot will no longer be able to help him in 3 to 5 days. However, according to his own estimation, he will be able to obtain the next stage reward in another day or 2. At that time, his body may be further strengthened, allowing him to continue accumulating martial arts skills. The system always gives him exactly the rewards he needs at each stage. Body Furnace provides him with a new way to accumulate enhancement points. Flesh and Blood Amplification strengthens a designated area, which can replace the secret potion to increase the benefits to the martial arts training area. Although the phased rewards have been doubled this time, requiring a full set of enhancements to reach level 400 to obtain them, the required enhancement level has doubled. So what will it be this time? Lu Qiwu felt a sense of anticipation. Luo Moxing. The highest peak on the planet resembles a camel carrying a load, and because the planet is rich in an industrial raw material called inkstone, it was named Camel Ink Star. The planet under the Alliance's control was divided into several areas, some outsourced, some jointly developed, and the most environmentally challenging parts were used to house criminals. Hong Lixing landed slowly in the dusty area in his spaceship. As the hatch opened, he walked straight down, followed quickly by 2 masked men. One of them strode towards the reception manager, while the other said, "Young master, it would have been fine for the 2 of us to come and pick up the person. There was no need for you to come to such a filthy place. How can it show that I value this if I don't come?" Hong Lixing smiled. What he didn't say was that a senior brother from the planet to which the Crimson Blood sect belonged sent a message saying that the Blood Master wanted a set of equipment used for cultivating the marrow cleansing realm. As for who it was for, the answer was obvious. A short while later, 3 people were brought over, their hands and feet shackled. If Lu Qiwu were here, he would recognize these 3 as the 3 who had fought in the street that day. However, the 3 who were full of energy that day now had sunken cheeks, bloodshot eyes, and had become much thinner. The air in Luo Moxing was filled with many harmful substances, and these prisoners naturally had no anti-poisoning treatment, which is why they were tortured to this state in just over 10 days. "Who ordered you to do this?" Hong Lixing asked calmly. None of the 3 answered, and he didn't care, but just waved his hand. The manager who brought the people over made an excuse to leave, while the people who came with Hong Lixing stepped forward and slowly took out some instruments from their bodies. A moment later, wails of pain rang out. Not long after, someone confessed. 041, planning, young Masterly. No wonder he's a soldier who retired from the Blood Cicada army, he's so stubborn. Hong Lixing clicked his tongue in amazement. Both of them were tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, but they remained silent. The one who started the fight that day, however, simply stopped and answered all their questions. "Young master, we have some special methods." A masked man seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. He said softly, "Give me a few minutes, and I'll quickly make the necessary equipment." "No need." Hong Lixing waved his hand, looking at the 2 retired soldiers on the ground. "That's enough. Investing in Lu Qiwu does not mean you have to be on Lu Qiwu's side. Ordinary retired soldiers couldn't withstand such questioning, could they?" The 2 men he brought were highly skilled interrogators. These 2 retired soldiers have definitely received special training, and given what they did, there must be some force supporting them. If we insist on digging deeper, wouldn't we be going against that force? Thinking of this, Hong Lixing turned and boarded the spaceship. He opened his microcomputer, found Lu Qiwu among his top-level friends, and sent out the information he had obtained. "I found out. The situation is a bit complicated. The first person to make the move took the order on Blood Kill Network, and the other 2 were the ones who placed the order. The Blood Kill Network order was placed at, the amount is. Blood Kill Network is an order-taking platform. You can guess what kind of platform it is just from the name." Lu Qiwu noticed the message almost half an hour later. He carefully analyzed the message sent by Hong Lixing, and the order time caught his attention. Looking at the timeline, the order was placed shortly after those 2 retired soldiers showed up, and it was those 2 retired soldiers who placed the order. They handled the aftermath quite cleanly. If we're talking about enemies, the Lu family is somehow connected to retired soldiers of the Blood Cicada army. As for Yunxia, the Yun family is large and powerful, so it's possible they have connections with the Blood Cicada army. But if it really was the Yun family that caused this, then they should be taking action against Yunxia. It can't be that a good man doesn't fight with a woman, can it? Lu Qiwu was more inclined to believe that this matter was caused by Yunxia, but not for revenge, but rather by an emotional dispute. Only for this reason would these people target him. Were the two retired soldiers brought here by Yun and I? A thought flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. Why did this have to happen right after meeting Yunni? It's hard not to connect the dots. Moreover, the two retired soldiers placed an order for 500,000 on Bloodkill Network, which could buy a house on a remote planet. This amount of cash is not something that an ordinary family can afford. Besides, the two soldiers also took action. How much money did they get? Call. Lu Qiwu exhaled a long breath and stepped out of the wooden tub containing the floating secret medicine. After expressing his gratitude to Han Lixing, he continued his spiritual practice. Yunxia is affiliated with the Crimson Blood sect, so attacking her now is tantamount to attacking a martial artist. The consequences would be completely different. No martial artist would want to see such a thing happen. Anyone who dares to make a move will become the target of public criticism. As for him, he had been cultivating by staying next to the Blood Master. If he could still encounter danger while being next to such a powerful person, then there would be nothing more to say. Lu Qiwu continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Eat, get beaten, eat, get beaten. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Qiwu could now unleash a punch with a force exceeding 4 digits, even with a casual punch. These things are accomplished gradually and imperceptibly. The repeated hammering not only draws blood out, allowing it to seep into the bones and strengthen them, but also, by constantly changing the stance, the tendons and ligaments are forged into even stronger muscles. Lu Qiwu estimated that even a casual punch from him could reach a 4-digit number starting with 2, but he didn't know the exact amount because there were no strength testing machines in the Crimson Blood sect's territory. There was no way around it. Every single person who came to the courtyard had a martial arts level lower than the Blood Exchange realm. These people's power broke through the shackles of the human body, achieving a transformation from the inside out, and their power was a value that ordinary machines could not measure. A martial artist like him, who is only at the bone forging realm, should actually be training together on a planet under the jurisdiction of the Crimson Blood sect. However, the Blood Master wanted to personally teach him, so he was able to stay at the base. Lu Qiwu had also asked the Blood Master if he wanted a simple force measuring machine. At that time, the Blood Master chuckled and casually said, 1,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms? Do these numbers affect the ability of a large caliber weapon to kill someone with a headshot? Martial artists who haven't reached the blood transformation realm are simply less dependent on equipment and teammates than ordinary people. While ordinary people need 3 or 4 people to operate heavy weapons, martial artists can carry them around by themselves. However, the power of these heavy weapons will not change because of the number of people operating them. Moreover, even a martial artist at the refining internal organs realm would die if hit by an anti-tank sniper shot. What you need to do now is keep pushing your limits until you can no longer gain any benefit, instead of focusing on small breakthroughs. The Blood Master's words were still vivid in his mind, and they jolted Lu Qiwu awake. Throughout, the Blood Master described everything he showed as good and excellent, not amazingly talented. What does this mean? Among the geniuses the Blood Master has seen, there are far more outstanding than him. The Holy Alliance of Humanity occupies 3 star systems, with countless habitable planets under its rule and a population of trillions. The probability of a genius emerging from among them is far greater than the probability of finding money. If a genius is born into a large family, he can hire a secret medicine master to prepare special medicines from the beginning of his cultivation, and invite martial artists to teach him martial arts. With the full support of the large family, he can surpass ordinary people by a great margin. After all, such people not only won't go astray, but if they are on the right path, they'll have people pushing them from behind and pulling them from the front. Forge bones, refine organs, cleanse marrow, and then change blood. Lu Qiwu clenched his fist. This is the Blood Master's plan for him, and also his requirement for himself. Inside a luxurious villa, a young man, shirtless, slowly practices boxing. The movements were slow and lacked any flair. It looked like an old man practicing Tai Chi in a park. Someone has interrogated Luo Moxing, but the news hasn't leaked. A middle-aged man said respectfully by the door. The young man did not answer, but continued punching. 5 minutes later, he slowly asked, "How about Hong Li from the Hong family?" Yes, the middle-aged man replied. The young man struck a pose again, but he didn't pay any attention, as his young master was usually deep in thought at this time. Looks like that young man has some ambition. The young man finished his entire routine before saying, "Tell fifth young master that the 3 men have been arrested. He's been riding high lately, let's find him something to do." The middle-aged man responded, and seeing that the young man gave no further instructions, he withdrew. I silently mourned for young Master Lee. He could have lived a peaceful and carefree life as a pretty boy, but he had a restless mother and was now being eyed by the eldest young master. Could he possibly have a good future? 042, a child's leg stretching, I glaring pill a person with a heart. Your bone density is 8 times higher than normal. With your physical condition, even small caliber bullets probably can't break your bones. The Blood Master's fingers traced inch by inch across Lu Chiwu's body, and he nodded. A martial artist at the bone forging realm typically has bones that are 3 to 5 times denser. While they may be described as hard as iron, they can at most break rocks with their bare hands without taking damage and withstand blunt force blows. Lu Chiwu's physique was already far superior to that of ordinary people, and his bone density was 8 times that of ordinary people, making him much harder than steel. Blood Master's assessment was somewhat conservative. In fact, he estimated that if some large caliber firearms were to hit certain bones, such as the femur or skull, they might be able to withstand the impact. The gap between martial artists can sometimes be greater than the gap between a martial artist and an ordinary person. We can take a break from cultivation today and decide on the next steps after the equipment arrives tomorrow, the Blood Master said. Besides, prolonged cultivation will put a lot of mental pressure on you. Only by balancing tension and relaxation can you cultivate better. Okay, teacher, Lu Chiwu replied. While physical pain may gradually be tolerated after being beaten several times a day, it doesn't mean the mind can accept it as well. Over the past few days, Lu Chiwu has occasionally felt his head was foggy. Even though he could feel the positive feedback of his steady progress, his mind was tense, like a taut rubber band. If you don't rest now, it's like a rubber band being stretched to its limit, and the result will definitely not be a good thing. However, before Lu Chiwu could bring it up, the Blood Master spoke first, clearly indicating that this gaunt old man was paying close attention to his condition at all times. Don't you have a wife? Why don't you go shopping? The Blood Master said. Lu Chiwu agreed. The Blood Master had already arranged a special train for him, which would arrive at the courtyard soon. It was clear that the decision had been made before he came. The return train had also been arranged, but the pick-up and drop-off time would be determined by Lu Chiwu himself. After bidding farewell to the Blood Master, Lu Chiwu boarded the train. Soon, the 3-carriage special train stopped at the super-floating train station in Area 21 of the city. Lu Chiwu walked into the underground passage and then used his micro-light brain to open the gate of the martial artist's exclusive passage. There are quite a few martial artists. Lu Chiwu glanced at it. The passage for martial artists is much wider than that for ordinary people, and you don't need to be close to strangers while walking through it. However, there are quite a few people in this passage. You can see several hundred people in the distance. Martial artists have family quotas, but the micro-light brains exclusive to martial artists are specially supplied and cannot be possessed by non-martial artists. Among these hundreds of people, at least half of them were martial artist micro-light brains. But they're all grade D. There isn't a single microcomputer of any other level. Lu Chiwu thought to himself, he had noticed something amiss. If it's difficult for ordinary areas to produce high-level martial artists, what about Martial Arts Zone 2? There are many regions on Blue Star whose names begin with Wu, with at least 3 digits. The smaller the number, the higher the ranking, which shows how prestigious the Wu 2 region is. However, Lu Chiwu rarely saw microcomputers of grade C or higher in the Wu Air District. Senior brothers and sisters like Hong Lixing and Li Lian, who wear Class C microcomputers, never cultivate within the Crimson Blood Sect's headquarters. If they have nothing to do, they only come to the Crimson Blood Sect once a week on Fridays. Martial artists who have surpassed the blood transformation realm don't seem to be very active on Earth. The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. After leaving the passage, Lu Chiwu saw Yun Xiao waiting outside. The girl who had received the message noticed him immediately and rushed towards him. A delicate fragrance enveloped me. The two hugged before boarding the super-suspended train leading to the business district. Bye. Lu Chiwu waved his hand, and the two plunged into the store, only slowing down when their hands were full of shopping bags. I thought you'd be cultivating for a long time before you came out, Yun Xia said, putting one arm around Lu Chiwu's arm. When I received your message, I thought I was seeing things. The Yun family has many branches, and naturally, many of its members practice martial arts. When those people practiced martial arts, the time was almost always half a year or a year, and many of them would not return for several years after starting their practice, or even disappear without a trace. That's just an ordinary person, how can he be compared to me? Lu Qiwu laughed. He spoke bluntly, but it was the truth. The less than 2 weeks of cultivation time would normally take at least 5 or 6 years for an ordinary person to make up for. Moreover, his physical qualities far surpass those of ordinary people. In martial arts terms, this means he has an extraordinary physique. When practicing the same things, he gains much more than ordinary people. Yes, yes. Yun Xia smiled and chimed in. The two were shopping in an 18-plus mall, where many shops on the upper floors sold adult products. Lu Qiwu turned around and pulled Yun Xia into one of the shops. Although the girl blushed, she picked out 2 sets of clothes that were no bigger than the palm of her hand. Seeing Lu Qiwu walk towards the counter for the fully furnished apartments, Yun Xia tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "If you're going back tomorrow, don't bother with this, just buy that one." Lu Qiwu looked in that direction and saw the area where the child was stretching his legs and staring at the pills. After paying the bill, Yun Xia, a little shy, stuffed the small piece of fabric into a shopping bag from another store before they walked out together and headed downstairs. Not far from the shop, a pair of eyes were watching intently. Yun and I only came to her senses after being called several times by her best friend. She waved her hand to signal her best friend to be quiet, then ran towards the handrail of the mall and peered down. It really is Yun Xia, and the man I saw before. Yun and I was incredulous, her gaze fixed on the microcomputer on Lu Qiwu's wrist, a device only martial artists could wear. Wasn't he supposed to be married to Yun Xia? How did he become a martial artist? Spouse assignments are arranged for those who lack the potential for martial arts genes. Isn't that Yun Xia? Her best friend, who was also recognizing the person coming downstairs, said, "I heard someone attack Yun Xia in the street earlier." Yun Ni's expression changed drastically. She wanted to ask about the details, but her best friend only had a vague understanding of the situation. That's true. Her best friend and Yun Xia don't have any special connection, so it's normal that she doesn't know. But Yun and I suddenly thought of something and became restless. Yun Xia is, after all, a member of the Yun family. Who would dare to make a move? It's highly likely that it was young Master Li, who was provoked by her, who had the funds and power to arrange for someone to take action. If this gets dug up, wouldn't her instigation be exposed? I suddenly remembered something important I haven't done yet, so I can't go shopping with you this time. I'll definitely make it up to you next time. Yun and I couldn't sit still any longer. She told her best friend and left in a hurry. Her best friend was complaining that she had been stood up, but once Yun Ni's figure disappeared from sight, her expression immediately became calm, and she lightly tapped her finger on the microcomputer. I've already shown Yunni what you were talking about. Before her best friend could finish speaking, she saw 200,000 yuan transferred into her private account, and she immediately smiled broadly. She invited Yunni to go shopping, and someone else paid for it. Just by pretending to let Yun and I see Yun Xia by accident, and then mentioning the previous attack, she can earn 200,000 yuan. Why not do it? 043, your strong one has arrived, Moonstar Emptiness Gate. Inside the hotel suite, the bed sheets were lying on the floor. Yun Xia lay contentedly on Lu Qiwu's chest, her small, snow-white hands drawing circles. Your strength has increased so much again. Isn't it strong? Lu Qiwu bent his arm and pulled the person onto his body, laughing, your strength is back again. Yun Xia was somewhat incredulous, have you gone mad today? If it were before, she probably wouldn't have been able to keep going. However, after a long separation, Chef Yun's food preparation skills had improved considerably. Working together with Chef Lu, the two of them created another perfect cream puff. Yun Xia sat up, the sheet slipping down to reveal skin with red marks. She said, it's time to go back. Mom knew you were coming back, so she went to buy groceries. He got up, swallowed the child's leg stretching and eye glaring pill, and urged Lu Qiwu to hurry up. She now lives with Lu's parents, so any activity she does will definitely not be kept from them. That's why the two of them found a hotel. Of course, the two of them have not seen each other for a long time and are going shopping together, so they can't go back too late. Good. Lu Qiwu stood up, but before his fingers even touched his clothes, Yun Xia had already taken the clothes and put them over his head. He stopped moving and let Yun Xia dress him. How is your mother doing? Lu Qiwu asked. It's okay, I video chatted with her a few times, and she's a nice person, Yun Xia replied. In other families, the head of the family would have several female companions to some extent. This is a reality those who are rich and powerful can always enjoy more. However, these female companions are mostly targeted by the original wives and don't have a good life. Even the children they give birth to must have martial arts potential to be included in the family. Otherwise, they have to beg to meet a more kind-hearted original wife to have a chance to enter the family. Besides her good looks, Hu Yulio is also capable in business management. The revenue of the department she manages ranks among the top in the Yun family. Yunlong's original wife basically ignores Hu Yulio and treats her as a money-making machine, and they have always lived in peace. Even Yunxia's status rose a bit because of Hu Yulio, rather than simply being given the most marriage resources based on her looks. Before, when I acted on my own initiative, quite a few people talked a lot and even wanted the business of the department she was in charge of. But after you became a martial artist, you stopped making noise, Yunxia said. How could an ordinary martial artist be entertained by Yunlong with a banquet? Therefore, Lu Qiwu's visit was a signal, and those opportunists naturally settled down. That's good. Lu Qiwu replied, and the two went back to have lunch. Mr. and Mrs. Lu inquired about his recent situation, but didn't say much more, and tacitly went to work, giving the young couple more space to be alone. The two had originally planned to have dinner with Hu Yulio, but unfortunately, Hu Yulio had gone to another planet to develop new business. Lu Qiwu stayed at home until after dinner, and then he and Yunxia took a walk in the neighborhood for a while. I'm planning to go back, Lu Qiwu said. The Blood Master said I could go back tomorrow, as the equipment wouldn't arrive until then. A qualified disciple should be observant and proactive. It's not good for him to slowly show up only after the Blood Master has taken care of everything. Even if he can't help, just being there shows respect. Okay. Yunxia replied obediently. The two walked hand in hand toward their home, escorting him to his floor. Lu Qiwu didn't plan to go inside, he intended to head directly to Wu Air District. Wait! Yunxia suddenly called out. Lu Qiwu turned his head and was bumped into. Then, Red Lips came close. He was stunned for a moment, then hugged the person back. Wow! After a long while, a voice echoed from the bottom of the stairs, startling the two of them, who quickly separated. Yunxia blushed and looked down at the fire escape, only then noticing that Lu Wangshu was standing there blankly. Why don't you take the elevator and instead walk up the stairs? Lu Qiwu coughed lightly and asked. Lu Wangshu looked completely innocent. To improve my physical fitness, I'm preparing for my first selection soon, so naturally I need to train more. Yunxia's face flushed. The two were being very cautious, afraid of being seen, and deliberately came to the fire escape. Who would have thought they would encounter someone who doesn't use the elevator, and to make matters worse, it was their own younger sister, Lu Wangshu. Go quickly. Yunxia wouldn't get angry at her sister, so she simply pushed Lu Qiwu away. Lu Qiwu looked completely innocent. It wasn't him who had taken the initiative just now. He explained some cultivation matters to Lu Wangshu before boarding the special train to Wu Air District. The moon is Earth's only natural satellite. In today's technologically advanced and densely populated world, most people look up to see a simulated moon and stars created by a computer, rather than the actual moon and stars that exist in reality. In fact, the moon is no longer just a satellite. As the closest celestial body to Earth, a large number of facilities have sprung up on the moon. For example, a gateway has been built on the far side of the moon. This is a three-dimensional mechanical building larger than a city, with only one function: to provide ultra-long-distance passage services for airships. The territory of the Holy Alliance of Humanity is simply too vast. Even if an ordinary person were to travel at the speed of light in a spaceship from birth to old age, the spaceship would still be unable to leave the territory under the Holy Alliance of Humanity's rule. This empty gate is the way for the Holy Alliance of Humanity to travel over extremely long distances, taken from the phrase entering the empty gate. Hundreds of years ago, the phrase entering the Buddhist gate meant escaping the world and practicing the methods of gods and Buddhas. The purpose of entering the Buddhist gate was to allow a spaceship to travel hundreds of light years in an instant, an ability akin to teleportation, which was no different from the methods of gods and Buddhas if gods and immortals truly existed in this world. Buzz. The gate rippled, and three square-shaped ships, obscuring the sky, slowly appeared in a triangular formation. After hovering in a line, the sides of the ships opened, and spaceships flew out one by one. This is the Blue Star Moonstar Gate. The Blazing Cherry Blossom Gate will open in half an hour. Transfer passengers, please proceed to platform Z12 to wait. Passengers preparing to travel to Blue Star, please note that a hover train will be available from platform L21 in 20 minutes. No spacecraft are permitted to enter Blue Star. Martial artists above the blood transformation realm must register on their microcomputers and comply with Blue Star's martial artist management regulations. The T-3215 platform offers temporary 7-day stopover services. Passengers who need this service can apply via their mobile phones. Amid the flow of people, a girl with a high ponytail wearing sunglasses followed the signs and boarded a vehicle heading to platform L21, followed by two young men and women who looked rather immature. "Senior sister, wait for me," the young man shouted. He had a machine on his back and another machine in each hand, and his veins were bulging. "It doesn't look like he's carrying a machine, it looks more like he's carrying a mountain." "Senior sister, these things are really heavy," another girl said, her hands also carrying the machine. "Can't you even endure this little bit of hardship?" The girl with the high ponytail put her hands in her pockets, her voice tinged with coldness, and said, "The Bloodmaster stayed on the Blue Star base, but now he has taken on a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Blood Masters hold an extremely prestigious position within the Crimson Blood sect, second only to the sect leader. Countless people want to become disciples of a Blood Master, even if only as nominal disciples, or even just to receive guidance from a Blood Master, but they have no way to do so. The only time a Blood Master can offer guidance is at the Crimson Blood sect's unique Friday meeting, where they are treated as half teacher, half friend. But now that he's teaching an ordinary person, does that mean there might be a second or third teacher? "Let me tell you, I worked incredibly hard to get this opportunity to do odd jobs. Countless people want to show off in front of the Blood Master," said the girl with the high ponytail. "The Blood Master's request for a machine for cultivating the marrow cleansing realm has given many people an opportunity." The woman with the high ponytail wasn't talking nonsense. She had indeed put in a lot of effort to bring her two junior brothers and sisters here, and she had stood out from the crowd of competitors. "Senior sister, I suddenly feel lighter." The young man straightened his body with effort. 044, Inner Dharma Blood Essence, 9-year-old cultivation. Lu Qiwu snapped out of his cultivation state and opened his microcomputer, only to notice a message from the Blood Master indicating that the cultivation machine had been delivered. He quickly left the underground cultivation space and arrived at the Crimson Blood sect's courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, he saw several strangely shaped machines, and 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, who looked travel-worn, chatting with the Blood Master. "These 3 are your fellow disciples," the Blood Master pointed to the 3 of them. "They just sent cultivation machines from Crimson Blood Star." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu greeted the 3 of them. The Crimson Blood sect doesn't have much regard for the order of martial artists of the same generation. Compared to ranking by seniority, the sect values those who are accomplished first. These 3 are obviously superior to him in terms of martial arts realm, otherwise they wouldn't have become senior sisters and senior brothers. Lu Qiwu used the pretext of greeting to quickly size up the 3 of them. The girl with the high ponytail at the front looks like an ordinary person, but she was the first to be introduced, which clearly indicates that she has the highest strength and status among the 3. As for her seemingly ordinary appearance, it's because the difference in strength is too great, so people can't perceive her strength. People like Hong Lixing and Li Lian all seemed like ordinary people in front of Lu Qiwu. The younger man and woman, however, exuded an imposing aura. Just standing there, they made him feel that they were not simple, which meant that they were stronger than him, but not by much. "Hello, junior brother," Mu Xianyi nodded slightly. With her strength, she could easily sense that the young man in front of her was in the accumulation stage. The characteristic of the Crimson Blood sect's martial arts is that one practice can cause 7 injuries, which puts them at a disadvantage compared to other martial arts during the accumulation stage. Having the resources to accumulate and cultivate oneself means that even if one is not a prodigy, one will not be an ordinary person. However, there are dozens or even hundreds of such people in the Crimson Blood sect, including the 2 junior brothers and sisters behind her, who are both martial artists who are accumulating cultivation. Mu Xianyi hesitated. Why was the Blood Master specifically instructing this young man? Could it be that he possessed some talent she hadn't noticed? "Master," Mu Xianyi suppressed his curiosity, turned to look at the Blood Master, and cupped his hands, saying, "The sect leader ordered me to go to the Dark Swamp Highlands to hunt for the blood essence needed for my breakthrough. Could these 2 junior brothers and sisters stay at the camp for a while? Blood essence? You're about to break through to the inner cultivation level." The Blood Master sighed with emotion. "I never imagined that you'd reach this level in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Blood sect is extremely difficult to enter and cultivate, but the lifespan of high-level martial artists is extended. This imbalance results in more elders than juniors in the sect, and the older generation will teach whenever they have free time on Crimson Blood Star." Mu Xianyi once encountered a problem in his cultivation and stayed by his side for a while. It was because of this relationship that he called him master. Lu Qiwu listened from the side, completely bewildered. What was this blood essence? And what was the internal technique? However, this senior sister with a high ponytail was rather impulsive. After talking with the blood master, she turned around and left in a hurry, leaving only her 2 junior brothers and sisters in the courtyard. There are no residences within the camp. You can sleep on the floor of the side room with him, or you can rest in the living area. The blood master said to the 2. We'll just sleep on the floor, they both said in unison. Just kidding, it took senior sister Mu a lot of effort to win the job of delivering the equipment. If she knew that they were indulging in pleasure and instead of getting to know the blood master and getting some experience and guidance, they went to the living area instead, she would probably twist their heads off when she came back. Alright, then the 3 of you take these machines down, the blood master instructed Lu Qiwu. You take them with you. Lu Qiwu quickly agreed. So heavy. Lu Qiwu tried to pick up a machine on the ground. Looking at the machine, which was only a little over a meter tall and as thick as an adult's waist, he didn't put in enough effort at first and almost failed to lift it up. He may not be the strongest, but he can steadily exert a force of at least 1,000 kilograms with one arm, and he can turn a large tree in the palm of his hand. Junior brother, this thing weighs nearly 10,000 jin, the young man reminded him from the side. Lu Qiwu was stunned when he heard this. How could such a small thing have such a terrifying weight? He looked at the young man who had spoken. My name is Lu Qiwu. I don't know what your name is, senior brother. The blood master had already returned to the main room with his hands behind his back. The 2 travel-worn men and women were less reserved and introduced themselves to each other. The boy's name was Zhuang Yanning, and he was at the refining organs realm. The girl's name was Mao Chushue, and she had recently broken through to the marrow cleansing realm. Both of them were the same age as Lu Qiwu, but they were born in earlier months. I'll take this one. You picked the heaviest one. Zhuang Yanning was somewhat surprised, knowing that Lu Qiwu was only at the bone forging realm. He thought that being able to receive guidance from a blood master meant he was at least at the marrow cleansing realm, which is why he didn't speak up when Lu Qiwu tried to take the machine. Upon suddenly realizing that it was the bone forging realm, he was momentarily dazed before pointing to another machine. That weighs 3,000 kilograms. You can try it. If you can't lift it, I'll make another trip. Lu Qiwu didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't know if these machines were valuable or not, so there was no need to force himself to move them. I should be fine with 3,000 kilograms, though. Knowing the machine's weight this time, Lu Qiwu didn't make a fool of himself. He put his hands together and steadily lifted the machine up. Zhuang Yanning and Mao Chushue exchanged a glance. The blood masters were focused on getting a cultivation machine for the marrow cleansing realm. They thought Lu Qiwu was at the organ refining realm and had even started the marrow cleansing realm, but they didn't expect him to only be at the bone forging realm. They are the same age as them, yet they are only at the bone forging realm. If they were on Crimson Blood Star, they wouldn't even be able to enter the inner sect. The Crimson Blood sect leans towards the ancient style, and its system follows the ancient division of sects into outer and inner branches. Students selected by the Alliance based on their martial arts gene potential will be trained in standing meditation by the Crimson Blood sect. If they succeed in their training, they can become outer disciples regardless of their progress. If they experience changes in their cultivation level, the parts they can learn will be unlocked step by step. Inner disciples can receive better education and better resources, but what they need is better talent. In reality, this means they need to reach a certain level of martial arts within a specified time. Mao Chushue opened her mouth as if to ask a question, but Zhuang Yanning pulled her back and shook her head slightly, thus silencing her. Lu Qiwu led the way into the underground cultivation space. After setting up the equipment, he asked curiously, "What is that blood essence?" After more than 10 days of cultivation, he learned whatever the blood master said, and the teachings were basically all based on his current level of cultivation. As for other realms and other things, Lu Qiwu knew nothing about them. He didn't even know their names but didn't understand their contents. He was completely unaware of their existence and had no concept of them whatsoever. After breaking through to the inner strength realm, due to the unique nature of the Crimson Blood sect's martial arts, one can integrate the essence of other races, thereby mastering some of their special abilities. Zhuang Yanning explained with a smile. Senior Sister Mu is well suited to incorporating water-based attributes. There's a newly discovered water-based beast in the Dark Swamp Highlands with excellent attributes, which would also suit Senior Sister Mu. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this. As for internal techniques, that's a realm of martial arts, something that's a very distant concept for him. After the internal organs are refined, the marrow is cleansed, and the blood is changed, external medicine must be taken before internal methods can be used. Senior sister Mu started cultivating at the age of 9 and is now 29. With her talent, she has only reached this level in 20 years, Mao Chushue said with longing in her eyes. I only hope to reach this level before I am 60. Senior sister Mu is only 29 and she's already at the inner strength realm. Lu Qiwu was stunned for a moment, then his voice rose a few decibels. You just said she was 9 years old? 045, you must have some extraordinary abilities. No wonder Lu Qiwu reacted for a while. On all planets under the Alliance's rule, age is calculated uniformly in full years. First-year high school students are 16 years old, and third-year high school students are 18 years old. As far as Lu Qiwu knew, martial arts gene testing was only conducted twice a year, in the first and third years of high school. Families like the Yun family, which had their own independent planet producing products and could be considered wealthy, also adhered to this schedule. Indeed, she was 9 years old. Zhuang Yanning said from the side. Senior sister Mu showed her talent from a young age. She took all kinds of secret medicines and her meridians were fully developed when she was 9 years old, which is when she officially began her cultivation. Lu Qiwu understood immediately after listening for a short while. Just like how children from wealthy families in their past lives are rarely ugly, it's because they prepare to straighten their teeth if they are a little crooked, and they have private trainers and nutritionists to help them with their food and drinks. They even plan ahead and check their bone age in advance, and if there are any problems, they invest heavily to improve them. The Alliance sets the age for martial arts gene testing at 16 because by that age, most people's bodies are fully developed. To avoid missing out on promising talents, a supplementary test is set at age 18. But this is for ordinary people. For those with better family conditions, like senior sister Mu Xane, special methods will be used to check children who meet certain conditions at the age of 3. Then, they will receive long-term secret medicine to help them develop the physical strength to enter the martial arts world more quickly. What are the benefits of doing this? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. From age 3 to 9, the continuous supply of secret medicines, from the labor costs of preparing them to the price of the medicines themselves, amounted to an astronomical sum, even more expensive than he had imagined. Judging from the tone of the two senior brothers and sisters, it seems that even if they only eat 12 or 13, as long as they can start cultivating ahead of time, it's a win. Money is just a number, but the benefits of starting cultivation early are countless, Mao Chushue said. By the time you reach the blood exchange realm before the age of 25, your body's functions begin to decline. Even if you break through to the blood exchange realm after that, you will be inherently weaker than others. The blood transformation realm is just the beginning. Human functions gradually decline with age. Only by reaching the inner strength realm can one lock in essence and consolidate vitality. Therefore, the time it takes to cultivate to the inner strength realm is related to the level of combat power one will exert in the future. Zhuang Yanning added from the side, Junior brother Lu, those in the inner strength realm have a lifespan of at least 300 years. Now you know the importance of cultivation time, right? Time. Practicing martial arts is a race against time. Reaching the blood transformation realm before the age of 25 and the inner strength realm before the age of 60 is the universally acknowledged golden age in martial arts. Moreover, simply pursuing higher levels is not enough that would only result in higher levels without formidable combat power. Only soldiers in the Alliance's direct line army would be trained in this way, pursuing quantity to quickly build combat power with the aid of firearms. The disciples of major sects all have to follow the path of accumulation in martial arts, which means they have to spend a lot of time cultivating. Lu Qiwu said with some gratitude, I know nothing about these things, thank you so much for your help. You must have some extraordinary abilities to be able to cultivate under a blood master. Zhuang Yanning's eyes flashed as she smiled. Maybe we'll need your protection in the future. That's right. Mao Chushue seized the opportunity and asked the question that had been bothering her. Junior brother Lu, you are the only disciple that the blood master has been teaching for a long time since he came to Blue Star. You must have some extraordinary abilities. When Zhuang Yanning mentioned extraordinary qualities, it carried a hint of flattery. While she seemed to agree and affirm, her tone was different, subtly revealing a hint of inquiry. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu feigned ignorance, scratching his head. I don't know what's so special about me, I just recover quickly and can keep cultivating. I can understand if you recover quickly, Mao Chushue said, somewhat puzzled, but what does it mean to keep cultivating? Lu Qiwu said frankly, it's because I recover quickly, and I can cultivate many times a day. Since the blood master had allowed these two to sleep in the same room with him, his cultivation process was bound to be revealed to them. Lu Qiwu didn't intend to hide anything, since the Blood Master couldn't detect the system and only felt that he had a special physique, so these two were naturally the same. The three chatted and worked together, quickly setting up the instruments brought by Crimson Star. The Blood Master, as if calculating the time, strolled over with his hands behind his back. The previous machine couldn't meet your training needs, so you'll use this one from now on. Okay, teacher, Lu Qiwu replied. He looked in the direction the Blood Master was pointing to, and the machine he was carrying was the one that weighed 3,000 kilograms and that he had lifted down with his arms. As for the two of you, you're on the path of accumulating cultivation, and you need the same equipment. You can use the equipment you brought for now, the Blood Master said. Although the cultivation machines for refining internal organs and cleansing marrow were prepared for Lu Qiwu, they also fit the two of them at their respective levels, so it's good for them to use them first to avoid neglecting their martial arts. Okay. Mao Chuxue and Zhuang Yanning quickly agreed, their eyes filled with joy. Even if the Blood Master didn't mention it, the two of them would still discuss with Lu Qiwu about using the machine first. At that time, the Blood Master would be watching Lu Qiwu cultivate and might give them some pointers. Now that the Blood Master has brought it up, does it mean that he will take care of them during their upcoming cultivation? This was the purpose for which Muexayani had kept them here, and now that it had been accomplished so easily, they were naturally overjoyed. The Blood Master strolled away again. Zhuang Yanning shifted his gaze from the old man's back. He first explained how to use the new machine to Lu Qiwu before beginning his own cultivation. Lu Qiwu started the machine according to the instructions. The machine, weighing 3,000 kilograms, has feet at its bottom, which firmly stabilize it on the ground. At the top, there are 8 mechanical arms, each topped with an iron hammer that gleams coldly under the lights. As Lu Qiwu looked at the advanced version of the 8-armed robot, before he even began his cultivation, he felt a wave of pain wash over him. He stretched his body and then stepped into the activation range without any hesitation. Please wait, scanning in progress. A voice sounded from inside the 8-armed robot, followed by a cold, mechanical tone, bone forging realm, base bearing capacity 4,000 kilograms, currently calibrating. Mao Chuxue was about to begin her cultivation when she heard this voice and immediately turned her head. 4,000 kilograms. The bone forging realm. She carefully recalled that when she was in the bone forging realm, she could only cultivate to the point where she could withstand 3,000 kilograms before she was unable to continue. She could only break through to the organ refining realm. But that shy young man was using this machine for the first time, and he could cultivate for at least 3 to 5 years. Doesn't that mean my bone density will be able to withstand an attack of at least 5,000 kilograms in the future? Her gaze swept over Zhuang Yanning, who was not far away. He was also somewhat stunned, because his performance in the bone forging realm was even worse. He could no longer cultivate when he could withstand 2,670 kilograms. The two exchanged a glance and then focused their minds to prepare for cultivation. With the Blood Master's strength, they can see their performance even if they're not physically present. The two quickly began to cultivate, and only the dull knocking sound remained in the underground space. After about 10 minutes, the knocking sound suddenly stopped. Both of them had cultivated before and knew that this meant Lu Qiwu had finished a round of cultivation. They didn't pay any attention and continued to meditate with their eyes closed. But soon, the sound of knocking suddenly rang out. So this is what junior brother Lu meant by rapid recovery. It really is something. Mao Chuxue thought to herself. The cultivation of the marrow cleansing realm is accompanied by intense pain, and she can only disperse her mind to alleviate this pain, so she soon heard the sound of knocking. The knocking stopped again after more than 10 minutes. The knocking stopped again after more than 10 minutes. No, it's not just about quick recovery. Mao Chuxue was shocked. Isn't this incredibly long-lasting? 046, the lesson of junior brother Luo. After every 2 rounds of training, one soaks in a secret medicine. After each training session, one consumes a large amount of high-density food from martial artists to gain enhancement points and strengthen the area that was trained. Although there were 2 more people in the underground cultivation space, Lu Qiwu was not affected and continued his cultivation at the original pace. What he didn't know was that although he was unaffected, his senior brothers and sisters who had traveled all the way from Crimson Bloodstar were shocked by his actions, dumbfounded, and even stopped their cultivation movements. 8 times, right? Mao Chuxue glanced to the side. Zhuang Yanning shook her head slightly. This is the 9th time. The two men's expressions were somewhat complicated. No wonder the Blood Master would personally teach someone who was only at the bone forging realm. This was the foresight of a top-level expert. 9 times of practice in half a day. Even if one is just an ordinary person, without the support of several generations of family members, and even if one only starts cultivating in the senior year of high school, this talent can still make up for the time difference. The important thing is the secret medicine. We've already bathed in it 4 times, which means the medicine takes effect much faster than ordinary medicine, even in the blink of an eye. Zhuang Yanning said in a low voice. Even food needs time to be digested and absorbed, let alone a secret medicine. The secret medicine is more like fertilizer, its effects take effect over time, and it cannot be over-fertilized, otherwise it will burn away the foundation of cultivation. Lu Qiwu had already bathed in the secret medicine 4 times in front of them, and the intervals between them were so short that they were all somewhat dazed. Do you think junior brother Lu might also experience this when he takes external medicine? Zhuang Yanning thought of something. External medicine. Mao Chishue's heart skipped a beat. The human body has its limits. Secret medicines only have a stimulating and strengthening effect, while the external medicine that the two mentioned is a higher realm. This realm is to refine the body with medicine and use drugs to stimulate the evolution of the human body. How quickly and efficiently one absorbs information naturally affects the strength one can display at this level. I don't know, but I think I'll have an advantage over ordinary people. Mao Chushue whispered. Are you kidding? You probably have an advantage over us. How could an ordinary person stage an accident to extort money? Zhuang Yanning grinned. Lu Qiwu slowly opened his eyes and immediately felt 2 burning gazes. He looked in the direction they were directed. Junior brother Lu, it's almost evening now. You're really working hard at your cultivation. Zhuang Yanning said. Alas, thanks to my teacher for giving me this opportunity to cultivate, I should naturally put my heart into it. Lu Qiwu replied. This was his heartfelt answer. The system could indeed continuously strengthen his body, but the physical growth after practicing martial arts far exceeded the system's strengthening speed. If it weren't for the blood master taking him in and teaching him, strengthening him through the system, and then finding some way to learn martial arts, he would have been in his mid-20s by then. It's important to know that the blood transformation realm is best achieved before the age of 25, which shows how precious time is. The blood master's teachings, the secret medicines, high-density food, and even the machines needed for cultivation were all invaluable. With your talent, even if your martial arts gene potential is only detected in your senior year of high school, you will still have a place in the future. Mao Chushue said. Actually, Lu Qiwu noticed that the two had misunderstood something. He thought for a moment and didn't he want to explain further. Then I'll accept your kind words, senior sister. Compared to when they first met, their attitudes had clearly improved considerably after he finished his training this time. Lu Qiwu wasn't stupid, he immediately understood the secret behind it. He was happy to accept this arrangement. He only had a superficial understanding of many things about martial arts, and there were even many sayings that he didn't know existed, let alone misunderstood. The 2 people in front of him were about the same age and had a slightly higher level of martial arts. More importantly, these 2 knew more about martial arts. These 2 were admitted to the university on Crimson Star, received systematic education, and are proper students with solid knowledge. In comparison, he was like a student who got in through connections, someone whose abilities were not commensurate with his position. Have some food, Lu Qiwu said, taking 2 pieces of high-density food from the robot's tray. The teachers aren't eating with us, so we'll handle any problems ourselves. During this period, apart from verifying the effectiveness of his cultivation, the blood master only stopped by the side a few times, and most of the time he came and went without a trace, hiding in some corner. Is that so? A flash of disappointment crossed Zhuang Yanning's eyes. He also wanted to have dinner with the blood master and maybe even build a relationship with him. But you've come at just the right time. It'll be Friday in 3 days, and the teacher will be answering some of the questions from the senior students then, Lu Qiwu said with a smile. We can sit in on the sidelines, maybe we'll encounter the same questions in the future. This is the advantage of being close by. Not only does it broaden your horizons, but it also allows you to learn a lot of knowledge that you might be able to use. Those born into families of teachers, who have access to teachers of various subjects from a young age, are more likely to have good grades. Those born into wealthy families, who have been involved in business arrangements since childhood, will naturally develop some business acumen. Mao Chushue stood to the side, swallowing the dense food in a few bites with her cherry-like mouth. She asked, shall we sleep on top of the mouth tonight? Yes, but there are no beds, so I use my clothes as pillows, Lu Qiwu explained. You can just find any corner. The Crimson Blood Sect's headquarters was quite large. Inside the fence was a spacious courtyard that could accommodate nearly 100 people, as well as 3 rooms, each of which, judging from the exterior, was nearly 100 square meters in size, not to mention the underground space. However, there was no sense of life here at all. It was deserted and lacked the daily necessities such as stoves, beds, and so on. Lu Qiwu has been sleeping casually these past few days, but fortunately his physique is far superior to that of ordinary people, so he is not afraid of catching a cold. I haven't finished my training for today, so I'll continue. Having recovered considerably, Lu Qiwu said goodbye to the two and then resumed his cultivation. The dull knocking sound echoed in the underground cultivation space. Seeing how hard he works, I really want to keep working hard too. Zhuang Yanning said quietly. I won't stop you, but I need to check if the emergency numbers on Blue Star are the same as ours. Mao Chushua rolled her eyes and said, don't forget the lesson from junior brother Luo. Zhuang Yanning smiled awkwardly upon hearing this and did not say anything more. Excessive exercise can lead to rhabdomyolysis and irreversible injuries, not to mention martial arts training. Many people are eager to learn martial arts diligently, but the reality is that the body has its limits and recovery time. If they don't grasp the proper balance in their training, they might have to give up their martial arts journey altogether. Those who can afford it will hire professionals to calculate recovery time in order to make the most of their time. The junior brother Luo mentioned by Mao Chushua did not have the means to hire anyone, and in order to create a genius persona, he secretly used banned drugs to assist in his cultivation. At first, his combat power did increase rapidly, but as a result, his muscle density increased too quickly, and the unrestrained and powerful muscle strength crushed the bones in his body. Junior brother Luo's lesson? What is that? Lu Qiwu's voice came from not far away. He had just finished a round of cultivation when he overheard the two discussing some lesson. Thinking that similar things could be applied to other situations, he naturally joined in, looking quite gossipy. 047, Lao Lu, do you want a wife or not? Mao Chushui blinked and said, actually, in terms of when we started training, we should call him senior brother Luo, but he broke his martial arts path at the tendon refining stage and became a cripple. Lu Qiwu looked like a curious child. Zhuang Yanning said from the side, isn't the tendon refining realm all about cultivating tendons and ligaments? That person's progress within the sect was below average, so he secretly took forbidden drugs to stimulate his tendons and ligaments. As a result, he became addicted to it, increasing the dosage and using the secret drugs without regard for the consequences. So he became a cripple? Lu Qiwu's heart skipped a beat. The secret drug caused his tendons and ligaments to overgrow. He just got out of bed, and with one exertion, his muscles broke his ribs. Then, as he cried for help, he struggled to run towards the door. With each exertion, his muscles were squeezing, and as a result, all the bones in his body were crushed. Zhuang Yanning shrugged. A scene flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. This person really is. In his past life, he knew that some people cheated on exams, and over time he actually believed that the grades obtained through cheating were their true abilities. He never expected that someone would do the same thing in something as life or death as martial arts. Now it's been made into a case study to warn all beginners. Mao Chushu said. Junior brother Lu, we must learn martial arts steadily and surely. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly, looking like he had learned something. Learning martial arts requires a gradual approach. Too much of anything is as bad as too little. Although martial arts involves constantly pushing limits, there is a set of logic to it, and it cannot be accomplished simply by having a burst of enthusiasm. This is a point that blood masters repeatedly mention, which shows its importance. Among ordinary people, some people, weighing less than 80 pounds, have managed to support a car weighing over 1,000 pounds to rescue a child trapped under it. The consequence is that their bodies collapse and they suffer from constant injuries. This is due to the side effects of overworking your body. The Crimson Blood Sex refining method divides the cultivation cycle into 1-day, 3-day, and 7-day periods based on the upper, middle, and lower levels of blood, and there is a scientific basis for this. This can also be seen in various details. For example, both the tendon refining and bone forging realms are practiced through standing meditation, but there are specific techniques involved. The tendon refining realm uses standing meditation to strengthen tendons and ligaments, achieving the characteristic of muscles as taut as a string. This not only increases explosive power but also better protects the bones during bone forging. Therefore, martial artists need to reach this characteristic before they can attempt to cultivate and temper their bones. In the bone forging realm, the same stance training begins to focus on refining bones with blood, which also indirectly improves tendons and ligaments. This prevents the flesh from being unable to withstand the increased strength of the bones when a punch is thrown, exposing the bone beneath. Seeing you cultivate so many times a day, I'm so envious. Zhuang Yanning said casually. Time was already tight, and now so much time has to be wasted on recovery. Who wouldn't be anxious? Lu Qiwu didn't know how to respond, so he simply laughed it off. Fortunately, his senior brother had only mentioned it casually and quickly changed the subject. After chatting for a while, Lu Qiwu had recovered enough to resume his cultivation. Zhuang Yanning and Mao Chuxue did not go upstairs, but stayed nearby to pass the time. They brought a secret medicine with them. After taking it, all they needed to do was rest. The medicine would gradually strengthen and consolidate their training results. Since they were all martial artists, they didn't have many requirements regarding their resting place. Zhuang Yanning said in a low voice, judging from this condition, I feel that he can cultivate 5 more times. There's not enough time. We also need a secret medicine every 2 times. I feel like I can only cultivate for a maximum of 4 times. Mao Chuxue said softly. The 2 men's eyes were gleaming. They were practically ready to set up a betting pool and place bets to see the outcome. On Crimson Bloodstar, they usually practice martial arts for a day, then rest for half a day, and then attend classes for a day and a half, and this cycle continues. The university cultural classes supported by the Crimson Blood sect only lasted half a day, while the other half of the day was filled with a wide variety of subjects, including martial arts training, wilderness survival, and tracking. Lu Qiwu has no martial arts gene potential and no possibility of going to university to study martial arts. He has no idea how much a martial artist needs to learn during the recovery time between training sessions. Although he could tell that the number of times he had cultivated was unusual, he didn't know the specific differences, so he naturally didn't understand why the 2 people's gazes were so intense. 4 times. Lu Qiwu finished his training for the day and led the 2 back to the small house on the ground through the passage. Mao Chuxue lagged a few steps behind and glanced smugly at Zhuang Yanning. The 3 of them followed the passage into the house, where there was an inconspicuous suitcase in one corner, containing the change of clothes that Lu Qiwu had brought. When he goes to sleep at night, he will take out a piece of clothing from his pocket and cover his stomach. It doesn't mean anything, but he's gotten used to it. Do you want to cover yourselves with clothes? Lu Qiwu asked, opening his suitcase. It's alright, as long as we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, that is fine. We've spent many of our practical training sessions outdoors, eating and sleeping in the open, Mao Chuxue said, refusing Lu Qiwu's extra clothes. Besides, I'm at the marrow cleansing realm. Lu Qiwu naturally asked questions when he didn't understand, and that's when he learned that after reaching the marrow cleansing realm, the body's blood-making ability would undergo a qualitative change. After reaching this realm, the blood and qi in the body would be as vigorous as a furnace, and even if one jumped naked into a river below zero and swam hundreds of meters, the body would still feel incredibly warm. He looked at Zhuang Yanning. The latter chuckled and said, although my cultivation level isn't high enough, the temperature is still fine for now. Junior brother Lu, aren't these all basic knowledge? Mao Chuxue asked, somewhat puzzled. Weren't these basic realms explained clearly when we entered the school? Lu Qiwu's curiosity about the Crimson Bloodstar and what the Void Gate was is understandable, since he hadn't been out and about and it was normal for him not to know. But what are the hallmark abilities of a martial artist's realm, especially before the blood transformation realm? Aren't they all just basic course content? This is even the very first lesson in martial arts. Asking these questions is like a 6th grade student asking what addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are. Actually, I didn't go to university, Lu Qiwu smiled. He is like a sponge now, but a dry sponge that has not absorbed any knowledge. They know that internal techniques is a realm, but they don't know what the hallmark ability of this realm is. They know that there is a marrow cleansing realm, but they don't know what this realm can bring to a martial artist. Zhuang Yanning's gaze shifted, and she asked curiously, so that's how it is. Were you brought here to cultivate by the Blood Master after your potential was discovered? Although the principle of proximity applies to schooling, and priority will be given to the sects that provide school assistance, and they also knew from their previous conversation that Lu Qiwu was a local of Blue Star, and the Crimson Blood sect's sphere of influence was not on Blue Star. However, someone of Blood Master's status, if they were to actually ask for a student, would most likely be able to snatch them away. I guess so. Lu Qiwu nodded. After Hong Lixing found him on the street, he took him to the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters, where he has been cultivating ever since. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a message coming from his microcomputer. He looked down and saw it was a goodnight message from Yun Xia. Although Lu Qiwu was cultivating at the Crimson Blood sect's headquarters, he would still send messages to Yun Xia to say goodnight, and Yun Xia would also send him some photos of her life from time to time. After bowing his head to say goodnight to Yunxia, he looked up and asked, "Where were we?" "Junior brother Lu, you smiled so gently just now," Zhuang Yanning said with a mischievous grin. "Were you chatting with some girls? I was even thinking of introducing you to a couple." "No need for introductions," Lu Qiwu said after a moment of surprise. "The person who sent the message is my wife. We say goodnight to each other every day." "You have a wife?" Zhuang Yanning was taken aback upon hearing this. Mao Chushue's eyes also flashed with surprise. Wife and partner, these are different things. More importantly, if he has a wife, wouldn't he lose his virility? 048, Daily Practice. Does the Blood Master know about your marriage? Mao Chushue asked. She wasn't one to keep things to herself, and Zhuang Yanning was too far away to stop her in time. "Actually, I only started cultivating after I got married," Lu Qiwu said, his thoughts stirring but his expression remaining unchanged. Instead, he asked, "Does marriage have any impact on the martial arts of the Crimson Blood sect?" Of course there are. Most martial arts, if one possesses primordial yang, can improve one's cultivation efficiency by several levels, if not by leaps and bounds. However, our Crimson Blood sect doesn't have such high requirements for primordial yang. Zhuang Yanning quickly replied. With junior brother Lu's talent, even if he were to lose primordial yang, it shouldn't have a significant impact. Mao Chushue opened her mouth slightly, but was stopped by a look and suppressed the urge to speak out. She realized now that asking abruptly whether the vital essence had been preserved was already offensive, so she used the phrase, "Does the Blood Master know?" implying that she was questioning whether something was being concealed. If it were a narrow-minded person, they would probably hold a grudge against her. "Speaking of which, my teacher hasn't specifically instructed me on anything regarding Yuan Yang," Lu Qiwu explained softly. Within the Alliance's territory, citizens are strictly prohibited from learning about matters of love and romance before the age of 18, in order to prevent those who may have martial arts talent from depleting their vital energy. He naturally knew the function of primordial yang, but after a long period of cultivation, the Blood Master had given him a day to rest and go find his wife to have some fun, without giving him any special instructions. But Lu Qiwu wasn't stupid. Judging from Mao Chushue's reaction just now, he knew that even if Yuan Yang didn't have strict requirements for the Qishue sect's martial arts, it would never be as easy as Zhuang Yanning described. "Actually, my ability to learn martial arts was due to a series of coincidences." Lu Qiwu briefly explained the reason for joining the Crimson Blood sect. It is said that Hong Lixing noticed his different physique, and thus he caught the eye of the Blood Master through a disciple referral, and then officially began his cultivation. "There is still so much I haven't learned, and I hope my two senior brothers and sisters will be generous in giving me their guidance," Lu Qiwu said sincerely, but his eyes were fixed intently on Mao Chushue. Having spent some time with him, he had long realized that Mao Chushue, who was of a higher level, was actually more naive and would answer questions without thinking. On the other hand, Zhuang Yanning, who seemed honest, was actually quite cunning and would think things through before answering to ensure that he would not make any mistakes. "When you came here, we all thought you were discovered by the Blood Master and taken in to be carefully taught," Mao Chushue said with a touch of emotion. "Your marriage depleted your vital energy, and you started cultivating at the age of 19. Junior brother Lu, you really have accumulated a lot of negative effects. The Crimson Blood sect's 1 training, 7 injuries rule means that disciples who haven't broken through to the blood exchange realm are not allowed to indulge in pleasure unless they willingly degenerate and abandon the path of martial arts. Although it's far from the point where one can't cultivate after losing one's vital energy, the Crimson Blood sect often practices injury before cultivation, which ensures that vital energy can recover faster and be better consolidated. Junior brother Lu, think about it, if some gamers get a free jump, won't they have inaccurate positioning and slow reaction time?" Mao Chushue said casually. "The consequences of depleting one's vital energy in a martial artist are even more serious. The loss of innate essence is like opening a floodgate, and from then on, it flows out continuously and cannot be stopped. There has been a saying since ancient times that to ruin a person's future, one must defile their virginity. Once the vital energy is depleted, not only will the types of martial arts one can cultivate be greatly reduced, but the vital energy will also be unable to be preserved, just as a dam will crack and a pool will have a breach, causing the energy to flow away day and night. Is there no way to salvage this?" Lu Qiwu frowned. "At most, we can make some minor repairs to slow down the loss of vital energy. It's impossible to restore it to its original state. Otherwise, why would the Alliance impose such severe penalties on those under 18 for spreading sexual misconduct?" Mao Chushue paused, noticing Zhuang Yanning's constantly changing expression. Only then did she realize that the young man in front of her was one of those who had lost their primordial yang, and she quickly added, however, junior brother Lu must have something extraordinary about him to gain the favor of the Blood Master. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Before marrying Yunxia, he never expected that he would be able to embark on the path of martial arts. If it weren't for Yunxia, he wouldn't have encountered someone committing a crime in the street, thus being discovered by Han Lixing and valued by the Blood Master. Therefore, the leakage of Yuan Yang was completely unavoidable. However, senior sister Mao's words also reminded him that the Blood Master had never mentioned the matter of repairing Yun Yang to him. Did he think that his physique was special and that this problem could be ignored? Lu Qiwu had learned so much today that after chatting absent-mindedly for a while, they both drifted off to sleep. Over the next few days, Lu Qiwu continued his cultivation routine, only with 2 more people by his side. The Blood Master would occasionally appear to check on Lu Qiwu's cultivation progress, and sometimes he would give the 2 of them a few pointers. At these times, even the more mature Zhuangyanning could not hide his joy. There are naturally teachers on Crimson Bloodstar who provide guidance, but the Blood Masters are exceptionally strong, and even within the Crimson Blood sect, few can rival them. In addition, there are only 3 of them during cultivation, so their guidance is more targeted and can enlighten people instantly. More importantly, he is a Blood Master. He is a peerless expert who can represent the Crimson Blood sect in its base on Blue Star. His status in the sect is second only to the sect leader. Being able to be guided by him will greatly enhance one's status and prestige once people find out. The 2 of them weren't cultivating on Crimson Bloodstar, they had traveled thousands of miles to Blue Star with senior sister Muxane, so they certainly weren't doing it out of boredom. Crack! Crack! Lu Qiwu bathed in the secret medicine while simultaneously consuming large amounts of high-density food to gain enhancement points. He gazed intently at the other side. Mao Chushui and Zhuangyanning have finished their morning practice and are now exchanging blows. It was a bit like practicing Tai Chi, or a martial arts performance. The 2 went back and forth, but their speed was incredibly fast. Sometimes you could even see the afterimages of their movements. But when they made contact, there was only a small, muffled sound, as if they had accidentally touched each other. Lu Qiwu watched for a while, and seeing that the 2 had stopped, he asked, "Senior brother and sister, are you practicing martial arts?" "I don't think so. I'm just getting familiar with the fighting techniques and moves," Mao Chushua said, brushing the stray hairs from her forehead. Fighting techniques can only be practiced against combat robots. It's forbidden to fight among fellow disciples. Seeing Lu Qiwu's interested expression, Zhuangyanning said from the side, "The fighting style is all about killing moves, often injuring or killing people. Naturally, you can't fight with your fellow disciples, because it's not good to hurt people. But if you hold back, what if you get used to holding back in a real fight later on?" "I see," Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. No wonder their fight looked like a performance. They were just familiarizing themselves with the moves, not actually practicing. A sense of anticipation rose in his heart. So far, he had been cultivating practice techniques and didn't know when he would be able to start cultivating fighting techniques. "You 2 try fighting." The Blood Master's voice suddenly appeared. He pointed at Zhuangyanning with his thin finger, then turned his direction. Lu Qiwu watched as the finger slowly moved towards him, and he stood up in surprise. "Me?" 049, Blood Blossom, Encounter. Lu Qiwu was wearing quick-drying clothes. After walking out of the secret medicine barrel for a short while, his clothes looked completely dry and no longer dripped water onto the ground. As for his clothes still being wet, given his current physical condition, he would at most feel a little uncomfortable, but it wouldn't cause him to catch a cold or fever. "There is no need to hold back," the Blood Master said in a hoarse yet sharp voice, stroking his beard with one hand. "If I don't tell you to stop, then don't stop." "Understood, teacher." Lu Qiwu nodded. His gaze fell on the old man's hand, in which he held a strangely shaped little flower. The petals were blood red, but the stem and leaf veins were a stark white, as if they were bent like bones. Zhuangyanning agreed. He also saw the little flower and immediately recognized what it was. Blood flower. The Blood Master is really trying to hone junior brother Lu's combat abilities. They really value him too much. A thought flashed through his mind, and then he shouted, "Junior brother Lu, I'm here." Zhuangyanning kicked off the ground and lunged at Lu Qiwu. The 2 were more than 10 meters apart, but in the blink of an eye, they passed each other. Lu Qiwu looked down and saw that a piece of his clothes had been torn from his chest, revealing fair skin that instantly turned red, with fine beads of blood appearing on it. "Wow, that's fast." Even though Zhuangyanning had warned him before making the move, he still almost didn't react in time. He only managed to step back and brace himself in a hurry. It was thanks to that action that he was able to avoid having a piece of flesh torn off his chest. Lu Qiwu became somewhat serious. Even if the Blood Master is standing by, and their lives are safe, they will still feel pain from being beaten. He held his breath and stared intently at Zhuang Anning. He planned to remain unchanged in the face of all changes, otherwise, since he was not skilled in martial arts, he would only become a punching bag. They're here. Lu Qiwu stared intently at Zhuang Anning's movements, becoming extremely alert as the latter drew closer. But, he clearly saw a straight punch coming straight at him, and judging by the speed, he could have blocked it and countered. But in an instant, the straight punch became erratic, hitting his chest at an unpredictable angle and with even greater speed. This kind of change of tactics is by no means an ordinary fighting technique, but the application of martial arts skills. With a loud thud, Lu Qiwu staggered backward, followed by a series of blows to his body, hands, and feet. How could this happen? His movements completely changed in that instant. Lu Qiwu covered his head with one hand. Mao Chushue stood beside the Blood Master, looking at the one-sided situation with some confusion. If an ordinary person learns fighting skills, they can take on several opponents at once. Moreover, Zhuang Anning not only has faster speed and greater strength, but also masters martial arts techniques, enabling him to unleash extraordinary power. Lu Qiwu was a level lower, and had not even learned any fighting techniques. The difference between the two is like that between a fully grown tiger and an orange cat. Isn't the outcome predetermined? What's the point of this kind of fight? Isn't it just a waste of a blood flower? Bang! Lu Qiwu was knocked to the ground with a heavy blow. His clothes were torn, and his exposed skin had many pitted and bloody holes. These were all torn off by Zhuang Anning. Normally, his defeat was inevitable, and the Blood Master should have called a halt, but the old man just stared blankly, showing no intention of saying a word. Strangely, Lu Qiwu's eyes were bloodshot and red, filled with a fierce look. He suddenly abandoned his defense, ignoring Zhuang Anning's powerful kick, and instead grabbed the man's shin, then swung him away with a burst of strength. Zhuang Anning spun several times in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Already affected by the blood flower, Zhuang Anning stared at those eyes glowing red, her thoughts in turmoil. I was considered top tier on Crimson Bloodstar, yet I become a sparring partner. Lu Qiwu got up, grabbed the torn strips of his shirt with his fingers, and gently tore it off. Then, his gaze fell on Zhuang Anning, and he pounced on her. Bang! Zhuang Anning used his martial arts skills, intending to send the person flying again, but to his surprise, Lu Qiwu gritted his teeth and endured the punch. The shoulder he struck exploded in a spray of blood, the blood and bits of flesh bursting apart to reveal the stark white bone beneath. Lu Qiwu seemed oblivious, and instead took the opportunity to get close to Zhuang Anning, gripping her tightly with his injured left arm, then raising his right fist high and swinging it down on her head. Mao Chushue raised her eyebrows, not thinking that Lu Qiwu's punch could cause any harm. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhuang Anning is only one realm higher than junior brother Lu. The bone forging realm only strengthens bone density, focusing on building up the body's framework and increasing resistance. Zhuang Anning's organ refining realm, on the other hand, strengthens the 5 internal organs, not only enabling the fragile internal organs to withstand impacts, but also greatly increasing blood and qi, resulting in a terrifying boost to strength and speed. Fighting fiercely and valiantly? Even if the two of them disregarded everything and simply started punching each other, there would be no other outcome. The Blood Master didn't speak, but watched the chaotic battle with great interest. Lu Qiwu swung several punches at Zhuang Anning's head, seemingly making the latter see stars. Not daring to hold back, Zhuang Anning used a clever technique to break free of the restraints and punched Lu Qiwu, sending him flying. Lu Qiwu struggled to his feet and then charged at Zhuang Anning once again. Mao Chushue looked at this scene with surprise in her eyes. Zhuang Anning's 2 punches were so powerful that even a tiger would be sent to its death with a single blow. If they were to hit an ordinary person, they would leave a bloody hole. Even if Lu Qiwu's bones are dense enough to withstand the blow without breaking, his internal organs would still be churned by the impact, leading to internal bleeding, organ rupture, and other complications. However, the reality was quite different. Lu Qiwu seemed completely oblivious. How is that possible? He's only at the bone forging realm, how can his internal organs be so resilient? Mao Chushue wondered. However, judging from Lu Qiwu's reaction, she understood why the Blood Master hadn't intervened. With the Blood Master's strength, he probably already knew how much Lu Qiwu could endure. Even without using blood flower, if Lu Qiwu goes through this a few more times, I'm afraid even Zhuang Anning won't be able to do anything to him. Mao Chushue thought to herself, unless it's a life or death battle. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhuang Anning was able to send Lu Qiwu flying with his martial arts skills. The latter is like an unkillable cockroach. He struggles to get up and is still a vigorous and capable fighter. Alright. After Lu Qiwu flew out again, the Blood Master suddenly spoke. The sound was normal, but to Lu Qiwu, who was affected by the D blood flower, it was like the sound of a great bell, making him sway and the bloodshot color in his eyes fade. Ouch, it hurts. Lu Qiwu's eyes cleared a bit. He blinked blankly and immediately noticed the injuries on his body. Blood flowed down the wound, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. This secret medicine, taken both externally and internally, can heal injuries within a day. The Blood Master tossed out 2 porcelain bottles, paused, and added, starting tomorrow, prepare to practice martial arts. Lu Qiwu immediately beamed with joy. Thank you, teacher. A flash of bloodlust crossed Zhuang Anning's eyes as she stood to the side, but she quickly concealed it. 050, Ruthlessness in the Bones. The Crimson Blood sect is strong in fist and foot techniques and skilled in using knives, so you should practice fist and foot techniques first. The Blood Master pondered. The saying first fists and feet, then weapons has been a common saying throughout history. Even those sects that specialize in swords will teach some fist and foot skills to their members, so that some people will not be flustered when they pick up weapons and end up with bloody cuts on their bodies before they can even make a move. Let us start with Blood Fist, the Blood Master said. After you two finish your training, you can teach him. Zhuang Anning and Mao Chuxue naturally agreed. Blood Fist is the entry-level martial art of the Crimson Blood sect. It is powerful and easy to learn. All disciples of the Crimson Blood sect cannot avoid this martial art if they want to practice fighting techniques. They both naturally knew this skill as well. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior sister and senior brother. Lu Qiwu said, grimacing as he applied medicine to his body. This small porcelain bottle was made with countless expensive medicinal herbs and refined using advanced technology. When applied to the skin, it immediately produced a tingling sensation on the wounds, and soon enough, granulation tissue could be seen growing. Such a fast recovery speed. Lu Qiwu was surprised when he saw the granulation tissue intertwined on the wound. The recovery speed was visible to the naked eye. He had never heard of such a speed before. This is one of the Alliance's flagship products. It can even be used for fractures and sprains. Mao Chuxue pointed to the icon on the porcelain bottle and said, this little bottle alone costs 500,000. Lu Qiwu looked at the 2 bottles in his hand, one for external use and one for internal use. The internal use probably wasn't cheap either. These are expensive, but you can buy them. But that one blood flower, that is something that is truly priceless. Mao Chuxue said. That kind of thing can't even be measured in money. It's almost always bartered, and only a few are circulated outside. Lu Qiwu perked up his ears, thinking of the strange flower in the Blood Master's hand. The gaunt old man usually appeared and disappeared without a trace, but he rarely carried anything in his hands. However, the flower had a unique shape, and he thought it had some special function. Unexpectedly, it really did. Bloodflower is a special plant that grows naturally on Crimson Bloodstar and cannot be replicated or propagated using technology. Its effects are also quite peculiar. It can cause a person's consciousness to fall into a certain chaotic state, allowing them to unleash their fighting instincts without disturbing their thoughts, and to remember this feeling. It's like how you can't learn fighting techniques while playing around. We usually use combat robots to assist in practicing fighting techniques, but we choose the combat robots ourselves. After fighting a few times, we become familiar with them, thus diminishing their role as a trial. But if you really go into a life or death battle, unexpected things can easily happen. Zhuang Anning remarked with emotion. You must not get seriously injured, because if the injury is too severe, it will affect your subsequent cultivation. Time is precious for any martial artist who is accumulating experience. However, before any pre-arranged battles, such as battles in a virtual world or battles using combat robots, are conducted, the thought that nothing will really happen will be implanted in one's mind, thus affecting one's cultivation. So the purpose of Bloodflower is to make us forget that we are cultivating and fight with the mindset of real combat. Lu Qiwu said thoughtfully. Not only that, if it were just that, Bloodflower wouldn't be so hard to find. Mao Chuxue said seriously, the real function of Bloodflower is to make you firmly remember the scene of the battle, and to keep you continuously influenced by the will during the battle, so that you can achieve the benefits of 100 battles with just one battle. It's like playing a game. If you follow a pro and play in high-level games for a long time, you'll be able to easily dominate in low-level games. A thoroughly enjoyable battle, and the process, the shifts in thought, and the instincts of combat are firmly etched into the mind. The gains are self-evident. The teacher really put a lot of thought into this. Lu Qiwu exclaimed. The blood master came and went in a hurry. If it weren't for the explanation from his two knowledgeable senior brothers and sisters, he wouldn't have known what the blood master had brought out. Indeed, Mao Chushua nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then she said, "First, cultivate and complete today's normal cultivation course, and then we will teach you Blood Fist." Lu Qiwu agreed. The areas on his body where flesh had been ripped away have been filled with new granulation tissue. If it weren't for the fact that the skin on those areas was whiter than the surrounding skin, you wouldn't be able to tell that they had been injured. He went directly to the 8-armed robot to practice. Soon, a muffled sound echoed within the cultivation space. Mao Chushua wasn't idle either. She pulled Zhuang Yanning along to practice the newly learned fighting techniques. However, after a while, her eyebrows furrowed, and she said with some dissatisfaction, "You've already made 3 mistakes. What's wrong with you?" Zhuang Yanning was somewhat dazed. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted his shirt. 3 fist-shaped bruises appeared on the skin covered by the fabric. What? Mao Chushua looked at it in surprise for a few moments, then frowned and said, "Junior brother Lu did it?" Zhuang Yanning nodded slightly. He was a martial artist at the refining internal organs realm, a realm higher than Lu Qiwu, yet he still managed to leave a fist mark on his body. He didn't hold back. After all, Lu Qiwu didn't recognize blood flower, but he knew what it was. "And I was affected by the blood flower later." Zhuang Yanning opened her mouth, but found it difficult to speak. Whoosh! Mao Chushua moved swiftly, covering his mouth with her small hand. Blood flower only affects one person. It's obvious that the blood master is holding the blood flower for Lu Qiwu. However, some of the blood flower's effects can spread, such as increasing fighting spirit. Zhuang Yanning was affected by the blood flower. Simply put, he was provoked by Lu Qiwu, and his mind was agitated, which led to the situation that became uncontrollable. It's all right. With the blood master's strength, how could he not see it? Zhuang Yanning shook his head. The blood master's voice also reached my ears. He probably saw it as soon as it appeared. Actually, you don't need to worry. Junior brother Lu is a disciple trained by the blood master. Mao Chushua's mind worked quickly for the first time. She said, "Secret medicine, guidance, cultivation machine, the blood master attaches great importance to junior brother Lu. In the future, junior brother Lu will probably soar to great heights. You are already excellent enough to be his sparring partner." Zhuang Yanning nodded slightly upon hearing this. Actually, there's something else about the Yu blood flower, a fact that they both tacitly didn't mention. That is, blood flower only stimulates a person's fighting potential, not a targeted enhancement. Simply put, if a person's personality is inherently cowardly, they will not have the desire to fight under the influence of blood flower, but will instead avoid fighting in various ways. Cultivation is the foundation of a martial artist, but what truly makes a martial artist shine is combat. The reason why blood flower is so valuable is that it can bring out the combat potential hidden in a person's personality, preventing a large family from raising a martial artist who only knows how to cultivate in silence. The two looked at Lu Qiwu, who was standing still while the 8-armed robot struck him. Affected by the Ye blood flower, Lu Qiwu was knocked away time and time again, but he struggled to get up each time, ignoring the wounds all over his body, with only one thought: fight. This is ruthlessness that comes from the very core of one's being. He lacked even a trace of his usual gentle and refined manners. 051, Blood Fist, fighting style is more important. The Blood Fist has 8 forms, 3 of which attack the lower body and 5 of which attack the torso and head. Zhuang Yanning stood up straight, and as he explained, he began to move his body, demonstrating each move of the fighting style. Lu Qiwu stood not far away, watching Zhuang Shixian's actions intently. This move targets the chest. Zhuang Yanning threw a punch. The movement was like splashing ink onto a large canvas, wide and sweeping, like throwing a punch horizontally. Remember, this movement requires coordination of the waist, and you also need to pay attention to the position of your feet. If the movement is too small, the power will be reduced. If the movement is too large, there will be too many openings, making it easier for others to counterattack. So your feet are like the steering wheel, allowing you to change direction or retreat as needed. Zhuang Yanning explained it in great detail. Although it is called a boxing style, it actually involves the whole body when moving one part. Only one of the 8 movements involves only the arms. I've learned a lot. Lu Qiwu studied diligently. As his physical fitness continued to improve, his memory improved significantly. He memorized many of the complex combinations of the 8 movements after only seeing them once. Zhuang Yanning disassembled it again, which undoubtedly solidified his memory. Come on, let us play a game of sparring, Mao Chushu said. The so-called disarming refers to the fighting techniques she and Zhuang Yanning have been practicing these past few days. It's somewhat like a weakened version of combat skills, but it emphasizes familiarity with the moves rather than actually drawing blood. Furthermore, because they focus on familiarizing themselves with the moves, they won't develop habitual memories that cause them to stop fighting when they actually engage in combat. Lu Qiwu naturally agreed, and then walked up to Mao Chushu, standing about a meter away. Which movements did you mainly remember? Mao Chushu asked. It depends on the moves they use to decide how to counter them. In fact, there's no learning value in sparring with Lu Qiwu for her. She valued the latter's potential, so she accommodated him, essentially making him her sparring partner. I've memorized all 8 movements, Lu Qiwu pondered for a moment and said, there shouldn't be any problems. If I make any mistakes, just tell me. Then let us go. Mao Chushu nodded. She assumed the starting stance for the first move of the blood fist. Lu Qiwu recognized that this was a move that primarily targeted the chest, and he became wary. However, as he threw a punch, Mao Chushu suddenly changed her movements and punched the inside of his arm. He didn't feel any force applied, but he immediately noticed that half of his arm was numb. Junior brother Lu, watch my feet, Mao Chushu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu looked down and noticed that the other person's feet were not standing straight, but slightly in front of each other. This posture seemed unremarkable at first glance. According to Zhuang Yanning, this stance can activate the waist, thereby enabling various arm movements. I understand. Before Lu Qiwu could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face, and his vision immediately went blurry. Junior brother Lu, we're still exchanging moves, Mao Chushu said calmly. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly, but he was on high alert. Senior sister Mao wasn't just telling him that the two of them were still exchanging moves and not to get distracted, she was also telling him that if he came up with anything, he should put it into practice. He suddenly changed his stance, then threw a punch at Mao Chushu. Seeing her hands coming at him, he twisted his waist with his feet and his arms moved accordingly. The punch that was about to land was immediately lowered by 3 points, not only avoiding those hands, but also striking at senior sister Mao's unsuspecting abdomen. Junior brother Lu has a very high level of comprehension. Mao Chushu clenched her fist and pressed down, then deflected the punch again. She said, but the variations in a punch are not solely based on the feet. As she spoke, her hand gestures changed naturally, as if they carried a certain rhythm. Moreover, everyone's body is different, and the opponent's height is also different, so you have to be flexible and adaptable. Mao Chushu stopped her fist in front of Lu Qiwu's chest, so close that she could almost feel the violent heartbeat in his chest. You made too big a move, so you're gone. Mao Chushu slowly moved her fist away and said. Thank you for the pointers, senior sister Mao. Lu Qiwu immediately understood. He did memorize all the movements of the blood fist 8 forms, but he simply recited them verbatim. He also adopted the same stance as senior brother Zhuang, but what suited senior brother Zhuang did not necessarily suit him. That's why he failed so badly. He was hit twice in just 3 moves. He could clearly see that Mao Chushu had suppressed her speed and power, and didn't even make any extra movements, only using the moves of the blood fist. The difference lies in the level of self-understanding and the level of understanding of the opponent. You should get familiar with your body first, and then we'll take turns countering your moves. Mao Chushu waved her hand. Lu Qiwu agreed. He needs to understand himself first, to know what he is good at and how to exert his strength, so that he can unleash his full potential. Then he needs to understand his opponent so that he knows how to deal with him. Learning martial arts is not about blindly following instructions. If you learn a neck-locking move, but your opponent is so fat they don't even have a neck, you can't just surrender, can you? Therefore, you need to constantly fight and experience different opponents, tall and short, fat and thin, male and female, young and old. With more experience, you will build a model library in your mind, and when you face the enemy again, you will be even more powerful. To put it simply, it's like kicking the good leg of a cripple. A cripple might be lame on the left or the right, but he still has a good leg. Senior brothers and sisters, for us martial artists, isn't cultivation level the most important thing? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. Accumulating knowledge requires time in various aspects, and with each new level, physical strength increases significantly. Lu Qiwu had thought about the fighting strategy before, but since the Blood Master didn't mention it, he didn't ask any further questions, feeling that cultivation was more important. No matter how much a cat trains, even if it sharpens its claws to the point of being as sharp as knives, it still can't fight against a tiger. That's a difference in levels. When applied to martial artists, the difference lies in their cultivation level, resulting in drastically different levels of strength. Junior brother thinks realm is more important? Mao Chuxue asked, somewhat surprised. Lu Qiwu hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. We just exchanged blows, and I used even more power? Mao Chuxue said slowly. If I explain it in complicated terms, you'll be confused. You just need to know that the more powerful the martial arts you master, the more powerful the martial artist is. Zhuanyanning added from the side, Junior brother Lu, all sects may lack nurturing and training methods, but they will never lack combat methods. Lu Qiwu was taken aback upon hearing this. The three methods of martial arts are fighting techniques, nurturing techniques, and training techniques, and surprisingly, fighting techniques are placed in the most important position. He didn't ask any more questions, but he became more attentive to learning the playing style. After spending some time familiarizing himself with the power exertion of the blood fist, he returned to the 8-armed robot to practice. Once the practice was over, he enjoyed a delicious bite of high-density food. A mechanical sound from the system rang in my ears. 052, Flesh and Blood Enhancement Enhanced Version. Dear Master, your physical enhancement value has reached 400, your physical strength meets the evolution requirements, and you are evolving. After testing, it was found that the Master currently requires too many functions. The essential target has been selected: Flesh and Blood Enhancement. Flesh and Blood Enhancement Enhanced Version. Energy intake can be actively used to enhance. Active enhancement involves a certain amount of energy loss, with a random loss range of 1% 20%. Lu Qiwu's gaze fell on the system, and a thought suddenly struck him. This flesh and blood enhancement made a great contribution as soon as it appeared. Not only could it replace the effect of the secret medicine to strengthen and consolidate the benefits of standing meditation, but it also did not have the disadvantage of the secret medicine requiring time to complete its effect. It can be said that it was precisely because of this flesh and blood amplification that he caught the eye of the Blood Master and was able to cultivate at the Crimson Blood Sex base. Lu Qiwu had been looking forward to the next evolution, but he didn't expect that the system would not give him a new ability, but instead upgrade his existing ability. The losses have been reduced significantly, from a maximum of 30% to the current 20%. Don't underestimate this 10% difference. Lu Qiwu eats more than 10 times a day, and each time he can get at least 30 enhancement points. This narrowing difference is at least comparable to the gains from one of his meals. As physical fitness continues to improve, the same amount of enhancement becomes less effective. This is normal, as the dosage of anesthesia for humans and tigers is definitely different. Increased physical strength means increased density and activity in each area, so the same enhancement points naturally have less effect than before. This is why Lu Qiwu only received the stage reward after the estimated time had passed. There's no difference in function, the only difference in the description is the absence of two words. It changed from actively select enhancement area to active enhancement. After a brief understanding, Lu Qiwu immediately realized that this change was the core of this evolution. The effects of enhancement points are no longer limited to the body. For example, when learning certain knowledge, you can reinforce and understand it by using reinforcement points. However, although reinforcement is not limited to the body, it needs to be linked to the person and cannot be applied to others remotely. In an instant, Lu Qiwu realized how to use the gains from this evolution. I can use the enhancement points to amplify my fighting style. One has to admire how intelligent this system is in order to help him become stronger. It provides abilities that are useful to him at this stage. How many upgrade points would I need to enhance my blood fist? Lu Qiwu's thoughts sank into the system, and he quickly obtained a value. 500 enhancement points. It cannot be split up, and you cannot strengthen only one of the techniques. You can only strengthen all 8 techniques at once. Lu Qiwu frowned. There were quite a few enhancement points. He wondered if using them on Blood Fist would be a waste. Senior Sister Mao, how many martial arts techniques have you learned in total? Lu Qiwu asked Mao Chuxue. The latter smiled upon hearing this and said, martial arts aren't like cabbages. The Crimson Blood sect has 8 types of hand and foot techniques and 2 types of weapon techniques. I've only learned 4 of them so far. The strategy is not about applying addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division to numbers. Learning fighting techniques involves not only learning how to generate power but also being able to apply it to the opponent. The former is manageable, but the latter is far too all-encompassing. Opponents are not only men, women, young, old, tall, thin, and of different ages, but may even be non-human beings. It's like a horizontal slash. You can't just only slash from a height of 1.6 meters if your best height for generating power is 1.6 meters. What if your opponent is only 1.3 meters tall? Any fighting style requires not only knowing it, but also understanding it thoroughly. Once you understand one style, you can apply it to everything. Zhuang Yanning spoke up from the side, his voice somewhat somber. This isn't just a requirement of the Crimson Blood sect. All the sects I know have this requirement for their fighting styles. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. From this perspective, this playing style is indeed very important. He's probably too low level right now, which is why he doesn't know the intricacies involved. Bloodmaster definitely knows, but whether or not to speak depends on Bloodmaster's thoughts, and he has no way to interfere. During the time he has been cultivating at the Crimson Blood sect's base, he has actually learned less martial arts knowledge from Bloodmaster than from his conversations with Mao Chuxue. We still need to use it once to see the new ability after this evolution before we can judge whether it's good or bad. Lu Qiwu pondered to himself. He's completely clueless about the Ji playstyle, like a complete novice. He knows nothing and can't tell the difference between good and bad strategies. However, he doesn't have many upgrade points right now, so he'll have to accumulate them for a while before he can try it out. Friday. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, special trains began to arrive one after another, bringing the disciples of the Crimson Blood sect to the courtyard. Lu Qiwu squatted in the corner, while Mao Chuxue and Zhuang Yanning stayed quietly to the side. After no one entered the courtyard, the main door of the house opened, and the Blood Master slowly walked out. As usual, one question per person. Let's begin. The Blood Master's voice remained unchanged, always hoarse yet sharp. Master, there are 3 ingredients in the secret medicine for treating hidden injuries that are hard to find. I asked the pharmacist to find other alternative formulas, but after taking them, the effect was less than half of what it was supposed to be. But I have other health problems as well? Someone said. Your body has no other problems, but there are hidden injuries accumulating and tangling in this area. I haven't seen any medical effect. The Blood Master stroked his beard, examined the area for a moment, and then said with certainty, the secret apothecary you found is problematic. The medicinal herbs he gave you were substandard. Master, please write me a prescription so I can get the medicine from the Crimson Blood sect, the man said through gritted teeth. Your physical condition remains the same, so the same prescription from last week will suffice. The Blood Master shook his head and looked at the next person asking a question. Lu Qiwu squatted in the corner, listening to the conversation. He knew the person who spoke up. The problem last week was that his martial arts training wasn't very effective. At that time, the Blood Master examined him and determined that his problem was the accumulation of hidden injuries. He gave treatment suggestions. One was to prescribe medicine for him to prepare himself, and the other was to prescribe medicine to be prepared on Crimson Blood Star. At that time, this senior brother chose to go out to dispense medicine, seemingly because he felt that dispensing medicine on Crimson Star was too expensive. Now it seems that this senior brother encountered a situation where you get what you pay for. I never expected to encounter something like this in the martial arts world. Lu Qiwu watched in amazement. Just as he was lamenting, the senior brother who had been tricked pulled someone aside and whispered something. After a while, the person nodded in agreement. Once no one else spoke to the Blood Master, this person pulled the senior brother forward. Master, I would like to ask the Crimson Blood sect to help teach that alchemist a lesson. The wronged senior brother said, cupping his hands, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. Although he was greedy for cheap prices, he still spent tens of millions of real money. The secret medicine is not an ordinary tonic. To put it bluntly, using the wrong medicine could really lead to life-threatening problems. This senior brother was clearly furious, so he made a deal to get another chance to speak. He said, the secret medicine master I have invited is Tomo, the secret medicine master from the 0C district. I beg master to speak up for me. The Blood Master raised his wrist to check something on the microcomputer. After a while, he lowered his wrist. Since you are a disciple of my Crimson Blood sect, how dare this Tomo use his seniority to have his disciple test medicine on you? Although it did not cause any real harm, it is still a provocation to our Crimson Blood sect. Don't worry, the Crimson Blood sect will stand up for you. This pharmacist Tomo is going to be in trouble. Mao Chuxue shook her head slightly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu asked in a low voice, Senior sister, how is this usually handled? It's going to be a huge financial blow. Han Lixing squeezed in from the side at some point. From what Master said, Senior Brother Lu went to Tomo, but Tomo made his disciple try prescribing the medicine. They're treating Senior Brother Lu like a sucker with no connections. He replied, then pointed to a spot not far away. That one has also reached the tendon refining realm. Lu Qiwu looked in that direction and saw a young man who was more than 2 meters tall standing next to his senior sister Li Lian. It was the young man from Yingxing who had participated in the introductory trial with him before. 053, Choices, Changes in Blood. Lu Qiwu still remembers the underground space where he is currently cultivating. On the day he underwent his introductory trial, only 3 out of more than 20 people came out alive. The young man brought by senior sister Li Lian, who always had arguments with Han Lixing, was one of the 3. However, this was only the second time he had seen the young man. He must have met the requirements for passing the test to be brought here. He's already at the tendon refining realm? Lu Qiwu was somewhat dazed, then asked curiously, what about the other person? Dead. Han Lixing grinned, revealing his white teeth. The loss of a life seemed to pass without any ripples in his mouth. He died from internal organ tremors and bleeding before he even reached the tendon refining realm. Lu Qiwu was at a loss for words upon hearing this. He said in a low voice, so, out of more than 30 people who started the trial, only 2 succeeded? Heh, if it weren't for that silly woman giving him who knows how many secret medicines, you would probably be the only one who succeeded. Han Lixing said disdainfully to Li Lian. The latter seemed to vaguely sense something, glancing over out of the corner of his eye before continuing to speak with the Blood Master. However, the gaunt old man glanced at the young man from the planet Yingxing, but did not answer, merely waving his hand casually. Li Lian bit her lip lightly, not daring to speak further. Ha, as expected, they got thwarted. I knew it all along. Han Lixing chuckled. Lu Qiwu tilted his head to the side. To say that Han Lixing and Li Lian had any deep-seated hatred for each other, they never actually fought when they met, but every time they met, they were bound to be at odds and exchange a few words. Li Lian walked straight out of the courtyard, and the young man with the bright star quickly followed her out. I'm leaving too. I'll have time to stay on Blue Star for a while next week. I'll come find you for a drink then. Han Lixing said, glancing casually at Mao Chuxue and the other person beside him, before quickly walking out. He moved with incredible speed, instantly crossing the spacious platform in front of the courtyard gate and slipping inside just before the special train doors closed. Snap! Along with the soft sound of the train doors closing, a crisp slap rang out. Li Lian glanced at him and saw Han Lixing's figure. Her words changed abruptly as she cursed at the young man from Yingxing, whose cheek was swollen. Go back to your Yingxing now, and don't let me see you again. So what if the Blood Master didn't take a liking to me? Not everyone is as discerning as I am, able to spot a gem at a glance. Han Lixing said with a smile. Li Lian glanced at her sideways and said, regular cleaning will start soon, then we'll see how it goes. Han Lixing's expression hardened, and his gaze drifted into the distance. Lu Qiwu looked at the departing special train and couldn't help but shake his head. It said that Brother Hong and Li Lian almost got married, but I don't know why they ended up in this situation where they're always at each other's throats and constantly comparing themselves to each other. However, according to Brother Hong, senior sister Li Lian specially sought out a secret medicine master to prepare a secret medicine to protect the young man's internal organs so that he could continue his cultivation in order to successfully enter the refining muscle realm. This seems to be the reason why the Blood Master rejected him? Lu Qiwu was somewhat puzzled by this. Didn't he also use the secret medicine on the night of the trial? And he continued to use the secret medicine during his cultivation afterwards. There are different kinds of secret medicines, Mao Chuxue said calmly. If even the tendon refining realm requires additional secret medicines, then this young man will not be able to join the Crimson Blood sect. Lu Qiwu looked over upon hearing this, his face full of curiosity. Zhuan Yanning chimed in, if you can't break through the tendon refining realm on your own, are you expecting to use secret medicines for all subsequent realms? That's unrealistic. Lu Qiwu immediately understood. How expensive is this secret medicine? Just look at how much it hurts to buy the Crimson Blood sect's secret medicines, and how he's thinking of buying some cheaper alternatives, and you can see the extent of his greed. The secret medicine is an aid, not a means to hinder one's cultivation, and the young man from Yingxing's attempt to break through to the tendon refining realm was undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse, which is why he was rejected by the Blood Master. Besides, every medicine has some toxicity. If he can't break through to the tendon refining realm on his own and needs to use medicine, then as his cultivation level deepens, the cumulative toxicity of the secret medicine will be something that young man can't resist, Mao Chuxue said. Lu Qiwu nodded, and he got up, preparing to enter the underground space to cultivate. The Blood Master appeared silently and stood not far away. How's your blood fist training going? Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu respectfully replied, Teacher, I have a general understanding of the blood fist techniques. The next step is to hone my skills and incorporate my personal style into the 8 forms of the Blood Fist. Go and cultivate, the Blood Master waved his hand, watching the 3 step into the underground space, a hint of disappointment flashing in his bright eyes. True geniuses don't need this long to master the Blood Fist. He still remembered the first time he practiced the Blood Fist. He only had to look at it once to know how to perform the 8 forms. After that, in just 1 week, he mastered the Blood Fist and was able to defeat his enemies. Fighting techniques are not only used to unleash the power of a realm. In fact, at certain realms, fighting techniques can even play a decisive role in influencing the height of those realms. However, judging solely by cultivation level, I've rarely seen anyone who can surpass him. A thought flashed through the Blood Master's mind, followed by a hint of regret. Despite losing his virginity and only starting cultivation at the age of 19, he was still able to reach the level of muscle and tendon refining in a single day, and his accumulation of bone forging was terrifying. He estimated that he could accumulate bone density to the level of the top tier in terms of physical strength. Let's see how it goes, we'll leave that side for now. Let's see if we can break through the blood exchange realm first, and then consider other things. A thought flashed through the Blood Master's mind. He has met so many people, but he has never seen anyone with so many negative influences who has been able to break through the blood exchange realm, especially since this person's martial arts gene potential is only 3%. It was precisely because of their curiosity about whether Lu Qiwu could break through that the Blood Master nurtured him so vigorously. Lu Qiwu was unaware of the old man's chaotic thoughts behind him. After entering the underground cultivation space, he quickly began his cultivation. The 8-armed robot spread its arms, and the iron hammer at the top kept hitting his bones. The iron hammer, which contained terrifying power, always hit just right, causing bruises under Lu Qiwu's skin, but without breaking the skin or breaking or cracking the bones. After Lu Qiwu finished all the standing meditation exercises, his skin seemed to turn red. He then went directly into the secret medicine bath. Instantly, waves of indescribable sensation surged through his body. If someone were standing nearby watching, they could see that, under the influence of the secret medicine, the blood that had been slowly seeping into his bones was being driven into the bones at a visible speed. This is precisely the crimson blood sex refining bones with blood. Lu Qiwu suddenly realized something was wrong. Normally, it would take him more than 10 minutes to bathe in the herbal bath, but now it only took about 5 minutes before he felt the effects of the herbal bath wear off. He stood up abruptly, and seeing the water cascading down his body, he immediately realized something was wrong. Beneath the clothes, where the water flowed, was fair skin, not skin covered in blood-red bruises. All the bruises from being pounded had disappeared. What's going on? Lu Qiwu was puzzled. He hesitated for a moment and looked at his 2 senior brothers and sisters not far away. However, the 2 were not attracted by his movements. Instead, the Blood Master quietly appeared not far away, his bright eyes staring at Lu Qiwu's exposed skin. The voice held a hint of disbelief. Your blood has surpassed the superior level. 054, Imagination, Willpower, Quota. Your blood level has actually increased. The Blood Master's face was full of strange expressions. His thin fingers pressed on Lu Qiwu's body for a long time before he slowly withdrew his hand. It's really unbelievable. Teacher, isn't it normal for blood levels to increase? Lu Qiwu asked, puzzled. A martial artist's cultivation is not merely about defying fate and changing their status. It's important to know that high-level martial artists have lifespans of at least several hundred years. Many martial artists who existed since the founding of the Martial Arts Alliance have been fighting alongside the Unified Human Holy Alliance for many years and are still alive today. Not to mention that a martial artist's punch and kick unleash boundless power, which is a leap on the level of life itself. The Blood Master retorted lightly, martial artists break through their shackles step by step. They are not mutated species. When a human martial artist cultivates to the marrow-cleansing realm, their chi and blood become as vigorous as a furnace. A drop of blood can instantly melt ice, but this is merely a change based on their own blood. Even if a blade of grass grows taller than the sky, it's still just grass, not a towering tree. The Blood Master's hoarse voice rose a few notches as he said, but your originally superior blood has now reached an even higher level. Lu Qiwu had a sudden thought. The changes in his blood might be due to the continuous enhancement of his physical attributes. Although he has never actually fought, he estimates that with the 500 points of physical attribute enhancement alone, he would be able to exchange a few blows with a typical martial artist at the tendon refining realm, and even defeat them. Practicing martial arts is merely accumulating quantity, while his enhancement changes quality, which is what creates such a transformation. Understanding it is one thing, but Lu Qiwu's heart sank further. He wondered if he would be taken away and dissected. There's no way around it. Even if he manages to find time to learn about martial arts, without systematic study, how would he know what to avoid? It seems your constitution is truly unique. The Blood Master sighed, as if he had just realized something. Having witnessed Lu Qiwu's ability to recover quickly through eating and continue his martial arts practice, he had a thought. He searched the database he could access and actually found some similar examples. For example, Master Li, who is still alive and now occupies several planets, had an unusual appetite in her early years. She could eat the equivalent of a normal person's daily meal in one sitting, and her cultivation efficiency was several levels higher than others. Other martial artists also possess an extraordinary talent in their appetite, which often leads to higher training efficiency. What a pity! If he had been born into a prominent family and started taking supplements from the age of 3, his physique would probably have been perfected long ago. The Blood Master's bright eyes flashed with regret. Lu Qiwu's physical talent is probably even stronger than that of Grandmaster Li, but their treatment is completely different. Grandmaster Li comes from a wealthy family and can afford to eat lavishly every day, with pharmacists preparing medicine to accelerate his physical development. Even the most talented tiger will not grow into a tall and mighty creature if it is always fed small amounts of food. In his view, Lu Qiwu was such an example. His physique was too strong, and he did not fully develop during his mother's pregnancy. Later, during his growth in his family of origin, he did not eat good blood food and could not replenish the energy supply needed for his physique to recover, which led to his current situation. These days, rather than Lu Qiwu accelerating his cultivation through eating, the Blood Master believes that the high density of food is repairing Lu Qiwu's physique, and a stronger physique naturally accelerates cultivation. However, now that your blood level has increased by another level, the original secret medicine is no longer sufficient. I will prepare a new one for you in a moment. The Blood Master said. Thank you, teacher. Lu Qiwu quickly replied. Judging from the Blood Master's regretful expression, it seemed he had imagined something. It's good news overall. The outcome of the slicing should be a thing of the past for now. I still haven't learned enough of these basics. I need to study more during this time, so I can't give myself away. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. Some of the secret medicines need to be transported from Crimson Blood Star. You can rest for the day, the Blood Master said. The existing secret medicines may not be as effective for you. Teacher, I've started learning Blood Fist. I'll use my free time today to practice the fighting techniques. Lu Qiwu said. Alright, martial arts skills also require serious study. The Blood Master pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. I'll go and prepare some secret medicines first. Before Lu Qiwu could answer, the old man vanished in a flash. He looked away, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw his 2 senior brothers and sisters stop what they were doing and look at him. He wanted to ask about anything related to blood, but his 2 senior brothers and sisters could not give him an answer. Junior brother Lu, I can only say that I've never heard of anything like this before. Zhuangyanning said with a smile. However, judging from the Blood Master's attitude, it's clearly a good thing. That's a Blood Master. He vanished in a flash, clearly rushing to adjust the dosage of the secret medicine. He had never seen anyone else receive such treatment. There are 2 types of secret medicines. One type is an auxiliary medicine for martial arts training. This type of medicine is essential after learning martial arts. It is not different from person to person, but is developed based on the corresponding martial arts. Another type is medicine formulated specifically for individuals. This has many uses, such as conditioning the body, treating injuries, or strengthening certain areas. The advantage is that it varies from person to person, but the disadvantage is that the effect is unlikely to be as suitable as expected. The secret medicine that the Blood Master prepared for Lu Qiwu combines 2 techniques. It requires not only familiarity with the corresponding martial arts but also a suitability for Lu Qiwu's condition, making it extremely difficult. In the outside world, there are indeed alchemists who can achieve this effect, but their appearance fee would be an astronomical figure. Moreover, the Blood Master is the Grand Master of the Crimson Blood sect. No other secret medicine master in the outside world has such a thorough understanding of the Crimson Blood sect's martial arts. Zhuangyanning wasn't the only one who witnessed what just happened. Ma Chuxue also saw the whole thing, and her gaze became even more eager. Junior brother Lu, since you're going to practice Blood Fist, would you like me to spar with you and give you some pointers? Thank you, senior sister Mao. However, I'm not yet familiar with the power generation techniques of the Blood Fist. I'll have to learn it myself first. Lu Qiwu cupped his hands in thanks and added, of course, I'll have to trouble you, senior sister and senior brother, when I need it. We're all fellow disciples of the Crimson Blood sect, no need to be so polite. Zhuangyanning said with a smile. The Blood Master appeared in the main room. He paced back and forth, then lightly tapped his finger on the microcomputer. Soon, a virtual figure was formed by interwoven light. Once the figure was formed, this figure, as tall as a person, suddenly moved. Junior brother, what do you want with me? The figure's face was blurry, clearly composed of interwoven light, yet it seemed like a living person. It walked straight to the stool, sat down, and even picked up the vase to examine it. Senior brother, please reserve one of the spots we just discussed for me, the Blood Master said. That spot was originally yours, the figure nodded slightly, speaking gently. Is it for that little guy you're going to be teaching recently? The Blood Master nodded. 50 years have passed. If we still haven't found the will, why not bring that little guy back first, the figure suddenly said. I have some other leads here, and I'll work on them for you then. Willpower isn't so easy to find, the Blood Master shook his head slightly. He didn't want to discuss this topic and eventually changed the subject. Senior brother, this little guy's blood has changed, perhaps we can include him in our training. I thought you were just training them for fun on a whim. The figure stood up and paced back and forth, then said after a moment, we still need to be careful, at least until the training is over. 055, the wonderful use of the flesh and blood amplification enhancement version. A figure appeared in front of Lu Qiwu, completely naked. Except for the absence of sensitive areas, this figure, created by the interplay of light and shadow, was exactly the same as Lu Qiwu in terms of body shape, height, weight, and even the length of every muscle and bone. At this moment, it stood blankly in front of Lu Qiwu, performing the 8 moves of the Blood Fist at a constant speed. It's a bit like an old man leading a martial arts practice in a park, but which muscle is exerting force and the order in which it's exerted are all shown in different colors on the figure, forming a complete process, making it easy for Lu Qiwu to understand and learn. Humans have occupied countless planets, and their population is not small, numbering in the tens or hundreds of billions. It's normal for some technological geniuses to emerge from among them. Martial arts training has long since embarked on a scientific path. Compared to having people of different body types teach you personally, the effect is far less than this 1-to-1 replica of a human figure. Besides, verbally describing which muscle or tendon is being used is nowhere near as intuitive as seeing it clearly with the naked eye. Lu Qiwu stood not far from the figure, slowly following the figure to complete each movement. Call. Lu Qiwu exhaled a breath of stale air, and after standing still, he took a piece of high-density food from the robot's tray and ate it in a few bites. Energy intake, strengthens the body 25. Total enhancement calculation, 125 forge enhancement 400%. Remaining enhancement points, 125. The food provided by the Blood Master is of high quality, with each piece of solid food providing a stable 25 enhancement points. However, the enhancement drop rate of the human furnace fluctuates wildly, sometimes high and sometimes low. Lu Qiwu glanced at the remaining enhancement points. After the flesh and blood amplification skill evolved into an enhanced version, a balance column appeared on the system panel. Because he intended to use it on his Blood Fist, Lu Qiwu didn't use the enhancement points from this meal, the price being a bloated stomach. If the enhancement points aren't used in time, the food obtained based on the corresponding stats will accumulate in your stomach, and the digestion speed will be much slower than when they're used. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. You should know that every time he practiced martial arts stance training, he would swallow food and then use the enhancement points he gained in the training area. After that, he could train again in about 10 minutes. Because the enhancement points weren't used up, my stomach will be bloated for at least 2 hours now. In this way, he will eat less food each day. However, you have to use it at least once to see if this enhanced version of flesh amplification is any good, so that's the only way. Lu Qiwu had no other choice but to continue practicing the Blood Fist movements with the virtual figure, despite his bloated stomach. Junior brother Lu is truly diligent. Zhuangyanning stood not far away and murmured in admiration. Although the practice of cultivation methods is painful, you can clearly feel the benefits, and it is not difficult to persevere. However, the playing style is different. The order of muscle activation is inherently difficult to figure out, and you also have to adjust the height of your movements to suit yourself. It's a long and gradual process, and unfortunately, the feeling of gain is not strong during this process. This isn't some fancy but ineffective martial arts performance in a park. It's not just about putting on a show. This requires techniques that can be used in actual combat, and it demands even more effort. Many people immerse themselves in a particular martial art for dozens of days or even months, only to end up with nothing and suffer mental breakdowns from the ordeal. That's truly hard work. doing these movements slowly like that for hours on end. Mao Chushue replied softly from the side. When I was practicing my first fighting technique, I almost collapsed too. Me too, I almost cried during my training. Zhuang Yanning said with some emotion. Lu Qiwu was different from them. Some of their elders practice martial arts. Although they cannot elevate them to the level of senior sister Mu Xiane, they have been learning this fighting style since childhood. After their martial arts genes were detected and they joined the Crimson Blood sect to practice martial arts, their stance training was on the same starting line as others, but their fighting style was different, giving them a lead of several years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them 4 years to accumulate knowledge and skills, all the way to the refining organs and cleansing marrow realms, and they wouldn't have been able to cultivate several additional martial arts. No wonder the Blood Master values her so highly. Mao Chushue exclaimed, then invited Zhuang Yanning, shall we spar? Lu Qiwu managed to gather 500 enhancement points on the second day. Fortunately, these enhancement points won't be lost if they're used on martial arts. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. Previously, he ate more when practicing standing meditation, but unfortunately, he needed to strengthen more areas, so he couldn't use it all and had to suffer a large amount of energy loss. But once you actually start accumulating them, you realize how quickly 500 enhancement points can be built up. But all of this was bought with money. Lu Qiwu sighed. The food he's been eating these past few days has all been provided by the Blood Master, so it's certainly not cheap. The cost of the high-density food he's consumed during this period alone is probably over $1 million. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. The advantage of this type of high-density food is that it provides the same amount of energy but requires less food and is easy to carry. The real purpose of this type of food is to be used when going on an expedition or when a high level of energy is required. Ordinary martial artists, if they have nothing to do, don't eat this kind of high-density solid food, but rather liquid food. Of course, the trade-off for being cheaper is that they have to go to the toilet more often, and it's also less convenient to carry around. Lu Qiwu quickly gathered his scattered thoughts. He looked at the remaining enhancement points of more than 500 and a thought flashed through his mind. Enhance Blood Fist. Enhancing in progress, this enhancement requires 500 enhancement points. As soon as the system's text appeared, Lu Qiwu quickly noticed the change. First, his muscles and tendons were changing. He sensed that the changes were in the muscle groups that needed to be used in practicing Blood Fist, but these changes did not make his muscles and tendons stronger. Instead, they gave him a different, elusive feeling. It's about proficiency. Lu Qiwu quickly realized what this indescribable feeling was. As people age, they develop a dominant limb due to prolonged use of certain limbs. For example, most right-handed people have more dexterity and strength in their right hand. This is because they use it more, and thus, proficiency drives their dexterity. Although the muscle groups required for the Blood Fist were not strengthened, Lu Qiwu developed a sense of proficiency that made it feel like an extension of his own arm. Simply put, as the strengthening process continued, in just a short while, Lu Qiwu felt as if he had practiced the Blood Fist thousands of times. So this is what enhancement is. Lu Qiwu quickly realized, his eyes shining. Those 500 enhancement points were totally worth it. The effect achieved by using the flesh and blood amplification skill would have taken him at least a month to achieve through painstaking effort. Now, it's like skipping the cultivation time and directly reaping the benefits in the blink of an eye. More importantly, this kind of strengthening will not lead to mistakes, and will not cause problems such as deformed movements or incorrect use of strength muscle groups due to long-term practice. We have to use this. Lu Qiwu was extremely satisfied with the new feature. 056, the planet is so big, have you ever thought about going out to see it? Lu Qiwu looked into the distance and saw his two senior brothers and sisters exchanging blows, using different countermeasures to deal with the same fighting style, thereby increasing their ability to fight the enemy and the flexible techniques they could use when encountering confrontation. This is far more profound than watching educational videos. Junior brother Lu, would you like to give it a try? Zhuang Yanning extended an invitation, saying, everyone's height is different, and you haven't tried being a model like me yet. Lu Qiwu did not refuse upon hearing this. He had just used the enhanced version of the flesh and blood amplification to strengthen the Blood Fist. He felt that he had practiced the Blood Fist thousands of times and countless insights had emerged in his mind. Now was the time to test it. Senior brother Zhuang, I don't have much experience in countering moves yet. I'm afraid I might not be able to control my strength sometimes. Lu Qiwu said shyly. Zhuang Yanning wanted to pat his chest and say it was nothing, but the bruises on his body were still throbbing. He couldn't treat the young man in front of him as an ordinary bone-forging realm cultivator. He changed the subject gently, saying, "It's alright, everyone has a beginning, and if you're thinking about holding back, you won't learn the fighting style well. When you throw a punch or a kick, you don't have to use all your strength, but you still need to save some power for changing moves and responding. However, holding back your power doesn't mean being restrained. If being timid and hesitant becomes a habit, you will subconsciously hold back your power when you are actually facing an enemy in the future, which will not end well. The most crucial aspect of actual combat is the control of power. When I first started parrying, I also got hit and even lost control of my strength and hit my opponent. These are all normal," Zhuang Yanning comforted him. "Don't worry, senior brother is tough and resilient, so go ahead and attack." Lu Qiwu didn't stand on ceremony when he heard this. The two stood about a meter apart, and at Mao Chushua's command, Zhuang Yanning suddenly moved. Whoosh! The fist, carrying a gust of wind, rushed towards him in an instant. Having made up his mind to remain unchanged in the face of all changes, a few thoughts suddenly flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. There's a 70% chance that senior brother Zhuang's punch is the seventh move of the blood fist, aimed squarely at his chest. There's also a possibility he'll change his move, it could be the second or fourth move of the blood fist. Watching the fist grow larger and larger in front of me, Lu Qiwu suddenly realized, the distance isn't enough, there won't be any changes in technique, it's just the seventh form of the blood fist. Zhuang Yanning looked at his junior brother Lu, who was motionless as if he was scared out of his wits. Just as he was about to hold back some of his strength, he saw the young man in front of him suddenly move. He turned his body to the side and punched him in the waist. Bang! Zhuang Yanning hastily caught the punch with a flick of his sleeve. "Junior brother Lu, not bad." "Senior brother Zhuang, I'm here." Lu Qiwu understood the effect of this enhanced blood fist. He no longer defended but attacked. After a back-and-forth exchange, they finally stopped their exchange. "Impressive, junior brother Lu. You've grasped the blood fist to this extent in such a short time," Zhuang Yanning exclaimed. "I couldn't dodge it several times. It's mainly because my senior brother took care of me." Lu Qiwu responded and then pondered the words carefully. After enhancing his blood fist, he could clearly understand how to adapt each punch and move to his body, as well as the power reduction and alternative moves that would result from changing moves. The changes he brought were not only in his own combat power, but also in his understanding of the blood fist. So when Zhuang Yanning also used the blood fist, he could immediately guess the opponent's general intention. Sometimes he can react, or rather, he can guess that such a change of tactics will occur, but he still can't avoid it. "My body is still too weak, and I haven't learned enough fighting techniques, so once senior brother Zhuang mixes in other moves, I can't react in time," Lu Qiwu thought to himself. It's a bit like playing chess. The moves in chess are fixed. If you follow the textbook, you can guess where the next move will be at a glance. But the opponent is alive, so when playing chess, you bring your own style. Although you can still roughly guess the opponent's moves, there are always times when you guess wrong, and wrong guesses account for the majority of the time. They suffered because of their lack of knowledge. Mao Chushue stood not far away, her eyes sparkling. If Lu Qiwu's every move during the parrying in the past 2 days was so predictable that you could see what he was doing, and sometimes you could even guess his next move as soon as he started moving, he himself still had to think about how to exert force for the next move. Today, Lu Qiwu was completely transformed. When he used the blood fist, his movements were natural and graceful, as if he had been practicing for several years, not just a few days. Is this the genius that the blood master values? Mao Chushue exclaimed. She slightly shifted her gaze to Zhuang Yanning. That was her fellow disciple who came from Crimson Bloodstar with her. In fact, the two had known each other since childhood and could be considered childhood sweethearts, so she could tell Zhuang Yanning's unusual behavior at a glance. He appeared to be chatting and laughing with junior brother Lu, but a hint of unease flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Qiwu had never sparred with anyone else before, so he assumed Zhuang Yanning was going easy on him. But after spending so much time together, he knew very well that if Zhuang Yanning had been holding back at the beginning, she had been giving it her all within the rules by the end. Even so, Zhuang Yanning was still hit several times. Lu Qiwu, the blood master, appeared in the underground cultivation space at some unknown time. Only when his voice rang out did the three suddenly realize his presence. "What are your instructions, teacher?" Lu Qiwu asked respectfully. "You did a good job just now." The blood master nodded quietly. Although he wasn't physically present, his abilities allowed him to clearly see everything happening here, regardless of his location, which is why he was there. "Come with me." The Blood Master commanded, then turned and headed towards the top of the passage. Lu Qiwu naturally followed quickly, while the old man deliberately slowed his pace to wait for him. The two of them soon entered the main room one after the other. A table, 2 stools, the main room was empty. However, Lu Qiwu had visited the main house several times during this period. Each time he came, the facilities here were different. Obviously, although the room looked the same as the building from hundreds of years ago, it was actually made of high technology, which was why the decoration could be changed at will. Sit down, the Blood Master gestured to a stool. He sat down directly, took a sip of the steaming tea on the table, and then asked, "What insights have you gained from practicing Blood Fist these past few days?" Lu Qiwu sat upright and solemnly. "Is this going to be a post-class assessment?" He opened his mouth and said, "Teacher, at first, it felt difficult to memorize the movements and master the power techniques, but after memorizing them, it felt natural, and I could use them directly." These past few days, he has been secretly trying to learn about the life experiences of many martial arts prodigies from his 2 senior brothers and sisters. His performance is not out of line at all. In fact, some people have been able to fully demonstrate the skills after only seeing it once. Not bad. Although your martial arts gene potential is a bit low, you are still outstanding in other aspects. The Blood Master nodded slightly and said, "Judging from your proficiency in using Blood Fist, you are no worse than your fellow disciples who have been cultivating for several years." Lu Qiwu was about to reply when the Blood Master continued speaking. "You've never left Earth, have you? Have you ever wondered what the outside world is like?" Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly upon hearing this. In his past life, he had watched some videos of outer space, which was pitch black and lifeless. In this life, he has also watched some videos of extraterrestrial planets. Space is also mainly pitch black and lifeless, but in some special places, there are many beautiful and mysterious areas. Lu Qiwu honestly replied, "Teacher, actually I never thought I could learn martial arts, so I didn't think about anything at all. Now that you've become a martial artist, you're a completely different person." The Blood Master said with a smile. "If you were given the chance, would you want to go out and explore the world?" Go out. Lu Qiwu was no ordinary young man. He immediately guessed the core of the Blood Master's conversation. What puzzled him was, what could he possibly be doing going out at this time? And given the strength and status of a Blood Master, wouldn't it be better to just give orders directly? Why was he acting like he was having a casual chat? Lu Qiwu said tactfully, "I've thought about it, but I'm still studying, so I haven't made any plans to go out yet." "So now you have it." The Blood Master's gaze was intense. 057, Regular Cleaning Plan. Working in isolation is not advisable. The Blood Master ran his thin fingers along his beard and said calmly, "I have a mission for you, which involves some bloodshed. Are you up for it?" Lu Qiwu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately agreed. "Teacher, when do I leave?" The Blood Master didn't appear earlier or later, but just happened to appear after exchanging blows with senior brother Zhuang. He absolutely refused to believe it was a coincidence. However, since he specifically asked for this task after making progress in his Blood Fist training, this mission must be somewhat difficult, but not life-threatening. Not bad. The Blood Master was satisfied with the young man's attitude. He could clearly hear the thunderous heartbeat caused by the young man's excitement, yet Lu Qiwu was able to restrain himself from asking questions and instead agreed directly. He was particularly pleased with this spirit. As a martial arts master who has fought countless battles against foreign powers and survived countless hardships, he has the utmost contempt for those who are petty and timid. 3 days from now, the regular cleanup mission will begin, and I will assign you to it. You will be assigned to it then, the Blood Master said. Lu Qiwu agreed. Is it a cleanup task? Or is it periodic? Lu Qiwu was puzzled. This sounded like a long-term, cyclical task, but he didn't know what it was cleaning up. I'll send the general information to your microcomputer later, the Blood Master waved his hand. If you have any questions, you can also ask your senior brother Hong. Lu Qiwu agreed, and seeing that there was nothing else, he walked out of the main room. The Blood Master was referring to senior brother as Hong Lixing. Hong Lixing had previously said he would stay on Blue Star for a while, probably for the sake of this periodic cleanup mission. Moreover, judging from the timing, the Blood Master's sudden speech was indeed due to his Blood Fist performance. Drop. Lu Qiwu heard a beep from his microcomputer. He opened it and saw 2 messages from the Blood Master. Regarding the arrangement of the planet's periodic cleanup area, this cleanup operation targeted the Red Sands system, clearing a total of 18 habitable planets and 72 productive planets. Details are as follows. Lu Qiwu observed carefully and quickly understood the task the Bloodmaster mentioned, as well as the meaning of the possibility of bloodshed. The territory under the rule of the Holy Alliance of Humanity is so vast that planets are classified according to their habitability and resource availability, such as habitable planets, terraforming planets, and production planets. In terms of priority, the first tier consists of habitable planets that can be inhabited, modifiable planets that can be modified to be inhabitable, and production planets that cannot be modified to be inhabitable but have certain production materials. The three people who attacked Lu Qiwu in the street before, Luo Moxing, who was arranged to do labor to atone for their sins, is from the production planet. These planets have native life forms. In order to carry out subsequent colonization or energy resource extraction, it is necessary to eliminate the native life forms that pose a threat. This is the so-called cleanup mission. The Red Sand Galaxy was discovered 100 years ago. According to statistics, there are nearly 100 habitable planets. However, the migrating population is not enough to occupy all the planets, so the development of the planets is arranged in a gradual manner. Lu Qiwu carefully examined the document. For over a century, the greatest goal of humans who have gone to live in the Red Sand Star system has been to continue to reproduce. Now that the population has reached the standard for a second migration, it is necessary to clear out the registered but undeveloped planets to facilitate the migration of people there. No wonder there was bloodshed. This so-called periodic cleanup is just to eliminate those creatures that pose a significant threat to ordinary humans. Lu Qiwu put down the microcomputer, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He hadn't mastered the Blood Fist before, so the Blood Master hadn't planned to involve him in the cleanup plan. The reason he suddenly spoke up must be because he saw him demonstrate the Blood Fist. I didn't feel like I was shooting myself in the foot. After all, as the Blood Master said, a warrior must always shed blood. Moreover, if you are timid and cowardly, will you still be able to gain the Blood Master's guidance? Lu Qiwu was no novice. During his conversations with the two senior brothers and sisters from Crimson Bloodstar, he learned how precious the secret medicines formulated for individuals were, and how rare it was for a master-level expert to provide guidance from time to time. If such an opportunity were made public, the number of people signing up on the same day would probably exceed 100,000 or even 1 million. Lu Qiwu pondered for a moment, then communicated with Hong Lixing via his microcomputer to arrange a meeting time. Since Hong Lixing prepared for the mission so many days in advance, he must have made good preparations. He can go and learn from his experience. Call. Lu Qiwu walked towards the underground cultivation space in the side room. Mao Chushua and Zhuang Anning didn't ask why the Blood Master had summoned him outside, nor did he intend to discuss it further. Instead, he asked, "Senior Sister Mao, do you have time to spar with me?" "Sure." Mao Chushua naturally wouldn't refuse. She said, "Shall I use my Blood Fist to exchange blows with you?" "No need, Senior Sister can use whatever moves you want. I also need to familiarize myself with other fighting styles," Lu Qiwu said. He was giving himself some emergency training to avoid any unexpected problems when he carried out his mission in the Red Sand Galaxy. "Okay." Mao Chushua didn't mind and agreed. After exchanging several blows, the two bang. Her whip kick caused Lu Qiwu, who was caught off guard, to stagger back several steps. Lu Qiwu rubbed his chest and shouted, "Again." This time he held on a little longer, and then he was punched in the jaw. "Who?" Lu Qiwu shook his head, shaking off the drowsy state, then frowned. "Continue, Senior Sister, you don't need to hold back." Mao Chushua and Zhuang Anning exchanged a glance. Although they didn't know what had happened after Lu Qiwu went out with the Blood Master, they could see the urgency in their junior brother Lu's eyes. So they didn't ask any more questions and took turns sparring with Lu Qiwu. Bang! As Lu Qiwu was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the chest, he staggered back several steps and finally collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Junior brother Lu Zhuanyanning bent down and pulled him up. He paused and said, "Although I don't know why you suddenly want practical experience, I want to tell you that you are already amazing enough." Lu Qiwu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his wildly beating heart calmed down at that moment. He also noticed his own abnormality. But we're about to head to other star systems, to unfamiliar planets to kill the powerful native creatures. How could we say we're not afraid? That's why he dragged his two senior brothers and sisters around and frantically practiced their moves. Rather than improving his combat skills, it was more about relieving his tense emotions. "Junior brother Lu, your opponents are us," Mao Chushua said softly, standing to the side. "We are martial artists." Lu Qiwu was taken aback when he heard this, and then he suddenly realized what was going on. After learning the Blood Fist, his opponents were Zhuang Anning, who was at the internal organ refining realm, and Mao Chuxue, who was at the marrow cleansing realm. That's why he felt that his Blood Fist was somewhat weak. But if it were an ordinary person, he could easily throw a punch and the opponent would probably have several bloody holes. Since those planets are registered by the Holy Alliance of Humanity, it means that there are no beings stronger than humans on them otherwise. Why would the Alliance register them as human property? Meanwhile, the Blood Master will arrange for him to go there, so does that mean as long as he's careful, there won't be any problems? Thank you so much, senior sister and senior brother, for your help. Lu Qiwu laughed. The following evening, Lu Qiwu asked the Blood Master to arrange a special train for him. The target is the area where Hong Lixing is located. 058, free range. Brother Hong, you always manage to find places where great talents are hidden in plain sight. Lu Qiwu exclaimed as he looked around at his surroundings. This place is located inside a building with about 3 floors. Except for the necessary load-bearing parts which are surrounded by wooden boards, giving it an antique feel, the rest of the space is open and decorated, providing both privacy and unique features. The windows were also enveloped by virtual projections, and looking out, the scenery was seamless, and the buildings looked like ancient structures nestled in the mountains. If we hadn't taken the elevator up here, no one would have doubted that this place is deep in the mountains. Sigh, these are all friends who travel around and insist on inviting me to eat and drink. That's how I discovered these places, Hong Lixing laughed, pushing the tray over. Try it, their signature drink. Lu Qiwu didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the palm-sized cup, took a sip, and then a strange look flashed in his eyes. One bite, and the aftertaste is unforgettable. More importantly, energy intake, gain 15 enhancement points. This drink may look small, just a few sips, but one sip provides 15 calories. The ingredients are definitely not ordinary toppings, and the process of making such a nutritious substance into a beverage flavor is also extraordinary. Is this place usually only for martial artists? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. Not bad, but you're such a picky eater, you noticed it in one bite? Hong Lixing casually took a sip. This one cup costs 19,999. We usually eat high-density food prepared by the teachers, so I feel like just one sip of this would have almost the same effect. I guess ordinary people probably couldn't drink this. Lu Qiwu smiled, then said, the teacher asked me to join the regular cleaning schedule and to communicate with you more about this task. The teacher asked you to participate in the regular cleanup task. Hong Lixing's voice rose several decibels. When he came before, he only knew that Lu Qiwu was inquiring about the regular cleaning. He thought that Lu Qiwu knew about the event and was just curious about it. So it turns out the Blood Master had already signed people up. No. With Lu Qiwu's strength at the bone forging realm, how could he possibly be qualified to join such an activity on his own? It's only possible that the Blood Masters contacted the military and arranged for him to be placed there. God knows he prepared for more than 10 days in advance to participate in this mission, and that's how he got selected. Yes, the teachers said you were involved too. I was thinking of asking you for advice on how to complete this task. Lu Qiwu's gaze was deep as he said, the teacher only sent me 2 official messages from the Alliance, which left me completely confused. Hong Lixing did not answer directly, but asked instead, have you already begun practicing martial arts? I've practiced the Blood Fist, Lu Qiwu nodded. It should still be having some effect, right? Hong Lixing asked, but his tone was actually quite confident. A martial artist is like the engine of a car, while fighting techniques are like the car's frame and wheels. Without a martial artist's level of skill, the engine cannot start. And without fighting techniques, even if the engine starts, it cannot move forward and can only spin in place. Since the Blood Master allowed Lu Qiwu to participate in the regular cleanup, it's like saying, you have to put your skills to the test. If there's no cultivation method and no effect, what's the point of having him practice? Hong Lixing's eyes hardened, and he said, you don't need to worry. This isn't a pioneering mission, but a periodic cleanup mission. It's much safer. Are there still expansion missions? Lu Qiwu listened intently to Hong Lixing's explanation of the 2 tasks. The Holy Alliance of Humanity has been expanding outwards ever since, because this world is simply too vast. Sometimes when they encounter new races or special regions, they issue exploration missions, which are then carried out by martial artists from various sects and the Alliance military to fight and investigate together. These kinds of missions are full of unknowns. No one knows what they'll encounter next, or whether support will be blocked. However, the risks are high, but the rewards are also high. This is essentially a joint venture between the Alliance and the partners. After completing the exploration mission, they will have priority in participating in biological resources, material resources, and even subsequent development arrangements. The periodic cleanup missions are different, they are internal missions. Although the mission areas have not been completely set foot in by humans, these areas are already within the Alliance's territory. Firstly, there will be quantum computers set up outside the planet for monitoring and assistance. Secondly, after the mission begins, there will be Alliance forces stationed there to prevent emergencies. Most importantly, these areas have basically been dealt with by Grandmasters. Its safety is, of course, beyond question. Think about it, although Grandmasters 1T actively clean up, there is still a process of assessing and evaluating planets. Although it only happens once initially, what changes can happen over such a long period of time? Although there is still some danger, it is all within a controllable range, Han Lixing said. Actually, this is also for the sects to use for training. Lu Qiwu listened attentively. He had no idea there were so many intricacies involved until Han Lixing explained it to him. He had been wondering before that since it was a planet within the territory of the Holy Alliance of Humanity, even if it wasn't needed for the time being, the military could have been organized to clear the dangers on the planet first, and there was absolutely no need to keep it. It turns out there were also arrangements for training people from various sects and military subordinates directly under the Alliance. Furthermore, these planets are not completely left to their own devices. Not only are martial arts masters personally scouting them in the early stages, but the Allied military also conducts a second screening to ensure that no major problems arise during the cultivation process. Lu Qiwu's feeling about these regularly cleaned planets is that they are free range. The Holy Alliance of Humanity will eliminate those that pose a threat according to standards, leaving the rest to thrive on the planet and then use them as practice grounds for humans who need them. Sometimes they will even be specially trained to make the native creatures of the planet stronger. Since this is for military training, won't there be some intelligent creatures involved? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. Aren't you worried about problems arising? They're not cattle or sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If these intelligent beings knew that a butcher's knife was hanging around their necks, they would surely fight back with all their might, wouldn't they? A problem? Han Lixing smiled dismissively. After the second screening, quantum computers will be set up both inside and outside the planet to closely monitor any changes. How could a problem possibly occur? There were a few times when the creatures on the planet sensed something was wrong and planned to perish together with the planet. However, their actions were recorded and reported by the quantum computer, and then a martial arts master took action, spending some time wiping out the creatures on the planet. I see. Lu Qiwu nodded, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. Since there are intelligent beings and the planets serve as training grounds, the technology or power they possess must be quite formidable. Even if they don't possess nuclear weapons like in my previous life, they must have moved beyond the era of cold weapons and pose a threat to martial artists. But a single martial arts master could wipe out all resistance, and judging from Han Lixing's words, it wasn't just about annihilating the effective forces, but about eliminating all life on the planet. More importantly, a little time. No wonder martial arts masters are called the pillars of the Holy Alliance of mankind. However, not all planets have intelligent life. Han Lixing said calmly. Some planets have special local conditions, which have given rise to creatures with strong physical bodies. So that's how it is. Lu Qiwu nodded. It seems your microcomputer can't access information about the area outside the Terra galaxy? Han Lixing tapped the microcomputer in his hand. I have a general overview of the Red Sand Galaxy here, I'll send it to you. 059, Starfields, Star Regions, and Galaxy Initial Understanding. The Holy Alliance of Humanity occupies 3 star systems, with the Terra star system being the most central, as Earth is located within the Terra sector of the Terra star system. Starfields are the largest unit of division, followed by star regions, and within star regions are galaxies. Although the Red Sand Galaxy is located within the Terra starfield, the Terra starfield is divided into 18 star regions, each containing hundreds or thousands of star systems, covering an enormous area. The Red Sand Galaxy is so far from Blue Star that if one were to travel by conventional spaceship, slowly flying through space, it would take most of an ordinary person's life to reach the Red Sand Galaxy from Blue Star. Thank you very much, Brother Hong. Lu Qiwu quickly agreed. I needed these materials right now, otherwise I would be completely clueless and have no idea how to complete the task assigned by my teacher. For martial artists who haven't reached the blood transformation realm, their Class D microcomputers can generally only retrieve detailed information about their local star system. Information about star regions is sent more selectively, much like a newspaper disseminating important news. His main purpose in coming here, besides understanding what the periodic cleanup mission is, was to see if there was any detailed mission information. What's the big deal? You might be able to check it yourself in a few years. Hong Lixing smiled, now fully committed to befriending him. If the Blood Master's initial motivation was simply to see what would happen if he nurtured someone with only 3% martial arts gene potential, then teaching them fighting techniques and assigning them to regular cleanup missions makes all the difference. For ordinary families, simply wanting to see if someone with insufficient genetic potential can cultivate is a bottomless pit, with no end in sight, and they simply cannot afford the resources involved. But for a martial arts master, it's like raising a pet, with absolutely no pressure. For someone at the Blood Master level, spending hundreds of millions or even billions is just a blink of an eye. Teaching fighting techniques is a completely different concept. This is the treatment of a disciple, a formal training of martial artists. Simply put, the difference between teaching training methods and teaching fighting techniques is like providing simple food versus enrolling someone in classes on top of that and teaching them as if they were the children of nobles. Lu Qiwu is quite lucky he's been noticed by the Blood Master and is now being taught fighting techniques. A thought flashed through Han Lixing's mind, but he suppressed his thoughts and asked, "So, did you see the intelligence sent on the microcomputer?" Lu Qiwu responded. This time, the message he received was much more than the 2 messages from the Blood Master. Just looking at the word count, it was over 1 million words. This includes not only the climate change and race types of the mission planet, but also biological habits and some important local intelligence. Each of these points is one that cannot be ignored. There's an old saying that goes, "There's always an antidote within 10 steps of a venomous snake." Experienced people, when faced with the same problem, may have a chance to survive because they possess life-saving information. Some explorers will specifically hire experienced people or locals. This demonstrates the importance of intelligence. Actually, there are only these 3 planets that we need to pay attention to in this mission. Han Lixing operated the microcomputer with his fingers, and soon a picture of interwoven lines appeared. Then a virtual picture resembling a map appeared above his arm, which Lu Qiwu could also see. Han Lixing swiped his finger across the virtual screen, and the entire screen became interactive, changing in response to his movements. Among the 18 habitable planets, 2 are home to intelligent races, MHS-7 and MHS-16. If you're assigned to one of these planets, be careful when carrying out squad missions. Han Lixing said seriously. Until you reach the blood transformation realm, you're still easily tricked by underhanded tactics. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. Such an intelligent race should never be underestimated just because the opponent is weaker, because sometimes, wisdom is the most powerful weapon. Lu Qiwu was self-aware. Others had strong martial arts skills and could easily overpower them, while he was only at the bone-forging realm. He was just slightly better than other martial artists at the same level and could fight against those at the organ-refining realm. Encountering these intelligent creatures in large groups could easily lead to falling into a trap and getting into trouble. This is also why Han Lixing specifically instructed him to be careful when carrying out squad missions. Because if it is a large-scale battle, it also means that the other side has the ability to counter martial artists. If you are caught alone, you will die. However, according to the allocation, you will generally be assigned to one of the 72 production planets. Although the environment is definitely harsher than that of habitable planets, our martial arts physique is what it is. We can handle anything that ordinary people cannot, Han Lixing said. The creatures in these areas are basically creatures with strong bodies but little intelligence. The harsher the environment, the lower the requirement for intelligence, but the higher the requirement for physical fitness. Based on past missions, those assigned to production planets by the Holy Alliance of Humanity are basically about competing in terms of hard power, without any intellectual maneuvering. Han Lixing coughed a few times, dragged his finger across the virtual screen, and soon pointed to a planet only 1/6 the size of Blue Star. He said, MHS-SC-36, there is a kind of creature on this planet that feeds on minerals. They live in groups and when they grow up, they have the strength of a martial artist at the refining organs realm. They eat ore. Lu Qiwu raised an eyebrow. They have really good teeth. That is right, so if your mission location is this planet, then you need to be careful, Han Lixing said solemnly. Especially since this kind of creature is an omnivore, and even eats its own kind, plus it can digest minerals, its physical strength is almost at the standard level for reaching the refining organs realm. The division of combat strength is highly variable, but it is also related to the organism itself. At the same size, carnivores are definitely much stronger than herbivores in combat, and at the same size, the risk of hunting herbivores is much lower than that of hunting carnivores. However, things cannot be generalized. If a water buffalo goes berserk and fights back, it is possible for it to kill a tiger. The creature on MHSSC-36 can feed on minerals, and its bite force is absolutely terrifying. As for equipment, you don't need to prepare anything, Han Lixing said. Unless it's a weapon from a special sect, everyone participating in the mission will be issued a standard weapon, which is sufficient for the marrow cleansing realm. It will definitely not be a problem for you. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. This meeting with Han Lixing was very fruitful. Especially with that million-word text, even if he couldn't fully understand it due to time constraints, he could go offline and search for it locally whenever he encountered something. The two chatted for a while. Just as Lu Qiwu was about to take his leave, someone approached Han Lixing first. He had seen this person several times before. It was none other than senior sister Li Lian, who was also a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. Li Lian had no one else in her eyes, her gaze fixed straight on Han Lixing. Which planet were you assigned to? It looked like a question, but Lu Qiwu found it strange no matter how he looked at it. To say that the two are inseparable is to say that they are always at odds when they meet, but to say that their relationship is terrible is to say that he always sees them appearing one after the other, as if it were all planned. And asking Han Lixing about the location of his mission, is that out of concern? Senior sister Li Lian. Lu Qiwu greeted her, but seeing the latter's expressionless gaze sweep over him, he quickly said to Han Lixing, "Brother Han, I have an appointment to meet my wife, so I'll head over first." He fled in haste. Turning his head, he saw that Li Lian had already sat down in his seat. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise there were only 2 seats, and it would have been awkward for anyone standing. 060, Yunxia notices, 2 choices. Commercial area. Yunxia was wearing a JK uniform, with her fair skin showing through her calf socks. She stood in the crowd, doing nothing, but her appearance alone made her the center of attention. Passers-by stared at her, and some couples even had the man's ear pulled. "What brings you here today?" Yunxia asked as soon as the man arrived, quickly stepping forward to take his arm, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Let's take a look around first," Lu Qiwu said with a smile. He didn't leave under a pretext. After seeing Sister Li Lian, he genuinely had arranged to go for a walk with his wife. He hadn't told Yunxia about participating in the regular cleanup mission these past 2 days, and had been behaving as usual. But since he was heading to the mission assembly tomorrow, he decided after some thought to meet with Yunxia. "Okay." Yunxia narrowed her eyes, a deep purple hue hidden deep within them. She was dressed in a uniform, her outfit unremarkable, but her eyes immediately drew attention. As the two walked along the crowded streets inside the mall, Lu Qiwu suddenly remembered something and handed over the bag he had brought with him. Inside were drinks he had packed from Han Lixing's shop. These drinks had been specially treated so that even ordinary people could drink them. This time, it's a genuine flavored drink from another planet. "Give it a try," Lu Qiwu said softly. Yunxia narrowed her eyes. The two first met at the Dark Swamp Highlands beverage shop, a beverage shop with an exotic decor that has recently become a popular affordable online sensation. The shop's promotional materials claim that the ingredients for its products are sourced from the Dark Swamp Highlands. But how could the ingredients for a cup of food costing just over 10 yuan possibly come from other star systems? The owner isn't running a charity. Lu Qiwu's words immediately reminded Yunxia of their first encounter, and she suddenly asked, "Are you going to do something dangerous?" Lu Qiwu was taken aback. He turned to look at the girl who had stopped. Although the girl didn't continue speaking, her eyes were fixed on him, and although it was a question, her words clearly carried a certainty. She continued, "You seem very different today. Are you going somewhere? I managed to hide it from you. But I've recently made some progress in my studies, so I'm leaving Blue Star tomorrow for further training." Lu Qiwu chuckled lightly. He said casually, "I was afraid I wouldn't see you for a long time after I left, and the teacher's notice was sudden, so I called you at the last minute." Yunxia looked at her suspiciously, but after a moment she smiled and nodded. "Then when are you going back?" "Let's take a look around first, and then decide whether to stay overnight after we check the closing time," Lu Qiwu said softly. Unlike Han Lixing, he only knows the exact date of the assembly, which is tomorrow, while the specific time and location of the mission will be announced later. Lu Qiwu wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't avoid it anyway, and with the intelligence in hand, he felt a bit more at ease. As the two walked, the girl suddenly stopped. On one side of the road was a huge clothing store. Yunxia asked, "Which planet are you going to train on? Do you need to buy some clothes?" Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly upon hearing this. "No need, the teacher will arrange it. I just spoke with Han Lixing and learned that these alliance-led missions usually provide standard weapons, which saves him the trouble of preparing them himself." However, Yun Xia was too clever. If he showed even the slightest flaw, he would be immediately noticed, so he simply blamed it all on the Blood Master. Is there anything else you want to buy? Yun Xia didn't press the issue. She asked, have you prepared everything you need for the trip? Everything is ready, Lu Qiwu said with a smile. He originally wanted to explore a bit more, but before the Alliance could send word about the mission location, the Blood Master sent word, asking him to return to the courtyard. The teacher has some training matters to explain, I have to go there first. Lu Qiwu didn't dare to delay, quickly gave Yun Xia a few instructions, and then hurriedly left. Are you going to do something dangerous tomorrow? Yun Xia asked, her gaze fixed on the young man's retreating figure as he disappeared into the crowd. Although Lu Qiwu tried her best to act as usual, she could clearly sense a subtle tension. It was obvious that tomorrow's trial was definitely not as safe as they had made it out to be. And most importantly, Lu Qiwu had absolutely no lewd thoughts this time. The two of them passed by several adult clothing stores, but he didn't even linger his gaze on them. This is so unusual. However, Yunxia didn't want Lu Qiwu to cause unnecessary trouble, so she pretended not to notice. Please stay safe and sound, Yunxia prayed silently in her heart. Ward District 2. Inside the main building of the Crimson Blood faction's headquarters, the Blood Master sat on a high seat, his eyes half closed. There are 2 good missions tomorrow. One is at MHS-7, where you can be in the same team as Han Lixing. The other is a mission to MHS-SC-36. MHS-7, this habitable planet was emphasized by Han Lixing, and its native creatures are intelligent, social beings. I never expected that Han Lixing's own mission would be here, as it was not mentioned at all during our previous conversation. MHS-SC-36 is the planet of the social creatures that feed on minerals. Lu Qiwu immediately thought of the production planet that Han Lixing had told him to pay special attention to. He hadn't expected that the Blood Master would call him back and give him 2 mission options, one of which would include this planet. This put him in a difficult position about which planet to go to. Indeed, that iron-eating lizard has a good effect on your cultivation. Our Crimson Blood sect refines bones with blood, not just by using our own blood for practice. After you fight it, you'll understand the mystery. The Blood Master didn't even raise his eyelids, and said calmly, which planet do you want to choose? Lu Qiwu tilted his head slightly. The Blood Master gave him 2 options. One was more secure, as the saying goes, like father, like son, and with Brother Han looking after him, the safety of his regular cleanup mission this time would definitely be greatly enhanced. A more promising opportunity. He only just learned that the social creatures inhabiting this planet, designated MHS-SC-36, were called iron-eating lizards. Yet the Blood Master had already named them by name. Combining this with the subsequent words, it's not hard to guess that this planet was specially chosen by the Blood Master and has some special effect on him. But planet MHS-SC-36 was also one that Han Lixing had specifically asked him to be careful of. It was definitely full of dangers, and this was his first mission outside. A thought flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. He cupped his hands in greeting and said, Teacher, I would like to choose the mission on MHS-SC-36. Indeed, martial arts should be about self-discipline and self-improvement. How can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? The Blood Master suddenly opened his eyes, a look of appreciation flashing in his bright eyes. He knew that Lu Qiwu had gone to see Han Lixing, which meant that Lu Qiwu knew about the special features of this planet. This was Lu Qiwu's first time leaving Blue Star, and he was heading to a place where battles were needed. Under these circumstances, the fact that he made this choice was remarkable, especially considering he was a young man who had just come of age. Such courage was truly admirable. Now that you've made your choice, take a rest and prepare for tomorrow's action. The Blood Master waved his hand. After you fought, you'll understand the impact of this choice on you. Lu Qiwu responded and then respectfully walked out. He chatted with Yunxia on the microcomputer and, after confirming that she had arrived home, he explained that he had returned to receive some instructions from his teacher. Be careful during your training. Yunxia replied quickly. Lu Qiwu smiled, changed the subject with a few words, and then said goodnight. He returned to the side room. His 2 senior brothers and sisters, Mao Chuxue and Zhuang Yanning, were still cultivating in the underground cultivation space. He did not go down, but went to his usual sleeping place and began to close his eyes and rest. Next, we must face battle, not just because of the mission, but also because of the Blood Master's repeated mention of the close combat. As the night passed, around 10 o'clock, his microcomputer received a message informing him to prepare to board the special train for the mission. 061, Sky Curtain Machine, Mechanical Moonstar. Lu Qiwu walked out of the courtyard and waited quietly in front of the platform. Soon after, a super levitation train pulled into the platform. This time it wasn't one of those short, 3-column special trains, but a train the same length as, or even much longer than, the trains that ordinary people travel on. However, it was clearly a special train, with all the carriages inside offering seats, and even fewer and wider seats. Compared to regular trains, this train is like business class in a previous life, while regular trains are like second class. Lu Qiwu stepped into the carriage, where many people were already seated. He glanced around. Most of the people looked very young, around their 20s, and none of them looked over 30. Their clothing was incredibly diverse, with some wearing matching outfits and others dressed as cosplayers. They didn't look like they were on a mission, but rather going to a party. However, the people in this carriage are all martial artists, and nearly half of them have C-level microcomputers on their wrists, not D-level ones. Lu Qiwu found an empty seat and sat down. The super levitation train quickly started and stopped at the entrance of another small courtyard. After the martial artists filed in, the train doors closed and headed towards the next courtyard. This is a super levitation train specially designed to pick up martial artists. Lu Qiwu's heart stirred slightly. No wonder everyone entering the carriage is a martial artist. It turns out this train's mission is to pick up people from the martial arts region. Moreover, all the people who boarded the vehicle were either wearing either a Class D or Class C microcomputer. This also shows that what Han Lixing said was true. This regular cleanup task was for the new generation of the sect to practice. The Holy Alliance of Humanity has indeed gone all out, intentionally keeping planets under its control to allow martial artists to cultivate. Soon, the body of the super levitation train trembled slightly. Lu Qiwu could hear a faint clicking sound, but he didn't know where the change was. However, soon he felt his body tilt slightly. No, it was the train cutting through the sky and starting to head straight into outer space. Boom! The train's speed continued to increase, and soon it passed through a black hole and then leaped out. Lu Qiwu's gaze fell on the car window on the side. This time he noticed that the glass of the car window had become thicker, but his attention was still focused on the outside. This super levitated train has already passed through the atmosphere and reached outer space. If you look back, you can see a virtual scene flicker. The black hole has returned to normal. Not far away, you can see a floating machine. And further away, there are identical floating machines. These machines are arranged in proportion and stretch as far as the eye can see, surrounding Blue Star. That was Tianmu just now. The young man in the front seat turned his head, saw Lu Qiwu's gaze, and said, "I am Gofeiwen, a disciple of the heartbreaking sect." Lu Qiwu, from the Crimson Blood sect, Lu Qiwu said softly, withdrawing his gaze. The young man in the seat in front of him was already there when he boarded the train. According to the order in which passengers were picked up on this train, the sect to which Gofeiwen belonged was not as prestigious as the Crimson Blood sect. However, Gofeiwen was exceptionally cheerful when he spoke, clearly the type who couldn't keep his mouth shut. Lu Qiwu was also interested in learning more information. The two soon began to talk in hushed tones. From his words, Lu Qiwu also learned that the black hole they had just passed through was actually just a scene from the sky screen machine, which was a machine that was built and used to simulate sunrise and sunset on a daily basis. Lu Qiwu looked out the car window and could see rows of spaceships, some as big as cities, shuttling through space, some even larger than stars. He had never seen them before when he was on Earth. It was obscured by the image projected by the dome machine. Earthlings who have never ventured into space will never see the true landscape of space in their lifetime. They will only feel that life on Earth hasn't changed much, except that there are more buildings and a wider variety of food flavors compared to hundreds of years ago. Soon, the super levitation train approached the moon and stars. From afar, Lu Qiwu could see the bustling mechanical city. Only after getting closer could he make out the general framework, and the rest were all kinds of mechanical spaceships. Blue Star is the birthplace of martial arts. Gofeiwen chuckled, pointing to Moonstar in the distance. According to Blue Star's regulations, no spaceship is allowed to land on Blue Star, so most people just dock nearby, piling up in layers, looking like a city of building blocks. Lu Qiwu suppressed the shock in his heart. The super levitation train flew straight over this mechanical city, and soon another mechanical city came into view. In fact, there were not many gaps between these cities, and they were more like a continuous series of super large buildings. The entire surface of the moon is like this, and at first glance it looks like a mechanical fortress rather than a planet. Finally, the train slowly came to a stop on a huge platform, and then with a click, the doors opened. Lu Qiwu narrowed his eyes. In my memory, Yueshing was the same as the moon in my previous life. At least according to the information I found on the microcomputer, Yueshing was just an ordinary satellite hundreds of years ago, no different from the moon. Without oxygen, gravity is only 1/6 that of Earth. The carriage opened, revealing an open-air area, yet he didn't experience any abnormal breathing or the feeling of lightly leaping more than 10 meters with a single step. Stepping onto the platform, he felt as if he were on Earth. It must be related to those machines. Lu Qiwu squinted and looked at the four corners of the platform. He could see some machines lined up. Although he didn't know what they were, his subconscious told him that these machines were the ones that were working. Personnel already connected to the mission via microcomputer, please proceed to your designated formation within the specified time according to the voice prompts. Dear Lu Qiwu warrior, your mission location is MHSSC-36, and the mission personnel's formation is at H-23. Your location has been marked. Please arrive within half an hour. A sound came from the patch behind Lu Qiwu's ear, and as Yun Xiao's mechanical voice rang out, a very obvious mark appeared in the sky above the corresponding target location on the huge square, along with a directional ray of light with an arrow. Lu Qiwu's microcomputer alone could not have done this. It is obvious that large auxiliary computers were set up on the moon, or even in each area. In addition, with the help of other machines, these operations were able to be completed. Lu Qiwu saw that some people looked a little lost when they got off the platform, but soon they started walking briskly as if they were at home, obviously with his guidance. Information on planet MHSSC-35 has been retrieved for you. The planet has no natural water sources, but it possesses abundant mineral resources, and its oxygen content is 1/3 that of Earth. The iron-eating lizard beast is at the top of the food chain and is also the target of this cleanup operation. Lu Qiwu listened intently to the sound coming from the optical computer through the transducer behind his ear. He quickly walked to the location H-23. Gu Feiwen was somewhat surprised. Our mission locations are the same. Lu Qiwu looked at the young man he had just parted ways with at the carriage door, and he was also a little surprised. Then he smiled and said, "What a coincidence." 062, Temporary Squad. Gu Feiwen, a disciple of the hard-breaking sect, and the two chatted all the way on the super levitation train. They never expected to meet again here after parting ways at the platform. Come over here and choose your weapons and armor. See what suits you best. Gu Feiwen said eagerly. Lu Qiwu had different forms of guidance behind his ears and in front of his eyes. It was the direction Gu Feiwen was leading them. The two soon arrived at a protrusion that looked ordinary, but as Lu Qiwu stepped on it. Dear Lu Qiwu martial artist, there are two types of protective gear available for you to choose from. Please select your preferred style. A voice came from the microcomputer behind my ear, and two sets of protective forms constructed from virtual images appeared in front of me. One was modern-style tactical armor, and the other was ancient-style armor. Beside these two sets of armor with their distinct styles are detailed descriptions of each piece, including weight, strength of each limb area, and details of protection. Lu Qiwu's mind flashed through the iron-eating lizard beast and the general information about the production planet number 36. He then quickly made up his mind and chose the ancient-style armor. Click. The platform floor opened, and a matching suit of armor rose up with the machine. Just before the ground closed in, Lu Qiwu caught a glimpse of the underground scene. The entire underground had been hollowed out and replaced by various machines and assembly lines. His perfectly fitting suit of armor was not retrieved from underground, but was made on site. I don't know what kind of technology was used. It looks like everything is running, but when I stand on it, there is no vibration or sound at all. Lu Qiwu clicked his tongue in amazement and, during the break, also chose a weapon that he felt was suitable for him. One was a dagger about 10 centimeters long, and the other was an axe with an iron handle about 1 meter long and a medium-sized axe body. It looked pitch black and did not emit any light. The reason ours is made so quickly is because we use special materials, just like clay sculptures. Once you pass the blood transformation realm, it won't be possible to manufacture it this fast. Gu Feiwen said with a smile. I heard from my elders that a Grandmaster's armor took 30 years to forge. Until one reaches the stage of blood transfusion, no matter how strong one's physical body is, it is still just a mortal body. Those of lower skill level, if hit squarely by a dump truck, will end up no different from ordinary people, at most with a larger piece left. Only after passing the blood exchange realm and realizing the power from the inside out can one truly begin to be a martial artist. Reaching this stage is what the ancients called the land immortal realm. Being able to be called an immortal, one can imagine how terrifying the power a martial artist at this level can wield. When they reach the Grandmaster level, they become even more terrifying. They are like living, mobile nuclear bombs, capable of causing nuclear-level destruction with a single punch or kick. The armor that can be used by a grandmaster is naturally incredibly exaggerated. Lu Qiwu nodded. Brother Gu knows so much. It's alright, I just went out a few more times. Gu Feiwen replied casually, then added, our hardline faction is good at siege warfare. Our sect usually has some missions linked to the military, and I've taken on quite a few missions myself. The sect isn't some kind of charity, and the university it's affiliated with only provides basic support. If you want more resources, you naturally have to fight for them. For example, Senior Sister Muexine of the Crimson Blood sect needs to hunt for alien blood essence herself in order to break through the inner law realm. Other disciples of the Crimson Blood sect will be provided with basic resources, but they will have to participate in missions if they want anything else. After all, what all sects need are not hothouse flowers, but real warriors who can fight. Lu Qiwu was also gradually realizing that he was different. If he is a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect, he is indeed a martial artist registered under the Crimson Blood sect, but he has never received the orthodox education provided by the Crimson Blood sect. Instead, he was personally taught by the Blood Master, and everything was provided by the Blood Master. When we get to Planet 36, if we encounter anything, we'll have to rely on Brother Gu for help. Lu Qiwu said with a smile. Sure, we might even be assigned to the same squad. Gu Feiwen replied. More friends, more paths has always been his motto, and the Crimson Blood sect is no weakling. The fact that they can be stationed in the martial arts 2nd district means that their disciples are not incompetent. At the same time, he also had the idea of finding a few more people to help each other on planet number 36. The two started chatting, and he also explained some precautions. Their conversation soon ended. Following the sound coming from the back of his ear, Lu Qiwu quickly sprang into action. Soon after, he met up with 4 people, 2 men and 2 women who formed a temporary team using the quantum computer. This time, however, they weren't so lucky Gu Feiwen wasn't in the same team. However, Lu Qiwu wasn't completely ignorant. First, regarding team configuration, the auxiliary computer will divide personnel into solo operations, 5-person squads, 20-person companies, and coordinated, simultaneous all-out operations, depending on the situation to be dealt with. Planet MHSSC-36 is a desolate place devoid of advanced intelligent life. Its main ecosystem is dominated by the iron-eating lizard beast, which is also the target of this elimination campaign. Since adult iron-eating lizards possess the strength of the internal organ refinement realm and live in groups, this operation will not be a solo operation, but will be carried out in 5-person teams of varying numbers depending on the size of the iron-eating lizard population. Lu Qiwu briefly introduced himself to the 4 people. One of the men and one of the women belonged to the same sect. They were Li Rue and Hong Ruo, both of whom were at the refining organs realm. Another man and woman, who were also traveling alone, were at the refining organs realm. The young man was named Mei Nong Shan, and the woman was named Shang Xiai Wu. Lu Qiwu narrowed his eyes. He was the only one in the group at the bone forging realm, while the other 4 were at the organ refining realm. However, he did not lie about his level of attainment. Instead, he spoke frankly and openly. This drew the attention of all 4 to him. After a while, Mei Nongshan laughed and said, the allocation of quantum computers is not absolutely random. Your strength is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. They didn't have much time to chat before the quantum computer quickly guided them to move again, their target a small spaceship, only the size of a room. Let's go, we're about to head to the Red Sandstar system, Shang Siwu said. As the 5 members of the team entered, the spaceship's hatch suddenly closed and started, heading towards a huge rectangular spaceship, landing in an empty hangar on one side of the spaceship. Lu Qiwu had already seen the open side of the spaceship through the observation window. It was filled with a series of densely packed recessed spaces, just enough for a spaceship of this size to fit into. From a distance, the airship looks like a honeycomb, which is why the open space on one side of the airship is called the aircraft nest. Soon, the rectangular spaceship closed its hull, then shook slightly before flying towards the side of the moon. Is this the gate of emptiness? Lu Qiwu squinted as he looked at the 3-dimensional mechanical building, which was larger than the city itself. As the spaceship slowly approached the circular portal, a mask landed in front of him from inside the small spaceship. She only appears in front of him. There is no oxygen supply after entering the void, and the time for each passage is not fixed, Shang Siwu said, but the longest passage will not exceed half a day. Martial artists at the refining organs realm can hold their breath for half a day without dying, so they naturally don't need a mask. 063, Arrival at the target. There is no visual display when passing through the empty door. Before officially entering the empty door, all the observation windows are lowered by steel plates. At first, you could look out when you passed through the portal, but as more and more people met with misfortune, you could no longer observe the outside world when you passed through the portal. Mei Nongshan said calmly. He seemed to notice the confusion in Lu Qiwu's eyes and explained, "Some people have gone mad, saying they saw huge tentacles outside the observation window, tentacles bigger than the spaceship. Others have died directly, without any external injuries, just staring straight at the observation window." "What's going on?" Hong Rua asked. "Has no Grandmaster come to check?" "Even the Grandmaster didn't find anything wrong," Li Rue said from the side. "Our sect's elders also participated in the investigation back then, so listen carefully when you're learning." "Okay." Hong Rua stuck out her little tongue. Lu Qiwu, wearing a mask, shifted his gaze away from Li Rue. The man and woman are from the same sect, but the woman, Hong Rua, seems somewhat naive and inexperienced, which can be seen from her small actions. The young man, Li Rue, is different. When the others learned that he was at the bone-forging realm, they were at most a little stunned, but Li Rue's expression hardly suppressed the change, and his disdain was almost blatant. Mei Nongshan must have an outgoing personality, so when he noticed his curiosity, he immediately spoke up, and Li Rue responded almost instantly, seemingly in a natural tone, but actually subtly showing off his sect. "This person is probably not capable. If a real problem arises, they most likely won't lend a hand." Lu Qiwu thought to himself. He knew very little about Buddhism, but unfortunately, Mei Nongshan was also a perceptive person. He noticed the difference in Li Rue's tone and stopped the conversation. Soon, the spaceship shook, and then the observation window reappeared. Lu Qiwu looked in that direction and saw that the moon and stars were no longer visible, nor could the blue star be seen. The celestial bodies in the dark space were all arranged in unfamiliar rows. "They have clearly arrived at the Red Sand Galaxy. We were lucky this time. We arrived in just over 20 seconds, Shang Siwu said. Their spaceships detached from the hive, but instead of landing, they flew straight to a waiting spaceship in space. Soon after, they were inserted into the spaceship's belly. A total of 60 of these same spaceships flew into the hive. Lu Qiwu could sense the new large airship starting up. He could feel subtle vibrations while standing inside the spaceship. "Where are we now?" Lu Qiwu asked with some curiosity. Once inside the spaceship, the masks were already retracted, and looking out through the observation windows, one could see many people running around and handling affairs. None of these people were wearing external devices, indicating that the spaceship provided a suitable environment for humans. "This is a combat airship, designed for short-range combat within the star system." Shang Siwu's voice was distinctive, a husky. She said, "The upcoming battle against Planet 36 will be conducted by us and the personnel on board the airship. Planet 36 serves as a training ground for troops, so it won't interfere excessively with its internal environment. Therefore, once this periodic cleanup mission was selected, the combat personnel on this warship would be needed to act as temporary logistics support." "I see." Lu Qiwu nodded. "Thank you for clearing up my confusion, Sister Shang. It's alright, this kind of regular cleanup task is actually a beginner's tutorial. You'll know the general process once you go through it." Shang Siwu nodded slightly, not minding his attempt to curry favor. After 5 or 6 hours of travel inside the spaceship, the slight vibrations disappeared, but soon the spaceships connected to the top of the airship's cavity began to vibrate. If you stand outside the spaceship, you can see holes of the same size as the spaceship appearing on the bottom of the combat airship. The parts of the spaceship that are inserted at the top of the airship slowly descend, placing the spaceship through the holes and onto the outside of the airship. Looking out through the observation window, Lu Qiwu could see the spaceship hovering above a planet, and he could see many small aircraft, about the size of a car, flying out of the spaceship and heading towards various parts of the planet at extremely high speed. These are probes. Planet 36 has no intelligent life and no countermeasures against high-altitude space, so the purpose of these probes is only to assist in setting up a temporary optical computer to coordinate arrangements after landing on the planet. If the target planet harbors intelligent life, these probes will prioritize systemic paralysis, interfering with internal communication signals and marking key areas for martial artists to conduct precise strikes. Li Rue said to Hong Rua, "However, this mission is to familiarize you with combat methods, so we chose a wild planet. You won't be able to see some of the combat scenes." About 10 minutes later, the voice from the quantum computer sounded. "Dear Lu Qiwu warrior, the temporary quantum computer on planet MHSSC-36 has been set up. The next step is combat deployment. Your squad's target coordinates are north 26.05, east 19.12. The objective of this operation is to annihilate the iron-eating lizard tribe, a small tribe consisting of 29 iron-eating lizards, including 5 adult males and 4 adult females. As Lu Qiwu listened to the sound coming from the CD player behind his ear, he sighed inwardly. Although this Earth reveres martial prowess, its technology is far ahead of its predecessor. It is said that information advantage is the advantage of victory. In the face of an auxiliary optical computer with powerful computing power comparable to the collaborative work of millions of people, it is truly a dimensional reduction attack against this barbaric planet without intelligent life. No. Judging from the expansion speed of the Holy Alliance of humanity, even intelligent beings, even those who have developed industry and are capable of interstellar travel, are few and far between. Humanity has almost always crushed these opponents with a single blow. It is said that in a certain galaxy, humans once encountered a signal sent into space from a planet. The creatures on that planet had not encountered any other creatures in space, so they sent out friendly messages in their planet's coordinates using every possible signal that intelligent life could receive. Then they were taught a lesson by the iron fist of human justice. Lu Qiwu snapped out of his daze, listened to the voice message on the personal terminal, and began to take deep breaths to prepare for the upcoming login. Spear ready to launch, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Call out. The spaceship detached from the airship and headed toward its target location at an extremely high speed. The speed was so fast that flames instantly appeared on the outside of the spaceship, and the internal temperature continued to soar. Lu Qiwu felt the temperature instantly exceed 60 degrees Celsius, but he didn't feel anything. With his current physique, he could withstand this temperature for a short time without any problem. The other 4 members of the temporary team remained calm, clearly indicating that the current changes were within their tolerance. Boom! Just before landing, the anti-gravity mechanism at the bottom of the spacecraft activated, allowing it to hover smoothly at a height of 10 meters above the ground. The 4 members of the team jumped down through the open hatch. Lu Qiwu grabbed the hatch with one hand and looked at the land where only endless stones stretched to the horizon. Without hesitation, he jumped down. Bang! Amidst flying pebbles, Lu Qiwu emerged from the rising dust. The cleanup operation has begun. 064, I'm here to learn. It's about 3 kilometers from the target location. Minoyama said. How should I put it, should we go straight there? Does anyone need to adjust their condition? Shang Siwu nodded slightly, let's go straight there. There are 29 targets this time, including 9 iron-eating lizard beasts that are comparable to the refining organs realm. We might need to fight them separately, which will take a lot of time. Xiaorua, this is your first time participating in a mission like this, so try to stay by my side as much as possible. If you have any problems, I can help you for the first time. Li Rui said softly. Hong Rua, who came from the same sect, nodded his little head. No one asked Lu Qiwu for his opinion. After all, it was a temporary team, and the 4 of them had already made their decisions, so asking Lu Qiwu wouldn't change the outcome. Besides, Lu Qiwu is the lowest-ranking member of the team in terms of strength. Everyone who comes to carry out the periodic cleanup mission is a martial artist who has accumulated experience through practice. Before a fight, who would think their strength is weaker than a martial artist of the same realm, let alone someone at the first realm? Lu Qiwu didn't care. No one cared about him, which also meant that no one would deliberately put him in a dangerous position. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. He was the weakest among those present, so even if there were any problems that required him to handle, given that the goal was to solve the beast horde, those who could potentially solve the problem would naturally be given priority. If a fight breaks out, you'll have to deal with those juvenile iron-eating lizards. Don't let the young iron-eating lizards interfere with our battle. Mei Nangshan said. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly upon hearing this. He noticed that Li Rui seemed to want to say something, but he shut up after Shang Siwu echoed the suggestion. Temperature, 50 C. Humidity, 1% westerly wind, 47. The microcomputer displays the situation on planet 36. On this desolate and wild planet, the landscape is peculiar, with only endless rocks and stones. A strong wind blew, sending small stones flying everywhere. If an ordinary person stood here, their skin would probably be scratched. No wonder this place is listed as a production planet. It is not suitable for ordinary people to live here at all. Moreover, there are no infrastructure roads on this planet. Ordinary people who run will have to slow down after a few steps due to the unevenness of the rocks, and they even have to be careful of those seemingly solid but actually loose rocks to avoid twisting their ankles. I'm afraid I can't even walk 10 miles a day. All 5 of them were martial artists. Some loose stones were crushed into fragments under their feet, so there was no way they could lose their balance. So in just over 10 minutes, everyone stopped walking. They were now standing on a high ground, and looking into the distance, they could see a depression in the valley with a drop of more than 20 meters, where some creatures were active. At first glance, these creatures appear to be stones that have come to life, but upon closer inspection, the stone formation is actually mimicking skin, allowing these creatures to blend into their surroundings. Upon closer inspection, these creatures resemble lizards, except their mouths are extremely flat, like the mouths of ribbonfish or chainsaws. This is the team's target, a creature called the iron-eating lizard. 18 heads. Li Rue pointed to the spot. There were a total of 18 iron-eating lizards in the valley. 11 or 12 of them were eating, while the others were twisted in a circle and motionless, looking like a pile of stones from a distance. However, everyone present was a martial artist with amazing eyesight, and they could easily see the subtle changes in the surface of the stone with just a glance. Such sharp teeth. Lu Qiwu was also observing carefully. He watched as a metal-eating lizard opened and closed its long, flat snout, like a ribbonfish, on the rock, instantly cutting a long strip of stone off, as easily as scraping a strip of cream off a cake with a fork. Moreover, the stone was pitch black and deep. Along the way, the stones were of various colors, but the darker the stone, the harder it was. If I take that bite, the axe in my hand will probably get it chipped in it. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. It is said that the environment shapes the creatures that live there. If you don't leave Earth, who would have thought that there are creatures with such terrifying bite force? How should I put it? I feel that the iron-eating lizard beasts aren't very fast. Perhaps we can launch a blitzkrieg and take out the few on the edge. Shang Siwu said. These iron-eating lizards crawl on all fours, but their limbs are short. This is probably because their food is stone and they have no natural predators to flee from, so they have given up on evolving speed. Li Rue shook his head, and said with some caution, since the Grandmaster has determined that the adult iron-eating lizard beast is at the refining organs realm after calculation, then it must have something special about it. The difference between living things and inanimate objects is that they can move, not only using their brains, but also having what is called activity. If the iron-eating lizard beast's weaknesses were too obvious, such as being slower than the staggering old man, and only having greater strength and defense, it wouldn't be classified as a refining organ realm beast. Since it can be positioned at this level, it means there are two possibilities. First, the iron-eating lizard beast has enough contrast, and its speed can actually burst for a short time. Second, the iron-eating lizard beast has certain abilities that can make up for its so-called shortcomings. In either case, trying to exploit a speed advantage with contempt is an unwise move. Li Rue said to Hong Ruo. He had an air of earnest instruction about teaching. Before Hong Ruo could speak, Shang Siwu couldn't stand it anymore. I have no objection to you wanting to teach your dear junior sister, but there's no need to put me down. We're both at the refining organs realm, yet you're so afraid of this and that. You might as well go back to raising pigs. Which martial artist who is able to participate in regular missions hasn't been screened by their sect first, and only participated if they feel that it has the significance of training? Some people even have ulterior motives and actively participate. Heh, aren't you afraid? Don't you consider the rest of the team? Li Rue sneered, looking at Lu Qiwu. You're only at the bone-forging realm. Do you approve of a rash surprise attack? While seemingly well-intentioned, the contempt in his words was undisguised. The tone was as if supporting a surprise attack meant certain death. Lu Qiwu suppressed his disgust. This is the first time the teacher has sent me out. He only notified me of this planet the day before yesterday. I haven't even had time to finish reading the information. You've all been through other missions, so I'll listen to you. He added. Upon hearing this, the two who had been at odds stopped arguing, and the remaining two also turned their gazes toward them. They just sent someone to participate in the regular cleanup task 2 days ago. At first, they thought Lu Qiwu was there to participate in a sect mission, so they didn't react much. They just thought that although his cultivation level was a bit low, he was able to pass the sex test, so he must have a limit and wouldn't be a burden. But now that I hear it, it seems that's not the case at all. It's definitely not following the sect mission route. The registration for this cleanup mission closed a week ago, so how could they have managed to squeeze in a team the day before yesterday? Could the teacher behind this be a martial arts master? She looks fair-skinned and gentle, with a delicate and frail appearance, but I never imagined she had such a powerful background. You don't need to worry about me. Originally, the teacher told me to follow my senior brother, but I wanted to experience and learn more on my own, so I chose this planet on my own, Lu Qiwu said earnestly, taking in the gazes of the others. Once you've made your decision, I'll follow your arrangements. I'm here to learn. 065 Decoy Experiment. Chapter 65. After discussing it for a while, and with Lu Qiwu not participating in the vote and Hong Ruo looking obedient and also not participating, the remaining three discussed it briefly and chose a relatively conservative plan with not too much risk. I'll lure one of them out, then we'll work together to solve the problem. Everyone will have a plan in mind before deciding on the next steps. Shang Siwu said casually. Under this arrangement, she would have to get close to the iron-eating lizard beast and face the greatest danger, but she did not have much objection. The others had no objections, since they didn't have to put themselves in danger. This girl looks very combative. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. It was this person who initially suggested launching a blitzkrieg, rushing straight into the valley and launching a full-scale attack. With a light leap, Shang Siwu landed at the edge of the valley. However, she did not rush directly into the valley. Instead, she circled around the edge for a short while before getting close to the iron-eating lizard, which was located relatively far out and was alone. Click. The iron-eating lizard, which was targeted, opened its long, flat mouth, bit off the stone, and swallowed it after a few chews. Shang Siwu moved lightly, standing on the back of the iron-eating lizard without making the slightest noise to attract its attention. Standing at nearly 1.7 meters tall, she had to look up to see the iron-eating lizard. The adult iron-eating lizard's torso was about the size of an elephant, but it was about 3 to 5 times longer, reaching 15 to 16 meters in length. Your eyesight and hearing are both very poor, so you didn't even notice me at this distance. Let's test the defense first. Shang Siwu thought to herself, her hands already moving. She gripped the butterfly-shaped hilts of the twin swords and suddenly unleashed her strength. Put! The twin blades plunged directly between the legs of the iron-eating lizard. Clang! The iron-eating lizard, which was still eating, suddenly let out a painful howl, then abruptly turned its head, its beady eyes fixed on Shang Siwu. It had never seen a human before, but it clearly felt that this tiny creature was causing unimaginable pain between its legs. Bang! With its short legs moving, the iron-eating lizard turned around and charged towards Shang Siwu. The speed is about the same as the speed of an average person running. Following the plan, Shang Siwu ran outside, and throughout the process, she kept control of her movements. She's controlling her position to conceal herself as much as possible from that iron-eating lizard, so as not to attract the attention of the other iron-eating lizards. Seeing Lu Qiwu's curiosity, Mei Nongshan said, "These creatures that are all physique and no intelligence are relatively easy to deal with. If an intelligent being is attacked, it will naturally call on its friends for help. But when an animal like the iron-eating lizard chases after Shang Siwu after being attacked, other iron-eating lizards that haven't seen Shang Siwu think it's going crazy." Lu Qiwu nodded. Compared to the rest of the team, someone with no mission experience was like a complete novice. He could understand many of the behaviors, such as Shang Siwu running in a non-straight line. He could guess the intention after a little thought, but without having done it in practice, it would be difficult for him to replicate such behavior. "Let us go, we're almost ready to lure him out," Minoyama waved his hand. General Shang Ci led the iron-eating lizard out of the small valley and successfully lured it to a suitable position for an ambush. This is the tacit cooperation of a group of experienced people. Shang Siwu did not directly select a certain iron-eating lizard beast before taking action, but randomly chose one. After running out of the valley, he simply chose a suitable route. The others were able to choose a suitable battleground based on Shang Siwu's location. "You two stay behind and keep watch," Li Rue said to Hong Ruo. "Keep an eye on the surrounding area for us." Mei Nongshan's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Li Rue and Hong Ruo are from the same sect, so sending one of them is enough. As for Lu Qiwu, although we can't verify his background yet, what if it is? Moreover, Lu Qiwu's strength was only at the bone-forging realm, and Mei Nongshan did not force him to participate. Mei Nongshan himself was a martial artist at the organ-refining realm, and he was confident enough to deal with an iron-eating lizard beast by himself, not to mention that there were 3 of them attacking him. Boom! Mei Nongshan and Li Rue rushed forward and joined Shang Siwu in attacking the iron-eating lizard beast that had been lured in. Clang! As the iron-eating lizard lunged at Shang Siwu, it was struck in the waist by the Mainong mountain. It let out a mournful howl, and its massive body tilted violently to one side. Boom! The crash was like a truck overturning, instantly kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Some fragile stones, when pressed like this, immediately shattered into powder. "These iron-eating lizards have poor hearing, so we don't need to hold back," Shang Siwu shouted. Before it could even get up, it immediately felt a sharp pain in its hind leg. It was Li Rui who, taking advantage of the moment it fell, used a specially made weapon to slash open its knee. Lu Qiwu and Hong Ruo stood at different angles, which allowed them to observe the surrounding activity over a wider area and also to observe the battle situation from different perspectives. If you ignore the noise, this scene looks like a pig being slaughtered for Chinese New Year. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. In my past life, there were often videos of pigs being slaughtered during the Lunar New Year. They looked just like what I was seeing now, with several people pressing down on a big, white, fat pig. However, the big, fat white pig in my past life was not as big as the iron-eating lizard beast, nor could it make such a commotion. With a single sweep of its tail, the iron-eating lizard shattered a rock the size of an adult into dust. If this were in my previous life, such a behemoth would probably have been able to rampage through concrete and steel cities. Its size would have made it like a miniature Godzilla. I'm going to die. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. The iron-eating lizard that was lured out had 3 of its 4 legs broken, and its remaining forelimb was simply unable to support the movement of its massive body. It was now completely at the mercy of the chopping block. If it weren't for the group from Mei Nongshan testing the iron-eating lizard's vital points, this battle would probably have ended just minutes ago. Clang! The iron-eating lizard roared angrily. Its long, flat mouth was covered in blood, with several gaps through which you could see its sharp teeth. Just as it let out a mournful roar, a tongue shot out from its open mouth like an arrow, so fast that it left a blur. Sizzle! Li Rui spun the blade in his hand, slicing the tongue, which was as thick as an adult's thigh, into several pieces. His expression was extremely gloomy as he stepped forward and completely dealt with the iron-eating lizard beast. Are you all right? Hong Ruo rushed over quickly. Lu Qiwu also moved closer and noticed that on Li Rui's other side of his face, there was a gap in the half-covered mask, revealing the skin underneath, and fine beads of blood were constantly appearing. It's all right. Li Rui's smile was somewhat strained. He said, this attack was very fast, about the same speed as a pistol bullet, but much more powerful. It could probably even penetrate a tank. No wonder he was able to be rated as a refining organ realm expert. This is probably the reason. Shang Siwu looked at the tongue on the ground, which was as thick as a thigh, and seemed to be deep in thought. In terms of speed, strength, and defense alone, this iron-eating lizard can steadily suppress a martial artist at the bone-forging realm. However, if a martial artist at the bone-forging realm wants to escape, it will definitely not be able to stop them. They are no match for martial artists at the refining organs realm. Any one of them could easily kill an adult iron-eating lizard beast, it's just a matter of how long it takes. But the tongue used in this death throes is different. It is incredibly fast and difficult to avoid, and its power is exaggerated and terrifying. Any martial artist at the refining organs realm who fails to dodge it will be overwhelmed. That means it's so fragile that it will scratch if you rub it, and pierce through if you touch it. Used only when near death, it's probably like a BS stinger, unusable for a second time, Minoyama said. Just avoid the head, it's not very dangerous. 2001 words. 066, I'll do whatever you say. With its tongue severed, the iron-eating lizard's life came to an end, and it lay down on its side on the ground. However, the group of 5 tacitly avoided its head, while Lu Qiwu suddenly walked towards it amidst their conversation. It reaches a length of 15 or 16 meters, longer than a gray whale, and its width is also terrifying. Its weight is probably around 20 tons. As Lu Qiwu got closer, he could better appreciate the size of the iron-eating lizard. If this were on Earth, how could a creature of this size possibly exist on land? For legs simply couldn't support a body of this size standing upright. Only in the deep sea, among creatures that live by the power of water, could there be beings of comparable size. Moreover, no blood flowed from the wounded part of the iron-eating lizard. On planet 36, where water sources are almost nowhere to be seen, looking into the wound of the iron-eating lizard, one could see a kind of viscous liquid similar to oil slowly seeping out. Some creatures have toxins in their blood, so we will avoid areas where there is a possibility of massive bleeding unless absolutely necessary. Shang Siwu explained gently from the side. This is also the main reason why it took 3 martial artists at the refining organs realm so long to deal with a single iron-eating lizard beast. Everyone was too cautious and held back. So that's how it is. Lu Qiwu nodded thoughtfully. No wonder that apart from a few large wounds, such as the severed tongue, the other areas had mostly thin and deep puncture wounds. If one reaches the blood transformation realm, there is no need to be so timid. A strange look flashed in Shang Siwu's eyes. Martial artists who have undergone blood transfusions experience an extremely terrifying leap in their life level, and can even be described as immune to all poisons. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. The blood transformation realm is a crucial realm that bridges the past and the future. The Human Holy Alliance's standard of 10% for martial arts gene testing of students was established because of the blood transformation realm. Lu Qiwu walked towards the iron-eating lizard beast. As he got closer, he couldn't see the creature's full appearance. He could only see the texture of certain areas of its muscles. In front of him, it looked like a large rock. He glanced at it for a few moments, then slowly extended his hand. So hard! A punch landed, but only a slight dent was visible. The sensation was not like hitting flesh and blood, but more like hitting a real rock. Lu Qiwu didn't care. He took out the axe hanging at his waist, pressed the sharp blade on it, and then began to exert force until he unleashed his full power. Sizzle! The axe plunged into it almost without pause. Mei Nongshan's gaze swept over, and his eyes darkened. He joined the battle while this iron-eating lizard was still alive, and had personally experienced the toughness of this creature's muscles. Although the iron-eating lizard lost its muscle vitality upon death, it didn't immediately turn into rotten flesh. In his experience, even with the help of a sharp weapon, it wouldn't be so easy for an ordinary bone-forging realm martial artist to break through the skin's defenses. What's more, the entire axe blade is embedded directly into the muscle. This power is almost on par with a martial artist at the internal organ refinement stage, and yet he's still accumulating the foundation for the bone-forging stage. He truly possesses extraordinary talent. Minoyama thought to himself. Ordinary people don't have the resources to accumulate wealth through accumulation. Practicing martial arts is like life. People without money can only take it one step at a time. When they reach a certain age, they start working, then get married and have children in an ordinary way. When an ordinary martial artist can break through a certain level, they will not hesitate at all, because the level is related to their treatment and benefits. Therefore, martial artists who can accumulate wealth are those with substantial family assets, enabling them to continue spending money to give their children a wonderful childhood, even when ordinary people need their children to help support the family. After all, every realm has a lower limit. As long as you can reach the lower limit, you can try to break through to the next realm. Staying in a certain realm can indeed help you unleash more power belonging to that realm, but it also means a waste of time and resources. All right. I'm all ready. Lu Qiwu didn't notice everyone's gaze sweeping over him. He had gained some understanding of this creature through the dead iron-eating lizard. This will greatly make it easier for him to face the upcoming battle. I'll give it a try too. Hong Ruo suddenly said. Li Rui, however, stood aside and refused, saying, "Junior sister, this iron-eating lizard beast is already dead, so you don't need to worry. If someone at the bone-forging realm can cause damage, you certainly can." Lu Qiwu. Hong Ruo insisted, "I know my senior brother cares about me, but I'll be joining the battle soon. What if something goes wrong if I don't do my research first?" That's right, relying on everyone who can run away will only lead to regret when something bad happens. Shang Siwu said quietly. She had clashed with Li Rui several times, but she had no prejudice against Hong Ruo. Although her words were somewhat extreme, they were tinged with goodwill. Lu Qiwu had a feeling that this girl must have experienced something in the past. When she was talking to him just now, he could sense that her words revealed a story. I have a close junior sister who was accidentally bitten by a native creature during a mission and is now poisoned with no cure. Shang Siwu noticed his gaze and spoke up, which was rare for him. No wonder she reminded Hong Ruo. It was probably because Hong Ruo reminded her of her junior sister. Lu Qiwu looked apologetic. No need for that, Shang Siwu smiled. It's just that my junior sister wasn't lucky enough to cultivate to the blood exchange realm and didn't carry any antidote with her. Otherwise, she might have been able to delay the onset of the poison and find a place to treat her. Hong Ruo finally went forward and tested it on the dead iron-eating lizard. The group of 5 then returned to the high point to observe the movements in the valley. Planet 36 is home to several creatures besides the iron-eating lizard beast, but in terms of size and strength, the iron-eating lizard beast is undoubtedly the dominant species. Therefore, the departure of a single iron-eating lizard did not attract the attention of this group. There are still 17 in the valley. The 29 mentioned in the mission should include the eggs that are still gestating underground, as well as the ones guarding the eggs, Mei Nangshan said softly. It's hard to imagine that such a large creature is oviparous. It just goes to show how vast and wondrous the universe is. A blitzkrieg is possible, but the iron-eating lizard has almost no vital points, and its large size makes it difficult to break through its defenses. We should focus on kiting it. Shang Siwu said softly. The iron-eating lizard feeds on stones. If you were to dissect it, you would find that its body is almost entirely muscle, otherwise it would be unable to compress and digest stones. Moreover, the iron-eating lizard is enormous, standing there like a wall. It's not easy to break through its skin and muscles, you'd almost have to pierce the entire weapon. But the iron-eating lizard isn't dead, so it will naturally dodge and fight back. However, this time when Shang Siwu mentioned Blitzkrieg, Li Rui did not refuse. Aside from their tongue attacks, these iron-eating lizards are not fast. Unless they gather together from the start, they have no way to surround them. If they were to lure them out one by one to fight, the other teams would probably have already returned to Earth to rest before they finished dealing with them. Since there are no objections, then let us do it this way. We four will take the lead. Lu Qiwu, you'll be in charge of restraining the other young iron-eating lizards, okay? Mei Nongshan said. Lu Qiwu gripped the axe handle, a gentle smile on his face. I'll do whatever you say. 067, none of them are good people. The battle was inevitable, and Lu Qiwu was already mentally prepared. However, directly fighting an adult iron-eating lizard was a completely different concept from restraining a juvenile one. The only result was that he spoke less and attracted less attention. Lu Qiwu was happy with this arrangement, but before entering the valley, he tidied up his armor one last time, then placed the dagger in the appropriate thigh slot, while holding the axe directly in his hand. The others were in the same boat. Although they had tested the approximate combat strength comparison, none of them wanted to suffer an unexpected defeat. Then let's begin. Mei Nongshan was the first to leap, landing behind a protruding rock. Li Rui, Shang Siwu, and the others followed suit, each heading towards their chosen targets. Lu Qiwu was slightly behind. Luring them out to fight is a completely different concept from directly charging into the iron-eating lizard's lair. It's highly likely that the iron-eating lizards will swarm up, or they might scatter like birds and beasts. So this blitzkrieg was also carefully planned, for example, to see what would happen next. Overall, it was still an intelligence-gathering operation. Therefore, Lu Qiwu doesn't need to rush to join them. He doesn't want the entire beast horde to erupt in chaos, causing the other four to flee in a flash, leaving him, the weakest at the bone-forging realm, behind. Boom! The battle began. Li Rui and Hong Ruo worked together to deal with an adult iron-eating lizard, while Shang Siwu and Mei Nongshan aimed at another one not far away. Clang! The iron-eating lizard raised its head and made a strange sound the moment it was attacked. Then, several iron-eating lizards not far away noticed the commotion and turned their heads to look. Apart from Hong Ruo, the other three were all veterans. They chose to attack targets who were relatively isolated and deliberately stood to the side of their targets, using their large bodies to conceal their figures. Therefore, among the iron-eating lizards attracted by the movement, only 2 juveniles took steps to approach, still carrying a bit of childlike curiosity. Lu Qiwu gripped his iron axe tightly. Seeing that the 4 hadn't left and seemed determined to settle the score on the spot, he didn't say anything more. He took a few steps to create a commotion and attract the attention of the 2 young iron-eating lizards. Clang! The 2 iron-eating lizards looked at the person covered in armor, their tiny eyes flashing with curiosity. They then turned around and walked towards Lu Qiwu. Here it comes. Lu Qiwu gripped the axe tightly in his hand. He didn't know what material the axe was made of, but even with his current power of thousands of attacks, he couldn't budge the handle. Try not to make too much noise, lest it attract the adult iron-eating lizards. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. Before setting off, Mei Nongshan and Shang Siwu taught him some techniques, but knowing them is one thing, being able to use them properly is another. Lu Qiwu tapped the axe handle lightly with his index finger. When the 2 young iron-eating lizards approached, he began to slowly retreat, at a pace similar to that of the 2 iron-eating lizards. Like walking dogs, they led the 2 iron-eating lizards away from the 2 battle zones. Not bad. Mei Nongshan looked at the 2 young iron-eating lizards that had gone into the distance, and he was extremely satisfied. Before setting off, it was agreed that each person would deal with an adult iron-eating lizard. However, since they were all strangers in the team, and 3 of them were experienced, how could they unconditionally trust the others? That's why they tacitly agreed to work together to deal with one. This was to guard against Lu Qiwu. If Lu Qiwu doesn't perform well enough, it's better to work in pairs to deal with any bad situations that might arise. Whether it's one person holding the line, working together to eliminate the enemy, or escaping, there's someone to take the fall. Including the earlier incident where Shang Siwu lured one out, and then Mei Nongshan and Li Rui joined forces to deal with it, it seemed like they were protecting the inexperienced Lu Qiwu and Hong Ruo, allowing the 2 to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, but in reality, it was just doing someone a favor. After all, before the actual battle, it's essential to understand the iron-eating lizard's combat strength. This is unavoidable, and all three are seasoned veterans. They wouldn't actually plunge into the beast horde. However, the art of language inadvertently made Lu Qiwu and the other person indebted to some favors, which would make them less confident in refuting problems later. Let's work together to solve this problem first. The faster we finish, the more points we'll get, Mei Nongshan said. Upon hearing this, Shang Siwu nodded slightly, his movements becoming more swift. This planet, numbered 36, has a temporary optical computer set up above it, which, along with the micro-optical computers on their hands and the detection equipment in the high sky, will be able to fully record their actions and score their mission. This is a representation of the military's contribution value to them, which can then be exchanged for items on the military's external platform, essentially amounting to real money. Don't hold back, Shang Siwu whispered. I understand, Minoyama responded softly. After killing the iron-eating lizard, the commotion of its fall will inevitably attract the attention of other iron-eating lizards. At that time, the other group of people who are slow to act may have to give up the duck they have already obtained. After luring the two young iron-eating lizards a certain distance away, Lu Qiwu slowed his pace slightly. I can't listen to everything these people say. Those three are incredibly cunning and have kept some things from me, Lu Qiwu thought to himself. During his conversation with Gofeiwen, he learned about the existence of military contribution points. Although his current mission was not dangerous, it did not earn him any contribution points. But he pretended not to know this crucial point, and no one brought it up, which shows that he wasn't a truly good person. They were all selfish. Moreover, although he doesn't have to fight directly in this stage, it doesn't mean there's no fighting at all. The danger is not much lower than if he were to fight directly. Once one of the iron-eating lizards is dealt with, the commotion of its fall will inevitably attract the attention of the other iron-eating lizards in the pack. I'll have to see if I can finish it off quickly. Lu Qiwu's gaze swept over the two young iron-eating lizards in front of him, and he already had an idea in mind. He seemed to have lured the two iron-eating lizards away as planned, but in fact, after initially figuring out the techniques and becoming more familiar with them, he quietly changed direction, guiding the two iron-eating lizards to a relatively secluded location, paving the way for his next move. Boom! Half of the body of an adult iron-eating lizard was torn and tattered, hollowed out, with several organs spilling out. It could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The massive tremor drew the attention of the entire herd. The adult male iron-eating lizards stopped eating and resting and began to gather around. A great opportunity. Lu Qiwu noticed that the two young iron-eating lizards were shifting their attention, and he made his move instantly. 068, smiling on the surface, but secretly thinking. Lu Qiwu gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, stomped one foot on the ground, and the immense force instantly cracked the stone beneath his feet. He then used this force to propel himself forward. Puff! The sharp axe blade instantly sliced open the bottom of a young iron-eating lizard's mouth, severing a third of its flat mouth in an instant. Clang! The iron-eating lizard let out a shrill scream, then opened its mouth fiercely and lunged to bite. The mouth is covered with sharp teeth, row upon row, filling the entire mouth. The muscles inside surge, moving the sharp teeth back and forth in friction. It is this unique, chainsaw-like structure that allows the iron-eating lizard to easily bite through rocks. Lu Qiwu withdrew his hand that was about to grab the other's chin. Although his fingers were also covered and protected by armor, he did not want to test whether the other could break through it, so he instead pushed with his shoulder to change the direction of the other's mouth. Click! The iron-eating lizard bit down on the ground, instantly tearing off a long strip of stone. It shook its head and threw the stone away. Lu Qiwu seized the opportunity to bump into him from the side. With his current physical abilities, even a simple impact from a stationary position would be no less effective than the impact of a car. Boom! The iron-eating lizard was instantly flipped to the ground. It struggled to get up, but Lu Qiwu had already stepped on the side of its mouth, pressing it down with all his might to prevent it from getting up. Then, he stabbed the axe in his hand into its small eyeball. Die! Lu Qiwu gripped the axe handle with both hands, and almost instantly the entire axe blade sliced open the tiny eyeball. The surging force of the impact reached thousands of kilograms, sending most of the axe handle into the body of the iron-eating lizard beast. Sizzle! A viscous, petroleum-like liquid shot out, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters before slowly falling back down. The struggling iron-eating lizard immediately stopped moving. The adult iron-eating lizard that was lured out not only provided valuable information on its physical strength and attack methods, but its body structure was also clearly revealed after it was dissected, allowing the team to understand its fatal areas. There isn't much water on production planet number 36, and creatures like the iron-eating lizard don't have water in their bodies either. Instead, they have a viscous liquid similar to oil circulating inside them. Once this viscous liquid is lost on a large scale, the iron-eating lizard will be like a human who has lost too much blood, and will only die. Call. Lu Qiwu reached out to wipe the liquid that had splashed on his face, but before he could do so, he suddenly realized something was wrong. A refreshing sensation flowed into my body along with the viscous liquid. Run! 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 A sound came from not far away, and Lu Qiwu hurriedly pulled out his axe and followed quickly. The deaths of the two iron-eating lizards sparked a riot within the group, with the remaining adult iron-eating lizards chasing after them for over 10 kilometers before giving up. As expected, these creatures have no natural predators, no environmental needs, extremely poor eyesight, and no sense of smell. At a high vantage point at least 1 kilometer away from the viewpoint, the team of 5 stood and observed. Not long after leaving the valley, Lu Qiwu and his group used the rocks to conceal themselves and successfully deceived the pursuing iron-eating lizards, watching these creatures with little intelligence rampage through the valley. Dust billowed up along the way as these frenzied iron-eating lizards neither dodged nor avoided, smashing the stones along the way to pieces. Li Rui looked somewhat embarrassed and scolded, "You were supposed to attract the attention of the young iron-eating lizards, not to do the fighting." Lu Qiwu looked over upon hearing this and casually said, "You mean I didn't lure the monster properly?" He had been keeping an eye on the two battles. After Shang Siwu and Mei Nangshan dealt with the iron-eating lizards, the rioting iron-eating lizard horde also noticed the ongoing battle on Li Rui's side. The situation was urgent, and Li Rui and his companion had no choice but to abandon their hunt. However, Lu Qiwu never expected that this person would dare to use this as an excuse to attack him, which he naturally did not want. Leaving aside the fact that I only made my move during the retreat, did I allow other iron-eating lizards to interfere with your hunting? Lu Qiwu said coldly. Although he was the weakest in the team, he didn't believe Li Rui would dare to attack him. Behind him was a martial arts master, a figure of great renown. Moreover, if we show weakness at this point, what if someone actually takes action before we know for sure about his background? You. What do you mean, you? Lu Qiwu didn't care and sat down on the other side. Alright, we're all on the same team, there's no need to be so confrontational. Mei Nangshan stepped forward and grabbed Li Rui, who was about to have a fit of temper. Shang Siwu, who was standing nearby, also tried to dissuade them. If we really want to get to the bottom of it, it was because the two of them, in their eagerness to gain the upper hand, failed to coordinate and deal with the iron-eating lizard beast at the same time, which caused Li Rui and his companion's operation to fail. However, since both of them were martial artists at the refining organs realm, Li Rui didn't retaliate and swallowed this bitter pill. Lu Qiwu sat on the protruding rock, carefully sensing the changes within his body. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The viscous liquid was confirmed to be non-toxic, but when it landed on his face, it brought a refreshing sensation, which was actually related to the Crimson Blood Sect's martial arts techniques he had learned. The Crimson Blood Sect's training method emphasizes refining bones with blood. This involves not only refining bones with one's own blood, but also with the blood of other creatures. No wonder the Blood Master said something meaningful before the mission: after you fight, you'll know the impact of this choice on you. This planet, numbered 36, was probably the result of the Blood Master's careful selection. Within the Crimson Blood Sect, the practice of refining bones with blood is divided into 3 common blood grades: superior, middle, and inferior. Naturally, refining bones with the blood of other living beings cannot be achieved with ordinary chickens or ducks. With 2 methods of bone tempering, one internal and one external, no wonder the Crimson Blood Sect, despite its difficulty in recruiting students, was able to establish its headquarters in the 2nd Martial Arts District. Using the blood of other creatures not only refines bones, but also strengthens muscles and skin. Lu Qiwu gained a deeper understanding. He opened his eyes and saw the gazes of the 4 people sweeping over him. Rest well? If you're rested, then let's get ready to set off. Li Rui's voice was sinister. We just had a rediscussion and decided that this approach is too slow, so we've decided to try a different method. Lu Qiwu listened attentively. The reason was that they felt it would be too inefficient to deal with the adult iron-eating lizards first. In addition, they had just tested the group's pursuit speed, so they decided to be more aggressive and take advantage of their speed to launch a charge and take out the young iron-eating lizards first. There are only 16 left in the valley. 1 adult iron-eating lizard is seriously injured, and the other 5 are in good condition. The rest are juveniles, Mei Nangshan said. If you take care of the juveniles, and you can hold them off for a bit, we can each take 1 or more. Let us try to finish the mission today. Aren't you scared? Li Rui's words were laced with barbs. Lu Qiwu smiled gently and said, I will follow your arrangements and make sure it won't affect you. He made up his mind that he would kill this person if he had the chance. 069, let's get started. Lu Qiwu found a suitable spot and quietly waited for the others to arrive at their positions. Although Li Rui vented his frustrations on Lu Qiwu, he had a familiar teammate on this mission, so Mei Nongshan and Shang Xiwu tacitly chose to lend a hand, ensuring that Lu Qiwu was in the best position. I never imagined the Crimson Blood sect's training methods were so miraculous, allowing them to temper the body using the blood of other creatures. With a touch of emotion in his heart, Lu Qiwu stared intently at the iron-eating lizard beast in the valley. The way they looked at it was as if they weren't looking at the people they were fighting, but at a naked beauty. He was willing to come even if it was just to increase his combat experience at first, but now that he knows the blood of the iron-eating lizard can temper his body, Lu Qiwu has been sharpening his sword for a long time. Junior sister, it's safer here. You stay here, I'll go to the front. Li Rui said gently to Hong Ruo. Iron-eating lizards were scattered throughout the valley, but they subtly surrounded the young iron-eating lizards in the center. Although the iron-eating lizards have no natural enemies on this planet, and there are no creatures that can even hunt young iron-eating lizards, their opponents are from other places. When they sense a threatening creature, these mindless creatures will still instinctively protect their young. The main thing is to grab points. Once we've dealt with this, we can go help out the other teams. Otherwise, given the intelligence of these creatures, the baby iron-eating lizards will probably break out by tomorrow or the day after. Li Rui said. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Hong Ruo nodded slightly upon hearing this. Senior brother, be careful over there later. Don't worry, I've been through so many missions, there won't be any problems. Li Rui smiled. But you, be careful. After giving his instructions in a gentle and soft voice, he headed towards the location he had chosen, amidst the girl's somewhat adoring gaze. With his back to Hong Ruo, Li Rui's eyes flickered. Being able to be on the same team as Hong Ruo this time was no accident. He had accidentally overheard Hong Ruo talking to her family, and that's how he learned that this seemingly unremarkable junior sister was actually from the Hong family. The Hong family is bound by the surname Hong, but it's not just anyone with the surname Hong who can enter. People with family background, strength, and wealth are required to enter. The Hong family has 2 martial arts masters, not to mention their companies and enterprises. Their influence is so great that they even have a say in several star sectors. To join such a powerful interest group, one either needs to be born into it or marry into it, otherwise, such groups will absolutely not allow outsiders to enter. I must seize this opportunity. Li Rui clenched his fist. Otherwise, why would he be so angry that Shang Xiwu and Mei Nongshan beat him to the punch? He wasn't angry about falling behind, he was angry that he hadn't performed well in front of Hong Ruo. Seeing that all 4 were in position, Lu Qiwu took a deep breath, then looked at the hand signals and leaped towards the valley. Bang! The armor on the soles of his feet instantly shattered the loose stones into pieces, and without concealing his figure, he charged toward the young iron-eating lizard beast that was destined for him. Clang! Not far away, an adult iron-eating lizard was circling around, curling itself into a ball and entering a semi-resting state. When it sensed the movement, it raised its head somewhat blankly and saw Lu Qiwu. Its first action was to issue a warning, which also prompted the young iron-eating lizard to hide behind it. No other adult iron-eating lizards responded to it, because at the same time, other people appeared in other directions, and the other iron-eating lizards were attracted there. Lu Qiwu didn't have a mask. If these adult iron-eating lizards used their tongues, it wouldn't matter whether he had a mask or not if he couldn't dodge them. If he could avoid their tongues, then other attacks wouldn't be difficult. More importantly, he accidentally spilled blood on his face before, which made him realize the ability of other creatures' blood to temper his body, so he had to leave a part of his face free to receive the blood. Clang! The juvenile iron-eating lizard responded by opening its long, flat mouth and moving closer to the adult iron-eating lizard. A great opportunity! Lu Qiwu's face lit up with joy. If the juvenile iron-eating lizard had headed towards the belly of the valley, he would have hesitated for a while, but the juvenile iron-eating lizard chose to approach the adult iron-eating lizard instead, giving him an opportunity. Lu Qiwu quickened his pace, taking a risky gamble, and headed close to the adult side. Bang! The adult iron-eating lizard swung its tail, grazing him as it slammed into the ground. The immense force shook the ground, causing small stones to bounce. Lu Qiwu ignored it and crossed it directly. He sprinted all the way to his peak speed, enough to catch up with the cheetah even if it had a 3-second head start, and now he was heading straight for the baby iron-eating lizard. Bang! The young iron-eating lizard seemed to have been hit by a car, and it was thrown backwards. Die! Lu Chiwu moved swiftly to its side, then swung his iron axe and viciously slashed at it in a semicircle. Put! The entire axe blade sank directly into the stone-like texture of the skin, then irresistibly sliced through countless muscles inside. This axe blow will cut off a piece of meat the size of a wash basin. Lu Chiwu kicked the young iron-eating lizard's front leg, making it lose its balance, and then stood to the side and stabbed the iron axe hard into its eye. Sizzle! Blood spurted out, like a Coke bottle that had been violently shaken and then opened. These iron-eating lizards are almost entirely composed of muscle, otherwise, they wouldn't have the strength to bite down on rocks, nor the strength to grind the rocks into absorbable substances within their bodies. However, if their skin is broken, these incredibly strong muscles will compress in the opposite direction, causing that oil-like blood to splatter out. Lu Chiwu only blocked the blood spraying into his eyes, while other viscous liquids still poured onto his body. He pulled out his axe. According to the plan, he only had this young iron-eating lizard to deal with, and he could leave immediately. But when he turned around, he noticed that the adult iron-eating lizard that had just whipped him with its tail had half of its body mangled and bloody. It's the one that Li Rue and Hong Ruo failed to kill in time. Lu Chiwu paused in his steps. Walk! Now, all the other iron-eating lizards around are drawn to the rest of the team, leaving only the injured iron-eating lizard standing alone. As long as I avoid its tongue, I'm perfectly capable of dealing with this iron-eating lizard. A burning desire flashed in Lu Chiwu's eyes. More than the contribution points he could gain, he cared about the body tempering effect that the iron-eating lizard could provide. Since the Blood Master carefully selected this planet for him, this iron-eating lizard beast must have something special about it. 070, Execution. Lu Chiwu swung the iron axe. He didn't know what kind of mineral the axe was made of, but it was extremely sharp and also hard. He estimated that it wouldn't even leave a nick in the car or motorcycle, let alone cut a hair. In ancient times, it would be considered a divine weapon. Clang! The adult iron-eating lizard was not fast, perhaps because half of its body was badly damaged, making it move even more slowly. When it turned around completely, it saw the young iron-eating lizard lying on the ground. It immediately let out a mournful cry and then took a step and charged fiercely towards Lu Chiwu. Come! Lu Chiwu gripped the iron axe tightly, his eyes fixed on the long, flat mouth. The iron-eating lizard beast is rated as having the strength of the organ refinement realm mainly because of its tongue. Although it is unknown why, it seems that it will not use its tongue until the very last moment. But once it is used, any martial artist in the organ refinement realm who cannot dodge it will almost certainly die. Boom! 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 The iron-eating lizard charged and crashed as it ran, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Just before it got close, it opened its long, flat mouth. The sharp teeth covering the top and bottom of the body began to vibrate back and forth with the movement of the muscles, like a chainsaw being turned on. When Lu Chiwu got closer, he seemed to hear a faint sound coming from it. Die! Just before the collision, Lu Chiwu suddenly turned his foot and reversed the direction. As they passed by the iron-eating lizard beast, chunks of flesh, almost torn apart by Li Rue and his companion, hung from the beast's body. With each movement, these chunks of flesh swayed freely, some even striking Lu Chiwu's armor directly. However, these obstacles did not change Lu Chiwu's trajectory. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through the iron-eating lizard's flat, long mouth and arrived at its head. Unlike the juvenile iron-eating lizard, this adult iron-eating lizard stands up to 4 meters tall, with a head resembling a giant vat and eyes about the size of peanuts at a height of 3 meters. You only get one chance. Lu Chiwu bent his knees slightly, then suddenly straightened them, and his whole body instantly sprang up, one hand reaching out. Put! The fingertips were also covered in armor, and extended forward a few centimeters, retracting into the shape of claws. At this moment, as Lu Chiwu exerted his strength, the fingers, like hooks, instantly embedded themselves into the skin of the iron-eating lizard beast. Before he could fully regain his footing, Lu Chiwu grabbed the axe handle with his right hand and fiercely stabbed it into the eye of the iron-eating lizard. Clang! The iron-eating lizard opened its long, flat mouth wide and let out a shrill scream before going berserk and crashing into a rock on one side. Bang! Lu Chiwu was the first to be hit and instantly crashed into the rock. His internal organs trembled, as if a large hand had reached into his abdomen and was stirring. Then, as if a mountain was pressing down on it, the iron-eating lizard beast desperately wanted to shake off the human clinging to it, so it ran and rubbed against the rock as it went. Sparks instantly erupted from the armor. However, this standard armor has extremely strong protective capabilities. After all, even martial artists like Li Rue who have reached the refining organs realm use this armor, so there has been no situation where it instantly breaks down or dents. The blade of the iron axe also cut into the face of the iron-eating lizard during the collision. However, for an adult iron-eating lizard with a width of several meters, such an injury was only minor. The pain only fueled its ferocity. It ignored everything and pressed Lu Qiwu directly onto the rock, even turning its body to the side to squeeze its weight onto him. Lu Qiwu felt as if he had been hit by a car and was being dragged and run over from under the car. He bent his knees, barely making room, and then, taking advantage of the gap where his body was pressed against the crack in the rock, he successfully turned his feet so that the soles faced outwards. Then, he used his legs to push up the iron-eating lizard's body, creating some space for himself. This will free his arm from being pinned down. With his arm holding the iron axe now free to exert force, his eyes flashed with ferocity. He then freed his left hand, which was gripping the face of the iron-eating lizard, and placed it on the axe handle as well. Then, he suddenly exerted force with both arms. Put! The axe was adjusted to the correct angle, slicing straight through the peanut-sized eyes of the iron-eating lizard, and then piercing them inward. Clang! The iron-eating lizard opened its mouth, and as it lay dying, its tongue suddenly pierced out. But Lu Qiwu was right next to its face, so its tongue naturally wouldn't attack it. This random attack sent stones flying, and a large hole was instantly blasted into the pitch-black stone, where the tongue pierced deeply. Bang! The tough tongue became a fixed anchor point, and the rampaging body continued to advance for several meters before the tongue tightened and brought the body to a stop. Then the iron-eating lizard fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Qiwu was almost thrown off balance, but he managed to steady himself by gripping the axe handle tightly in time. With only the tip of the axe handle remaining outside, which was over a meter long, Lu Qiwu stood on the head that resembled a large rock and pulled the axe out with a burst of strength. Sizzle! This was like opening a vent for the pressure, and the iron-eating lizard's viscous blood gushed out like a fountain. Lu Qiwu did not dodge, but instead moved closer, letting most of the blood soak into his body. Only then did he leap off the iron-eating lizard and speed away from the valley. You certainly know how to pick up bargains. Li Rue's voice was tinged with coldness. Lu Qiwu glanced over but did not say anything. The rest of the team members were all at the refining organs realm. Although his position was the safest, the strength of the others was enough to bridge the gap, so his actions were observed during the retreat. Shang Siwu casually said, "You failed before, and Lu Qiwu had a chance to deal with it. Why are you blaming others for getting a free lunch? It's all for completing the mission." Mei Nongshan felt the need to smooth things over. Now there are only 5 adult iron-eating lizards and 4 juvenile iron-eating lizards left on the field. This is a good thing. Once we recover, we can take them down head-on. The sudden attack wasn't just about Lu Qiwu taking the opportunity to kill an adult iron-eating lizard. Mei Nongshan and Li Rue also managed to kill several juvenile iron-eating lizards during the lull in the adult iron-eating lizards attack. This regular cleanup mission involves not only competing with the planet's native creatures, but also with teammates. Why is Li Rue angry? It was precisely because Lu Qiwu had dealt with the iron-eating lizard beast that he and Hong Ruo had injured it, and because of this connection, that he originally planned to make it his target later. He believed that his teammates in the temporary team would be too embarrassed to refuse, but Lu Qiwu had taken care of it first. He was naturally furious at losing his income for no reason. "Come and see," Hong Ruo suddenly said, pointing into the valley. 071, we're all brothers, we're here to help. The valley was filled with huge rocks, and now there were even more iron-eating lizard carcasses scattered everywhere. The surviving adult iron-eating lizards roamed the valley, using their long, flat teeth to cut off the corpses of their companions. Then, with a clang, they would lead the young iron-eating lizards forward to swallow the viscous blood. The large chunks of meat that had been cut off were carried by the adult iron-eating lizards toward the depression in the center of the valley. That should be where the iron-eating lizards placed their unhatched eggs, Menon Mountain whispered. In previous operations, everyone tacitly avoided underground locations, since no one knew the exact situation underground, so it was natural to choose to deal with the visible ones first. Do iron-eating lizards have the habit of cannibalizing their own kind? Hong Ruo asked curiously as he gazed into the distance. It's not necessarily about devouring them, it could also be about burying their companions, Li Rue explained from the side. However, if that viscous blood were to flow out on a large scale, it would lead to the death of the iron-eating lizard beasts, so they're making the most of it, right? Even elephants, a species that existed on Earth hundreds of years ago, had the custom of elephant graves. Old elephants would go to their burial grounds on their own and quietly await death. On this planet numbered 36, the iron-eating lizards likely also have this habit, but due to the environment and the viscous blood of the iron-eating lizards, they cut up the corpses of their companions so that the young iron-eating lizards could absorb and replenish their blood. In fact, although species are different, their habits may be the same. This is also true for other intelligent races. At most, they just have different names for each other. Li Rue laughed. In the long history of mankind, we can always find a corresponding fragment. Lu Qiwu stood not far away and couldn't help but glance at the words, which carried a philosophical tone. He seemed to agree with this statement. Just as a blood mage can defeat an army, the Snow Spirit clan has princes. Perhaps the titles are different, but as civilization develops, positions with roughly the same responsibilities will always emerge. How are you? Shang Xiwu asked from the side. Lu Qiwu shook his head slightly upon hearing this. If something really happens, don't try to tough it out. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer, Minoyama said from the side. I don't want to see anything happen to you. The fight between Lu Qiwu and the adult iron-eating lizard was witnessed by everyone, who also saw Lu Qiwu being pressed against the stone wall and rubbed against it. Just watching it made them feel a slight pain in their internal organs. Martial artists at the bone-forging realm are notoriously prone to having fragile internal organs. I'm really fine, Lu Qiwu smiled. I don't feel as good as when my senior brother does it. His physical attributes are extraordinary, with an enhancement value of over 600. In terms of physical stats alone, he has already surpassed martial artists at the tendon refining realm. The effect of an ordinary person's full force strike while raising a stick and sweeping it horizontally is incomparable to that of a silverback gorilla performing the same action. However, Lu Qiwu's physical attributes are far inferior to those of other martial artists at the bone forging realm. Not to mention that on top of such physical qualities, he also practiced martial arts, which tempered his body and made him more resistant to blows than ordinary people could imagine. It's good that you're alright, Minoyama nodded slightly. Li Rue, who was not far away, glanced at Lu Qiwu out of the corner of his eye. He looked at Lu Qiwu's face and felt that this young man, who was much more immature than himself, did not seem to be forcing himself to speak. But this discovery made him feel even worse. Given the sheer size of that iron-eating lizard, coupled with its body structure consisting mainly of bones and muscles, even he would be terrified by such squeezing and friction. You're only at the bone-forging realm, yet you've already tried to spar with a martial artist at the organ-refining realm. Hongrua asked with some curiosity. Before reaching the blood transformation realm, martial artists must undergo trials to develop their strength while also being careful not to get injured, lest it affect their physical condition. Maintaining this balance is difficult, so trials within a sect are generally conducted among those at the same level. It is possible for cultivators at the marrow-cleansing realm and the organ-refining realm to fight each other, since the marrow-cleansing realm is a further enhancement of the bone-forging realm. However, the gap between the internal organ-refining realm and the bone-forging realm is huge. After all, martial artists in the internal organ-refining realm have strengthened both their internal and external organs. Their internal organs, which are easily damaged, are tempered and are no longer afraid of attacks. Fighting someone in the bone-forging realm is like an adult beating up a child. I'm practicing with my teacher, and there were only 2 senior brothers and sisters who came to deliver equipment. Perhaps that's why, Lu Qiwu explained with a smile. These words did not make the group of people who had temporarily formed a team understand. If there are no people of the same level to practice with, you can simply wait. It's not like you have to fight. Therefore, Lu Qiwu's teacher must have thought that he could fight against someone at the refining organs realm, which is why he arranged it. And judging from the scene of Lu Qiwu fighting against the adult iron-eating lizard just now, based on the physical qualities he displayed, the strength of his internal organs is probably no less than that of a martial artist at the refining organs realm. Once he breaks through to the internal organ refinement realm, his internal organs will be further strengthened. Mei Nongshan's eyes sparkled. One step forward leads to continuous progress. The level of martial arts is there, and everyone knows that they should pursue the height, but when it comes to the exertion of combat power, they tacitly pursue the depth. For example, even at the same level of bone refining, an ordinary person can increase the density of their bones by 1 or 2 times and withstand an impact of 1 or 2,000 caddies before they can no longer tap into their potential, while a genius can increase the density of their bones by 8 or 9 times, or even more than 10 times. The difference is obvious. Perhaps there really is a martial arts master training him behind the scenes, Minoyama thought to himself. Soon, everyone in the team had recovered. There aren't many iron-eating lizard beasts left on the surface. This time, let us try to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Mei Nongshan said. He paused and looked at Lu Qiwu. If you think it's difficult, just try to hold them back. We'll come to help after we succeeded. Lu Qiwu nodded in agreement. There are now 5 adult iron-eating lizards left on the field, which corresponds to the team of 5, while there are 3 juvenile iron-eating lizards left. One of the juveniles has been driven into the ground in the center of the valley. Among the targets assigned to each group in the Minang Mountain area, there happened to be no baby iron-eating lizards at his location, which was a way of taking care of him so that he wouldn't have to deal with 2 at once. Just before they were about to make their move, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance. "We're all brothers, we've come to help," one of the figures called out from afar. Lu Qiwu felt the voice was somewhat familiar. He turned his head and saw that among the several travel-worn figures, one of them also looked surprised. Gufeiwen wiped the dust off his face and said, "It really is a brother. No, what a coincidence. Brother, you're here." 072, can you fight when you reach the bone-forging realm? Yellow sand filled the air, and the biting wind blew small pebbles around. If an ordinary person were blown by such a strong wind, they might even suffer injuries. The wind itself is secondary. The main problem is the unique terrain of Planet 36, which is full of tiny pebbles that are blown into the air, creating an effect comparable to hail. Gufeiwen and his 2 companions were all martial artists, so they were naturally not afraid and quickly approached. Lu Qiwu thought that Mei Nangshan and the others would do something else, but he never expected that they would just exchange cold greetings and then stand indifferently not far away. He understood after a little inquiry. The task area is divided by the optical computer. These are tasks that must be completed, which are essentially projects assigned to the computer. After completion, users can choose to leave or intervene in other people's projects. The extra workload will be included in the contribution value system of the auxiliary optical computer. This is also why Shang Siwu wanted to quickly deal with the iron-eating lizard beast. His goal was to create a time gap so he could intervene in the mission area of other teams. The fact that they are slower right now can only be attributed to their inferior skills. This is also why the team members remain indifferent and do not take any drastic actions. It's strange, our group, which should have had 30 members, only has a dozen or so left. The rest are dead eggs. Since we had nothing else to do, we decided to come and take a look, Gufeiwen said to Lu Qiwu. Although these iron-eating lizards are all muscle, the characteristic of my hard-breaking school is that we are good at opening cans. Each martial art has its own unique characteristics. For example, the Crimson Blood Sex martial arts can use the blood of other creatures to temper the body. The martial arts of the Hard Break School, as can be gleaned from its name, are particularly suited for breaking through strong defenses. The iron-eating lizard was enormous, so the same injuries would only be minor for it. The iron-eating lizard that Lu Qiwu had dealt with had been attacked by Li Rui and Hong Ruo together before. Large chunks of its flesh were bigger than wash basins and hung precariously on its body, but its movements were not affected. Supporting its body, which weighs tons, the iron-eating lizard is almost entirely composed of muscle, which greatly enhances its defensive capabilities. This is the reason why Li Rui and Hong Ruo, working together for half a day, were unable to break through it. However, there is always something that can subdue something else, and Gufeiwen's martial arts are suitable for dealing with this kind of creature. Dead eggs? Lu Qiwu asked curiously. Yes, these iron-eating lizards lay their eggs underground. After clearing the surface of the iron-eating lizards, I only found some lifeless dead eggs underground. Gufeiwen shook his head. I guess for some special reason, the iron-eating lizards didn't hatch. Although the auxiliary optical brain is intelligent, it's not intelligent enough to search for life signs over long distances, but the number of tasks is appropriate. Gufeiwen glanced at the others, then lowered his voice and asked, "What's the situation on your end?" This is to gather information about the situation here, since it's someone else's project and they naturally can't find out anything about it. Lu Qiwu pondered for a moment and slowly said, "There are 8 more on the surface, 5 large and 3 small. There should be 1 larva on the ground, and the rest are eggs. There are 3 of us here, which is just right to help you out and keep those 3 larvae occupied," Gufeiwen suddenly said. It was called a restraint, but in reality, it was just taking away the 3-headed juvenile iron-eating lizards. However, these words eased the tension among the group from Mei Nangshan, as the contribution points provided by the large and small iron-eating lizards were quite different. "Thank you all very much," Mei Nangshan said. "Once things are settled here, we might be able to team up and see if there are any opportunities for cooperation." "Haha, no problem, we're all brothers." Gufeiwen patted Lu Qiwu on the shoulder. The metal armor rattled and clicked as it was struck. She knows how to handle people. Lu Qiwu glanced at the young man beside him. He appeared cheerful and generous to outsiders, and seemed to have a carefree personality. But in reality, once he made this move, all 4 of his temporary teammates would attribute the reason why he only took the 3 baby iron-eating lizards to himself. They did nothing extra, yet they won favor with both sides. Li Rue has Hong Rua by his side, and I can't handle him alone. Now that Ge Feiwen has joined the fray, we have a better chance. Lu Qiwu thought to himself. Mei Nongshan and Shang Siwu always side with him, not because they really care about him, but because Li Rue and Hong Rua are from the same school. So in order to maintain the balance of the situation, they gave him the good positions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the advantage of his senior brothers and sisters when it comes to competing. Li Rue appears to be narrow-minded, and if a fight were to actually break out, Mei Nongshan and the other man would most likely remain on the sidelines and not get involved. So the appearance of Ge Feiwen and his 2 companions at this time was unexpected, but Lu Qiwu was happy to see this situation. Shall we get ready to make our move? Lu Qiwu said. There were only 8 iron-eating lizard beasts left in the valley, which was equal to their numbers. So they each picked their targets and didn't need to make any plans. They just charged straight in. Lu Qiwu's target was an iron-eating lizard that was 13 or 14 meters long and a little over 3 meters tall. After several unexpected events, the dominant creatures on planet 36 became more vigilant and immediately noticed the humans landing among the rocks. Clang! The iron-eating lizard raised its head and let out a mournful cry, then it began to move. Boom boom boom! Its massive body shook the ground as it hurtled toward Lu Qiwu, its truck-sized form crashing down on him. Lu Qiwu easily dodged it. It was too slow, running at the same speed as an ordinary person. It was too easy for him to dodge. He gripped the axe handle with both hands and slashed at the iron-eating lizard beast in the gap between them. Clang! Sparks actually flew from the stone-like skin, as if it were not chopping down a living creature, but a large rock. Lu Qiwu understood in his heart, just as I thought. From the iron-eating lizard that had been lured away, he discovered that, apart from the eye area, the skin in other areas, and even the muscles beneath the skin, were incredibly tough. Especially since the iron-eating lizard in front of us is in good condition and consciously controls its muscles, the difficulty of cutting it has increased considerably. Lu Qiwu's gaze fell once again on the eye area of the iron-eating lizard. To strike a snake, strike its vital spot. Since we know that the iron-eating lizard's weakness is in the eye area, we should naturally target it specifically. Just like that, we're giving away our contribution points, someone next to Ge Feiwen asked. That guy looks like he's only at the bone-forging realm, right? A martial artist at the refining organs realm has a unique characteristic: the vibration of their internal organs can produce a thunderous sound. This is not just a fancy display, it is a genuine method that can effectively enhance their strength. While others were making similar noises, Lu Qiwu's side remained completely silent. The bone-forging realm is truly terrifying, okay? Ge Feiwen said with a chuckle. Could you even fight when you were in the bone-forging realm? 073, War-type warrior. It is over 10 meters long and 3 or 4 meters high. Its size is enough to make ordinary people feel hopeless. Cutting it with an ordinary knife would only result in minor injuries. What could support such a terrifying size must be immense strength. Even if such a creature lacked intelligence, its sheer physical attributes alone would make it impossible for a martial artist at the bone-forging realm to contend with it. Ge Feiwen's meaningful words startled the people who had temporarily formed a team, and then they realized what he meant. For a moment, I didn't quite grasp the concept. I felt it was a waste to give a creature at the refining organs realm to a martial artist at the bone-forging realm. But if I looked at it from another angle, a martial artist at the bone-forging realm could contend with a creature at the refining organs realm. We're not short of contribution points. If we do well, it might open up more avenues for the future. Ge Feiwen said in a low voice. That's true, but it's not easy to find a target who has no intelligence but a high strength rating. The man muttered. Ge Feiwen just smiled. The Crimson Blood sect is famous for its blood-based body tempering. Coincidentally, Lu Qiwu, who was at the bone-forging realm, was assigned to planet 36. The target of his task was the iron-eating lizard beast, whose strength was only at the organ-refining realm. Such a creature is rare. As long as one is strong enough, even someone at the bone-forging realm can fight it with caution. So, was Lu Qiwu's arrival on this planet really a coincidence? What Ge Feiwen didn't say was that he paid close attention to some surrounding intelligence, and that Lu Qiwu, an ordinary person, suddenly came into the sight of a martial arts master, and was even kept in the camp to be taught. These were all casual remarks from the elders in the sect, but he remembered them. So after the train stopped at the platform, he kept talking to Lu Qiwu, passing on a lot of information related to the mission in a casual way. This is a subtle and gradual process of building goodwill, and also a test. Judging from the latter's reaction of knowing almost nothing about the mission, it's clear they haven't received any systematic training from the sect. Therefore, the source of this mission is probably the martial arts master who arranged it. Lu Qiwu gripped the axe, his arm slightly numb. After dodging the iron-eating lizard's attack once again, he intended to chop off the iron-eating lizard's forelimbs to restrict its movement. As a result, the iron-eating lizard sensed his intention, slightly raised its leg, and met him with its tough hide. After the two collided, the axe only managed to cut through the surface before it could not penetrate. If Lu Qiwu had not pulled back quickly, the axe would have been knocked away at best, and he would more likely have been dragged along by the iron-eating lizard beast or even trampled. The force of several tons pressing down is probably no less than that of a road roller. Then their figures passed each other, and the iron-eating lizard beast's tail lashed out, striking the stone in place amidst the whistling wind, instantly creating a dent and crack on it. We need to hurry. Lu Qiwu noticed that the sounds of battle not far away were gradually subsiding. He gritted his teeth, leaped up, grabbed the tail of the iron-eating lizard, and then used his claws to stabilize his body, climbing directly onto the iron-eating lizard's back. Clang! The iron-eating lizard noticed something was wrong on its back and frantically shook its body, but it couldn't shake the person off. Its back is so broad that it's enough for a person to lie down and sleep, which naturally gives Lu Qiwu plenty of room to move around on it. Running towards the head amidst the jolts, Lu Qiwu quickly reached the massive head of the iron-eating lizard beast. He dug one hand deep into the skin, then swayed and dropped directly to the position of the iron-eating lizard beast's eyes. He swung an iron axe directly at the peanut-sized eye. Sizzle! The axe blade sliced through instantly, and the peanut-sized eyeball was even squeezed out. Clang! The iron-eating lizard shook wildly, trying to throw off the person hanging on its body. After failing, it tried to smash Lu Qiwu into a rock, just like the previous iron-eating lizard. But Lu Qiwu wasn't about to let him have his way. He used the arm that was holding him steady to pull him up and onto his head. Then, following the same pattern, he cut off the other eye. Boom! The iron-eating lizard, which feeds on rocks and has no natural enemies on planet 36, lost its eyes, plunging the world into darkness. In its panic, it crashed directly into a rocky mountain. Its flattened mouth snapped off instantly, and dozens of sharp teeth, each the length of an adult's finger, flew out. With a terrified howl, it fiercely shot its tongue forward, piercing directly into the rocky mountain. Lu Qiwu stood not far away. Before crashing into the stone mountain, he jumped off the head of the iron-eating lizard beast. The iron-eating lizard beast lashed its tail wildly, trying to attack anyone who might approach. It couldn't see Lu Qiwu's figure appearing on the rocky mountain in front of it. The massive body of the iron-eating lizard collapsed with a crash, making it look like standing next to a rocky mountain. Lu Qiwu pulled out the iron axe, letting the thick blood from inside his eyes spray all over his body. He looked somewhat dazed. What's wrong? You seem to be having some problems, Gu Feiwen said calmly, standing not far away. Lu Qiwu turned his head and grinned. It's nothing. I was just thinking that since this iron-eating lizard's weakness is so obvious, as long as we set up a sniper rifle a few kilometers away, we could easily take it down. Indeed, in reality, a small team of combat-type warriors trained by the military could easily deal with all the iron-eating lizard beasts on planet 36, without even needing 3 days. Gu Feiwen said. War-type martial artist? This was the first time Lu Qiwu had heard this term. Those martial artists who lack the potential for martial arts talent, or who see no future in it, and who decide to earn money to support their families and enjoy life. Gu Feiwen said, after training by the military, they don't practice fighting techniques, but instead engage in heavy firepower operations. A martial artist at the refining organs realm can easily lift weights of several thousand or even tens of thousands of kilograms. If heavy firepower is used, a martial artist at the refining organs realm can suppress the recoil of a Gatling gun with one hand and carry enough bullets to last a day. Combined with the ability of a martial artist who has refined internal organs to hold their breath for half a day, and their own physical qualities, a combat-type martial artist can adapt to more environments and play a greater role, enough to replace an entire team, or even logistics. But look, those war-type warriors didn't come to planet 36. Instead, it's us warriors who practice ancient methods who came, Gu Feiwen smiled. The Alliance won't do anything in vain. Lu Qiwu pondered for a moment and said, is it to cultivate martial artists at the Blood Exchange realm? That's right, these empty planets have all been selected. This iron-eating lizard beast is not very common in the universe. It has the strength of the internal refinement realm, but it has never actually undergone a life leap. Gu Feiwen smiled. Otherwise, we could just send a war-type martial artist to clean it up. Lu Qiwu's heart stirred slightly. The alliance won't do anything in vain, and neither will the Blood Masters. The fact that Planet 36 was specially chosen for him to come here naturally had a deeper meaning. The reason why Lu Qiwu was stunned just now was because he couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. But now, listening to Gu Feiwen's description, he vaguely sensed the Blood Master's good intentions. Brother Gu, what is this life leap? Lu Qiwu asked. 074. What is life leap? It's quite complicated to explain, Gu Feiwen said with a smile, his gaze falling on the corpse of the iron-eating lizard. Our path as martial artists is about performing life leaps. At the beginning of their cultivation, martial artists are just ordinary people. However, as their martial arts realm progresses, their lifespan increases and they unleash extraordinary power. This is how life constantly evolves. Like a martial artist who has reached the marrow-cleansing realm, whose body is full of vitality and whose blood and chi are like a furnace, they can walk naked in the snow and ice. If an average person were to walk in temperatures of -30 or 40 degrees Celsius, their body temperature would only last for a minute before their energy is completely depleted, leading to hypothermia and death. In the universe, although so many creatures cannot match the might of the Holy Alliance of Humanity, in a one-on-one fight, many of them are no weaker than martial artists, and some can even contend with martial arts grandmasters. Gu Feiwen pointed to the corpse of the iron-eating lizard beast. You can't do that just by your size. Lu Qiwu nodded slightly. Size alone can indeed provide an advantage. The larger the body, the more strength and resilience it can offer. For example, hundreds of years ago, some competitions involving combat skills among humans included weight classes. Even the strongest man or the heaviest fighter would be doomed if he faced an adult tiger. Even martial artists at the tendon refining stage, once they reach the milestone of having muscles as taut as strings, can kill an adult tiger head-on. And martial artists at the bone forging stage, even if they stand still, it is very difficult for an adult tiger to bite through their bones. Every martial arts master is a mobile nuclear bomb, the pinnacle of martial arts, and an existence capable of suppressing civilization single-handedly. Yet, even now, the Holy Alliance of Humanity is still waging wars against other nations, so naturally, it has opponents. Among those adversaries, many creatures were able to traverse space using only their physical bodies, not because of their size, but because their level of life had reached an extraordinary level. Alright, all the visible iron-eating lizards have been dealt with. Gu Feiwen said. Lu Qiwu glanced at it. Not far away, Li Rui was providing cover for Hong Ruo, who, after a fierce battle, successfully killed the iron-eating lizard beast. Although Hong Ruo was a martial artist at the refining internal organs realm, the martial arts she learned were not suitable for such a tough opponent, especially since the opponent's horizontal length reached 2 or 3 meters. If the weapon was not fully inserted, there was no way to kill him quickly. Judging from Hong's appearance, he doesn't seem to have much practical combat experience. Is he only at the refining organs stage when he goes out on missions? Lu Qiwu withdrew his gaze. Although both were at the same level of internal organ refinement and practiced the same martial arts, Li Rui was clearly much more experienced and acted decisively. What's the situation underground over there? Meninchan asked, wiping the sticky blood off his weapon. Is it just a hollow space? Shang Siwu was also standing not far away. The attitude of the group was quite good. Although they had lost the contribution points of 3 young iron-eating lizards for nothing, they were all veterans of missions and quickly adjusted their mindset. Firstly, they had never been underground before, while Gu Feiwen and his 2 companions had been there once, so there might be some commonalities, and they could gain some experience from it. Secondly, they might be able to team up and travel to other iron-eating lizard tribes. The personnel carrying out the mission aren't exactly helping each other out. Sometimes they'll sabotage each other, all for the sake of gaining more contribution points, or perhaps some treasure on that alien planet. It's very smooth, it must have been gnawed out by a metal-eating lizard. Apart from being black, there is nothing wrong with it. Gu Feiwen nodded. And there are only eggs on the ground. The entire ecosystem of Planet 36 is made of stone, with countless densely packed stones underground. Naturally, no living organisms can move underground, so the iron-eating lizard beasts do not have the habit of guarding their eggs. However, in the underground hatching space of Lu Qiwu's iron-eating lizard clan, there was a young iron-eating lizard that had been driven in by an adult iron-eating lizard. Since this cleanup mission involves calculating the entire population, including the eggs, the group still needs to go underground. Shall we go together? Shang Siwu invited Gu Feiwen, then, as if remembering something, looked at Lu Qiwu. Are you sure you don't have a problem with that? If the underground space was created by the iron-eating lizard using its mouth, there is likely only one entrance. Although Planet 36 has oxygen, it is much thinner than Earth. If one were to go underground, it would likely be even thinner. A martial artist at the refining organs realm can hold their breath for half a day, so there's naturally nothing to worry about. It's alright, it's just a matter of damaging the egg, it won't take much time, Lu Qiwu said softly. His physical enhancement level is sufficient. Although he can't hold his breath for half a day, he can still hold his breath for half an hour without any problem. He tested this when he was training in the martial arts 2nd district. After a short rest, the group entered the underground space one by one. Lu Qiwu paid a little attention and found that although Mei Nongshan and the others were among the first to enter the underground space, they entered around the same time as Gu Feiwen and the others, with almost no difference of 2 seconds. After a moment's thought, he realized that Mei Nongshan and the others didn't quite trust Gu Feiwen and his group's words, but they were also worried that the eggs inside would be stolen, which was why they went down together. Lu Qiwu wasn't worried about falling behind. He doesn't have high expectations for his contribution to the military, and he probably won't get the last baby iron-eating lizard anyway. In addition, after careful comparison, he found that the blood of an adult iron-eating lizard gave him a much greater body tempering effect than that of a juvenile iron-eating lizard. If it were an undeveloped egg, the effect would probably be negligible. Click. He landed on the ground, easily mitigating the drop of more than 10 meters, and then looked around. Shang Siwu and the others had brought their own lighting equipment, which illuminated the entire underground space. It was completely empty. The young iron-eating lizards that had been driven down were already howling in pain. After struggling for a few moments, they died at Gu Feiwen's hands. Inside the cave, there are many eggs that are as tall as an adult, but they look like grayish stones. The light shining on the eggs could faintly reveal the iron-eating lizards still moving inside. Boom! With a casual kick, Shang Siwu shattered the eggshell into pieces, releasing a viscous liquid inside. A meter-long iron-eating lizard emerged from the liquid, struggling to its feet and lunging at Shang Siwu. Click! Shang Siwu kicked out, sending him flying several meters. After crashing to the ground and struggling for a few moments, he died. Lu Qiwu also stepped forward and broke open an eggshell. The viscous liquid inside gave him a familiar feeling. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was the blood flowing inside the iron-eating lizards. Obviously, these young iron-eating lizards had to absorb this liquid before hatching. He gripped the axe with both hands and chopped it down, instantly severing the flatmouth at the root. Only a few drops of thick blood spurted out. The body tempering effect it brought to Lu Qiwu was negligible, almost non-existent. That's really true. Lu Qiwu thought to himself, then got up and walked toward the corpse of the juvenile. 075. Can the blood of a dead iron-eating lizard be used to temper the body? Curiosity arose in Lu Qiwu's heart, and he walked towards the young iron-eating lizard. The young iron-eating lizard that Gu Feiwen had dealt with appeared to have no external injuries. However, after Lu Qiwu cut open the skin with an iron axe, he noticed that the muscles inside had rotted into a mess. No wonder the thick blood didn't spurt out when he cut into the eye. He tried getting some blood on his body, but it didn't have much of a body tempering effect. Compared to the effect of killing the young iron-eating lizard beast with his own hands, it was almost 10 times better. So this is the real reason the Blood Master sent me out, isn't it? Only creatures I personally slay can receive the maximum body tempering effect. Lu Qiwu seemed to be deep in thought. This was clearly one of the tests the Blood Master was testing him. Creatures like the iron-eating lizard, which lack life-transferring abilities, are rare to reach the refining organs realm. It requires an extremely harsh environment, yet one that is still suitable for the growth of such creatures, to enable their emergence. There are countless creatures capable of life leaps that have reached the refining organs realm. Those are the ones that can provide ample conditions for tempering. However, the danger of taking action will definitely increase significantly. Creatures capable of life leaps not only possess great strength but also special abilities. A thought flashed through Lu Qiwu's mind. For example, his wife Yunxia has half Tanuki fox blood. The Tanuki fox clan are creatures that can leap through life and possess some extraordinary abilities that would be called superpowers in ancient times. After Chui discovered this, they fought a war with humans for more than 10 years. For example, the angels with pure white wings caused the deaths of many warriors during the defense against them. Compared to the iron-eating lizard, a species that has only size but no intelligence or extraordinary abilities, hunting a species with the ability to leap between biological realms is many times more dangerous. Although the Blood Master didn't say it, he deliberately chose planet number 36, both to let me witness the effects of body tempering and to minimize the possibility of me encountering danger. He really went to great lengths. Lu Qiwu stood up. Not far away, all the eggs of the iron-eating lizard beast had been destroyed, and the group had already called him to leave. Lu Qiwu hurried to catch up. He turned his head to look at the corpse of the young iron-eating lizard and suddenly realized something was wrong. What happened to the carcasses of those iron-eating lizards that were cut up and brought into the cave? As soon as they entered the cave, they turned on the lights and, after confirming there was no threat, focused their attention on the remaining baby iron-eating lizards and their eggs. They subconsciously ignored the carcasses of the iron-eating lizards that had been moved into the cave. The cave was completely empty, there was no trace of the body at all. Lu Qiwu quickened his pace and soon left the cave before raising his question. There's a bulge in the corner opposite the eggs that must be where the corpses of those iron-eating lizards are piled up. Shang Xiwu said. You came down a bit slowly, and the corner was dark when the lights were turned off, so you probably didn't notice it. The iron-eating lizard looks almost exactly like a rock, and since there's no light inside the cave, it's impossible to tell the difference at first glance. The number of objectives for this mission matches, Minoyama chimed in from the side. The auxiliary computer had already scanned the underground area before the mission began, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to determine the exact number of their targets. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiwu suppressed his doubts. Although he felt that something was unclear, what everyone said made sense. Moreover, apart from Hong Ruo, the others are all veterans who have carried out many missions. Just by looking at the details of that group going down into the cave, you can tell that these people are very vigilant. Since no one has any objections. After leaving the cave, the mission to enter Planet 36 was considered over, but no one chose to end the mission. Lu Qiwu did not choose to leave. Firstly, he wanted to continue using the blood of the iron-eating lizard beast to temper his body. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Besides, this operation was probably being watched by the Bloodmasters, and he needed to make a good impression. Secondly, Go Feiwen, Mei Nongshan and others have experienced many missions. For example, the skills of positioning and blocking are not something that can be figured out by one person alone. They can only be mastered through actual combat. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. By following these experienced people, you can learn a lot and benefit greatly. And so, the two groups were completely merged into one, and they headed in the same direction. There's a large tribe here. Although we've deployed 2 teams, we might not have finished dealing with them yet, Go Feiwen said. The iron-eating lizards don't have any special attack methods besides their tongues, but given their size, some teams aren't good at attacking strongholds. As he said this, Lu Qiwu noticed several pairs of eyes looking at him, which turned out to be several members of the original team. If a martial artist at the refining organs realm unleashes their full power, they can dismantle a truck in just a few minutes. However, if the truck crashes into them at top speed, the martial artist at the refining organs realm will be seriously injured if they fail to dodge. Although the iron-eating lizard beast doesn't have the speed of a truck, its size is comparable to a truck. Combined with the strength of its muscles and its mouth that can bite through rocks, even ordinary martial artists who have refined their internal organs must be careful and cannot easily kill the iron-eating lizard beast. Therefore, Lu Qiwu's speed in dealing with the iron-eating lizard beast can be described as fast. Lu Qiwu himself was unaware of this. Inside the cave. Clang. A barely perceptible voice rang out from the iron-eating lizard beast, tinged with sadness. A tongue slowly extended, its width reaching the point where several people would need to encircle it. Then, the tongue came to the side of the young iron-eating lizard beast that Go Feiwen had killed and rolled up its corpse. The tongue slowly retracted, returning to the corner where Shang Xiwu and the others had indicated was piled with the corpses of the iron-eating lizards. Click. Click. The protruding cave wall suddenly opened, revealing sharp teeth as large as an adult's arm. The tongue rolled the young iron-eating lizard's corpse into its teeth, and after a few chews, it swallowed it. Then the mouth opened again and swallowed the piled-up corpses of the iron-eating lizards, which had been cut up by the iron-eating lizards. Inside the cave, only the terrifying crunching sounds of chewing remained. Once everything was quiet, their mouths closed, and from a distance, it looked like a cave wall. After about an hour of trekking, the group soon came to a huge depression. Lu Qiwu narrowed his eyes. On this planet 36, the winds blow fiercely from time to time. Perhaps for this reason, the iron-eating lizard beasts have a particular fondness for digging and swallowing downwards.